Therapeutics, right?
That one's got an interesting chart, by the way.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I was just thinking that ARK isn't. I don't know. I mean, we have tonight. I'll have Brian Shannon on, who absolutely hates everything to do with ARK, and he's justified it before. But you do have a nice run up, as you see IWM starting to go back up to the upside. If you didn't want to take Russell 2000, which of course has 1,982 names, you can see right here this ARK has made a nice move upside as well. So some of the names that are involved in that, like we just talked about, we had a big move up in UiPath recently, and then Palantir as well. So I just think that some of these names, as we get into rate cut cycles, are going to be better. And I mean, that's what's supposed to happen. So, yeah, this is not a new company, Palantir. It's not a UiPath. They're not like dealing with brand new technology. They're just innovating stuff they already have and releasing it and getting into more hands and just becoming more relevant in the world that we're living in. So I really like Palantir moving forward. And this downgrade, although I've already told you I sold some around this price. 28s is where we were selling in the last couple of days. So we're right here, right now. I'm not like I'm buying it back. So we'll have to wait to see what happens here with Palantir. I mean, I really like the name. Down to 25, I'll put money back in.
I think I'm going to say Shopify is a higher probability that it'll be traded today than Palantir. It doesn't mean Palantir won't get traded. It always does volume. But on that Cathie Wood list, I saw Intella there, and you got to look at this chart. Now, obviously, almost everything that Cathie Wood owns, we're kind of going off on a riff here just randomly because of Cathie Wood, which is good. A lot of things she owns are going to have short floats. This one's a 14% short float. I was half surprised when Michael Noss was going through some of his list of catalysts for short float type names. This is one, if it was over 20%, I bet you it would be on his radar. Here's your little W pattern, at least that's what I think people call it, into a 4 times resistance at 27.20. You have the 200-period moving average. This is a stock. It's up like 5 days in a row. If it can break out this top, you could have like a mini squeeze. So it's interesting. Like I randomly had seen this chart. I think it was like yesterday, or not yesterday. It was probably like over the weekend or something. I was like, oh yeah, NTLA, Intella, interesting looking chart, short float, all that kind of good stuff. Not any kind of catalyst here today, but one of the top 10 holdings of Cathie Wood. So I know she wanted to break out, that's for sure.
All right, a few things of interest here. On the other side of the scale, Sean, Mizuho with an upgrade here for Datadog today. So cybersecurity names getting a little bit of positivity. Here's DDog up huge, 132, 133 coming into play. Not a lot of volume behind that, but nice move for Datadog on the back of that note we saw yesterday. I was trying to find the name of that company that Google was kicking the tires on. I'll have to bring it up. Wiz, that was it. Yep. $23 billion deal, potential $23 billion deal for Google or Alphabet for Wiz, which is also on the cybersecurity side of things.
Yeah, Brendo, the biggest acquisition in Google's history, about $23 billion, as Brendo mentioned. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Like I've mentioned this many times in the past, I feel like these cybersecurity names, there's high beta on them. Like if you've ever seen Zscaler, PanW, or CrowdStrike, there's high beta, and that's number one. Number two, there is this growing movement within corporations to kind of distribute your cybersecurity spend amongst different names so that you're not prone to a hack or a leak or anything like that. So I like these names, but I'm always concerned about distributed spending. We'll have to see how this one does, but yeah, great look for Datadog and that other Wiz, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost daily. I mean, we've had this conversation many times. I mean, this whole Ticketmaster thing still floating around. Everyone in Canada getting those emails, or a lot of people. I read it was 500 million people total got those emails from Ticketmaster regarding their breach. It's almost on a weekly basis that, we're hearing about some sort of breach coming, to some sort of company. So yeah, DDog maybe worth an eye today, but that story yesterday on Wiz for Google. Coming up later in the week, we're going to have Ian Patterson back on, CEO of PureLock, our friends over at PureLock, going to talk a little bit about the sector and how hot it is right now for them. So that's coming up, I think Thursday or Friday this week. I'll double check.
Yeah, good look there. That Google deal, huge deal. And obviously, if you look at that, the competition for them when it comes to cloud data is clearly for Alphabet. It's Amazon and Microsoft. So that's a shot at those guys, and it's what you're going to hear everybody say. But the cybersecurity names, not all, like your Datadog's up 3%, but I was looking over, like I'm pretty sure Zscaler got a downgrade. I'd have to double check that, but they're down 1.5 points. So it's not as if, all of the cybersecurity names are going up in sympathy or anything, but this one on a downgrade, if it is popping to the downside, and the only reason I'll bring it up with regards to cybersecurity should be obvious for a trader. This is the 200 period moving average for Zscaler, and look at the last week and a half. It essentially has this, there's one wick underneath the 195 level. Every other bottom has bounced off 195 bucks on this stock, and that's the 200 period moving average on Zscaler. So it just attempted a breakout of 05. There's like that rejection. What do? You pretty much just try to be patient and wait for that support to come back in at 195. We've seen a lot of these wedge patterns lately on all kinds of stocks, and eventually they break out. Like AMD broke out of the wedge, Tesla broke out of the wedge, and Intel had a wedge that it broke out of as well. But while it's in some kind of a range like this, hey, you just wait for it to get to the bottom, take your shot at that support level, be patient about it, and you can get yourself a nice swing. And if it eventually breaks out of the wedge with a close, it needs to close above. It's not enough to wick it. This is why when you're in a wedge pattern, you need the stock to actually close above that 205. Then you can have an explosive breakout. So I have my eyeballs on Zscaler more than I would Datadog, because that could be setting up for some kind of a swing here.
Yeah, I mean, just again about Google, the weakest name is going to be Amazon, but Google also has failed off that 190 pretty good as well. So there's been some pretty defined tops up here. I mean, I guess it's 191, 192, but at the same time, big push back into 185. I mean, I think that if you want to load up, if you want to get a little bit more ahead of earnings, then I do think like a 175 area, if we can get down into that, would be somewhere to start looking at it. And I think we could get into 180 as soon as today if the market fails, right? I mean, I think this could come back in. You're up right now, but any sign of weakness, we've already seen a top. So I just think that traders right now have been enjoying this huge run up, and it's my largest holding. So I'm talking the book here a little bit, but we've bounced nicely and it's really started to go. So I really like Google buying on dips, but I am weary that we could get into this 180 area. So that's a level for me that we'll look at 180-ish. For Google to add maybe some to the long-term account. We've been raising some capital, so that would be a name there, but I don't want to just pile in, so I only own Google. But I like that. I like that stock, and I like what it's going to do. We'll hear from Microsoft how the cloud is, AWS, and Google. So the biggest names around will be reporting the next couple of weeks, and we'll be able to tell by then. It doesn't look like we're going to get a rate cut in July, but then after that, September looks almost 100% at this point, and we'll see if these stocks show up with earnings.
Put up or shut up. Yep. Morgan.
Just reading Canada, guys, 90% now for July. That will go 2 in a row. So 90% chance coming up next week. It's actually the 24th. So next Wednesday, we could get 2 in a row. So interesting on that. I was mentioning there's some comments coming through for bank earnings. I just double checked. Morgan Stanley's actual earnings call is 9:30 this morning, but the CFO making some comments right now, so just be aware. Anyone looking at this, we are down to the tune of a decent amount here, $4 or $5 anyways. At the lows, 102.50 trying to hold here. It looks like the forecast a bit of a problem.
Yeah, and they missed, Brendo, on wealth management. They bit of a miss there. Decrease of 2%, 6.79 billion is what they did for that net interest income. And this is a growing theme here with the banks. We heard Wells Fargo talk about the drop in NII last week. Bank of America reported lower NII this year as well, but their forecast for net interest income came in a little bit higher, so they didn't drop as much. So with respect to Morgan, net interest income plummeted 17% year over year to 1.79 billion. That's the difference that they make between the amount that they're paying out in, these savings account and shorter dated bonds versus what they're getting back from the loans that they're putting it out. So that spread not working in their favor right now, Brenda.
Yeah, BAC, the other one with earnings out today. To the other side of things, 42.50 on a pullback right now. Bank of America higher so far.
So you might have heard me as it trailed off say Morgan because Morgan's down. I'm looking at you, put up or shut up.
Yeah, Morgan.
The good thing about Morgan Stanley, however, would be just technically look at all of these previous highs. So here's a previous high going all the way back to 2023, and then when it breaks it out, immediate support Eventually, it gives it up, but that same level, you track back, it's a breakout at that price. It's then a support level at that price. So you look at this high, double top, consolidation break, the dip from 100 goes right into that same 94 level. And now you were breaking out. Thank you, Goldman Sachs, for breaking out, helping to break out Morgan Stanley and some of the bank earnings early. But you're pulling back into this previous top. So you have some wicks above here, but for the most part, this is like 101.5. So it's dipped to the spot, the initial spot that you would want to hold. If it can bounce from here, I hate the fact that the call is at 9:30 because that means I just don't want to trade it at the open. But if it holds that level after the opening range and the call is done, I think you look for a rebound play. If it does not hold, it's pretty clear the 50-period moving average on the daily would be your spot, down around 98. The only way I trade this is after earnings as a potential bounce play if one of those two levels is consolidating. Otherwise, completely ignore this bank. And what was interesting was we were talking about this in terms of at the end of the day, when Goldman Sachs was holding the highs. Remember when Goldman was holding those highs and then the imbalances came out? Goldman just chilled the top and Morgan Stanley dumped into VWAP? Well, somebody knew something. And Morgan with a disappointment. So, it's almost as if like they were rallying together. Morgan and Goldman were moving exactly the same way. Right at the imbalances coming out there, you saw like a big seller come into Morgan Stanley, and then now they're down 2.5 points. So I'll wait till 10 o'clock or whenever the call is done, but I'm not trading it before then. I'm not even putting orders.
A name that I like here is, and we just put out our sticky note here, I was just looking at is Sofi. Sofi breaking today through $7 as we're going to talk about some banks coming through here right now. Their report's not until I think July. I just had it up and I had already forgotten about it. Here's the daily chart here for Sofi. It's over here, July 30th. So a little ways away for Sofi. But I really just think this breakout through $7 is trying to happen. You're running into the 200-period moving average. We held above it, pretty nicely, got some garbage out of here. And it's very, very similar, right? Down here to $6, it wants to be supported down there. So you're only at 750. If Sofi can do something, that's nice. President Biden is going to talk about some of that student relief and loan relief and all that stuff. He's like sort of campaigning on that. I was watching one of the announcements he was making or press conferences, and he was touting that. So nice move to the upside. We saw Anthony Noto the other day buying some more shares. So, I like this play going to the upside for Sofi. And I know there's a lot of you guys in this. So, look at how good it looks here in the 3-minute chart. I was just about to actually tweet this out as well. There's the line right here. We've broken through it. We came back. We tested in the pre-market. We tested right off open there. And now it wants to be higher. So if we do get a dip down, Neil just talked about some of the weakness on some of the names. If we can get a Sofi move, it might be 720. This marker is 730. Right there is 725. Sometimes what's bad is hot again, right? 19, 20% short float. There's not too many banks that have numbers like that. So let's wait to see, I guess maybe some of the regionals, but we'll wait to see what happens now with Sofi Technologies. I like the stock.
A couple of the things moving around here. IBM, interesting. Big gap to the upside here. Just took out the highs actually popping up in front of me. I lost it here. Who was it? Somebody added it to their tactical outperform list. Yeah, it was Evercore. Thank you. Evercore ISI adding the company to their tactical outperform list for IBM. Not one that we talk about very often, but I saw a few people mentioning this as well. Lucid downside on that funding note yesterday. Production numbers were higher, but only just. And I think a lot of people were expecting much, much better for Lucid, so this thing got crushed.
Yeah, last week, Brendo, it was an aggressive move up on the backing of the public investment fund of Saudi Arabia. Again, I've mentioned this on the midday show with Adair and I. It kind of is a blessing and a curse to have that kind of money. It really doesn't force you to become efficient and figure out your process. If you have multiple opportunities to get it right, on the other side of the coin, obviously, we've seen a lot of the electric vehicle companies really struggle with cash on hand. So a bit of a blessing and a curse. We'll have to see how they trade today, Brendo.
Yeah, it's almost erasing that move from last week, as you mentioned, after yesterday. We're almost back to that 350, I guess it was, where we ended the day, going back to Wednesday or Thursday of last week for Lucid. There's UNH. I was just hearing those comments coming through as well. Another earnings name. Not a lot of volume here, but that's not it. UNH, United Health. With their earnings this morning, guys, trying to get back to highs.
This company's a monster.
I own UNH, man. Don't pull up a chart of natural gas and say UNH. You'll make my heart just like, oh my goodness, shoot. Because obviously anyone's seen a chart of natural gas. We skipped over, like I know you mentioned Lucid there, but the only thing I want to say about Lucid is I completely agree with Sharif's sentiment. Like if you have an endless line of cash, that's a good thing for the EV names if you have that support. But in terms of forcing you to be efficient, having your back up against the wall, it can be a bit of a problem. That's why you get things like Brewster's Millions, which is a fantastic movie that was made twice. You've got to learn to respect money. And if you've never seen that movie, make sure you check it out. Don't just give everything. You've got to be able to earn things. That said, the chart on Lucid tells you everything you need to know about the exuberance in this stock. I saw in the chat just a couple of minutes ago that breakouts can also create bag holders. And I think I don't want to say this is over for Lucid, because if you look at where it broke out from recently on the daily chart, it's still above this 360 level. But if it loses 360, then it's created bag holders on this break at 4.
Yes.
Unfortunately. So it's a critical day. Did you know we're just talking about Lucid? How?
Oh, Kawartha Dairy. I like that ice cream.
I'd go for ice cream right now.
Very, 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 very solid.
Ice cream all day, every day. All day. And the breakfast, you can have ice cream.
Yeah, you can put them on waffles.
Oh, yeah.
They have a coffee flavored ice cream. I'll take one.
Oh, I'll have a coffee flavored anything.
At this point?
Yeah.
Coffee time?
Sure, is it raining outside yet? We got a thunderstorm warning here. Spitting, okay. Spitting is okay.
Boo.
Nvidia?
Flat.
Oh, are you recently in that name there,
Flat.
Randy, or what? Pondering. I think it's a good opportunity to buy. Whoops, our daily chart is no good here, but hold on, zoom in. I think it's a decent opportunity to buy some Nvidia here as you're on a little bit of support. I think we can get into the 122 area if the market does fall back down a little bit. Remember, Randy, if you're looking at this stock a month ago, this was $1,220 when we could have bought this for $100 just over 2 years ago. But there it is, 122. I like that for a little level of support. And on today's sticky note, Randy, as a little tease, of course, it's free, up right now on Twitter. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. AMD, I feel like this name could be a little top heavy right now, turning itself around off some top wicks in and around 185. So Sticky Note Nation today, Randy, is all over AMD to the short side. Let's see if we can make that come true. Yeah, it's free. I'll show it to you afterwards. It's on there at Trader TV Sean, both on Twitter and on Instagram. But it's just some notes I'm looking at. Got Tesla. Tesla's on there, Randy. It's the number one idea today as well. All right. So yeah, Randy came through. I think he's going to get us coffee. I'm not sure what the end result there was.
We want coffee,
about
please.
Coffee flavored ice cream.
No, well,
I have about a third left of this.
I would love to just make it a float. That would be sweet.
Before we go over to the main desk, I need to Adair. I need to ask Brendan a question, because Brendan, now that we have that Earth's Own almond milk, what's your opinion on that versus the other one?
Not a fan.
Not a fan. I noticed there was a different taste. That's what I wanted to ask.
Seems to be the consensus.
A little less sweet, I feel like. I don't know, but all right, Earth's Own. We only have about 40 cartons to go through before.
Yeah, you better like it anyway. That's all I'm saying, because you're not getting anything else for like a year.
I was going to say it's just different. It's just more toned down, in my opinion.
No, but there's a literal bunker so there's a kitchen in our back office, and then adjacent to the kitchen is like this little bunker that just only a couple of people have the keys to. I have seen inside of it. Like, imagine if you've ever seen the movie Lost, like just when they go into that vault and they open it up and Hugo sees all that food and all that, that's basically what the bunker is in this office. And now there's 40 whatever cartons of that almond milk that you guys are going to be drinking for the next 5 years.
Yeah. So there's a lot there, and we're going to have some fun with that.
I'll pass.
That's why I wanted to, just trying to add some content here to the show.
It's like, don't buy a couple and see how people like it. Let's just buy all of them.
You get the better deals. Someone's hitting the heart a lot on the chat. We appreciate that. So you get the better deals when you buy in bulk.
Of course, yeah.
And support that Costco.
Save that money, right?
Let's get going on that one. All right, you tell me, Fabian, are we ready to go to Adara? No. Great. Are we ready to stay here, or where do we want to go? Oh, by the way, scan that right here. Link in the description as well to get that new watch list.
Exactly.
As well. Trader TV watch list coming through. All right, so
by the time I get this out, I'm not even going to be able to scan.
I don't know if There we go. Okay. Adara over at the screen.
Lots of names here to talk about on both the upgrade and the downgrade side of note, including Amazon getting this upgrade from Wolf Research, initiating here with an outperform rating. They also initiated an outperform rating with Shopify, which also got an upgrade here to a buy rating from BofA Securities. So not one, but two upgrades for SHOP, definitely on watch. We also had Datadog getting this upgrade from Mizuho, and Wolf Research upgrading Meta as well here. The downgrade side, kicking it off with Reddit and this downgrade from Loop Capital. You can read more about this one in our watch list, but basically maintaining the $75 price target and having some issues with its valuation. Starbucks getting downgraded by Evercore ISI. Susquehanna here downgrading Zscaler. And last but not least, Palantir downgraded by Mizuho with the price target increase to $22, also citing some concerns about valuation. So pretty interesting list across the board here, guys.
I feel like we talked about somebody else.
I really hate that list.
What's wrong with that?
Oh, you got Starbucks on one side. I might wind up losing this bet, man. I don't know if it's time yet.
What was the
Let me
bet?
find out. It's not a bet. It's
oh no, it was it was Home Depot versus.
Was it Home Depot? I thought he picked the XLE, the banks there. I'm talking about Raider Trader. Okay, so SB.
Oh no. He liked Home Depot, but he did also like Home Depot. You're right. The pick was actually XLE, but Home Depot was one of the other ones you mentioned.
Yeah, I really like Home Depot as well.
I like that
Starbucks right now. July. Ooh, another July 30th name coming through right here. So we had July 30th with SoFi and with Starbucks. They're going to be in the penalty box until they get this thing right. I mean, they just like if this was a minute chart, you know how I trade with the 50-period moving average. I mean, this has been quite the decline here in Starbucks. And why would you ever get Starbucks when you can have a star like Randy deliver the coffee right here as well? Thank you, Randy. But there it is right there on that base of $72. It had a beautiful run last time, but then, it's been faded right back out there. So we'll have to wait to see what happens here with Starbucks. Again, weak data coming out of China is not going to help this name. And I see that downgrade today down over 0.3. I guess not that much, but in a market that's up, Starbucks today, I think, settles down and, tests, unfortunately, that 72 bottom again. So this is worth, in my opinion, worth picking some up. But the other major U.S. brand that's been getting hit here again on China weakness, Randy, is Nike. This is I think it's near 5-year lows right now, down to $72, missing badly on their last earnings call and really haven't been able to get off the mat. So to speak. So Nike right now with another downside move, but
you know what's getting off the mat?
He's getting spicy.
Apparently GameStop. No, GameStop's getting off the old schneid. You know what? It's not often that you can talk about a high short float, squeeze, momentum, meme, whatever name you want to call it, and we'll talk about something technical like the 50-period moving average holding. But if you look at GameStop, we were talking about this last week, where you just have this hold down at 22. It's clear and obvious support, and then it's just slowly grinding higher off that support, just little by little, and starting to accelerate. So it's through this local top here at 20. Well, it did that yesterday. This 26.5 zone managed to dip and rip a couple of times in there. Just remember, it has not had a clean up day where there hasn't been some kind of significant pullback. There's no up day that I can remember in the last 2 or 3 weeks with GameStop that doesn't have either a full retrace or a half retrace. Yesterday, a half retrace. And at the open, it even did like a break and then dip. So chasing it tops in the pre-market has not been the way to go. Like if it's going to rally, either there's dip at the open that you can grab, or it's going to make its high early, and then you've got to be very, very patient. Obviously, 27.20 can come into play here. I don't think there's actually any news here on GameStop. At least I haven't seen it. But the volume, okay, and the trend holding nicely. I wonder if there aren't any other of these names that are looking like that on the chart that you can try to get into a little bit early. It might be worth scanning like Chewy or another one that might be doing the same kind of pattern, because it's every single day just accelerating a little by little.
It's exactly what I think when I look at GameStop. There was a note just comparing Tesla to meme stock as of late, but 28 comes and goes there. There's really nothing as far as a headline is concerned for GME, but we'll keep an eye out for anything that comes across. That's really it. There's a few other interesting things coming up here. Remember, earnings calls basically from 9 o'clock right through to 10 o'clock this morning in the banking group alone. So we'll keep an eye out for comments. But let's have a look at the overall market here.
Guys, we're accumulating into that 5,700 that we talked about yesterday as that resistance level. 56.83 is where we closed out yesterday. As you see over here, we did breach 5,700, but as quickly as we breached it, as quickly as we retraced and dropped below it, the overnight high, again, below 5,700, 56.98. Let's see if we can accumulate to break that 5,700 as support. We're going to use that 75-point level, essentially the overnight low.
There's a brand new way to get your hands on the absolutely free morning watch list that we send out every day. Go to the description below this video right now. The link is in the description. Enter your email address, and then, as I mentioned, just magically appears every single day in your inbox. 1.32. Exactly. 1.32% right now for Tesla back to the upside after a pretty harsh dump here into the close yesterday. We did rally back somewhat after the close, but trying to hold 255 right now.
Yeah, no real specific Tesla news, Brendo, but there was Elon Musk basically pledging approximately $45 million per month to a super PAC aligned with Donald Trump. It goes by the name of America PAC. Joe Lonsdale has also donated to this as well, one of the founders of Palantir. Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss, the guys, the crypto billionaires, as well as they were obviously involved in the startup on Facebook. So nothing Tesla specific, but Elon Musk always in focus here somehow.
Yeah, I was just seeing there's Baird with a note this morning. I mean, it was just a maintain. Maintain had outperformed 280 price target for Tesla. Looking pretty good so far, guys.
I was just telling Sean, I almost feel like I've never heard of the Winklevoss twins referred to by their names. Usually you just call them the twins, which is cool. But Tesla, interesting because Sharif and I were looking at something on Tesla that remains to be seen today, but I would say if you do another one of these wick failures above 60 into 65, that would be a bearish sign, especially if you take out like this local bottom here at 252. Because when we had that robo-taxi delay, like that's the hammer on the daily chart. And then we had a clean bounce off of, not exactly where that trend was. Oh goodness, now this chart went load. Where we had the trend breakout. Adjacent to it, that day when it broke the trend, it was 230. We bounced off 230, so I think that was a good sign. But overall, now you have the wicks underneath that 260, Robo News, failure to break there. So if we fail another break at 65 and do not hold the low, I think that's a pretty bearish sign. So if we lose 252, that's no good at all. I have eyes on this 265 zone. It's hard not to look at that level with the robo-taxi news and not think fail breakout, look short. So I might be sitting this out unless it gives that setup. Fail breakout, does not get through 65, and then look for the short back through on Tesla. So Tesla's up that 1% today. The good news for that is if it holds the opening range over 260 and can hold that for the first 30 minutes and you don't have a reversal, then you can look for a continuation trade to the upside. I'm not nearly, and only because I always talk about these two in tandem. When it comes to Rivian, I know Rivian yesterday, Rivian, like the short on Rivian, I don't think I want to change anything about the plan for Rivian. Rivian was an 18 short. It looks to me like about the same thing. If it fails at 18, look short on Rivian. It was a flat bottom break at the open. It then resisted it throughout the midday. Obviously, if it breaks out from 18, you got to get the heck out of Dodge and then wait for 19 even. But yeah, I don't know that I would change much of anything. You had the previous close, you had the breakdown, you had resistance all morning long on Rivian. So it's pretty close to that level as we speak. Those are the two EV names that I'll be looking at. I know people are looking at that Lucid, but I don't know. Every time I look at Lucid, I just feel like Rivian's a better trading opportunity. So
we had. I never really trade Lucid. I don't like the
except
price.
for that one day, the Saudi day.
Yeah. Well, didn't it go up to like $17 or something one day? It was absolutely insane. So, all right, yesterday we had this 253. I mean, believe it or not, we had this. And I don't know where I know where we picked it out from. We had talked about a move happening off the open, right? And then we just looked at this kind of a level right down here, that 252 was probably going to be a level that we really wanted to level into or layer into. So we just took the 253 long, and that happened to be the bottom. It ripped back up, and we wound up taking, I think the highest we got out was a breakthrough 260. So about 7 and change or so. I think it was 260.50 and change where we wound up getting out of that last piece. So about $7 right off the open. And that really started the rally for Tesla before it got faded out. Now we have this news with Elon Musk now going to support this Trump campaign to the tune of $45 million a month. I put it down here on the sticky note today that Tesla was going to be my number one trade idea down here at yesterday's close. So we had a nice dump yesterday into 252, 253. We had a good move yesterday in the afternoon down to this level as well. As we do understand that JD Vance is against some of these subsidies for new energy, right? We saw yesterday Enphase, TAN, ETF, some of the solar names, First Solar getting hit as well on the back of that announcement. So for right now, I think Tesla's a little in the doghouse just as far as momentum is concerned. But when it gets going, you get monster wins. And that robo-taxi, I mean, this stock was cruising, right? And then all of a sudden you had that Bloomberg report delaying the robo-taxi, and then we came out and clarified some of that, which we were waiting for. And now you get that, oh man, what's that stupid wick for? Now you get a nice bounce back up. And look, the 200-period moving average is right here at 255. So we're getting into these areas of support again. Nice move up to 264. I really like this area down here, 252, 253. So I'm going to try to buy that as much as we can until we lose that 250 level. And then I could see the tides turning. I don't know if we get back to 234 anytime soon, unless there's maybe recalls, but that doesn't really happen for Tesla. Bad China numbers could come through as well. There's lots that can work for this company, but there's also a few things that could go against it, right? So you know what I was actually thinking? Truth Social makes absolutely no money, right? Someone named Elon Musk is now supporting Donald J. Trump. Elon Musk also owns something called X.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, DJT, this Truth Social, is trying to be X. So I don't know. Whether or not Donald J. Trump here, this stock down 10%, and there's news specifically on this as well, and we're going to get to that. I don't think it's a bio candidate at all, but I mean, I don't know. I've seen weirder
Buy
things.
it for 10% of
I've seen weirder things happen. Yeah, I mean, he's not going to pay a premium, I wouldn't think, on this price of the shares. But anyway,
They could put a floor
that
on
was
it,
just
though.
something I was thinking about when I saw Musk's support for Trump. Just thought about DJT stock. That's all. All right, Palantir downgrade. Time for me to go to the bathroom.
Even the shop upgrades at the bottom, too.
I mean, we can just skip. Anyway, day lows just tested there, almost 1.8% right now on this. Yeah, Mizuho with the downgrade today. From neutral to underperform?
Eek. But here's the funny thing, Brendo. They actually increased the price target by $1, a whole dollar. All right, let's talk about their rationale. So Mizuho expressed concerns about Palantir's valuation, deeming it excessive and unjustified. Those are their words, not mine. Despite acknowledging Palantir's generally strong performance in recent quarters, they note that the previous quarter's beat of around 3% was a little underwhelming, and they think that it's a bit overvalued as a result of that. They also say that it lacks transparency possibly here and likelihood of inconsistent results. They express doubt about their ability to consistently deliver robust performance and accelerated growth. We'll have to keep an eye on this one. But I've got to tell you, there's 6 brokerages that maintain a buy, 6 with a hold, and 7 with a sell, Brendo.
Yeah, it's not often you get nearly 2% move on just the downgrade here, guys. But PLTR grinding along the lows today.
You know what? For the sake of a trade, I actually wish it was down a few more points. Because when I pull up the chart, I just don't love the diddle in the middle thing that it's doing right now. Like, it's just, that's not what I want to see. I think it would be much more interesting if we get a push, like fail 28, which I don't know if it's going to happen or not. On a downgrade, if it was some other kind of news, maybe I'd be thinking a fail breakdown, like a breakdown at 28. But look at 27. Like, look at the reaction, the wicks down here, the response when it's gotten down to the 27 level since it gapped it. It's been a hard bottom. And good reaction after the fact. So if it does on this news fail 28 even, you know what? I didn't have this on my note. I wasn't really paying as much attention to it because it wasn't doing anything in terms of movement pre-market. But yeah, 27 looks pretty solid here. Set yourself an alert. I mean, it'll be hard to miss if this thing drops $1 at the open. So it's not as if you're going to miss it. I'm sure everyone will be yelling if Palantir does a $1 drop. I just don't think it's very likely to come into play today. So I doubt I trade Palantir.
Yeah, Palantir, I wrote down 27.50, which is pretty much $1 drop from where we are right now. So I think that's going to be a level that I'm going to look at. And use anything but my eyes to try to judge this stuff. So right down here, if we can I zoom out any more than this? No, I cannot on our minute chart. Okay, so let's go to a 20-minute chart here. Look, I still like the name. I think a downgrade is fine. It's really outperformed the market here over the last little while. We're up pretty solidly just in the last month alone. You could see this move from $25. I would guess Mizuno missed some of this and wants to get it a little bit lower, and that's fine. But this is the move, right? I mean, we've had this base down here at $24. This is really where I said that maybe we'd like to buy some more around 25. I really think this 24 is going to be a good hold. But if we're talking about a trade for today, why not just get back into past couple days support? I mean, congratulations, you might have won now, because a lot of people will see that downgrade, try to take advantage of it, sell a little bit, because it could be headed into this 27 area. So again, I just look at this. This goes back to July 5th. So it hasn't really moved a lot since then. I could see us floating back into 27 here at some point. It has violent moves. So we've traded Palantir before on news when they've had contracts and whatnot. It can really get going early. Like yesterday, why did this thing drop from 28.50 down to 28? That's 50 cents on no news yesterday before popping up almost $1.50. So, now we actually have something behind it. It's a downgrade. And yeah, someone's sour about not being long enough on Palantir, and they're going to buy a little bit more now. So there's the 200 period at 28. We'll see if it holds. There's probably an imbalance here with Palantir, I would say. And no, see, like they're a buy. Like, come on. I mean, who's actually believing this? So let's wait to see what happens. I want to be sitting down there around 27.50 to take a tester position. And then what I've learned from trading, especially in these markets, you don't need to be sitting somewhere to get run over. Yesterday, we let Tesla drop $7 or $8. We can let Palantir fall down as well. Let's bid some 27.50. Let's try to get a third of our position at that level. And then if it continues to fall down, we'll have to check out that 27. So for me, Palantir is a long, but yeah, it needs to get worked off a little bit here, up 2%, down 2%. I think it could go lower.
To come to play. We were just talking about this note on DJT, back downside right now in the pre-market here after. I mean, the aftermarket was pretty ugly, little on what happened during the session yesterday. We get all the way back to 36, 35 and a half even after the close. Yesterday on this 37.97 mil share, not notional, share, resale agreement. And this is a standby agreement or something called a standby agreement with this Yorkville. So it's $2.5 billion notional worth of shares. And again, they have not, down here, we have not issued any shares to Yorkville yet. So something they could pull the trigger on when needed, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to have that option, to have that liquidity. We know that they're still not profitable at this point, still burning through a lot of cash, not much coming in. We'll have to keep an eye on the fundamentals. Obviously, yesterday, the Republican National Convention started, Donald Trump making an appearance there, as well as announcing his VP candidate. So we'll keep an eye on this one, see if it's in play today, Brendan.
Yeah, back downside right now, as I mentioned, got to hold that aftermarket low from yesterday if it needs to, or if it's going to go higher today.
Big Patty Ice, my savior over there. My footrest just failed, which it's a very high-tech solution that I've got going on to prop my leg up, and the cushion just fell. But DJT, the good news for DJT, it was my worst stock yesterday. I mistimed the bounce. It ended up being down here at the 38 level. We tried it a couple times at the wrong prices, but it's trending. There's nothing good about it. It's the trend down that has to worry you. It is going to be SSR, so down 10%. It always has me thinking of a potential short sell restriction bounce. I gotta wait this out. We didn't time it right yesterday, and I think that's because I was too fixated on a price area instead of just allowing it to make the bottom. So when it got down into 40s, I just kind of looked at that 40 and the 42 and said, okay, let's just go for it there instead of letting it make a bottom. So yeah, it'd be easy to say there's a level at $35, look for a long in there, but anywhere in that gap could be a wick bottom for a reversal. So if I don't see something like this, I'll go to a 3-minute chart so we can go over this a little bit more granularly, because if you're just getting long because you see a buyer step up at a random level, and you're like, oh, I like that level, and one or two people step up for some size, and then you just kind of join them, yeah, it might make a little bit of a move, but it's much better to be involved after it shows you the reversal, then get the long in here somewhere. So I want to see that kind of a setup. Show me Show me a dip that gets to 35 or wherever it happens to be holding 10% down. Make that reversal candle, and then I'll make the attempt. Because if you go long here at 39 half yesterday, and I lose on that trade, I'm not angry with it. You waited for the setup. You got the chips in when it actually made sense for a bounce play. This one would have worked in a VWAP, but at least you were patient enough to wait it out. And that's going to be the approach to DJT for me here today. It's just going to be patience. You don't have a ton of price history for it. It's not the most bullish looking reversal. So if it's an SSR bounce, it's going to have to be something very patient that we wait for. Clearly the trend is down, and you want to see clear signs of some kind of a reversal on it. Any of the sympathy names can be in play today, but I didn't even pay for locates on Funware. I think I just want to, if I take a trade in DJT, I'm just going to be focused on that for the SSR bounce. So no idea for me at the open. I'm not going to predict where the price is going to bounce, but as long as it hasn't filled in the entire gap to 32, then I'll be looking for that reversal. Show me the green candle first at the bottom, show me the consolidation higher, and then I would go for the bid on DJT. Otherwise, we stay away.
Money.
Show me the money.
You know what? I wonder if I'm always looking for different movies to watch with my kids. I think Jerry Maguire's probably has bad language.
Well, no, but
I'm okay with the language.
but Barron can watch Jerry.
Oh yeah, that's I don't.
Yeah, I mean,
I think there's websites. My wife, there's a couple websites where you can like
watch.
put in and it'll tell you like what the bad things are. For me, the major thing.
I don't think there's
for language. I don't care. Like if they're gonna drop an F-bomb, but it's like an appropriate time or something like that.
I don't think they.
I mean, honestly, our kids hear a lot of that. For me, it's more about the nudity and stuff like that. That I don't. Anyways.
Yeah,
I guess when you're 12 years old.
No, I think you're good with Jerry Maguire.
That might be a good one to watch. It's just been a minute.
I haven't seen Jerry Maguire in at least.
I don't even know why did we start?
decades.
Oh, because he said, "Show me the money." I was going to say,
you said, "Show me the money."
Yeah, I was going to say, why did we
didn't
start
say,
talking about that? Look, I mean, Neil just went over some levels on DJT. We're going to agree on them all pretty much. So, yeah, I say you just trade it. If I mean, it's down 10% already. It can't halt in the pre-market. So we'll see what happens here right off the open. I mean, that's just going to be the trade. I think it's smart. Neil probably talked about paying for shorts. I think that's a smart thing to do. Today, it's going to be really cheap here at Real Trading. So I would say stay in the pocket here. Wait for volatility to hit the name. The RNC is happening right now. I watched a little bit of it last night. It was pretty interesting there. I didn't notice Amber Rose has a tattoo right across her forehead, which was pretty interesting. But I don't know. I feel like it's sell the news. That's all. We talked about a huge move there up, obviously on that attempted assassination there, and then it just got faded yesterday. So I would say we were here on Friday, then we had the events of the weekend. The market told you it was a sell yesterday. We like to sell news anyways. RNC is a news event. So I would think that, yeah, you're probably coming back down into $30. So to me, that's where you'd buy it if you want to take a shot on Donald J. Trump's stock.
Talking about traveling. Amazon, back to the upside today in a pretty good way. There's a couple of analysts coming out touching on Prime Day and how it's been successful so far, even more successful than the past couple of years. So analysts already boosting this one based off something that's not even over yet, 195. Trying to hold here on a pullback for Amazon.
Yeah, multiple nods today from analysts, Brendo. There are a couple of other headlines. Let's get to these. So Amazon chief executive, used to be chief executive, the executive chair, Jeff Bezos, sold 403,974 shares on July 11th for $80.8 million at the all-time high. That was made available yesterday through an SEC filing on the 15th. He did sell before that as well, but that was not disclosed yesterday. There's also this headline here. FTC is asking Amazon for details on the plan to hire from Adept amid growing concerns about AI deals. Inquiry centers on recent announcements of the Adept CEO David Luan joining Amazon on a licensing deal. So we saw this with Microsoft on the other side of the ocean with the CMA.
Yeah. I mean, as far as Prime Day, have you shopped yet?
I have not. I want that same day delivery, Brendo.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance, but yeah, apparently going very well so far this week, guys, for Prime Day.
Yeah, I mean,
a Prime Day thing. Okay,
like you bought something on Prime Day.
Yep.
I'm looking back and it's like, yeah, maybe my wife should have waited to buy that bouncy castle. Maybe you could have found a Prime Day deal. We literally just bought it, but it doesn't really matter. Like, I don't have anything that I'm specifically searching for, but I promise you there'll be several times today that I'm going to be scalping those deals like everybody else is going to do. But trading Amazon is a different story. Just because it's Prime Day doesn't mean necessarily great things. I mean, everybody can see what happened at $200. Now we can sort of see, it's only been a couple of days underneath, but this 196 has turned into a bit of an issue. So it's not the heavy consolidation where there's obvious accumulation resistance at 200, but it is this wick top at 196 a couple times. If this isn't breaking out over 196.5 or even taking out 197, like, to me, that would be the sign that you can go long back into the 200 level. Otherwise, the proof is in the pudding. If it can't chew through this at the open, I think you just got to look short in the afternoon. And the mistake yesterday was, yesterday I already went over DJT for you guys, but the mistake yesterday was not being short till the afternoon when it was giving you good trades off the 193. So if we do the same thing failing 96, I think you just got to be looking short underneath that. But if 97 goes, I wouldn't be fighting that because I think that's a long into 200. And if we sniff 200 today, you know what's up. Like, there's only one thing I'm doing between 200 and 201 until it breaks.
So yesterday we lost money on Amazon. We talked about that. We lost too much money on it. So I want to be back on it. I think we're weak off 200. We've talked about that, the Bezos sell pressure, right? I'm looking for support down a little lower than where we are right now, 185, 186. So that would be my spot. But I'm thinking right now to try to test the 196 short sell because, again, Prime Day's here. I feel like they're going to break whatever record or whatever number they're looking at. So I do think it's going to be a good event. But, I still want to try to stay short here. I mean, these are still short levels that we want to try to respect. That was 196.50 there that we were playing off of early yesterday. We were short all yesterday, man, and we were up. And then we decided to go long when we came into this area. And then you saw this happen. And this is when we started. Actually, this was 11 o'clock. Yeah, this is when it happened. Yeah, so we got hit right here as we made our way all the way back down into 190. And then I left it alone. And that was a great long back into the end of the day before getting hit again into the close. So I feel like we are a little bit up. It looks like we're up 1%, and it's just because we did get a pretty huge move down, but then we did average it back up, closed at 193. So I feel like there could be some support down here at 193, but I want to try the short first. And I think if you do break, you don't want to be stubborn with this. I feel like $1 is worthy of something. So there's 197. Neil already went over that level. I think if we break that, that's 196.50. 197 itself doesn't seem to be too significant, but it would give me that $1. So I think that's what we'll do. If we can get short 196 again, hold it against that 197. If that breaks, we can easily hold $1 hit, and then we'll work off of it from there. So yeah, for me, Amazon is a short, but it's a cautious one, being up 1.1%. I'm not in love with it. It's at the last name here on this list. I just wanted to look at it because for me, it's a day two play. Yesterday it moved a lot, and today I feel like it might do that again. And my wife bought something early today. I was telling these guys it was $60 or $70 off the newest AirPods. So
that deal, man.
Yeah. So she had gotten those. She had them before. Then they got wrecked, and now they're back in. She likes the sound when you're going walking. What do they call the sound? I say that here all the time.
Yeah,
noise canceling. Noise canceling. I was like, I need some noise canceling headphones.
Need more coffee.
And more coffee. I still have the. I was saying this because I had a Pixel pretty much my whole life. These are Google Pixel Buds, and they've been pretty good. They're a couple of generations old, but they're good. They're good little.
The quality of now is you don't have to replace.
Well, it's like I was with my brother-in-law, and I love this guy, but I go to him. He's like, "Oh, it's so hard to manage our calendars." They have 3 kids, and the wife's a nurse, so they have her schedule is back and forth all the time, and he needs to know the hours because he wants to come down to a Jays game. We went to one last year, and he had a great time. So he's like trying to figure out the schedule. I'm like, well, open up your calendar. He's like, we don't use the calendar because my wife is on Apple and I'm on Android. I'm like, dude, the calendars sync perfectly fine. Like, what are you even talking about?
That's not a problem.
I know. I'm just like, open. My wife, for the longest time, we were on opposite things. We use Google Calendar. I'm like, come on, bro. And this guy, he actually knows technology. So
if you have a family and you're not using a calendar, Like, I don't know how
they-
you manage your life.
It started with in the kitchen, they have that, and he made a chalkboard.
No, we have that too, but
Right, and so-
we still use the calendar.
Yeah, so I just noticed on the chalkboard had it been updated for a while. I'm like, who's going to be writing everything on the chalkboard?
My wife
You just
does,
put it
actually.
in. Oh no, it's good to do it, but I mean, you just put it in your phone. And you can access it wherever you want and double check it. I told him I thought the chalkboard was a wicked.
No, we have a problem whenever something is like she writes it on like the board, but it doesn't go into the phone, and then like I'm like, what? You're working
the
late?
phone
Like
has
you're
to be
working
the
late
official,
tonight?
right?
It was on the board. I'm like, put it in the phone so I can see that at work.
Yeah.
And then I know I can't. You know,
That
do it
has to
way.
be the official.
Let's get into Shopify
these stickers.
because 5% to the upside, the biggest upgrade of the day, boys.
Yeah.
And they're all full of their own
Bloatware,
software. So, let's go to Shopify here. Not one, but two positive notes on Shopify this morning. One from Bank of America, the other Wolf Research initiating coverage on Shopify with an outperform rating as well. Huge move here so far, 5.25%.
Yeah, Brendo, decent look here. So Brad Sills from B of A upgrading this bad boy to $82 from $78, maintaining that or upgrading it from neutral to buy, as well. Shawata Karjuria of Wolf Research also initiating coverage with an outperform, setting the price to 80. So basically, some of the key factors here are large addressable market, strong competitive position, successful product innovation, and potential for significant profitability as supporting factors for the long-term bullish look. So we'll have to keep an eye on this one today. But go Canada.
Yeah, not a lot, 480,000 shares traded so far, pretty thinly traded so far as well, guys, for Shop.
I feel like the daily chart's going to speak for itself with this one.
Shopify.
Because now that you've already bounced off support at 63, well, what do we look at here? It's about 68.20 is this local high. So if it breaks 68.20, then it's got room to run. If it doesn't break 68.20, then it's kind of like a fail at this point. So like the 68 even doesn't necessarily matter for me. Like if it breaks 68 and doesn't get through that first quarter, I almost think you fade it off of that. Otherwise, go for the breakout on Shopify. 5% today. It's not like it's a big short float or anything on Shopify. Nothing crazy anyways. But where is it? Yeah, it's only a couple of percentage points. You don't get their actual earnings until the end of the month. But yeah, the chart just can speak for itself. If it gets through that 68.20, I got to be looking for longs on a break. But underneath that, pop and drop. And now that it's up 5%, it's a great story. But when I sat down, and we joke about it, it had moved as much as Palantir when we sat down. That's why it wasn't the lead story. And I was thinking 66 would be a dip buy at the open. Then it decided to go ham and run like $2. So unless it gets right back into $66 for some kind of a bounce, I think I have to look first for that pop and fade on Shop.
Look at this story. First of all, Shopify. Let's go, man. Shopify is another name that we've been buying, and we bought it on the 60 break. We had it as one of our trades. So I just didn't buy it. I took more shares. I've been in Shopify for a minute, so I really liked it on that daily. Remember, I talk about this. I should have a shirt that says "Get that garbage out of here," because right now all this stuff from down here, once you break higher on good names, we like that. There's a support from the 50-period moving average, up 4.5%. Shopify will trade it. We had 60 long on the show as well when it was down there. So, we like that. I still think pullbacks probably in store for this up 5% on a couple upgrades. Seems like it's too much, but I, like Shopify running into daily resistance at 68. What a great opportunity that is. Like I said, the day that we can come in here and it's above the 68 level, I'm all over that long. And that might be today, man. We might get there today. That's probably why it stopped. So maybe it is a break actually at 68. Maybe I should take this a little more seriously. It's 9:28 right now. Thank you for joining us. Maybe a 68 long on Shopify. Oh, I wish I would have looked at that, which I did not. Amazon, by the way, Nepa right here, as this move here continues upside. I'm thinking there was, and I just didn't look at it. There's Shopify with an imbalance. Amazon just really, that's still Shopify. Oops, I changed it. That's why. Amazon got going there at 9.25. So boom, there it comes. Nice move up, almost $1 straight to the upside on what must have been a buy imbalance that's now probably faded off. But at the end of the day, Amazon's a buy here early. It was only up 1% when I was talking about it. Now you're up 1.6. So again, good move up there. Look, it just faded off the level that we wrote down, 196. But to take that early is ridiculous. So I'm not going to do that here on Amazon. We may have to fade a 200 play, to be honest with you, at this.
If it gets to 200, If Amazon goes to 201, I have been short 100%. Like because you're going to take it if it gets to 200, no questions asked. We only have 1 minute to go. We haven't talked about any chip names, which is weird. But Nvidia, a lot of people have asked about it. Double bottom or triple bottom yesterday at 127. Support for 3 days in a row at 127. So dip by 127. If that doesn't hold, forget about it. No fighting on that stock whatsoever. So with 40 seconds to go, as you mentioned, I feel as if whatever your plans were in terms of levels, there's a decent chance that Amazon is the one that's at the level right now. Shopify 68, Amazon 196. Like if it gets through 196 half, that's a big gap fill that I just let it fill the gap. But Prime Day, great. Yesterday it fell this exact level. So triple top on Amazon, kind of like a triple bottom on Nvidia. As we are about to go into Tuesday, should be a hot one. Remember, there's some meme stocks going. GameStop and Cost are both running on no news, so you keep an eye on those ones. DJT's, SSR, we'll be patient looking for any kind of a bounce. But let's ring it a dare in 3, 2, and 1, go. It's definitely ringing the bell louder these days.
Yeah, more aggressive. See, now that she's trading live, she's like, market, get this market going. Get going right there. What's up to Adara as we go? Okay, no surprise again, Amazon. There's the fade off 196. We're going to either look like a genius or really dumb. Probably both at some point today. But there's Amazon right now bouncing completely off or reverting from that 196 level that we wrote down. But I said it on the air that I didn't think that was a smart play. Right there off open. So let's see. I still don't want to get too judgmental on Amazon here yet today, as I still like the short, but I don't want to hit it yet. If SoFi does come down, if and but, right? I mean, if we can get back into the 720, we'll try it. But right now, SoFi opens up with relative calmness. Right now, Amazon's still at that 195. Another name that we like to look at is Tesla every single day.
Nvidia's coming down.
Nvidia's coming down. Okay, so that's a good one. Tesla goes the other way. Wow, we had Tesla written down as a long on here, of course. But what are you going to do? Now up $4, sorry. 255 flat, touching now 258 and change. $3 straight upside there for TSLA. If you're going to do anything, it's play the gap back to VWAP. But what VWAP? This name is Gonzo right here to the upside. Yeah, good rally time. 265 was the high
Here
yesterday.
comes Shop.
Let's keep that in mind. Shopify going to break 68?
So Shopify is at 67.70, about to break 68. The other thing happening is you're getting this push down to 127 on Nvidia. So this is where we liked it. It hasn't quite gotten to the bottom here, about 30 cents away from the lows. As Shopify is now through that 60. It was 68.20. That was that top. It's trying to test it right now. Load. There it is. It's right up at that high for 68.20. If it fails here, oh yeah, no, it's not failing. It's punching through. Oh, pick me up. Yeah, I got a bad price in there at 30s. It takes a couple of seconds to load, but that's a bad price. If it doesn't hold 68, it can be a failed breakout. And Nvidia, that 127 coming in right quick. I want to respect that level on NVDA. Apple, no dip and rip whatsoever. It just only ripped on AAPL like it's prone to do.
Oh man, yeah, prone to do. Yeah, so we are long Shopify right here. I mean, that was a trade that we did not want to miss. I didn't have a stop on that either. I just went when Neil mentioned that. Oh my God, Shopify's breaking. I was like, okay. I did not pay for shorts on DJT, so I'm trying to.
Yeah, I've paid for shorts on DJT. By the way, DJT. Not really much activity at the open here on DJT, but we are watching to see if it does flush. Of course, today is the day that it doesn't flush. DJT actually moving to the upside. There was 1 wick down. It held 36 even, but that wasn't the level I liked. NVIDIA, yeah, we might not get a second chance at NVIDIA down here at that 127. 127.40 is the best that you're able to get on NVIDIA, it looks like. Yeah, we just missed that one. But you know what? You put an order down there closer to 127. You either get it or you don't get it. Sometimes you just miss the trade. Shopify can't get through 40, it seems. If it breaks a $0.50, wait for 69 even. Amazon, you had to have that one right away. If you had it right away, it would have worked. Now, oh, wait a minute, it just came right back. Wow, it was just screaming on the breakout a second ago.
Notice that.
And now it's, wow, what a reversal on Amazon up there. Okay, it worked again up at 196. That's okay, we're only on Shopify. And probably should have taken that shot on Amazon. 196.5 did hold for resistance.
Yeah, I like that play there, going short again. We were looking short 196, so that was a nice move up there into 196.5. again with that sell-off. So we only took a piece out of our our Shopify right here at 68.35. So we're still long here at 12s. We'll see if it wants to go. Again, I'm holding out for higher here. I don't even have any offers out. Maybe we should get something out here. I got to sort my blotter by pending orders. Okay, there goes Shopify. Let's put something out again. I'm just making sure I don't have too many outs right now. We don't want to layer all the way out. But that was a decent move up. Here we go, 50 cents. This is a reloaded position. Double the fun on this one. Let's see if Shopify. Yes, sir. Money. All right, that's a good trade there for Shopify. Great breakout on the 68.50 level right now. So good trade there. We have a decent position. Whenever I'm in something early like this, and especially one trade, it is going to be an upsized position. But here we go. Let's see what happens now with Shopify. I'm offering some 60s right now. You're just a matter of, there it is. We got that there. Let's see how high we can go. We just got some 59, sorry. Over to Adara for some NEWS.
Keep an eye on DJT here, making a nice little bounce off the open. We have the information reporting that both Mark Andreessen and Ben Horowitz, who are co-founders of this private venture capital firm, Andreessen and Horowitz, are looking to donate to this Trump PAC. So just to clarify, we have two founders of a venture capital firm apparently set to donate to this Trump Political Action Committee, as reported by the information. So some more donations here potentially for DJT, guys.
Never heard of it.
There comes that move. Thankfully, sometimes the market is actually kind to you where you miss the trade and it goes right back up to that top. So that 196 half on Amazon, it got up there. I missed it. I didn't even swing and miss. I just didn't have that up fast enough. My chart was loading up. We were able to get it back down through 33. It just tagged 96 and 95.6. So we're going to hold on to that one. Apple, we wanted a dip buy on Apple. No, let's just cancel the dip buy on Apple. Apple is already at 236 and only trending higher. So we got to look for what you can get. We'll play it by ear. If it dips back in, maybe VWAP and pre-market tops. But you got to be patient. Apple's already gone. You can't just chase the ghost at that point. But Shopify gets to 59. I think that's the next level. I know these meme names are making moves, costs at a double top for a high. But that's not something we're really looking at. But 20% of the upside costs in GameStop are moving. Just Shop and Amazon so far. Happy to be 2 for 2. But I wanted Apple, and it's just a matter of where we're able to now get it, as the dip buy did not happen.
All right. So far so good here. We actually shorted as well Amazon there. We were able to get short at 69er, and we got out at 30s right there. So 40 cents on that trade. I like that trade. Let's see if we can make it again on Amazon. We'll get a little bit more shares, and we'll try to get out if we do break that high right there, 196.60. We'll take a little bit and then watch out for 197. That was going to be our out anyways. A little silly that we don't necessarily have that. But you know what we do have? Let's go, man. It is your biggest chicken dinner winner here today. And it's going to be Shopify. Good move here as it goes. Good level. We're long at 68.10 on that 68 break. I wish I would have been able to see that earlier. I didn't. I was looking at it just when we talked about it. I didn't do enough pre-market work on Shopify. But good thing that we looked at it here and we found that level. So we really, really like that trade. Come on, Amazon. Let's go, man. We really, really like this trade here for us on Amazon. What's up, Adara?
Some small caps here to look at. We have SPRC. This is SciSpark. This one has run in the past. Just announced that it has this U.S. patent application for treating metabolic syndrome and weight loss. Worth noting as well, though, is going to be the float and market cap for this one. We've got a market cap of around $580,000, so very small market cap, and a float of around 708,000 shares. So keep an eye on that if you're looking into SPRC, guys.
Let's go.
Can't say I am, but just look, not cost. Mara, just for everyone watching, Mara, crypto was a big move. It had a double top yesterday at 25. It's about to make a breakout of that 25 level. I like a dip buy into 23, but I don't think we're going to get that. So watch this 25 potential break. You're right down into the pre-market low now on Amazon as it continues to flush. So there's your 196.5 zone. If it holds the low here, I'm out on a retest of 195 because that would be that higher low. So I'm trailing Amazon up here at that 195 level. Give it a couple of shekels above, but keeping it station to station. You're pulling back on Shop. You might get another chance at that 68. And Apple, we want it. If we can get it on this dip, this kind of would be it. It's at VWAP now, just held 235.40 here on AAPL. So we're going to play this off of the 235.40. The dip into 233 obviously didn't happen, everybody. So it's not you can't get a price it doesn't go to. But if it trends up, this is the first shot at a dip buy. We wanted Apple long today, so this will be our first shot at it.
Yeah, big time winner over here on Amazon. We just got some out. We still have a little piece, but we just got some out at 194.70 right there for basically, actually, I guess it was almost the dollar club there, 87 cents on that play. So a good trade right there for us on Amazon. And let's just see, again, can we continue it? I hope so on a downside push. But again, we are sort of counting our chickens there because we were able to get out when we're not in love with the short. We're going to try a reload somewhere around 196, if that is possible. Okay, so we're out of almost 2/3 of our Shopify trade as it went that dollar. I mean, we got a lot out up here, 70s, 60s, whatnot. So that's going to look like a good trade for us so far there for Shopify. So nice move to the upside, taking advantage of that. We're going to wait for 67.50, basically a pushback to VWAP is 68. 67.50 is where the 50-period moving average is. So something in and around there, we'll be worried about it. But until then, 99 problems. Trading so far today ain't one, as we've got a winner, big winner on Shopify, and a really good winner there. Not huge, but good enough on Amazon, extending that up. So again, yeah, good days here. Let's check out what Tesla's doing now. One quick time. Ooh, got dipped into 253. This is that level that I thought we liked. This is the level from the long yesterday on TSLA. So I'm bidding down here. We could get hit at 252. This is the level that we liked. Why is Tesla making this move? I don't know. But it is down into 252.
Oh, boy.
So there's 253 right now coming in on Tesla. Maybe worth a shot here, unless there's news I've missed. Tesla making that move down.
Yeah, and the second you said that, I knew, Rivian was free money at 18 again. But you had to have it really early. Obviously, we went to Amazon, let's be real. But 18, look at 18 on Rivian. Obviously, it's going to move with Tesla sometimes, but a big rejection on Rivian. Maybe it gets back up there when we get a second crack at it. Oh, goodness, we definitely missed our chance there. But Mara is at $25. Or, never mind, it was at $99 a second ago, and now pulling back into $24.88. So you're really starting to crest up here on Mara. It was a huge runner. We're not going to get a chance at 23. It would have been an absolute gift horse if we could have dip bought at 23 at some point. But a 25 break looming here as Bitcoin continues its rally. It's at 64,000 Bitcoin, by the way. So Mara about to break out this 25 any second now. Got to give it back to the 80s on Mara. I don't know what Riot's doing. The Riot was good. Mara was just a little bit stronger on that daily. I'm going to give it back into the 80 level for the breakout. And even if that loses, I'd still be looking trend buys off of VWAP. This was such an absolute rocket ship yesterday to respect. Shopify right back into 68. So it doesn't break 68 and then 67.80, which is pre-market highs. It's got to hold here. If it doesn't hold here, there's not going to be any kind of a reload. I want to see this putting in some higher lows. Cost still moving for everyone out there as well. And as you mentioned, Tesla is at that 252. So yeah, it is what it is. There's your higher low now on Tesla off of support. I want to see buying, just like DJT. I made the mistake of being early on a lot of buys for dips instead of trying to catch the other way and be willing to miss the trade.
Yeah, we're waiting. I mean, I was trying to wait for 252 here as well. We're into a small piece, of course, because, hey, man, you got to take a trade that you like. And I like the trade, just I'm not exactly sure on the levels. So right now, we're long at 90s. If we could take 40 cents on this play right there, which we just did, let's spin the money now for Tesla. Let's see if we can make a real special play here. Amazon, good for us to hold this. But let's just reward ourselves first. Let's bid down here in the 90s if we can get it. Come on, Tesla. Here goes Tesla, Neil. That is what we're talking about. It's coming into it. It is now a dollar winner right there on Tesla. So we've had a dollar winner on Amazon. We've had 80 cents on Shopify. We'll now have a dollar on Tesla. And there it is, man. It is your sticky note. It is your number one trade on the sticky note there today is Tesla going long at 252. We did it again here today. That's yesterday. We had a big trade on Tesla, and there it is right there. Tesla 252 long. So we started it at 253. We averaged it in twice down here. Let's take some more out as we get back up to the upside. One last out here, and then we'll see, right? I mean, the market's trying to pull back, so maybe we get that high level there on Tesla. We've already took a piece out at 254. So So good trade there. We'll see if it can extend upside right now. 253.70. Oh, I was just sitting there. We missed it. It went to 60s. I'm at 253.70. One more push, and we should be able to get that out there on Tesla. There it is, man. It is another dollar. So dollar so far on Amazon. We're in the Amazon dollar right now. Cha-ching. We're in the Tesla dollar. And Shopify has fallen back in. So let's have a quick look here to see what your boy's going to do on Shopify.
Yeah, that trailed me out on Shopify.
Yeah, 67.50, I've told you guys, is my trail. So right now, we're long Shopify at 87s. Let's see what winds up happening. Let's get some out if it gets back near $68. But Shopify, Amazon, and Tesla, your boy over here is going to go 3 for 3. It's Hydration Nation.
That was random. Hydration Nation? Yeah,
I'm a pretty random dude.
On that push to the upside, I looked to get Rivian short when Tesla bounced upside, but it didn't get to $18. It got to $17.90 as a lower high. I'm going to try and grab it there. It's just, like, I know it's trending up. I know it's up 1.5%, but yesterday's resistance level is about the only thing that we're concerned with. I'm out of Shopify, so we're basically left with Mara at this point. So Mara still holding up at that 25 level. If it maintains this breakout and gets back above 25 for consolidation, I might add to it. Otherwise, we're going to wait for the dip.
On the second
Amazon still falling in there. There was no chance to get back in at VWAP. So just the next available pop, we're going to look to short the pop. Probably VWAP 195, 195 half on that one. Nvidia, hey, 127. You could say it bounced off of that level. I would say it didn't get quite close enough. So I'm going to cancel my order. It's already at VWAP and trending higher. So if you got the dip buy, congratulations to you. I missed it, like I said, by 15 cents. But that doesn't mean you can't chase it into VWAP here. So we'll see if we can grab that on any kind of a bounce off of VWAP. Higher lows are good, but I actually want some things to go down because we just picked up Rivian on a lower high. So Rivian falling back underneath VWAP after a second test at that $18 level. Just yesterday's tops that we're working off with on NVDA. DJT, for everyone out there, you're probably excited because it's trying to go.
Wow.
If it were to get to 42, I'd be looking fade on that one.
Guys, I know Neil's busy in the morning. We all have our little notes, but hopefully you guys, this might be one of the best days in sticky note history. Tesla, 252 long. Right now, $2 we just took on that one. Amazon, 196 short. That's $2 in the money. So far, the only two trades that have hit are Tesla and Amazon, both $2 right now in the money off of those levels. So, yeah, man, it's been a jam so far here today. We're going to go 3 for 3 with big-time movements here. I mean, I don't know if Shopify is going to work or not. We're going to take another piece out here at 68, and this could work huge. This could be the number one for me on the P&L side of things right now. Could be this Shopify trade. As there it goes. Let's go. There's another 35 cents on that one. It is. Another one. There goes Shopify. All right. I mean, what a level we gave down there at 67.50. Good hold. Great opportunity there for everybody. There's our out at VWAP on Tesla. We now have 20% left on that one. As Shopify, Neil, continues to make that move, props up Shopify there today. And again, guys, this is what we're doing. Making that money, hopefully, being able to find trades, find opportunities. It's listed right there. It's all for free. It's on your sticky note. One more time, $1 on Tesla. Right now, we just took 2 though. 50 cents now on Shopify on a reloaded position. And then Amazon really sang all the way down here to 194. That's $2 off 196. So again, these are going to be big names, and just glad to be here to look at those. One other name that's on the sticky note was Palantir, and we wrote down 27.50. The bottom there was 27.70, so my bad. We missed that one by 20 cents. How's everything going over there?
I'm trying to be patient. There's no reload down there on Amazon for me because I'm not shorting the bottoms. And then Nvidia's pulling back. It's starting to look a little bit heavier, but it's trying to bounce off of VWAP here, so I want to see it hold, close above VWAP, and then look for a bounce into the long side. Rivian it's still relatively strong. You can see it's up 1.5%, but it's underneath VWAP for lower highs. So I still like that short. We didn't get it at 18, so the chance to be all in doesn't make any sense at 17.90. It's got to be the 18 level that we work off of, but we are getting a bit of a pullback in the overall market as well. So you got to respect that short trade. Like I said, I don't want to chase. Like I was trying to be patient on Amazon to reload at VWAP, but it's not really getting there. it's curling underneath the 195 zone where we took it out. We took it out for the $1.50, and then it does seem like it wants to make another channel even lower than that. The only short I got on here is Rivian, and I don't feel like chasing anything. I know COS is moving. I know GameStop are moving, both of those, but they're starting to look a little bit heavy as well. It looks like the market might be giving it up. If it goes red, it's Amazon I want short, and it's adding to Rivian. Outside of that, I don't really have much else that I like short. We wanted longs and other things.
Yeah. We are.
Nvidia's losing VWAP even there.
We are loving trading life right now. That is for sure. Things are starting to work out for us. There goes Tesla, though. It just cracked lower. So watch out here for Tesla. We're long at 52s now. It just came back in. Good couple outs right here. But there it goes. It's going to lose. It's going to lose this level. And there it goes. It just lost it. We got out of some there on this break. Watch out for 250. Tesla's getting flushed right now down into that downside here. Look at the market breaking as well. So, what goes up must come down at some point, I guess. But Amazon right now, we're $2 in on that one. We got to worry about Tesla. I'm trying a little piece here ahead of 250. Let's see if 250 holds. We did get stopped out of that 252 trade. We got out at 251.50. So the theme today has been trying to hold things 50 cents or so against you, because look at the Shopify. Shopify now, Dollar Club on Shopify as that name continues to go higher. But it's Tesla that is providing me with some worry here as we get into that 251 zone. We're long at 251.60 here on Tesla.
Yeah, it just wicked the 251 level for me, so I waited for it to get back above it. 75 is actually the local bottom. Maybe should have waited for 250. I actually think 250 is just a round number. It either bounces here at 246 to 48, and I'll zoom out when we get a chance to do that. But it just had a buyer reemerge at that 51, so that got me in. But I'm not going to hold it past that low. Yeah, I would rather take a pot shot. Remember we said wait for it to actually make a bottom? Let's be a little bit more patient than that. If it's filling in this gap, your support is down here at like 46 on the 15-minute. I just tried, when that was happening, I tried to grab Rivian underneath VWAP as it was flushing. No dice. They pulled the bid on Rivian when Tesla broke that 252. So either you were already in it for that play, or you're just going to have to wait for it. So looking pretty heavy to the downside on Tesla. Here comes Amazon back into VWAP. So patience. I'm really only looking at the same stocks. Tesla, obviously Amazon as well, Rivian. But here comes Amazon back into VWAP. This is where we want to take that reload. If we're trend down, then you're short into VWAP or you're long into VWAP if it happens to be a strong stock. This one I think is weak.
We were looking for some more Tesla down there, and we just missed it. We were bidding 251.30s there, 250.30s, and we missed that trade. As here it goes right back up. Let's see. We just took some out at 50 there. We'll see if we can get it back. We took some out for flat. Again, I do have another offer upside in the 80s if we can get it. But here it comes. Yeah, so it's a good thing we got something out there. Here comes Tesla back in. We're trying to watch the futures as well. Remember, we just had a nice move back into 20,600 right there. On a little bit of a longer term, I still got to watch out for that Tesla. I mean, I don't think that seems to be sick for right now. That bottom 250, so that's what we're looking at. There's the bounce off of 600, 258, right? So if you're watching out for the 200 period moving average, right here, 20,582. So here comes the market. You could see trying to make that downside push through 20,600, which means that some of these longs will not hold for us. But the one name that we were able, that's Tesla, we're able to take a big advantage of is Shopify. Again, up 7% today, man. It's like play strength, play moves back down in. Tesla, not one of those. Shopify is one. Amazon as well, back up to a nice little level for a possible short. What's up, A?
Part of the show brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who are sharing their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
And get that news while it's hot, while it's good.
Yeah.
Obviously, you saw. The last time there was news in the middle of the day was at Tesla, and it was like a $15 drop to the downside. We just got out and rang the register on Rivian. It just wicked the pre-market low. So this is also, it's double barrel action. It's yesterday's close price. Look at all the consolidation. This is why I want to get out. And Tesla also trying to bounce off 250 at the same moment. So if we get another shot at this, maybe VWAP, maybe 1790, something along those lines there for Rivian, as that one continues to go to the downside. Now DJT's going. The irony on DJT. But we just got out of, wow, Amazon, did it just get through VWAP? No.
Doing big things?
No, it did not get through VWAP. No, VWAP is at 195.50 here, not 195.25. Okay, so VWAP's at 195.50. Maybe one of my charts had it wrong. Make sure we had that right. I should still be in this to VWAP, so I'm just going to get back in there. Mara is retaking the $25 level, so we're going to take a second swing over there at Mara. The first time it does not hold the break. Let's see if he can do it this time. Obviously, you're not really at that 64,000 anymore if you're tracking Bitcoin, but this is a breakout on the daily after a 23 bounce. I want to give it a couple shots here. Otherwise, I think you could be pulling back into that big 23 zone. So Amazon shouldn't have been out in the first place. Now Tesla's right back at the low. This could have been early out on Rivian. But if we get back to VWAP, I want to still look short on Rivian here as that's trending down. I think just with Tesla.
All right. Yeah. So look, we're long. We just got some out of Tesla. We were like, oh my God, we're going. And then we stopped. We got some more out at 251.50. So that's, again, another 40 cents or so on the win there for Tesla. But again, we already lost on it right here trying to protect that 252 area that we liked. So let's try to just see what we can get here for Tesla. I'm waiting at 252 now. See a bit of a high side take. And then if we get back to VWAP, I mean, we like to really fade VWAP trades, as you guys know that when we're still in the money here with Amazon, 50 cents. I'd rather go long than short Amazon, I think, at this area. But it's a pullback into VWAP, so that would generally be that. I'm going to wait for 196, just a little bit higher than that. But this would be a good protection against some of my longs here going short on Amazon. But we're already 70 cents in on that one. I like the name. We'll see if it can get going, though, even further than where we are right now, Amazon. All right, and then Shopify. Again, starting to get out of more Shopify up here. Let's get something out at 40s if we can. There it is. So we get that piece out. I'm okay with this name. Again, big trade. It's going to be P&L number one, and for good reason. Again, upgraded today, starting to break out. We actually did the work on that rate with everybody. I made my decision up as we talked about it together live. So yeah, we wanted that 68 break, and it hasn't failed. It went down 20 cents. So for me, a very, very comfortable level there for this name. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. Continue to hold on to something here and see if we can make something else happen. So right now on Shopify, up into 50. I'm going to try to give this one a little bit lower, and that is Tesla, because there's the break right now. I was looking at 248 maybe. We got some out. We can afford to hold this, but it doesn't mean it's the right play, as we don't want to be in weak names. But there it is. Dollar in the money on Amazon, but $2 now out on Tesla as that continues to fall in, looking for 248 as a possibility here to be a bot. Let's just double check it. Right into there. So that's an area, 248.50 or so. I
like 46 in there. I mean, I feel like you're going to get there at some point. We probably made the wrong call. At the moment, we probably made the wrong call to just scalp some out of Amazon, but I got to go over to Rivian, which when Tesla's making fresh lows, it's right back at VWAP. So we'll have to play this one tight to the vest if we're shorting lower highs. If it loses VWAP to the good, and good is when the stock is going up, but I'm going to be short it, then we just have to jump out. We're going to try and get short underneath VWAP here. Amazon maybe shouldn't have been a scalp sum at the 95 because it's holding this VWAP underneath. So I don't know. Again, VWAP was different on my other chart. Sometimes it's just where you chart it from in the morning. The data starts at 6 o'clock or it starts at 7 o'clock. It'll be a bit different. That was my mistake for getting out there. The 194 double bottom here on Amazon. If it gets down there, we get out of it. Tesla's still trying to make that bounce. Nvidia.
Let's go.
So there was no bid at 127 the second time through. We missed it the first time. Now you're just falling like an absolute rock. I still haven't traded on Nvidia, and thank goodness, because I was looking long. That first bounce was good at 127. Now it looks like maybe gap filled to 125. This market seems to want to go lower, and I don't think you want to fight it too hard. Unless you're in a strong stock. Like, give me a strong stock out there, which right now just could be the means.
Yeah, it seems like everything's pulling back.
Cost is up 25%. It's holding gains up here as the market's pulling back. I'll go figure. There's no news.
We've been able to get out a little bit here of Shopify. We're almost out of Shopify. We are almost out up here anyways. We got another piece out at 40, then just a piece out here as we break through 68. So we're still in the money here, 25 cents. Let's wait to see what winds up happening here with Shopify. I'm getting out. We've already have our stop down here breaking 67.50. So we'll probably stay away. When you make money on something, you don't need to keep going back to the well. If it's going to work, it's going to work. And I'm going to keep by that, right? And I feel like Tesla's another example of that. We're long Tesla here. We had to give this a little bit of room. We know this name can run, but it can also do what it just did to us and get to the downside. So right now we're long. We bought a little bit down there at 249 flats. So it was a good opportunity to pick something up. Let's just go. Let's see if we can get something out in the near 251. And then I would think that we could get back to VWAP here, but I mean, the market really has to cooperate with us in order for that to happen. So I think that's a possibility. So let's hold out hope that can get going right now. Still being a very, very big day for us because you know what, man? Props it up. I know Neil has this as well. This was not the number one trade, but this was our sticky note level of 196. So there it is, man. Follow that. And you'll be fine. It went up to 196.50. We said our stop was going to be 197. So that would have worked out for us. We don't have it until it breaks back down below. So it just goes to sometimes you wait for that confirmation. Look at this move, though, in the futures, continuously moving downside. So good little out there at 250 on Tesla. It's Adara and it's numbers.
Waiting on a couple prints here at 10 a.m. We're supposed to be getting the business inventories month-over-month for May, the retail inventories ex-autos month-over-month here for May, and the NAHB housing market index. So just a couple seconds before we get those numbers. Business inventories, we're looking for consensus of 0.3%, forecast of 0.2%, coming in at 0.5%. This is higher than the previous number of 0.3%, and the consensus of 0.3% and forecast of 0.2%. NAHB housing market index a little bit lower here than expected. So consensus of forecast of 44, previous of 43, actual print here coming in at 42. So let's see here, not much of a reaction here on the S&P 500. Bit of a green candle, but continuing to form a little bit of a top here. Q is actually a little bit weaker here than the S&P 500 so far in the day. That is basically the extent of the economic data we're getting today. We did get some retail data earlier today, but keep an eye at 2:45 for comments from Fed's Kugler, which could be certainly on watch for the market, as we know these Fed comments can make some moves. In terms of stocks to look at today, we have the Bank of America, BAC, this one and Morgan Stanley both reporting earnings this morning. Bank of America beating across the board and announcing an 8% dividend increase. So good look there. We also have DJT initially trading much lower, now trying to gain higher, still down about 7%. We had a report from the information that the co-founders of Andreessen and Horowitz are looking to invest in a Donald Trump political action group. So DJT trying to hold on to this area here, guys.
Market down. Yeah.
Amazon. I got out of Amazon again at 194. It's going to lose it for a second time here. Like it's not like a random level. Like this was the top in the afternoon. It was support these other days. So that's why we've been getting out on the top short and then the lower high. But we just could be flat bottom breaking out. I'm just only in the Rivian short. I mean, AMD is getting shellacked right now. Sometimes
Shellacked?
Yeah, it's getting smoked. Like the market is really downside heavier than I was anticipating. So again, I'm not even in anything anymore. We're happy to have made the short work. But we got to find something else. Nvidia is through 27 and tracking toward that 25 level. At this point, like the next, like Tesla at that 246 could be the next thing to come in. As I'm just scanning over the names that we're actually in at this point. Unity apparently moving around here. I'm only in Rivian as Tesla continues to go further to downside. So shorting Rivian off of yesterday's tops. If it does manage to hold this short, I think down into 1740. So 50s, then 40s, and then we'll just see where it can go. The market seems to want to test overnight bottoms here on the NASDAQ, which it behooves us to actually show you when saying it. If we're going to bounce, this kind of would be the spot on the NASDAQ. Overnight lows, yesterday's lows. If we don't bounce here, I don't want to say we're not bouncing, but I think you want to be chill with any long ideas catching a falling sword. That can always be a bit painful.
Amazon is $2 in the money, and Tesla is now out 70 cents. We just bought 248s. We got some out at 249 a couple times there. It's not it's going to be it's going to be a red name. I mean, if we take it out now, obviously it will be a red name. But right now we are down on Tesla as all these averages in are just getting out on pops, waiting for that bigger pop to happen. Like right there, it just tried to go through 249 and completely stopped again. So I don't know, man. I think when it goes, this will go. But I'm going to take another piece out here as we just had another problem at 249. So there we go. I'll get a piece out. I don't know what to do at this point, honestly, with this name. Do I like it? Yes, but it is giving us some difficulties and some pause for concern here. That is Tesla. I don't really know why I like it because it's just been a pain in the you-know-what so far here today. But Apple, I think it's trying to bounce off of Apple's 233, so that's another good call right there. Good job getting out of Shopify when we went to the upside as that's trying to fade back in. But it's almost $3 now on Amazon. So again, yesterday we got hit on Amazon. Today it looks like it'll be, well, Shopify will be our PL number one, but Amazon right behind it as Tesla does not want to go. We just got another piece out there at 249er. Thank you so much, my good friend Randy. But for right now, I don't mean to lose you, but we have to go to Adara.
Morgan Stanley pushing higher here. We do have some comments coming up from its press conference. We have the CEO, conference call from its earnings report. We have the CEO saying that he's, quote, highly confident that the wealth division of the company will reach 30% pre-tax margin. Also, as well, some comments about the current investment banking cycle and being at the start of this cycle. So investors reacting positively to these comments from the CEO at the MS conference here, guys.
Yeah, speaking of MS,
Stanley, what is that?
Morgan Stanley should say. MS is obviously a horrible disease. Troubling one. They like something about, I was whining and complaining about Morgan Stanley. They like something about the conference call, clearly. Already back up to where it was at yesterday's close. We're just going to quickly go over this. It already made that bounce. I said I wouldn't trade it while the call's going on because of past experiences. But the banks, once again, looking... Well, this one anyways. This one looking relatively strong. Maybe there's like some kind of pullback in the VWAP. With the market this week, if they're going up, I think you want to buy the dips here. So VWAP sits at 104. Previous high break was 105. If we dip down into that, I think you look for a little something on Morgan Stanley. I always wait for the call to happen on bank earnings. I've told that story several times. Apple is trying to bounce off at 233. It just took a low at 233.40.
Tesla.
And then bouncing back to the upside. So we're going to play this back into this resistance, 234 and a half. It gets up there, we'll be happy to get what we got. Remember, the market's at overnight lows. Overnight lows and support. So if you find something at a good level, Apple just happened to be at that 233. I think that's where you go. 233 double bottom here in yesterday's trade.
So Tesla is going to get hit here. Good thing we got out of something at that last piece, but we're going to be red on this name as we're going to give it to 247.50. That was always going to be our out. We just came pretty close to getting stopped out right there, and it looks like we probably will do that. Remember when we saw it break through 249 and it was going, and then it stopped immediately, and then it not only did it stop, it faded back down like 50 cents almost immediately, like someone marketed it down off that level. So yeah, there's some big time selling happening right now in Tesla as it continues to go to the downside. I mean, the market's getting hit, and this is a weak name. So there it is. We'll hold a little piece just to see, but we'll go red there obviously on Tesla and be our big red name there. We always seem to have one of those. There it goes now, 247. We'll hold on to a piece to see if it can get back to the upside again for us. Shopify, our last 10% gets stopped out. Right there through 67.50, but again, Shopify, a really good name for us. Amazon, a really good name. It's 250 now in the money. Just bounced off 193. I feel like, was this a level yesterday on Amazon, 193? Nah, not really. Well, yeah, I guess it's where we closed right there. So pretty key area right there at 193. So we could have got something out there as well. But let's wait to see if that is the case here coming for Amazon. So 193 bid. Makes some sense to get something out there. But the market keeps going down, man. We just need to find a short that we like as well. It would have been Tesla. Tesla's by far,
it should have been
short there, I think. As soon as we knew that 250 broke, you could play 250 either way, right? Like you can go long, and then when it breaks, you should just go short.
Every down day, I look back at ARM.
It's like Apple.
And I'm like, why did I miss the ARM short? I think this stock is stair-stepping to the downside. Stair-step 190, lower high, into a potential flat bottom break here at 172. I only go to ARM because it's usually a stock that I've looked at the levels for. But what are you supposed to do? You're going to chase it? It's already at the bottom. So there's your 180 fail. It's already at the lows. I feel the same way about this like Amazon. Like, now what? You know, it's down at 193. VWAP's at 195 bucks. Like, where are we getting back into this thing? VWAP so far away. Why am I still offering VWAP? It's like $1.50 away from this. We have to look for another entry. So we're just in Apple. Rivian's starting to come back into the... Rivian's right back at the lows. That's just gone red. So the flush is definitely in. This will happen. Like, you can't complain if you're up, but candidly, I was looking for more longs and shorts. So when that happens, you know, you get out of the longs that don't work and you find the shorts. But if you didn't quickly find enough, you know, you find yourself in this spot where I'm not shorting the low. Just not going to do it. Like, that would be chasing. That would be FOMO. Apple's right back to retest that 233. Let's actually see it try to bounce off that low. If it can bounce off the low again, maybe we'll scalp trade back into 234 even. Even Apple looking heavy. We're right back to testing those overnight lows. It's like nothing changed. You got a little bit of a reprieve for a hot second, and even Tesla's at that 46 level.
We just took $2.50 there on Amazon, you know, for the big one. So that was a good trade right there for us on Amazon. Tesla's like right at that. Are we going to try like a 245 maybe? I just got some out there when we broke through 246.50. So we're flat. Oops, wrong stock. So we're flat here on Tesla on a position. We're down on the day. But let's see. Is there going to be a bottom here? Might not be worth trying to catch it because now you're below everything. Is there a 20-minute chart here that might make something a little interesting? I'm waiting for like sort of that big exhaustion level to happen, and I don't really think that's happened yet. Just tons of red candles, waiting for kind of that first green one to maybe turn around a little bit. We do have a new position alert, though. It is Palantir. We like this name dropping into 27.50. So there it is right now, Palantir. New position alert. We said that there was a chance this could happen. So I'm going to have to wait out for that drop now. 26.90 or so here for Palantir. Let's see if there's something that happens on that one. So we'll try to go that long. Maybe now, I don't know. I mean, it looks like Tesla's trying to go a little bit here. That very bottom, we could try it off the bottom at some point. Something's going to have to bottom out. We may have to go back over to the futures. 245.90 right there was the bottom. So maybe 245.50. We could try that as our last sort of line in the sand here. We know we can make this all back on Tesla. It's just... Yikes. It's been a hard trade so far.
It's back to 247, so it looks like 46 was the right place after all. It just bounced 46 into 47. Let me just quickly go to the 15-minute chart. There is 246.
Oh.
It was 2 days ago, afternoon support.
Yes,
so,
sir.
we lost on the first long. And I don't know why I traded 251 instead of 250. It wouldn't have mattered. They both would have lost, but one of them actually would have been a better level to work off of. But now back into 247. If we see 250 again, I'm jamming out. This is way too big of a move downside.
Yeah.
If you sniff 250 again, I think you got to get out of that trade. Well, I don't know. I'm going to get out of the long. When it's this heavy, it's down 2%. It's essentially what Sharif and Sharif mentioned it first. You are now multiple wicks rejecting above 260 on the daily chart, and then you lost 252. So to me, that's a very bearish sign for Tesla. I don't like that one bit. So if you get up to 240 and I'm getting out and I'm looking for a place to go short, for now, the bounce looking pretty good. I might just even trail this underneath 247. If it can't hold 47, I don't want to fight it. Like to have caught a bottom on this, go 1 for 2, I'll be happy to have taken it because this is a pretty heavy stock. Might get an opportunity on Rivian, I think, to reload it or get out if this gets back into VWAP. Shoot. You hit enter and it's on NY, but whatever. We just bounced off 1730 on Rivian. So I've trailed out of Tesla on the long. Yeah, I'm not reloading Rivian down here. Not going to happen. That's way too low. I'm just going to bid the bottom here and then just calm down. Look for the next available trade. Tesla, we waited patiently for it at that 46. It kind of gave it to us at 46, and we played it back into 47. It'll end up being a scalp trade. I can always go back over to Apple, which is still holding that 233 low, and maybe go for Apple. A little bit less volatility on Apple. If it can bounce off that low, I'd reload that one. But even this is looking weak. Like you're right back testing these lows.
Yeah, we are. We're looking kind of weak. You're right about that one. As we go, so let's just. We're $1 in the money now on this reload, obviously, of Tesla there, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be a great trade here. There it is now, still going. We just took a piece out. So we took the reload down there, and then we took a piece out. So let's now wait to see if we can get back up into that 250 or so area. And by the way, we hit the sirens. And that was for Palantir. So there it is, man. That's another sticky note level down there at 27.50 that we just took for another 20 cents right there on Palantir. So a good little trade there for us at the end, putting Palantir right back upside. So good move to take that long. There it is, another out there at 71 as we get hit there on the offer. And we'll wait to see if we get back up to VWAP for Mr. Palantir. Hopefully that will get going there. A good opportunity to buy this. I was thinking around 25 or so. There for PLTR. But anyways, good levels, good names here today to trade. I hope you guys are making some money and some decisions here. It hasn't been the easiest trade. We've talked about that one, especially chasing that Tesla. But right now it is back. We'll only be red on one name, and it's Tesla here today. Everything else putting some damage, obviously, on the board there. You've seen the trading. So so far, so good. But at the end of the day, it's Tesla that's going to rule the day for me to the downside. So we're not super happy about it. But nice move back up into 248, man. I'm going to take in this. I was waiting for 248.50. So let's just get greedy and do that. And by greedy, I mean, of course, I'm pretty happy with where it is right now. Let's take something out of 248.20s. If we can get it, that just was that recent top. So yeah, good play here. Not great on Tesla. Let's see where we go now. 248 just resisted that. So again, another top. We already got a piece out up here. We maybe should have got another one. Let's get it out above 248. Here it goes. One more push upside there for Tesla, and we'll take that $1.50 if we can get it. Just needs another little push higher, and we'll get that one. Palantir right here at 6.9er. We'll put another offer on this one, see if we can get it out. But so far, so good here for Palantir.
We got a halt here on Taboola. I haven't seen anything hit the wire. I saw someone in the chat say something. We're going to go to Dara in a quick little second here. Taboola, it's currently halted at 376. The tap is 401 a couple of minutes ago. Is it Taboola? I don't know. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. That's my bad. If I'm pronouncing it wrong, that's my bad. We'll get to the desk in a quick little second. But Apple, I just reloaded this off the bottom. We're again testing this low here on AAPL. So double bottom here on Apple. The market's looking pretty heavy, trying to bounce off overnight lows. Let's go to Adara.
Axios reporting here that Taboola, TBLA, is going to be selling ads for Apple. So again, Axios reporting that TBLA will be selling ads for Apple, guys.
Look at Palantir right now. Good call there, Adara. Palantir right now, putting that in our pocket. Nice move up there for PLTR. You guys know this, man. I mean, you gotta put on shares when you like positions, and we like this one here for Apple. For PLTR, good little level here. I was waiting for 79. We can take a 76 and cancel, or 79. I hate to miss such nice moves upside because I'm not sitting there taking out profit. So there it is. We'll take that fill at 76 now and see if it wants to continue to go to the upside, as we'll use a gateway that pays, or that we have to pay for to make sure we get out. But there's the 76 as it rips through 77. And come on, Tesla, you can do it, man. We do take that $1.70 right there, as the bears have been roaring on Tesla today. So nice move upside there. Let's see if we can get, well, we got a little bit back, but we need to get a lot more than that. So let's see if Tesla can get to that 252 area, which would be pretty good. Yesterday we ignored Broadcom, and we can look at that again here today off day 2.
You know, I actually made a trade. I said I wasn't going to trade Broadcom yesterday. I made 2 trades, nice. One good, one bad. It was slightly up, but it was more or less flat or anything. You'd be surprised, even after the split, the spread wasn't always as good. You think things would tighten it up and it would trade better. You almost had to trade it like ARM, where ARM has a bit of a spread. Apple just lost the low again, so there's the wick into 23. We had this second time. It bounced into the $0.50. We reloaded a third time, and it broke the low. So here comes the test of the even dollar now on Apple. It was almost to the penny that it held yesterday, but today you're seeing a wick underneath. Let's try to get it on some strength above. I wanted to see it test the even dollar. You're now holding above. If I can get back into the quarters, I will. Not at VWAP yet on Rivian. So yeah, I want to get back into the short. It's been lower highs on Rivian. We didn't get the first. We missed that 18. We're shorting Amazon that time. Then you get the lower high 1790, lower high 1780. The next would be VWAP here, in theory, at 1765. So we're just going to have to be patient with Rivian. Amazon, I think, same story. The market's bouncing. Well, the market's not really bouncing that much, but it's doing a little bit of a bounce, and Amazon's doing a decent-sized bounce. So let this get up to VWAP. 195 is now VWAP. If it can get up there, I think it can be okay. Down to Sky, definitely. I don't mind sharing some thoughts on UNH on the long term. I do own that stock, but right now I want to look for that next available trade. Apple's at a key level. Amazon and Rivian, I want to get both back into. And then Tesla, we could have held on for more. Certainly a good look to hold to 48, but the scalp, scalped it into that 47 to 47.5, and it's starting to look heavy again. So getting back into some shorts is kind of the priority if they set up. And Apple, don't want to chase it, but if we can get the actual 33 level, then we'll go for that.
Yeah, I'm trying to find something to short as well on pop-ups. Right now, we're going to hold a third right now, $1, almost $2 now in the money on Tesla. So we'll wait to see if that can go right there. But it's really the best stock for me right now, most recently, was this dip buy opportunity where we had wrote down, again, here on the sticky note, 27.50 for Palantir. So where we're long at is 27.55, now 30 cents in, and trying to even go higher from where we are right now. So far, so good there on this little play, a little name called Palantir that I just discovered the last couple of days. There it is, good mover. Let's see where it goes on this one, PLTR. Let's have a quick look at the TQs again, as this has been, again, the futures have probably, and there goes Tesla right now. It's starting to get heated up right now. Up to 259 right now, 249 goes Tesla right now. So good move there off that bottom, get stopped out some there, got back in when we saw that it was holding, but it was holding all these levels as well until it wasn't. So good move back there to the upside on Tesla as it's trying to go. So yeah, there it goes, 250. We talked about maybe getting back up to that. VWAP 252 and change for Tesla. That would be $5. Might be worth taking some out on a $5 banger there for TSLA, if that is what winds up coming in. So that would be top side 250. Again, I just think a fade back to VWAP is probably what's appropriate there. Palantir really going now, man. I mean, this is going to be one of the bigger trades again because of this. We wrote some stuff down here. We just got to understand that when levels break, we don't need to look for lower levels. So we're learning something every single day about our trading. There's Tesla 252. When that broke, we should have got out, or at least given it $1 like we did, and then not average back into it. There's Palantir 27.50. Amazon, amen for that, as that's been a monster trade for me. Amazon short 196. We stick our neck out and give you that one, and then there it goes. Nice move there. And if you're going to say that you like a stock, you better put up and at least make a little bit on that one, and that's what we wind up doing there. As here we go, it's a money trade. It is Tesla. That is $3 now in the money and going even higher, trying to break through that 250 back upside right now is Tesla. 251 is good enough for your boy if we can get that. So let's sit there around 251, $1 higher. Can we get it? Yes, we can. So let's see if that does come through here for Tesla. But without any further ado, Palantir 40 cents in, Tesla $3, and Adara at the big screen.
Shaping up to be another great day here for the Russell 2000. Looks like we're about to make a lower high, but now it looks like we're trying to find a little bit of support here just below that 221 level. So another great day here for the IWM as we had a couple days of rallies. This one, to start off here, we have NAAS. This one has been running in the past here. NAS Technologies, this one currently up about 30%. No news. They do have a float of about 4 million shares, so smaller float for NAAS. We also have AngioDynamics, ANGO. This one trying to gain some volume here. It is up more than 20% after earnings. They did beat on earnings per share and sales for Q4 2024. Also worth noting for ANGO, they have a bit of a short float here, just under 5%. Last but not least, we have Yoshitsu. This one is a TKLF, currently up more than 130%, or sorry, more than 100% here. They're a penny stock, and they also did release earnings, so they did beat for earnings per share and sales compared to the previous year. So good look here for TKLF. Couple earnings names on watch here in the small cap side, guys.
Yeah, if you're not looking at banks, the earnings plays are going to be small caps because it was a bank day today. There hasn't even been a dip since the call on Morgan Stanley. You just went back over to look at it. Was there an opportunity? No, unless you want to buy the absolute high, which I'm not doing. Double tap at the low, but I'll show you what's happening in Apple. Like every long is at a lower price, and every initial resistance point is at a lower price. The market made that good bounce, 50 points up, and Apple barely bounced. So I'm out of Apple. Like I look at the bounce that just happened in Amazon. Look at the bounce in Amazon. Look at the bounce in Tesla. Look at the bounce in Palantir. Just anything. I mean, I glanced over and saw Palantir, and Apple basically went 40 cents. That's not strength at that level. So I'm going to jam out of it. Maybe look for something a little bit stronger to maybe try a long in. Rivian just did this wick. Could not hold the pre-market support level. Tried to get back above. It failed it at 55. It just did it again at the same level. So I'm going to give it a shot here in front of VWAP. We'll get 54. Just get it out if it breaks 60, and then wait for VWAP. I'm shorting lower highs here on Rivian. We'll have an eye on Tesla. The other thing that happened is while that was going on, Tesla got to 250 and pulled back. Rivian doesn't have to follow Tesla, but if it happens to here, we can take a couple of swings at it. So just trying to be patient as things start to come back to the upside. Short the pops. If we're going to have a red day, I want to try to find my way back into some shorts. Amazon not at VWAP just yet. And for that TBLA, everyone out there, it opened up and continuing to go higher. It's now 20% to the upside. At $4.20. You can't make it up. That's the actual high.
All right, new position. Apple, we just took 20 pennies up there, up to 50s. So a quick little scalping. I want to get a little longer here off 233. I mean, it's a good bounce level there. We've seen 233 before on Apple, and it's held. So let's wait to see if it comes back in. There's 233 right here. Good top from yesterday before we fade it out. So I like this level of 233. We're going to try to take it long against that on this drop down. And there's Tesla, by the way. There's Apple right there. A quick little chicken dinner winner as we are now in 30 cents of that. We only have now 10% left of Palantir because guess what? We went from our level there of 27.50 all the way up to VWAP of 27.90. So we'll hold a small piece back in here for Palantir. Tesla does not get through 250. So now that level is 250. So let's switch our offer and put it the upside there at 249.85, something like that. See if we can get it just ahead of the 50-period moving average, which is that trend change. We said we were looking for opportunities to short off the 50-period moving average, and it looks like that just came in for us there. And we should have taken it out and even flipped short. I think a smarter man would have flipped short there. All right, here we go, man. We are long into Apple right now. Let's go over to Adara and see what's going on. Big trade alert for Apple. What's up, Adara?
We've had bank earnings and small cap earnings as we just discussed, but another earnings name here is going to be UNH, United Health Group. This was mentioned earlier, but this one's still strong here, up more than 5%, about 5.5%, beating across the board. So just keep an eye on UNH here as well. Holding on to decent volume, continuing on this uptrend.
Yes, I like.
I like that stock. It is a holding of mine for sure, but again, it's not much of a day trade. It's just almost never going to be a day trade. Way too thin of a stock to worry about it. DJT did an SSR bounce at the open. It might lose VWAP here. I've paid for locates on DJT. So if it is going to fail break and hang out lower and trend down like it did yesterday, I think you just got to be patient with it. So this is the overall look. It's kind of bearish to me because yesterday's morning bottoms are today's tops. So it'll fail under VWAP and I'll be looking short. You know, sometimes the best trade you make is not making a trade. It didn't go to a dip buy level I like. It would have been a good one if you just bought the open, but now looking still stair step to the downside DJT. Still only in Rivian for now. As long as Tesla holds on to that 250 to the south side, we like it. And Amazon, no VWAP for Amazon just yet. Play the patience game. Market's still looking weak. We're not really pressing. It's at 193.80, which is a ways away from 195. If you get in now, you gotta either have to find a really good level tight or wait for something a little bit deeper. Just thankful to be up right now. We didn't get Tesla. I look back at my note, and we cut a bottom on Tesla, but my note said over under 260 for myself, and it failed that 260 at the open. It just never really got to that price. It failed under 260, but the high is like 58. So sometimes that's just not good enough. Had to be a little bit tighter to 260 to take that short. But Tesla on the rebound path, 250 is going to be the key level. And I liked Nvidia at 127. It bounced the first time. If I like a level, initial bounce, I think it's a fade at that level if it holds underneath it. There just hasn't been a real test here at VWAP or the 127 level at all.
This has been a great month for sure. We missed the first couple of days and we're still banging it out. So a good one so far. Look at this Apple trade. Jeez, she's right there, dude. We not only do we have shares on this one, but we have extra shares. Double your pleasure, double your fun. It's Apple double mint gum right now. So big move, man. Big move for Apple. They're off that 233. We like a lot right there as that continues to go higher. So good little trading there on Apple. We'll see if we can kind of replicate this again and try to find something else that dips into levels that we like. Apple right there, banger of a trade to the downside. And then boom, right back up. So there's a lot for everybody. This is why I love these markets, man. A lot for everybody. We are bad on Tesla. There's no doubt about that. So if we can get something out at 250, we just got back up there again and then got hit back down. So we're still $2 in the money, but this could fade out. And if it does, good for that. We're not going to reload it. What we are doing right now, though, is we're watching out for this trade. This is a big one for me there on Apple. We sort of talked about that when we had it. We had a big one on Palantir. Amazon was really, I mean, I can't believe we basically have the exact level we wanted, 196, and then there's that out at 193.20. So that's like 250 right there. We're $2 right here. We're 40 cents here if you like to play this level. And then Apple right now is now 70 cents. So, I mean, we'll have all the best names, but we also have the worst P&L here as well with Tesla for myself. So, yeah, not great. Could always be better, but, you know, we're alive and we're kicking right now. We're still here. So, nice move upside again. Let's get a 90 fill now on Apple. This was basically a day saver for us here, being able to find this one. So good move there for Apple as we'll have one red name today, man. Apple, Amazon, Palantir, Shopify, 4 big winners. And again, all off of this. And the L belongs to our friend Elon Musk, as we belongs to me, but it's his name. Tesla right here coming back in. Now, it looks like it wants to continue to fade out. Let's get out of some more Apple here as I'm thinking the market may want to be a little weak for some reason right now. So if we get some 77s out, I'm not hearing anything in my ear. There's like no news.
The
about
last thing
recently,
was there was nothing. It was when all those meme stocks were going.
Yeah,
so let's go to let's go to the desk. It's 10:30. We got crypto news. Well, update.
We do have some news coming out here a little bit. CNBC reporting that apparently the odds of a Fed rate cut in September are currently at 100%. So CNBC reporting that their odds for a September rate cut are currently at 100%. So a little bit more dovishness in those markets. Keep an eye on that. In terms of crypto itself, we did have this coming out later yesterday that there is some potential for Ethereum ETFs as early as next week, specifically next Tuesday, by the time everything is allowed to trade. Basically, we have the SEC reportedly telling the Ethereum ETF issuers they can start trading next Tuesday as long as they get all of their forms in by this Wednesday. So again, this was provided no issues, but as long as everything goes according to plan, there are reports that the trading should begin by Tuesday, July 23rd. So, of course, not a guarantee, but keep an eye on Ethereum as we head into next week, just 1 week away. Bitcoin here, coming into a decent area, bouncing off that previous area of resistance we formed on July 1st here. So nice little bounce here for BTC following that great momentum we had yesterday. Currently red on the day, but holding on to this 63.50 area or 63.5 area pretty well here for BTC on the daily chart. Ethereum here also doing decently, holding on to this 3,400 level. Rest of these crypto names a bit mixed. We've got Ripple here up about 9%, Dogecoin up about 4%, Solana up 2%, and then other names like BNB and Cardano basically flat on the day. So a bit of a mixed performance for these other crypto names, but Ethereum and Bitcoin both very strong, guys.
Yeah, running right back up to some of those highs. You still haven't got back to 64,000, which is the monster level, obviously, for it. The only red stock for me, the one of the 6, is Mara. And it's actually holding the higher end right now, but the breakout above 25 didn't happen. The test of 23, well, it didn't work. The test of 23 didn't happen. Now you're starting to hold VWAP for a consolidation. If crypto continues to go higher, then I think you play off this consolidation. It's not necessarily done yet, but I want it breaking the top. The problem is it's at the overhead resistance zone. So get kind of long up here, unless it's breaking out above, doesn't make sense to me. I need this one above the 25 level. We're right back on over into Rivian. So we're just going to play this one. Again, like lower highs are continuing to work off of this. It's got some out at the 45 level. 1730 is the current low. That was also the afternoon support area. So stair step into the downside on Rivian. With this market bounce, Amazon's still not quite creeping into VWAP. So we want to be patient with it. But, at some point, We want to take our shot. If that's the level, maybe we take it a little bit lower. Nvidia is starting to get into VWAP here. You've had twice tested 126.5. It looks like we're about to test a third time. Would almost want it to fail break here, hold VWAP underneath, look for something into 127, and then play it on the back end. The market is on that bounce play. So you want to be patient. Like all the shorts, all the real momentum to the downside just came. You're looking for those secondary plays. Never want to give back more than what you make on the big move when you're looking for the smaller move after the fact.
I mean, this is what we're doing right here. It is Dollar Club, not smoke. We're not blowing anything up in smoke right there. There goes Apple right now. I mean, just exactly what Neil just said right there. We find a secondary play to take that long, and there it is, $1 winner there on Apple, $3 in the money out of it now though on Tesla. So we make back a little bit there on that play. So far, so good on everything that we're looking at over here with a nice fade. I feel like that could have been a fade there. We only have 10% left of Apple. I'm going to take the opportunity to get some more out here at 23 again and just props it up. You know what? I'm thinking about what's for lunch. All right. So what is for lunch as more content is created here daily? It's roasted chicken thighs. I feel like we had chicken. It was chicken yesterday. My favorite piece of chicken, I feel like, is a wing, but thigh would be right up there as well. Good idea. Here is the menu for today, though. It is roasted chicken thighs, so that's not too bad. I feel like, although I'm hearing some hatred over there, with peas and corn. Let's see if it is a kind of peas and corn mix there, like a succotash. Or will it simply just be a corn on the cob with side peas? We will find out more, and you can stay tuned to us as we will go over what was for lunch every single day, and that's what was for lunch, Neil, today. All right, thank you again. We'll have something on our salad, which I, of course, am hoping for tuna. Yesterday was egg salad, so that was good as well. Apple, good out there.
Get ready for chicken.
As we now have 8% left of Apple. We're still big on Palantir. And of course, Tesla came out. I just said good job by Daryl there in the chat, because good friend of the show and a guy that I know that mentioned that he had taken, I think he took this long and then took the short there on Shopify. Look, man, PL, okay, so let's do this right here. PL1, Amazon. PL2, Shopify. PL3, Apple PL1, Amazon, Shopify. That's it, Palantir, and then the baddest of them all, right here in the negative way, is Tesla to that downside. So far so good here today. As we roll through some of these names, we do have Netflix earnings on tap. It's not today though. I think it's Thursday, I believe, for Netflix. So here's what they look like. Hey, Starbucks, Wagwan, up 1.13% there today for Starbucks. I did want to, no, it was not Tesla I was just talking about. Well, Netflix, NFLX. So I did want to see there, post-market July the 18th. So that is right. So that is Thursday. Market cap of a poultry sub 300 billion with a move back in the way it has been. Nice move back into the 50-period moving average. I didn't actually buy this name until it went down to about $100 a while ago. So this has been a good trade for us. Needless to say there on Netflix, the streaming darling that is NFLX. The wife and I right now are watching with our kids something called The Good Place. So The Good Place is a pretty good movie there. Ted Danson, yeah.
Ted Danson? I've never heard of that. I love Ted Danson. What's
Fire in the booth?
I
Fire in the
love
booth.
Ted Danson.
Right now, good show there. We like that one. Yeah, good one. And then the wife and I, get ready for some more fire. Ready for some more fire? We're watching The Bear right now on Disney Plus. Turn my mic up. Right now, more fire in the booth right there. So a couple good shows being watched in the Katina house.
Oh, Randy?
In the Katina
You guys are hitting
household
way
right
too
now.
many buttons in our ear.
Sharif always gets BPI, nice espresso, but I could use an espresso, my guy. No, we already have half of our coffee. I know, I'm just playing around. I'm not part of the Espress Bros right there, but shout out to former Blue Jay. Again, another disastrous move by, I don't know if they're the worst management in baseball. You tell me.
They're not
being in the playoffs for the last 8 years. The Blue Jays see Teoscar.
There's worse.
Is there? Okay, with third highest payroll. We have. Anyways, it doesn't matter. What I was going to say, it was nice to see Vladdy supporting his old teammates. That is now ripping it up for another.
I'm happy for T.O.
Me too. Yeah, it's great. I'm happy that he's playing on a winning team.
Every single time for the last 5 years in a row, my daughter's second favorite player leaves the team. And when Teoscar left, she came into the year, she's like, Vladdy number 1, Teo number 2. This year, that player is Bo Bichette.
Ouch, he got.
So just more at opening day, I'm like, who's your second favorite this year? She said Bo Bichette. So Bo Bichette, bye-bye.
He's very chalk. Is your favorite quarterback Tom Brady?
No, at first it was Galvis, it was Steve Pierce, it was random players at first. Now it's like the better ones, and it's not really working out any better.
She was like Bo Bichette, though.
No, but now it's Bo Bichette, so it's like she's moving up the ladder to the second best player on the team. Well, he's not really the second best this year, but he usually is. Yeah, we're gonna get a reload here in Rivian. We'll see if it's gonna end up being good. Right back into that lower high. We're just sort of sticking with the same plan here. Amazon isn't giving us any opportunities off of VWAP, so we got to play again like that tight to the vest. Mara is trying to hold back above 25 even. So here it is, third time, looking like a potential charm. So instead of just taking it when it breaks the high, let it break the high and see where it happens to hold. And then be in the long as it's holding, as opposed to just taking a breakout trade and stopping out. As I said, it's the only one that hasn't worked. So let's be a little bit more patient with it. Holding that 25 level, look for a consolidation up here. Crypto and Mara still looking strong. Let's go to Sector Watch with Adara.
All right.
We have the NASDAQ red today and the SPY green. You can definitely see that reflected a bit on this sector board. A lot of these chips to the downside, notably Nvidia, Broadcom, AMD. We also have some weakness here in technology services. Microsoft and Meta, both a little bit red here. But then other green sectors include finance, pretty strong with the exception of 2 earnings names to the downside, Charles Schwab and Progressive. We also have some strength in health technology across the board. Retail trade pretty strong here with the exception of Costco, producer manufacturing, consumer services, commercial services, process industries, transportation, and health services here, grain. Health services being led to the upside by UNH off of earnings. So generally, with the exception of these tech names, pretty strong look here across the sectors. Energy minerals a little bit weaker as well, worth noting, guys.
Really, first of all, right now, $1. What's up, Ozan? He wants the cow. So there you go. Where's the beef? There it goes. A nice little move there to the upside here. Look at Palantir. Ozan, got you again. There it goes, man. This has been putting some food on the table here today is Palantir, and for a very long time. But there it goes, man. Back up to $28, man. We called that one. That's a smooth 1% win right there. $27.50 upside right there to 29. Sorry, 28. I wish 29. We're almost out though. We talked about that. Right now we only have that 10% left. But it's really, honestly, man, the biggest and the baddest name here by far. For me today is Apple. I mean, we did really good holding this one, honestly. Although it looks like we have a lot of outs, a lot of the outs are right here at the 50 period as we approach 234. So that was really good. I mean, looking back at it, right now it's another dollar. I'm sure there'll be lots of dollar winners tomorrow. We have Obi on the show. But today so far, Apple, I'm just saying that because I'm at jury summons, not jury duty yet. We'll wait to see.
Selection.
If I can summons. I got to go there and tell them that I am the host of Trader TV Live, at which they'll say, who cares? And then at that point, I will probably
they don't
be selected. I hope I'm selected.
Care.
I want to go see the process. I would love to be selected to the jury. So anyways, let's see what happens for that tomorrow. I'm off, and it'll be Neil and Obi all day. So that should be fun for sure. Palantir, 40 cents. Apple, $1.22. As we keep on climbing, I wish, says Skilo. I wish I was a little bit longer on Tesla because we are now out of that name and 246 bottom. We got out there at 250 thinking we'd done pretty good, but there it is right to VWAP. We were going to wait for that VWAP at 242. We would have been out at like 251. We were sitting at 250.80, but we lost a little bit of patience with that one, and patience reigns supreme here today. So big day on the floor. BAC was a big name for a lot of traders as that really got going there. Big day today for BAC. Again, banks in play.
Morgan's still flying.
Yeah, Morgan's flying. And of course, neither one of us looked at this, but BAC, good trade there. Breaking the pre-market. Probably something very, very similar there for Morgan Stanley as a strategy again. when there's earnings plays, I feel like there's two strategies, and we've talked about this, and maybe we should start doing it now that we get into earnings season. So stay tuned for more of these plays on the sticky note, and it's hard to get them on the note because you don't really know what these levels are when you're sort of building the sticky note. But at the same time, if I'm going to use pre-market, then you can sort of look back. I like to see the very, very pre-market highs. So as you're coming into here, I feel like this was 930 on Morgan. This trade would have been a lot harder because it does get going and then fades out. So Morgan today should have just been bought on a 50 period. That would have been it, but that's again hindsight. Maybe VWAP or the 50 period. It's BAC, that first trade that I looked at right there. That does break right there, that pre-market high. So I do feel like 43, not only was it the pre-market high, but a great breakout long side reminding me of Shopify. But again, good day so far. It's only 10:43. It's about to get a lot better, especially when the theory of waves hits in the afternoon. So if you're looking for Elliot wave theory explanation and some trade ideas and examples, as well as live trading. I mean, not only are they teaching, which is why we have the smarter guys and gals, of course, smarter hosts on the midday show, so they can not only teach you guys stuff that I have no idea about, but also trade. So it will be the professor, hence the name, and Adara, two of the, by far, smartest traders.
Oddly enough,
TV Live.
The professor name actually was well before we even did the midday learn to trade.
As soon as I saw
it was the glasses.
Yeah.
It was actually more the glasses than anything else. So it just ended up being like prophetic is the word. Prophetic is exactly what you would use for that. And the prophecy is definitely in, and they don't like Rivian. I know, look, I'm going to go to Lucid for a quick second because we've ignored Lucid. Lucid is trend down as well, but obviously it's a weak stock, up 3%, but trend down. We just like Rivian a little bit better. And we talked about this in the afternoon, that $18, $17.90 to $18 level working out. It's right back testing the lows. If we break 17.30, all out 17 even is going to be the name of the game. So it's just yesterday's range trade, maybe a little bit less because of the market strength and what you're seeing here. Let's be patient with it. It's trying to track back into those lows. I want to go over to, I haven't talked about this name in a minute, in a while, I should say, and that's going to be load Intel. Intel has a weird thing happening at yesterday's low. There we go. Yesterday's low, 1, 2, 3 times double bottom and the close the day before, and it's cresting right at that level. I haven't traded Intel in a while. I looked over, and that looks like a good setup for a fade. I was looking for things to fade back into. Intel right about now is looking like some set. Just want to make sure you understand why it's looking like a good bounce play. Is the level a key one? Yes, but you have to zoom out and look at yesterday's support to resistance here on INTC.
All right, we're trying not to play around here. Let's see if we can do something like that. We're going to go short on Nvidia as we look for another trade. Wow, this Apple trade is really getting spicy meatball right now on that one, as Apple's now $1.40 in the money. That was a good call, I'm guessing, right now. So we'll have to put some offers out to see if we can get something there on Apple. Or sorry, wrong stock. There's Apple right there. Oops, that's Nvidia. There's Apple right here. Up to VWAP off of that low take. We did exactly what we said we would do there. Get low on some stock, find a name that we like. We picked out Apple. It's now relatively strong against the market as you get all the way back to the 200 period moving average. And guess what? Not just because this would look great on a tweet, but let's get out here because it's at VWAP, and we really, really like a pull from the bottom all the way back to VWAP. It was all a dream, but this is actually reality. This is what you look for. Low a day, pullbacks into VWAP, and we might have just missed it. So let's offer it out as we talk more about this. There it is, out at 45. Siren it up, Neil. There it is. It is your P&L number one. It's Apple, bottom to top right there. I mean, that for me is pretty good right there. We did take an Nvidia out at 30 there to take 15 cents. Obviously, we're only taking out 10%, as we'll see if Nvidia wants to go lower. Same kind of trade off of VWAP. So we found something else for you right now. It is Nvidia, and hopefully she gets a little bit lower than where we are right now, you guys. There it is again, Neil. It's another one. It's a money play, and it is that. Exactly that on Nvidia. The billionaire approves, and there she is on the ones and twos. It is Ramin coming through right there. She said she wanted that nickname, so hey, man, I've learned a lesson in my life that when the women speak to me, I just do whatever they say. Right there. Dad life Girl dad. Okay, here it is right now. Nice move to the downside right now. Let's go. Let's spin it upside again for us. As here we go, man. Good move for Nvidia as that pulls right back in. Oh, yeah. It's a good one here. It's Nvidia. And I like nice move now to the downside. Oh, yeah. We just did another one for everybody there, Neil.
What's hilarious, it was exactly a 15-cent move as well on Rivian, which is one of the shorts that we're in. So it's basically the same thing. Just try to short weak stocks. The chips are absolutely dying right now. By the way, I know we forgot something. AMD is just as bad, and it's almost at VWAP. So I went over, Intel was at a key level, but AMD, VWAP, if we get a chance at that, like AMD was a good stock yesterday. And I know it's a down move, but it's a good downward trending stock the last couple of sessions. We're happy when stocks go up, but this is 177. That's 177, and VWAP's 177. It just didn't quite get there. While Intel was at a key level, if we can get a shot at VWAP here on Nvidia, on AMD, we're going to like it just as much. That said, I know we completely ignored these, but Morgan Stanley on the banks, I said after, if we get some kind of a dip into VWAP, I'd look for a long. Morgan Stanley is just continuing to go higher and higher. It's trend up. We've seen the stocks, we've seen the banks do this before. If there's going to be a dip, forget about VWAP. This 108, like the wick top, that 108 level, maybe you can consolidate there to give an entry. There isn't a red candle since the conference call on Morgan Stanley. That's what I call strength. So the next available dip or consolidation will be the first one of the day on Morgan Stanley, which means if there's going to be a secondary push, I just want to have that. So I'm watching the 15-minute chart on Morgan Stanley for some kind of a consolidation that we can grab. And as quickly as Rivian just gave that dip, it's coming right back in for a reload. So it just made that 15-cent move down. Now it's trying to get that lower high again, 15 cents up here on Rivian.
All right, yeah, good move there for Rivian as we go. So nice little trade there. And yeah, man, we'll just continue to watch out to see what does happen there with Nvidia. It goes as low there as 126, taking about 30 cents right there. All right, Shopify, let's have a quick look at that. Right back up to day's high again for Shopify. And what a good bounce that was off the 200 period. We're charting real well, and we've got a lot of key levels, man, today. Like this Palantir is probably about as clean. I mean, again, levels right down there to the penny where we're long right now on Palantir. And then the only thing we screwed up on today was Tesla, which will be fine at the end of the day. Shopify, again, good hold. Anybody that had that one, that was a pretty good one. And then Amazon. I mean, Amazon. I don't know how, again, we have this bottom of the day there for Amazon, but we do have it, multiple dollars. So we've taken dollars on Tesla, Shopify. We're going to hope to do the same thing here for Nvidia. Amazon, we're showing you right now. And then Apple, honestly, I mean, so in my opinion, we basically had pretty much two perfect trades today. The way I trade and probably the way a lot of you trade as well, waiting for dip buy opportunities on strong names. There was Apple dip buy opportunity, bottom to VWAP. To me, that's perfect. If I could write a book, that's what I would do. And then Palantir, we gave that 2750 level right there based on past support. So that was a good one. Again, back to VWAP. We wish we still would have had it. This one, again, perfect trade back to VWAP, but at the end of the day, it has more legs as we love Palantir and love that name is strong. All right, it's 10:51. You can't do anything without looking at currencies these days. So let's go find out some strength in Forex.
Great bounce here once again for the DXY, just above 104s, around that 104.10 area on the daily chart. Yesterday when we were here, we had a bit of a topping tail candle. Looks like we did have the DXY not only recover from that, but look to form a second green candle here at this area. We've bounced on quite a few times on the daily chart, so good look for the DXY. Pieces of economic data coming in earlier today. We got the import price index for June flat, so 0.0%. It's going to be lower than the expected 0.2% increase, but higher than the negative 0.2% previous print. We also had export prices coming in also lower than expected, negative 0.5 versus negative 0.1 expected here. Business inventories month over month for May coming in 0.5%, slightly higher than the 0.4% estimate in the prior print of 0.3. We also had retail sales month over month for June coming in 0.1% versus the negative 0.3% estimate and the prior revised numbers. So a little bit higher than expected for retail sales, and business inventories lower than expected for import and export price indices. We do have Fed's Kugler coming up later today, speaking at 2:45. Fed's Kugler has been a little bit more dovish in the past. Last speech around a month ago saying that she was encouraged by recent data that there could be, as she sees at least potentially one rate cut by the end of the year. So keep an eye on if the market moves with this, knowing that we might potentially get a little bit more dovish talk given recent speeches. We also had Fed Chair Powell yesterday saying that the Fed needs to stick to its mandate and, quote, avoid the temptation to expand it. So we'll have to see if we get some other indicators of potential rate cuts coming soon, as we do have a meeting coming up. But yeah, keep an eye on Fed's Kugler 2:45, guys.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep your eye when Fed speakers come through. I feel like you haven't had too much fear necessarily as usual, but it is what it is. You want to make sure you don't get too caught off bound. Like if you have a stock trending against you and it's at a key level, Fed speaker says something, you could get a breakout, trade with stops, all that good stuff. Still nothing yet on DJT, but it's nearing. It just continues to hold lower. So this flat bottom break potentially still in play here. Waited all morning for the chance to go short on this. It never goes up to 42, but certainly breaking this consolidation bottom could make a little bit of sense here for DJT. We have to pay for locates, but they're only like 12 cents per share.
It is, yeah. Good look there on DJT. As there it is, man, 50 cents and still going down. Hey, we just gave this to you guys again. It is a fruit salad winner. There it goes right now to the downside for NVDA. So again, good trading there. And like we said there, Neil mentioned about getting 15 cents on Rivian and things like that. Remember, it's going to be about share size. Like right now, Nvidia just climbs up right there just by me getting out for only 40 cents. It now is like one of the top P&L names, right? And so again, understand we don't show share size, so you have to try to figure that out. And I'm going to tell you guys positions that I'm in and where I like them. And that's what we're doing right now. Let's see if we can have a few more diamond hands. So far, we've had 4 names, each dollar winners. There today with dollar loser with Tesla as well. But here comes Nvidia. Let's see if that one can get back down into the downside. Now 60 cents. We'll see if we can get a little bit more as here it comes right off VWAP. Again, finally doing the right stuff, right? I mean, we really got stubborn with Tesla and we can do videos on this or whatever. But when I'm writing down here, honestly, and I just have to get better at this, like I said, we still know where we are and we're still completely fine, obviously here. When you look at, Neil talks about it all the time, looking at trading on the month, right? And on the month, we're still where we need to. We took the first week off. There's Tesla 252 long. So the minute that breaks, basically what we have to do is just say, you know what, you're allowed to be wrong on one of the names, right? And that Tesla trade, although it's at 252 now, once that breaks right there, like all of these extra ones, maybe one time at 250 would have been fine, but like don't buy 251s, don't buy 250s. This one's fine, actually. I don't mind the 250 buy. But then what are you doing down here at 248, 249? And it's just like small cuts after small cuts start to add up. But at least then, you can look over and say, you know what, your boy's going to recover because he does. And there it is right there on Nvidia. Have confidence right there. There's 70 cents in the money. Of course, we're going to scalp something out, but we get it out, and now we're going to hold out. And there it goes right now. Now 75 cents in the money. Look, I was just talking, Neil. Maybe we could have another Dollar Club member. And there it is right now. NVIDIA, 3/4 of the way there. So, so far, so good here today. 4 more minutes, and then you will be able to see when we are ready to go on that one. So far, so good here for NVIDIA. Would like to see it a lot lower, though. But today's range, it had a big move there, but since this, we basically have the top.
Small range.
Yeah, we have the top since 10 o'clock, so the last hour, and then we have the bottom, which hasn't been here since 30 minutes ago. So we have the whole range over the last half hour, and when you're a scalper, that's pretty good to get tops and bottoms. So we do have that on Amazon, and right now on Palantir, by the way, this one just nicely played there, top to bottom there on PLTR. We're pretty confident in what we're doing around here.
So I've only made 3 trades in Tesla, and this is the third one. It's the first one short, and it's basically 252, which was a key level.
Yes,
I didn't trade 252. But let's be real. I actually waited for like 251, which is a weird level to gone off of, and I acknowledge that it was a bit of a mistake. But right here at 52, that's the key price. We traded 46. It's going to end up breaking 52 here. So I was just waiting for this to give like a dipsy-do over-under. It did the over-under, got me short underneath, and then broke the high. So I'd rather have it look like this. Again, everyone's going to have their own style of trade. I want a losing trade to look like this. I want a losing trade to look like that. If we continue to break higher, got to wait for like 55 as a key level. You might just be holding VWAP at this point. And if this is going to hold VWAP, Tesla can easily get back to 56. If it goes red to green, crazier things have happened on Tesla than that. Thank you, everyone out there, for the kind words. Those people were talking about some of the opportunities this morning. You just had to be patient for them.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, like I liked short underneath 260 failing. We were mentioning that, but that didn't actually give a trade setup. It was more the failure on the daily chart. The trade setup is always going to be a little bit different. Going back over to AMD here, guys, with the market coming back. There's only 2 minutes to go. AMD 177. It has yet to happen, but I still like it. So we're in Intel, but I really like this AMD at 177. It's down 2%. You've got a flat market down 0.2. You've got the chips, or at least this chip name, looking really, really heavy. I feel like AMD has turned into the midday short. Amazon VWAP as well, although Amazon has yet to get into VWAP. If we get this, it's about 195. So just be patient, go station to station. Make sure it gets to the key level. If you're going against a short-term trend, then let it give you your price. Don't compromise on that. If you like 195, wait for 195. Like I went long Tesla 251 instead of 250, and both of them wouldn't have worked, but I still don't like it because 251 wasn't the level for me. So regardless of how it worked out, you got to wait for your level. So that'll be Amazon, AMD. We also like it, VWAP. It's about the VWAP retrace. Is now DJT goes?
What's up, Dan Emmons, right here as, yeah, man, it's cash register ringing time right now. Man, like I'm happy to go to jury duty, but sad to miss again. But you know what? Like I said, we took that first week off and we came back and now are having our best month, you know, like in a while. So that's a good one here, just over 2 weeks. So this market is really trading well for us right now. I do want to thank, of course, everybody for watching. We're about to get even better with the midday show. Now only 15 seconds before we throw it over there. Thank you again to everybody. Tilray and CGC, people want to look at that one right there. So we'll do some of this and just have a quick look at TLRY. I like to look at whatever one
they were going
doing
yesterday.
The more volume. $1.93 again. You know, I don't know if JD Vance has much to say about that, but right now I heard on the way in it's 65% chance that President Donald Trump will once again be your president over there in the United States. So I don't know. It's about time that we now try to figure out what maybe some of the policies would be on marijuana right now. We do know that it was a VP debated topic.
Energy,
That's
baby.
why I talk about Kamala before as well. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening right there. It doesn't look like we're getting too much action. You're welcome, Adam DeLuz. I'm coming to London in a couple weeks. Thank you, Matthew Booth, Dutch Dreamer, Bry Haw, everybody that's there in the chat. Join me tonight with Brian Shannon as we will do the market recap show and figure out who's reporting and who isn't. As Nvidia right now is approaching, once again, yet again, another dollar. So hopefully that will continue to go to the downside. And if we can get lucky enough to get a 125, that's where we're bidding.
Yes, sir. It is 11 o'clock. I did get the DJT broke that channel to the downside, so we got into that. It's the first trade on DJT today, which is much better than yesterday. We're in it early before it calmed down. But let's get on over. You got more Elliot wave theory. Then we're back at 2 o'clock, right back at it in the afternoon. For now, you've got the professor, you've got Adara, and the waves of the market.
Ooh.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl Adara, and I am Sharif. And we already have John, Elliot Wave Mustachio. No, John, no. We're talking about Elliot Wave theory today. Shout out to him. Bears versus Bulls. Donkey Trader. Hi, guys. Going well here. Happy to hear that, Donkey Man. Benson also in the house. Ronaldo investing to travel. Love that name. That's actually quite on the nose, but I like it. Blue Arrow, Matthew Booth, and Scott H. Wonder what Scott's got in store for me today for in the small cap gapper world. Killer Cam 1020 and Pitchbull. The Fawns stock up as well. Shout out to my main man, Adam DeLuz. Love that. Darius Golden, Insurance Mama's back. Holy. Okay, I love that name. Look. Holy, yes, that's exactly as you think. The word after Lee.
Oh, I'm blind.
Day trader
I see
cut.
it, yeah.
Manal, love that. Callum, Mitchell, Miller, James Murray. What's up, dude? Alatif Tibet. We got Turin Bar, Ike Anderson, and Drops Family Garden. What are you dropping in that family garden? I need to know immediately. Good morning, Adair.
Yeah, good morning. How are you doing this fine? What day is it? Tuesday?
Tuesday. The days all get blurred, don't they?
They do.
Well,
How are you doing?
Dan the Man Emmons in the chat, wanted to shout him out. Shout out to you. Haven't seen you in a hot minute, Dan. Good to have you back, Ram. No, you've been around, Ram. It's all good. Anything you want to tell us about? I do see a purple triangle there.
Yeah, the purple triangle is here. The purple triangle may not be here soon. I have thoughts. Basically, the initial, to be clear, I have no reason to leave yet, though that bounce was a moment. But basically, I like go to get my coffee, go to say hi to Sharif 10 minutes before the midday. And I look at Tesla at VWAP, and I literally said, Tesla, if I didn't need coffee, I would go long right now. But then I did need coffee. Tesla did go up about a cool $1.50. I was like, cool. Then I see this 252 hold. I was initially tempted to go long. Didn't go long. Watched it, though, because I really just spent time watching it. I watched, we get to 250, 250. We cannot break 250, 250. That is a no from TSLA. Then we break lower, and I was like, okay, Tesla, I see you. We held 252. Now we're trying to hold 252. Initially, we wicked lower. I think this is another case of I really just should have been getting involved in that move earlier instead of waiting, but happy I got to see how the Tesla book is moving today. Think it's a pretty good book to read right now. If I continue to see these slightly higher lows in the book, I don't mind getting out at 20s. Like I said, I've been using as my stop losses less actual hardcore price areas and more things I don't like on the book. That's actually been very helpful to me. But as we wick higher here, I'm definitely going to have to depart from this here Cybertruck. Happy, I enjoyed the ride, Cybertruck. Thank you for letting me out. Now if we bounce off 50s, I want to go long.
I actually like your entry here, Adara, a lot, by the way. I know that you stopped out of it, but that was by choice. That 252.66 is yesterday's Tesla closing print. So I think you had something there with that. And I'm going to be looking at that level as well, personally. If it does get rejected, it's at it right now. We'll have to see what happens. All right. I'm going to mention my quick Apple trade over here. Not much to write home about. It was a retracement into the closing print from yesterday, that 234, around 50s. Technically, 42 was the print. But this is what I saw, and I was showing this to Adara. When we get these rounded tops with the wicks through a key area of resistance that I know for a fact is going to be in play one way or another, whether it gets rejected or not, that is yesterday's closing print. So I saw these candles form. I saw the lower high. I'm like, all right, 3 doji candles in a row. It's done that kind of where the main doji in the middle is the tallest of the bunch. Shorted it, took like 50 pennies super quick on this bad boy as it made weaseled its way down, but looking for more. Let's get, though, to the lesson du jour. We are talking about Elliot wave theory all week. Just to finish up what we started last week, it is a bit more of a nuanced topic. It does take some more time to talk about. Now, we talked about, the impulse waves. We talked about the corrective waves. Yesterday, we looked at confirmation about how to kind of use other technical indicators to confirm what you're seeing on the chart with respect to Elliott waves. But actually figuring out where Elliott wave starts is the toughest assignment here. Identifying that elusive wave 1, which is not nearly as big as wave 3 and can be quite volatile and zigzagging, is a bit of a tough endeavor for newer individuals actually trying to use Elliott wave theory. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a bit of a deeper look into wave 1, how to spot it, some tricks, etc. So let's get right to it. So understanding wave 1, is often the most challenging wave to identify in Elliott wave theory. It is the initial thrust of a new trend, and as such can be quite subtle, choppy, and easily mistaken for noise. However, mastering the identification can provide significant trading opportunities. So let's get right to it. So understanding the challenges. Why is it tough to identify wave 1 as opposed to some other waves? Well, there is that issue of subjectivity, which applies to all of Elliott waves. The market's initial move can be quite ambiguous. And recall, when you typically start start Elliott wave, you're either coming out of a prolonged time of consolidation or you're coming from a downtrend. So you're not as willing to look at something and say, oh, this is a new trend starting here. No, you're more likely to want to say, where is the continuation of this old trend? So that's why it can be a little bit tricky. It's also quite volatile, that initial wave one. Wave one often displays increased volatility compared to subsequent waves, making it harder to discern a clear direction. And also, there's umpteen amounts of false starts that could happen, right? You zig a little bit, then you zag back down, you consolidate, you think that it's the start of a possible new wave when it's just a little bit of market noise. So the market can produce false breakouts, leading to potential whipsaws for traders that enter too early. So that is some of the challenges we face when trying to identify that elusive wave one. And I submit to you, if you can't identify wave one, then all the subsequent waves are going to be up in the air. You may think you see a wave three because it's so long and huge and stuff like that, but you may not be seeing something that you think you're seeing. So the point is to get the first step in, and that is identifying wave one. So here are some strategies for identification. We're going to talk about four, okay? We're going to talk about price structure analysis, multiple time frame analysis, Fibonacci retracements, and divergence indicators. Let's start with the first one, though, the price structure analysis. So in this case, you're looking for something maybe like a clear break of a key area of resistance. That could be horizontal, it could be diagonal in the form of a trend line. It doesn't really matter as long as it's a key area of resistance. So a decisive break above a significant resistance level can signal the start of a new uptrend. That's one thing to be on the lookout for. It's not the end all and be all. It's one of those things you want to add to your checklist. You also want to add volume confirmation. You want to see big boy volume come in once that new wave starts. So increased trading volume accompanying the breakout can strengthen the likelihood of a substantive move. And you should also be looking for candlestick patterns. Specifically, you're looking for reversal patterns, things that say, nuh-uh, that old downtrend is done, and now we're looking to start a new uptrend. So you are looking for reversal candlestick patterns. There you go. Get it, Katina man. Katina man do his little hand gestures there. All right, so here we go. Wave one break of the trend line. So in this case, you don't actually have it manifested, but what you do have here is a decided downtrend. You keep making lower highs and lower lows. The breach of a trend line like this, with initiating wave one and then retracing back into wave two, this would be one of the things to look for. So you're looking for an obvious breach of a respected trend line or a horizontal area of resistance. And you should also be looking for the volume to be above average relative to previous trading upon the formation of wave one. So here we obviously again have a downtrend here that ends, and now we have this doji candle to initiate the new trend, and we have the formation of wave one. And look what happens here upon the formation of wave one. Yes, big boy volume came into play, and you can obviously see that because you're comparing it to what came before. Clearly, we don't have anything over here because nothing's printed right of these volume bars. But look at the left. It's higher than all the previous volume bars. So that is one thing you should be on the look for. And the other thing is, like I mentioned, you're looking for these bullish or bearish, doesn't matter if you're going long or short on here, it works both ways, reversal patterns. The one I put over here is the rising sun, the piercing one, where you have a downtrend and then a big red candle to kind of conclude the downtrend, and then subsequent to that, a green candle forms, but it closes higher than the 50% mark of that big red candle. We're not going to go too much into candlestick patterns right now. I'm just giving you an example of one thing you can be looking for upon the initiation of that wave one. So if you see all three, then you've got three check marks. You see one, you put one check mark, and at the end of the analysis, we look to see what the balance of the evidence is, okay? Next, the other strategy we're going to talk about here for identification of wave one, multiple time frame analysis. This goes for all of TA, all of technical analysis. You really should be doing that multiple time frame analysis, starting with the higher time frame. As Neil says often, when in doubt, zoom out. That's not just an adage he made up for the sake of making it up. It is sound technical strategy. So your multiple time frame analysis, you should start with the higher time frame context. You're looking to confirm an uptrend on a higher time frame. For example, a weekly, which can increase the probability of the bullish wave or bearish, looking long or short here, on the lower time frame, for example, the daily, okay? You should also be looking for trend continuation patterns. I showed you guys this yesterday, like an inverse head and shoulders or a head and shoulders, a double bottom, a double top. You're looking for trend reversal chart patterns, not candlestick patterns. There's a difference. Candlestick patterns are one thing, chart patterns are another. And here is basically some bullish continuation patterns. Again, we're not going to belabor these type of patterns, but we're just going to show you exactly what we mean when we're talking about these reversal patterns, okay? Not continuation, that's wrong. I should say reversal. That's my mistake there, okay? Fibonacci retracements as well can play a key role here. So a pullback, for example, okay, so let me preface what I'm trying to say. The fibs here are not to be used in the analysis of wave one. In this particular instance, we're looking at the fibs with respect to the previous downtrend that was in place before the formation of wave one. And I'll show you what I mean by that in a second, right? So what we're looking for here is pullbacks to the 38.2% or the 50% fibs retracement level of the previous downtrend. This can mark a potential starting point for wave one. And here's kind of what I mean by that. Look at this. So we have the downtrend on this particular move start from around right here, 1.58. Let's just say that, okay? And then that's where we start our fib. We drag it all the way down to the lowest point right here, 1.528, whatever, okay? So this would be how we would draw the fib on the downtrend. We would take it from the top and then to the bottom. And then we would wait to see wave one possibly retracing into that 38.2% or the 50% of that downtrend. Once we see that, we can say, all right, this is likely, or this, not likely, but this makes it more likely that we have the initiation of wave one. The reason I showed you this chart is to show you where to draw the fibs from when analyzing the previous downtrend that precedes the formation of wave one, okay? What's going on over there, Katina Man?
We're short Nvidia at 127.
The Katina Man is short Nvidia at 127, so he's already printing here. And the chips are all weak right now. I know. We'll get to Darius trades in a second, but
yeah, no, the chips have fallen. Let the chips fall where they may. Oh. And hopefully, spicy dill pickle chip. What chip would you have, Sharif?
What chip would I like? I like
you
salt
want
and
apple
vinegar.
chip right now.
What? Oh boy.
But salt and vinegar.
Here we go again.
I like salt and vinegar.
Oh my God, Adara, I gotta clean up my stops.
I wasn't trying to.
I gotta clean up my stops.
I feel like I keep doing this, and I'm really not trying to.
Yeah, that's not your fault. That is my fault. I just lost, let's see how much I lost there. Let's see, 50 pennies. That's nice. That's nice. All right, that's my fault. All right, let's get right back into the lesson. So, the last strategy for identification, we're talking about divergence indicators. So the first one we're going to use here, the RSI divergence, right? So you're looking in this case for bullish divergence or bearish, goes both ways, between the price and the relative strength index and what it's making there on the chart. This can indicate weakening, bearish or bullish momentum and a potential trend reversal. Similarly, MACD works in the same way. You're looking to see whether the peaks or the crests and the troughs on the MACD chart align, are cohesive with the crests and the troughs on the price action chart. If they're not, if the price action is making higher highs, but the MACD is making lower highs, then you know that's bearish divergence. Conversely, the other way around as well. So keep that in mind. And here's what I'm talking about when I say that. As you can see here, we're making that big wave 3 push all the way up there. And we make a new high on this one for wave 5. Alas, we don't make a newer high on the MACD. We have a lower high there. So that is what they call RSI price divergence, and it's bearish divergence. Similarly, with MACD, we're making lower highs and lower lows on the moving average convergence divergence. But when you look at the troughs of the MACD, you're basically seeing higher lows. That's bullish divergence. So that's another thing you can be looking for upon the initiation of wave one. You can also be looking for RSI coming out of oversold territory, overbought territory, oversold territory, I should say, or MACD line crossing the signal line, one of the other things you can be looking for. Additional considerations that you need to take into account of are false breakouts. Sadly, be cautious of these false breakouts, especially in volatile markets. And we already know wave one is already more volatile in nature than the subsequent waves. So you likely will encounter maybe some false breakouts here. And be alert, be on the lookout for your confirmation bias. Avoid confirmation bias by considering alternative wave counts. Like, here's what I mean. So I pull up a chart. I like what I see. I think I see wave one. It initiates upon the completion of a downtrend, and I start charting it as wave 1, 2, 3. But that's just my interpretation of it. Can I look at it a different way where I possibly see wave 1 somewhere else, wave 3 somewhere else, wave 2 somewhere else? So you may have somebody else look at it, see what, if they're seeing what you see, etc. But just the idea here is to be alert for the potential for confirmation bias. And yeah, practice as well. Consistent practice with historical charts, goes without saying, will improve your ability to recognize wave 1 patterns. And again, wave 1, if you don't get wave 1 right, you may make mistakes down the line in your analysis. So it's super important to get that initial one right. And remember, guys, identifying wave 1 is an art as much as it is a science. It requires patience, discipline, and a combination of technical tools. Always prioritize risk management and consider using a conservative approach until you have a strong confirmation of a new trend. Adira.
Yeah, we have this EB small cap. I couldn't find anything on Eventbrite right now, but we do have this one popping up a little bit with volume. So thank you, Darwin, and some other people letting us know. We also have a super chat. Thank you so much to Michael Moore. $2 super chat. Cup and handle pattern on the 4-hour chart for TSLA. Thank you very much, Michael Moore. We're going to have to see what more we see in Tesla. I'll talk about my trade in Tesla after because I want to do the super chat first. But please just punch. Let's take, 4-hour cup and handle here. Gotta say, I don't know if I see a cup and handle because it's a little 4 hours. There's not a ton of data, right? You're seeing more kind of shapes of things, silhouettes, if you will, whispers of trends. But what I will say that I like on this chart, to your credit, to your point, Michael Moore, is look at this bounce. We have 235 on a bottom. Like, look at this bottoming tail candle, 235. We get this on July 12th. Okay, that's on Friday. Look where we had another bounce here going back to July 3rd. So I think this is clearly an area of support here, that 235 for TSLA. Now, if we can bounce here off the 9 EMA on the 4-hour chart, which you guys know is one of my favorite levels, off this 253, that's not a bad look. I don't know if I see a cup and handle pattern. I see like the shape of it. There's just not a ton of data here. However, I do love this double bounce at 235. To me, that is a really strong look, especially with us having this bounce now off that 253 area on the 9 EMA. Be aware that we have lower highs. That's the one thing I would be aware of, which I know is kind of part and parcel with the 4-hour cup and handle that you mentioned, but we have some topping tail candles as well. So I would really want to see us have this nice close above that 260, then above that 265, which was a level of resistance for a while there on the daily charts. I'm going to pull up the 265 Tesla on the daily so I can show you guys what I mean here, because that was a level we've been, so look, we hit to this 265. This has definitely been an area of rejection here for Tesla. Rejectla once, rejectla twice, rejectla 3 times. So 265 for me for Tesla is definitely a hurdle to jump over. Either way, I like that 235 support we were holding. I want to talk about my Tesla trade, though, if I may, because I would like to. So I had Tesla, may I? Yes, you may, said Tesla. So I want to shout out to Sharif for giving me more confidence or confidence or confluence in my level, that 250, 250. Yes. I said I like that level. Sharif was like, yeah, I like that as well. Well, I get back in short 250, and I waited. I was way more patient. I had a couple trades on Tesla, but it was because I didn't have that intense conviction. I didn't have that intense feeling about it. I watched us fail 253 so many times on the book, and I say, Adara, if we break below 250, 250 on the book, that's where you get in. We did. I got in 250, 251s. Then we got all the way back to 253, and I said, Adara, don't panic, sell, breathe. We get to 253, we come right back down. I said, okay, I am aware that a more confident trader would have added, I should have added at 253, but I had a small position because, like I said, I got cut up a couple times. Next time I was in this, if I see something like that again, I probably would add. But either way, I took 50 pennies. Please just punch with what I did. We broke below 252. I realized we weren't going to give me much more than that. Got out 251.98. Now what I'm seeing, though, in Tesla are these higher lows here on the 90 MA. Do I think we can have a potential flat top break? Yes, but only if we can break above 250 with the viciousness. That viciousness is not yet to be seen. We're kind of docile. We're like a house cat here at 250. Though we did just break over it. So Tesla, I may be visiting you. How are you doing?
Good. I'm looking at Apple here, and despite the fact that I had that unclean stop and now I'm red on it, but I do like this 234 level. So as you can see here, there's a lot of interaction between Apple and this 234 level, at least since 5 to the hour. Every time we come into 234, we're met with wicks. And watching this trade IRL, you can see the aggression with which it's being bought off 234, and that's obviously displayed to you here vis-a-vis these bottoming tail candles. So I've already got an order out to defend 234. I'm also of the opinion that, you know, we're definitely still possibly in that rounded top formation. We're also putting in possible higher lows that will, you know, will make or break that theory, depending on whether or not we continue to curl down with these higher lows and break 234. However, if we hold 234, then, you know, I think we could at least look to recover here. So interesting looks on Apple right now. A bit of a, yeah, I hate when these names are trading near their closing print from the day prior, because I feel like, you know, there is really, it's lacking momentum, and that's what we're doing most of the time. I know we take a range trade every now and again, but I feel like most of my trades are momentum. So when they're really hugging the closing print from yesterday, I am on the lookout. Now, the Tesla, this is the 50 exponential moving average. It's at 253. I'm kind of interested in this level as well, based upon this consolidation area bottom that we put in the aftermarket yesterday. So you can see Tesla really give up the ghost off that 265 and drop into about 252, the closing print. And then look at the consolidation area that we have here in the aftermarket. It pops up a little bit once, I guess, the RNC, the Republican National Convention, started. I'm assuming that's what it was, because there's really nothing for it to pop at that time. But anyway, so now we're coming into that 253-ish level, which is yesterday's aftermarket closing print consolidation area bottom. So unless this breaks it and breaks it decisively, I like this level. I like it because of the closing print. I like it because of the consolidation area bottom. So there's a lot of smoke here for people to like. All right, so now Apple's coming into my level at 234. We're at 12s. I'm sitting at 05. So if I get printed at 05s, it's really going to have to be a defend 234 kind of sitch. Otherwise, I already took this dumbass trade over here, so I have to be very careful with how I trade Apple again. So this is going to be a tight trade at 234. It's going to have to hold it generally, otherwise no smoke. Let's keep looking. I'm going to get to the small cap gappers in a second. I've got like 8 of them on the side chart. Yeah, I know there's quite a bit. But anyway, I don't really see a whole lot other than Tesla. I know the Katina Man's involved in Nvidia right now, and he's churning up a storm over there. I do like this area at VWAP with some topping tails. It's showing some possible weakness here on the monster Nvidia, and we do have generally mostly red names in chip, micro, or semiconductor world today. The likes of TSM is up marginally 0.97. I'm unsure if that's China or if that's TSM. Let's look at China. Most of the names in China are green. What else we got in Greensville? ASML, not one that we typically trade. Qualcomm up 0.5%. Marvell and XPI, not names we typically trade. So mostly Redsville in semiconductor world, and that will be very interesting to keep an eye on. I'm starting to, well, it really depends on what 234 does, but I'm really feeling here that we are putting a rounded top on Apple, and it's going to be a flat bottom break. Or not a flat bottom break, but a breakthrough to 234, Daryl.
Yeah, good times. I had a moment where I was like, oh, right. I'm involved in BAC. I am involved in BAC. I just added to BAC. This is a planned addition. I wanted to add and subtract from the position. I wanted to do that chop and churn dance. As long as we stay decisively below this 90 MA in the 44 area, I'm okay with staying in this. This is going to be more of an Adara Panera range. Shubner was just saying we haven't been able to use that in a while.
Yeah.
But look at this below the 90 MA, coming to that previous area of support, coming right back up. I do want I think all the smoke. I would like a lot of smoke
Get it.
there in BAC. So hopefully bank on Bank of America. Right now here, I do have this Tesla long. I know I said I was deeply hesitant. I'm trying to find a way to combine Tesla and hesitant. Someday I will, but right now I'll just say hesitant about this trade. But once I saw us hold that 252.50s, I didn't get involved as high as I wanted to initially. I started the position 252.80s, then I added it 252.77s, but basically I added because I was continuing to see these higher lows. So I get into 80s. We go back to 69s. Then we come back to 80s, we hold 80s really nicely. Then I'm like, Adara, as long as you continue to see these higher lows in the book, you're all good. Initially I wanted 72s, we don't get 72s. We get 73s, we get 74s. I originally got 77s and said, Adara, be happy with this. You want to add to the position. You do want more shares. What I want to do with this is how I usually like to trade breakouts, which is taking pieces, little nibbles of profit. I don't know why I did that face until we break out to the high side. Should we break out to the high side? But if I continue to see us fail this 253, I'm not going to add. And I actually want to see us poke our heads above 253 and try before I add to this position any further. I don't want to get caught with a whole bunch of Tesla shares and like look all sad, right? So no one wants that. That's not the kind of smoke I want. I don't know about you, Sharif. But we do not want sad smoke. We want happy smoke. We want like fireworks, at the concert smoke. Do not like what we just did here. We tried that 253, then we did dip a little bit lower. I want to see Tesla test 253 one more time, but if we can't get back above 252.80s with any kind of viciousness, I will take my few pennies and I will leave. And this is why I didn't want to add right away, because I wanted to see how we reacted at our attempts to break out. This is not anything promising to me. I would rather lose a few pennies or be flat than miss out. No, we can't get decisively back above 80s nicely. We're going to try to get involved at 82s. If we wick above here, I'll be okay with that. Yeah, I know, 5 cent trade, but it's all good. I'd rather become, okay, we didn't even get filled there. So I'd rather be comfortable and leave than like just wait for what, right? And then I'm losing more than I have to. So we're gonna have to see what we do here in Tesla. If we can't hold 50s here, I'm definitely out. How are you doing?
Good. All right, let's talk about the small cap gappers that I've got on the list over here. LPA, the biggest of the bunch, it looks like here, 42.93%. Big boy, well, that's not the biggest of the bunch, but SILO is. But we'll talk about LPA first. It is now sadly breaking down below the volume weighted average price, so hard to take that as a range. However, the higher lows are still in play. 15 and a quarter is where it closed out at. There you go. There's your 10.05 dip, and then you have the $21-ish area. The 10.05 dip came into about $19. So consecutively higher lows. We'll have to see if we can get our higher high, 28.18 HOD. The volume really dropping off though now. This is a former runner. It comes back from last week. So this is one that we had eyes on prior. The line in the sand there seemed to be 24.5. The closing prints all around that 22 area. We're above that right now, but as you can see, the closing prints still having trouble really being above that 22. So keep your eye out for LPA. The other one, SILO, another good one here. It did break down sadly below VWAP, tried to hold the 50 exponential on the 5. It was really more of like a $2 hold. You could see a bit of tug of war happening between buyers and sellers in that area. And then there you go, the higher lows come into play. And then we're moving up here, looking into that 2.25, 2 1/3 SILO, decent look. NAAS, another good look here. This one had a really bad day yesterday. Big move down, retraces that entire down move and actually breaks above yesterday's high, 456 HOD. The volume on this one, as you can see, it's a bit of a triangle. It's spiked up, now it's spiking back down. It's still decent though. Let me give you the deets on this one. NAAS, 52.25 million dollar market cap, 10 million shares traded today, and a larger float here. I'm pretty sure that's inaccurate. Let's bring in trade ideas, double check that. Pretty sure that this one did not have the same float as I had on my platform. Yeah, 4.15 million shares, 1 3/4% short, so not much to write about there. Trying to hold above 4 right now, NAAS. This one, VRPX, one that we know from last week or the week prior to that, looks like I had a big outsized day on the 10th. A bit of a move here into 1 3/4, breaking down, trying to hold the 20 exponential on the 5 at $1.42. Below that 150, below VWAP, this one, a range trade, not a breakout trade. Unless you can get shorts for this one, I could be looking breakdown as well. AEON, another decent day, but again, also breaking down. You know how these small cap gappers go. They're around for a good time, not a long time. 333 high a day, breaking down now, sadly, into 281. It had a big boy day yesterday into that 375. still an inside day ensconced by yesterday's highs and lows. I got Donald John Trump and GME, both on the side chart. We'll keep tabs on both of these. And KOSS moving up again. I don't think there was a headline on this. I'll double check. Yeah, because it can, says Adara. And she's absolutely accurate because it does what it wants when it wants. Nothing today for me on this one, but we know that the Catman tweeted about this one, or it was implied that he was tweeting about it not that long ago with the headset and whatever he was doing over there. All right, back into AAPL because it's right back at 234. So decisions time here. Send it to you.
Yeah, it was like a garden party on the weekend. I was talking to some people about stocks. So they were like, "Oh, cool. What do you do?" Right? We're chatting, and then so I was trying to explain the whole cost thing, and because it's kind of an interesting story, right? Like with GME, we had obviously it was directly involved. We have the whole Dumb Money movie, all that, right? But then, weirdly enough, with the cost, literally the man posts a photo in May of a microphone, which is not even directly what Cost does. They do audio in general, with a microphone, and in the background there's an American flag, and then people are like, oh, he must be involved, right? So it's just so interesting how much sway he has in the market. I find it really fascinating. He's like the Elon Musk of small caps, because we know Elon tweets and things will move. So he is like the Elon of small caps, and I find that, or heavily shorted names, I find it really interesting. BAC at every 10-cent level has gotten really fascinating here. I said at 90s, continue to get out at 80s. Then we break lower. I said, okay, BAC, I'm going to leave, see if I can bank a little bit more. Now, if we bounce here, I'm okay with that. I want to stay in. If we come back to 43.80s and reject, then I'm going to add to the position, and then I'm going to want to continue to chop lower. If we break up at 80s, I'll get out at 80s. I'll take my 10 pennies. But part of me is like, Adara, do you just want profit here? I should have probably had a larger position, so I could have pieced out a little bit more as I went. But c'est la vie. Obla di, obla da. You got to do what you got to do here in these here markets. Speaking of these here markets and doing what you have to do, I am deeply pleased as punch. I got out of that Tesla long. Should have done the short though when we broke decisively below 252s. Right now though, we know Tesla as of recently has been very fascinating with that 251. Or sorry, not with 250, with the VWAP areas, right? Tesla VWAP bounces have been a real thing as of late. So I want to be really cognizant of that. That being said, I'm still cognizant of that 252.50 level, which shout out to Sherry for pointing that one out as well, saying it was basically closing level yesterday. So there is a lot of confluence for that 252.50. And so I don't want to just leave that level aside. Either way, what I need to do is trade this more as a little bit of a scalp. I'm happy I tried to take that 253 high of day break, but I should have been, or not high of day, sorry, that 253 breakout, but I probably should have scalped it more than I did. Either way, definitely happy I'm able to learn from this stock. Nvidia, I know Sean is still short that spicy dill chip, I believe, the spicy dill pickle chip, but I like that we're below VWAP. The one thing that, for my purposes, gives me a little bit of heebie-jeebies about the short is we do have a bit of an uptrend and these bottoming tail candles, but if I see anything in the book here that gives me the opportunity to short this as a scalp, because you know what I love about this show is we'll trade the same names, but we'll trade them differently, right? So for my purposes, I'd be interested in scalping. I like Nvidia below that 126.50 here. Nvidia, if you want to stay below 126.50, I might get Nvidia. We know Sean is having a bang, awesome trade on that. But if there's any tickers you're looking at, get in the chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker you want to look at. NVDA, MSFT, TSLA, NVDA. I said NVIDIA twice. Someone has NVIDIA on the mind. But either way, guys, this shout out to this new audience focus segment brought to us by Real Trading. So definitely check that out there if you want some real trading and some real takes and real stocks. Yeah, sounds good. I don't have anything on at the moment. I don't really see anything I like. So if you guys like anything, throw it in the chat. I'll look at it. Amir Barak, look at Nike 72.25. Absolutely. Let's look at Nike for our friend Amir. Let's bring in the side chart over here. NKE. Let's bring in the 5-minute look for Barak. All right. I like this rounded bottom. Right now, it seems to have... That's a 5-minute look. Yeah, it seems to have found some support at $72 and then made a series of higher lows. There does seem to be some resistance, though, at the $quarter. What's up?
You want to see what I got with my Nvidia calls?
What? Nvidia calls?
Yeah.
You got calls? You got options?
She bought something. I bought something.
I want to see.
Oh, my God.
Oh, that's Sean's watch, bro. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. What do you think? I'm an idiot? Movado? Nice. Beautiful. Hey, There you go. Well, Ram's got a Movado and she's got a Rolly. Yeah. I just want to rolly
with the Dab Ranch. She's got a Dab Ranch too, Sheree.
Yes,
she
Ram.
This
girl's a philosopher.
She's a
What's her name again? Remillionaire.
But Ramin got offended and she said she wants to be the billionaire. So she didn't like that. She said rebillionaire.
Rebillionaire.
So we'll give her rebillionaire.
Being a millionaire is old now, Adara. Now we got to be billionaire.
Mission passed. Respect plus 99 for Miss Ramin over there. Shout out to our awesome production team. And shout out to Ramin for how she just casually flexed her double watch.
I like how she just came up with Shaw's watch. Like I wasn't supposed to know that was a Katina Vance.
Like she was so giddy. I was like, oh my gosh, she actually got a watch that is really big for her.
What I was more surprised there that she got options. Like I've never even got options in my life.
Watch options and stock options now. Look at that.
There you go. There you go. All right, so let's look at Nike here for our friend Amir. This is the look right now. 72.25 resistance. There does seem to be support at VWAP, generally that 72 area, Amir. But I got to tell you, I mean, you're not really seeing a parabolic move. You're not getting much in the way of a notional range either. 71.30 is the closing print from yesterday. The high, the IB high there, 72.64. So, yeah, I'm less inclined to want to trade Nike today intraday, just seeing it as a lacking catalyst. You know, we're not around earnings, and it's not really giving you much of a move. John Del Segno, TMF and RKT mortgage are going. So these are obviously ETFs, probably for the yields. Also, I don't know if you guys brought up the Qs, triple top, head and shoulders on the 5-day looks very bearish. Let's have a look at the triple Qs. Bring in the side chart over here. We'll flip to the daily on the NQ June contract. I see what you're seeing here. These topping tail candles. There's resistance there, but the trend. Look, you may have some local weakness that comes back down to 20,300, for example, to defend this area crest. But unless I see something, outsized, or I need a catalyst to justify this reason down, I'm not going to start looking for a trend reversal. We're obviously in an uptrend on the future, but I think healthy pullbacks are good, like 20,250 pullback into this area over here, which would also be the 20 exponential on the daily, excuse me. So we'll see what we get on the future. Weekday today down marginally though 0.2%. I'm still keeping an eye on Tesla at VWAP and 251. It did defend there and pop back up, and 234 is back in play here for AAPL. But this one keeps making lower highs and lower lows. So I feel like this might be a short to pop kind of thing here on AAPL, at least something into the 20 period. I'm going to start looking short here on Apple if 234 keeps going, if we keep breaking it, because it was a line in the sand earlier. Now we keep making lower highs and touching that 234 area there.
There also was a super chat from Big Spile Burdett.
No.
Ram out Fahading Fahad.
Oh, Faye getting shafted. Poor guy.
That's pretty funny.
Where is he?
I'm an Nvidia scalp short.
If you don't like the video right now, subscribe to the channel. I might dunk.
I love this so much. I don't know what's happening in that video.
He's dunking on people.
Shout out there. But yeah, this NVDA, I got scalp short because I like that we had these lower highs. My point of entry here is rough. We're below the 126.50s, which is why I'm staying in this. I should arguably be adding in this, but if I don't see, I'm going to try to see if we can break this 126.30 again. But if we can't, I'm just going to have to get out of this. I don't mind losing a little bit if it's not going to be a trade that I'm comfortable being in. I'm learning that I would rather be, and maybe this, you want to be a little bit uncomfortable, but you want to be uncomfortable because you believe in the idea and you're watching it unfold. So case in point, that Tesla short I had, that 251.20 or 250, sorry, that short, I felt uncomfortable in a good way because I was like, I can tell this is going to break. I just need to wait and be patient. That is not how I felt in that NVDA. Speaking of Tesla, I definitely missed your VWAP bounce. I'm talking to the stock now, apparently. But if you want to range Tesla, I would be, say it with me, please just punch. I really would. I'd love to punch in here. That being said, we could break above 253, and that's why I'm hesitant to take this short. I really should have gotten long on VWAP, but woulda, coulda, shoulda, as I often say. BAC, BAC, if you want to reject the 90 MA again, like I said, I was watching the 80s area. We get to 80s, we come back down. Do not mind if I do. I don't want to add too much to this because I don't want to tamper with my average too heavily, but also I like this area, and sometimes you want to add into winners, so I'm okay with my average going down a little bit if I get to add in this position that I really like. If we do see us come back to that 90s area, I'm going to definitely have to cut that cord, cash out of that bank. We have a lot of whispers in the chat about Robinhood, so let's see what's going on under the hood at Robinhood. Robinhood, I didn't see any news on this morning, though I did look. It might be a crypto-related play. Wow, okay, Robinhood, nice volume. Look at that base we make here at 2340. Before, like the fox in the Disney cartoon, we have that little, artful, I think he was an archer, and he pushes, was he an archer? I don't remember the Robin Hood cartoon. But we push higher here, and I like that we're bouncing off this 24.25, which is a bit of pre-market resistance. So I do like that here for Robin Hood, saying vive la résistance, bouncing off the 90 MA, just like a charm. Let's take a look at the daily chart here to see what we've got going on under the hood. I'm going to keep using that pun. Oh.
One.
Okay. It's not a bad daily chart. I like that we continue to bounce here off that 21, can you do something for me level. Rejection. Then we bounce to support. Then we bounce to support once more. Now we have a higher low at 22. We have higher highs here coming into 24. 24 also now bouncing from resistance to support. So this is a nice start here in Robinhood. I think certainly this crafty little Disney fox or whatever version of Robinhood you prefer could make that nice move there to the upside. But BAC, I would like if you did go to the upside. Thank you very much. Just some food for thought, Bank of America. So I'm gonna have to see what's going on over there in that bank and see how it's going, because that might be a little bit dicey for me. But yeah, just doing some trades, trying to look at some Nvidia and Tesla over here.
Sounds good. All right, let's look at HMY. I'm looking still at Tesla because I'm looking at that 253.50 exponential area, but HMY caught my attention for being an absolute monster on the day. This is the look here, and this is the 5-minute look on HMY. It's a gold mining company, my understand. I do see gold stocks are trading higher amid trader optimism that the Fed will cut rates, says this news headline. So no specific catalyst, I guess, for this one, but look at this chart over here. Who could argue with this? Yesterday closed out at 944, does gap up in that 4 a.m. slot, the 9:30 print right at $10. And so since we printed that $10, we've been up 10.96. This one's getting bought incrementally. You can kind of tell there's some sort of buy program on this bad boy over here. Great look. HMY up 15 3/4. There is decent amount of volume, and the spread is not all that wide. I'm looking at it right now. It's a 1 penny spread. 94 is on the ask, 93 is on the bid, but it does have that key area, possibly $11 of technical resistance. I did do a daily look to see. It looks like it's all-time highs. Let's go to the weekly over here on this bad boy. It does look like all-time highs. All right, so wow, I almost got filled on Tesla there. I'm waiting at 88s. It came up to 87s. Here we go. Let's see, now we get the fill. So now we have to put that out on the other side of 253. So we'll go like that. 253, and we'll go, yeah, like that. So now let's see. We're going to cover some, let's put some in the high 60s over here. So we'll see if that range can continue to play in on Tesla. Otherwise, if that 253 breaks, then we're going to get out for this one for a small loser. So we'll see exactly what we get here on TSLA. I can tell you, though, that Apple looking awfully weak. It's continuing to make those lower lows and lower highs after that 234 break. So this one looks like a short to pop kind of situation if anything comes into the 20 exponential. So I'll definitely be on the lookout here for Apple retracing, definitely putting in that rounded top. As you can see, we kind of crested out through the break of 234 3/4, and now we've printed successively lower highs and lower lows on that. So gonna wait out this Tesla trade over here. Also looking for Apple to retrace into a stronger area so I can look to get short on AAPL, but Tesla's gonna have to hold below 253-ish area. Otherwise, don't want any smoke from that in here.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, so BAC actually behaved very well. We get to that area, and I watch it. I babysit. I say, BAC, like I said, BAC has been less of a book trade than I normally do because we've just been in a downtrend and a bit of a range. So I said, when we get to that 43.84s, I say, BAC, what are you going to do here? What are you going to do here, BAC? It's up to you. We whiffle, we waffle. The tape and the book are telling me we don't have that much strength from the buy side. And it turns out we don't. We do end up pushing lower. That being said, if we now end up forming a base here at 70s and we start seeing higher highs, higher lows, I'll get out at 80s. I am qualmless. And that 80 level is fascinating to me as well because I did say earlier, and I stand by this, that 80s, if you could see it on the chart too, was a huge area of support. It was also a previous level of support if you go back to that 1030 area. So this is going to be an interesting area for me for that BAC. But I'm also in NVDA. And I know I said Nvidia I was interested in a short earlier. I still think it could be a short. Right now, though, I'm trying to scalp this as a long, which might not prove to be super fruitful. I think the reason I liked it as a long, though, is we initially were holding that 50 area. I had a planned ad at 44s, got my planned ad at 44s. But now it looks like we are continuing to waffle here below that 90 MA. And I do not want that waffle. I don't want it as a chicken and waffle. I don't want it as like a buttermilk waffle. It's just not a waffle I want. So if we can't get back above 126.50s Nvidia, I don't want to get out of you only 2 pennies in the money, but I will if that's all you're going to give me. You know what I mean? And I don't like that we're making these lower highs in the book now. We recovered back. We're at 40s. We bounced back here, but I don't think we can bounce back any further. Shout out to Big Sean. I want Nvidia to bounce back. But we're back at 50s. If we can peek our little head above 50s, I'm down with that. I would have like a decisive reason to leave. Like if we see a really distinct, as Obi says, a distinct difference in the book, that's when I would be leaving. Happy I stayed, though, for now. Initially, I have my first planned exit here at 126.59s. If I can get that, Nvidia, I'm saying that as you're getting to that area, Nvidia, take a hit. It won't. It's a stock. But there we go. We did get our first out here.
Nice,
we come back at 50s about. Thank you. I appreciate that. I will get back in, but I'm happy with that BAC breaking lower. It's so nice when your stocks are nice to you. They don't have to be. They're stocks. They don't care about your feelings. But it is nice when they're just like getting along. I got a long. I got a short. Getting a long.
Oh,
pun,
there you go. There you go.
Nvidia getting its breakout. Okay, let's see what we do here as we get into 70s or 80s. I really want to watch this. I don't want to overstay my welcome. That's certainly not the vibe, but I really want to see as we do here if we are able to grind up into 80s. The second I see any kind of pause in the book, that's when I'm going to have to leave. And if there's any tickers you're looking at and screaming at and talking to like we are over here, get involved in the chat. Go to ! Join space $, whatever tickers you're fancy. Maybe it's GME, maybe it's Nvidia, maybe it's Tesla, and make sure that you vote ! Join space $, whatever that ticker is. I want to shout out Bears versus Bulls for making sure everybody gets their votes in as much as you can and for everything you do, because we're really happy to have this audience segment brought to you by Real Trading. And Nvidia, oh, you don't want 80s? Fine, Nvidia, I'll get out here. I am qualmless. We'll get out 74s there if Nvidia will let us. Please just punch with that. Could have gotten out higher, but also could have gotten out lower. Got to fill in BAC as well, so I'm all smiles.
All right, good stuff. Good trades, Adair. Shout out to you. Kill it. In this, am I? I'm trying to get in. Let's see here. I don't know. It's not letting me in. I'm trying to get short on Meta at 492s, 420 exponential retracement. It just breached the 10, so I'm looking to see what it does in and around this area. I did get stopped out of Tesla for 10 penny loser, as it did breach 203 for 12 penny loser, excuse me. Watching what it does. Maybe I need to move up my stop a little bit, but I still think it's still stuck in that range generally. But, it's breaching it now, so unreally sure what to do at this level. Maybe pack my patience, wait for a fail, but that by definition means that I'll get a worse price there. So we'll have to pack our patience at these levels. I think, I'm going to give it the old college try, or why isn't it letting me in? I don't understand. Oh, because I've got an order out there. That's why. I see. Okay, there we go. So 253, and we're gonna go. We'll get 11s, right? Good there, 253, and we'll cover at 15s or so. So we're short 90s. All right, let's see if we can get a move down on 90s or so, in and around there. It's been hanging out at this level for a long time here on TSLA, so interesting look there. Also, Meta doesn't look like it's going to make it back into that 492, at least not yet. So let's have a look here on META. I definitely could be persuaded to get short over here, so let's try that short with let's go like that. Okay, there we go, 491. We'll get out at 25s. And then we'll look to cover in and around there. Sorry, it's just taking me a minute here to put my stops. So I have to get it ready. There we go. So 98's on Meta. Let's see if it rejects the 10 exponential on the 5. That's what I'll be looking for there for that particular trade. So we'll see what we get there. Stops in play. Tesla still doing the dance right now at the 253 level. So I maybe just go long over here on this one. But yeah, it looks like it is just ranging, but it's been at the top end of the range for a hot minute. So looking for the range to break either to the high side or the low side. And there it is. We get stopped out as it does break to the high side. So good look for Tesla there as it weasels its way right back up. And I did get stopped out of Meta too for whatever reason. I think I had my stop a little bit too close there. So again, still a bit not my day these last couple of days, but Tesla absolutely flying here. Ooh, EU may cut China EV imports. This, let me just make sure that this is coming in right now. Came in at 11:37, so that's about 13 minutes ago. And Tesla was subject to some of these imports on their Model Y, I think. So maybe this is good news for them. But big break there. It could just be a flat top break right at 234. So this thing absolutely flew to the high side. TSLA, all sorts of strong at the moment, but I still like this level on META over here as it's still dancing there. I just think I need to give it a little bit more room. So I'm going to send it to you. I'll just put another order out.
Did you hear that? Zach and
I just have to concentrate.
Okay, sorry, never mind. I'll tell you after. But we are going to take a moment to thank our lovely sponsors at Benzinga Pro. Are you tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial. So there we go on. Thank you very much to Benzinga Pro for that. Also, like a little fun side swipe. Also, NKE taking off, says Quantrons. Let's take a look here on this NKE. Let's see if it's running, how those cleats are doing there for Nike. We have the Olympics coming up as well, so this could definitely be one. This is crazy. We bounce off VWAP here, right? 72s. Then we come a little bit higher, 72.20s. Look where we bounce off on a wick basis. Once again, 72s in confluence with VWAP. I love this. Now we're pushing higher. Nice volume. And I like as well, the pattern that we have on the chart is also mirroring the patterning of volume. We get some pops here. Then we get a little bit of a subdued, slow crawl. Then we push back up higher with volume. I like this look. I think the topping tail candle is a little bit suspect. We're going to have to see if it can continue this momentum. I'm trying to see if there's any news here on Nike. But this is also, I said Mikey, but I meant Nike. This is also interesting, though, because we did have this topping tail candle last time. It got to 72.55. So I think Nike being able to hold that 72.50-esque area on the 5-minute chart on a closing basis is going to be a great look here for NKE. I got out of BAC. Basically what happened is I had my one planned out there for 43.70 for half the new position. Then we get to 43.78, which was my area of entry for the rest of my position. And I didn't take it out right away. I said, I don't want to add, but I want to see what we do here. If we break above, I get out. If we stay, I'll get out, break even. We break a little bit below, and I said to Dara, see what we do here as we get to 74, 73s. This was the area at which this was a book trade. We got to that area in the book, and I had to close that book. I got out of the trade. So happy with that. A little bit of a different style for me. So I'm happy I was able to try it and do okay with it. We have Tesla popping off. We have Nvidia popping off. We've got, shout out to Ursa, who was mentioning the Nvidia long earlier. Yeah, I was short Nvidia earlier. I really just took it because I liked how we did. We were holding that area here right below VWAP. So happy with that breakout. Nvidia, if we reject it 80s, I will take it short as a scalp, but I would be really hesitant to do so just because of how well we're holding that little bull pattern. Tesla pushing higher, Meta rangy in a way that I find interesting, and Apple I haven't really looked at. The Tim Cook one, I was going to call it the dead one, but I don't know if that's, well, today it kind of is, but I was half back, half pushback. I like that we're coming into that support area. Oh, I actually really want to trade this. We're getting short here at 234. If we can get 234.10s, I'm okay with 209s. I don't want a huge position here, but I like that we're nicely below that 90 MA, couple topping tail candles, bit of rejection, and we are at that previous area of support. So don't mind this, higher highs, higher lows. I don't think I'm going to get 9s, but maybe we can get 6s here or 5s. Yeah, there we go. Got in at 5s. Smaller position, willing to add. If I see anything I don't like in the book, if we try to push higher, I shall leave, because I'm also cognizant of the fact that just as much as you can read this as a lower high, you can also read it as higher lows. So there we go. Let's see what we do here on Apple. Hopefully we can munch on some profits. How are you doing?
Good. I'm taking a short here on the future. Also trying to take Meta short again at this level because I think it is starting to give way at 491. It took a little bit of a minute there. So we'll pack our patience. The reason I'm getting short on the future is because we keep wicking into VWAP, which also happens to be yesterday's closing print. But it looks like there is some strength coming in on this name. So I'm going to be quite observant to see whether or not we breach VWAP. We are putting in higher lows, but we have been kind of rejecting off that level. So I'm taking the TQQQ short at that level, looking for possible rejections, but I'm seeing some strength coming in this market, just not on every name. Like you're seeing a little bit on Tesla, you're seeing it on Nvidia, you're not seeing it on much of anywhere else. So I'm kind of feeling, we're below the volume weighted average price right now. It could help me with this possible short. So we'll pack our patience here. Right now, nice move down on Meta. So we're nicely about 30 pennies there. Let's see if we can cover some at 55s or so. Meta, a bit of a bamboozler, showing 74s right now, but we know how that works, right? Meta shows you 74s. It literally has to cross like multiple pennies down because it's so spready. So we'll see if we can get something from the future and something from Meta. I didn't trigger, sadly, there on my future position. It did come into my entry, but it didn't cross. So the strength on the market still hanging out and not allowing me to get filled. So waiting for either fill right now on META or on the future, or on both. Be great. This came in for not that long ago. I saw you guys there in the chat talking about this. Adidas continues to expect unfavorable currency effects to weigh significantly on companies' profitability this year, excluding Yeezy sales in both years. Currency, So here is the look. It's basically Nike shares are trading higher after Adidas reportedly increased its full year guidance. So NKE apparently up nice 1.5%. I saw that move up into 72 and change. However, I don't think 72 3/4. I don't think we're getting follow through there. So we'll have to pack our patience to see if investors like what Nike has to say about that move. So there we go, down into the mid 60s we go, showing 62 here on META. I'm waiting at 55s. We're short 91s. Gonna have to pack my patience. Got printed there on the future as the future comes back down aggressively here. Not aggressively, I mean, I'm misspeaking there. Got printed at 82s. We're short at 92s. So there, we'll see if we can continue that. 62s still showing up here on META. On the bid, I'm waiting for 55s, but unlikely to get filled at 55s. There's 52 now on the bid, and there we go. We get the bid, or we get the fill on Meta. Meta absolutely coming down nicely. 50 pennies in the money on this one. Let's see if we can print a bit more. 29 showing up here on the bid. Let's see if we can get a little bit drop into the $0.25. 22s showing up there, and that's the end of my trade. So happy with that trade. Let's go back now to the future and seeing what we're doing on the future. 20 pennies in the money there. So looking to cover at 52s. What do we got here on the future? What's the chart pattern show me? All right, nice look, nice look. Yeah, this is the move. All right, nice. So we take that 22 penny winner there on the future as we reject off the volume weighted average price again. So this is what I was looking at. Sorry, I couldn't pull it in while I was trading because I didn't have my stops out. So the point of this trade was to see why we kept rejecting off the volume weighted average price. We did have a breach at 10.05 and 10.10. It did pop out momentarily, but as quickly as it broke above the volume weighted average price was as quickly as it retraced, and we've been sort of hanging out below that VWAP area for the majority of the morning. So decided to take that bad boy short. Nice trade, but still negative on the day, guys, as I did make a number of mistakes early on. Keeping my eye on Meta because this area on Meta, this 489.5-ish. Let me show you what I'm looking at the 5-minute chart. Looks to have some support in and around this area here on Meta. We kept coming into this area in the, not the pre, but definitely right after the bell there. 489.5. We keep waking up. Obviously, there was a breach of that at 10 o'clock. We got down into 487.33, but the majority of the prints really defended generally that 490, 489.5. So if we come down into that area in Meta and we start getting bought up again, I could look to take it the other way. I wouldn't have any problems with that to play the range. But it does look like one of those hockey stick patterns again today on Meta, where it's down and then, either makes a lower high, lower low channel to the downside, or is sideways consolidation. So that L-shape kind of look today in play on Meta. Same thing with the soft one and goggles. That L-shaped hockey stick kind of look is in play right now. We had that 454.5 touch earlier on, right at the 925 kind of zigzag there, and then it breached 450 really with no issues. And then when it tried to break back above 450, that was definitely a line in the sand. So unsurprised there. We'll keep an eye out on these names. Right now, the future, a little bit zig, a little bit zag. But, I had that short on the future, but definitely what I'm looking at right here are these higher lows. So if we keep touching the volume weighted average price with these higher lows and buyers overwhelm sellers incrementally, you wonder just like how long it's going to be that way before we actually breach it to the high side and stay that way. So good look here on the future. Unless we decidedly reject the volume weighted average price, I'll be looking for a possible pop back up once if buyers overwhelm sellers. Let's flip to the small cap gappers and see if anything is afoot on those bad boys. We have GME and Donald John Trump on the right over here to make sure that we catch any moves that could be happening on these bad boys, as for whatever reason, GameStop's in play. Again, it was moving up in the earlier trading session into that 28 2/3, now down into 27 2/3, so about $1 off the top there. Silo and LPA, they're both still in play, but kind of really the volume has dropped off, and so has the price action. I would submit to you guys that NOS looks awfully good right now, and the reason is continuing to put in that higher low, higher high pattern. It's above the volume weighted average price. It seemed to be able to defend for quite well. $4 and the volume weighted average price kind of almost in the same area. I think VWAP's at 397, so 3 pennies off that. And the higher lows are still in play. My only qualms with NAAS is, well, number one, it seems to be a bit spready at times. Right now, it's not bad. It's 1 penny. Number two, the range per candle sometimes a little bit iffy. So if you're looking to have that specific line, be like, yeah, buyers keep stepping in right at this level, you don't really get that with this one because you have so many wick breaches of a certain price range. So if you're going to get in on this one, I guess don't be too stingy with your stop placement is what I'm trying to say, because it seems to have a lot of wicks in per candle. Wicks per candle, is that a thing? So we'll keep an eye on that. So Meta seems to have found a little bit of support here, generally at that 490. If we get a top break at around 492, this could be interesting here. So we'll keep eyes on that. What else is everybody up to? Gorev, Hood continues to push its high day. It's also a weekly resistance break, it seems. So let's have a look at Hood for Gorev. Oh wow, Hood is just a rocket ship today. What the hell is going on here? So let's pull up the hooded one and see what's. That is the day. That's the weekly chart, guys. So this could be putting in a bit of a rounded bottom there.
Not bad.
Yeah, let's flip to the 5 minute and have a look at that. Yeah, great look here on Hood. Local highs that there, Gorev. Let's go to the half an hour, see if we've been up here as of recent. No, we haven't. Let's go to the 4 hour now, see if we've been up here as of recent. No. So these are very much local highs here on Hood, and makes sense because, we saw that rounded bottom. So how do we trade this one? Personally, I'd look for a 10 exponential retracement. It's been very strong. How long does it stay this strong, though? Yeah, that's the other side of the coin, right? So, but the way I would trade this, Gorev, I'd look for a retracement into the 10 exponential, look to get a dip off that. Otherwise, really, it's not a blue sky setup, but we haven't been up here in years, it feels like. So shout out to you. I hope you print. Jason Horn, Sharif, thanks for the meta look. Wasn't even looking that way, but made money on that short with you. Shout out to you, my man. Kill it there. Hope you're absolutely printing up a storm on that side of the screen. Let me know how it goes today.
I like that side of the screen. It's a nice way of doing it. We're all in a little house together. We're all in this. That's what we'll do. Da, da, da. Or 3. Starts in 3.
What did you want to tell me?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So Meta and the Nvidia on watch for July 29th because there's this event. It's like the SIGGRAPH conference going on that week. And anyways, on July 29th, there's going to be fireside chat between Jensen Huang and Zucky.
The Zuck? The
And
Zuck?
Jensen.
Oh,
Jenny
baby.
Jenny and Zuck.
You know what I was doing? I was employing these services of our friend Google Gemini.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
And I asked our friend Google Gemini how many GPUs Meta had bought.
Really?
Or what the dollar spend on the
on the
GPUs was.
GPUs.
Yeah. And then I asked how much TikTok had spent.
How much?
And it's not even close, Adara. Yeah, well, the TikTok one's a little harder to get because it's a private company. But the point is, why was I asking it that? Because you know that Meta uses the GPUs for their reels, right? To kind of the algorithm that suggests the For You, whatever, the byte for the For You.
To AIify it.
Right,
yeah.
right? And so I was like, okay, well, let's see what their GPU spend is. It's not even like in the same ballpark. We're talking single-digit billions for TikTok and like massive double-digit billions for the Zuck train. Yeah. So it's interesting there because well, they're competitors.
That is
and I got to tell you the truth, TikTok's algorithm is a lot better when it comes to For You. Okay. That's
so
my
specifically. Okay, I like that. I like that take. Yeah, Apple. I got long. Initially, I had short. Got out a little bit early. Should have been playing this as a range, but I got long because this was kind of a plan. I said if we bounce off the 9 EMA, if we see a switch back from this previous support area to resistance to support, then I will go long. I went long. I'm trying to see us hold it to this 234 area. If we can, I will stay long this name, though I am a little bit wiffle-waffly about it, so I'm going to get out here. But right now, we're going to send you all over to hear Neil talk about his lesson of the day.
Oh, I didn't have my thing plugged in. Damn it.
I'm good. I had to double check, make sure I'm not muted for the lesson of the day here today. And I'm going to keep it really simple here. FOMO. You know, it's often the cause of, and certainly not the solution to many trading problems. A lot of times, if you're going to overtrade or like get angry with yourself or like get yourself down, it might not even be a losing trade. I think for a lot of people, we understand this. It's when something really big happens and you don't get it. And then doubly so if you were looking for it and you don't get it. So I'm just going to quickly read over thoughts here. For Tesla, and my note here will come to it. Like the first thing I wrote for today, Prime Day, who cares about that? Successive wick top failures on the daily over 260, where robo-taxi delay drop started. If opening range fails yesterday's high and can't hold 60 looking short. So, obviously, okay, Tesla dropped today. It's not enough to say, okay, you wanted to go short. Like, this is the idea. You failed a couple of wicks, lower highs on Tesla. Looks like it was trending down since the robo-taxi news. So look for that short opportunity. Well, Tesla decided that it was just going to hang around 55, attempt to break up where you thought it was going to make that break, and here's your chance to short it up in here at 60. It then does a huge reverse, puts in some lower highs, and then absolutely tanks. Now, a lot of times when that's happening, the first thing that comes to your mind is like, oh my goodness, how am I going to make money on Tesla? Find yourself into something else. I'd love to be able to say that when it got to this double bottom down here at like 52, you looked for the failure after the this afternoon range in there. That would have been the right call. But when you don't get that trade, you're now that's now 2 successive pop and fades that you could have had on Tesla, and you're in that FOMO mode. So I know exactly what happened when I got into this long that wasn't at 250. And we talk about this, I even said at the time, like, why am I trying to take a bounce off 51 when 50 is a level? And it doesn't matter how it would have worked out. Like the bounce off 50 gives you the scalp trade, the bounce off 51 is irrelevant. But at that point, it's successive. I didn't get the short when it presented itself and the stock is flushing, and it's a little bit of FOMO that makes you get in a little bit early. All you can do from that standpoint is take a step back. You would have heard me say, well, 246 is support level. Wait for like a 246 or something along those lines. I went over to Rivian. Rivian was successful for a short, but I want to focus on Tesla here and then wait for a big level to come in. And that was just essentially going to be right in here. A couple of days ago, that 246 level, which was a good support level, a good resistance level, all that kind of good stuff. So you know FOMO is going to happen. Identify those symptoms. It's always going to be when something big has happened that you've missed or you've lost on, and then it'll lead you maybe into something that you shouldn't be involved in, when either you should be looking the other way or you should be very, very patient waiting for that bigger level. But you cannot stop FOMO if you don't know that it's out there. So you want to have that hyper vigilance. If you have a top idea, you have a stock that you want to watch, missing a big trade, getting wicked out or getting out too early on a big trade. Like, those are the kind of things that will start having you hunt for things that might not be there on that stock or on adjacent stocks or in the next few moments. So this is what you want to look out for. I kind of knew that it was happening on Tesla, but still even fell victim to it that one time at the 251 level. So it's a pretty simple lesson of the day. You're not going to be able to detect or correct FOMO every single time, but if you can see it start to happen, you can certainly back off, not turn it into a disaster, and live to fight another day. It's human nature. You're going to have the fear of missing out. You're going to react emotionally to things, but you don't have to let it ruin your entire day or the next series of trades. Identify those problems when they happen, and then understand that you want to take a step back, take a breath, and then just go right back into your plan. It's okay to miss a trade. It's not okay to turn that into an abject disaster. That's your very simple lesson of the day, and hopefully the shorts continue to print.
All right. So somebody, I don't know who, but there he is. Okay. Well, now we know who. Tell us, Katina Man. The Katina Man is short NVDA, and we're short 127s, high 126s, 126.80, and it's on the way down. Yeah, you kind of had the feeling that the market was going to do that, as it kept rejecting off the volume weighted average price, and that's why we took that bad boy short. Didn't hold long enough, but look at Goggles and the move down that Goggles is doing. That looks awfully bearish. Oh boy, says the Katina Man. I just saw the one. He is the Canobe in the background there. 185 on GOOGL right now, as it's exactly at that level. Do we break the whole dollar level, or do we get a little bit of a bounce off it here? What a move down for Google, now down 0.75 of a point. Don't see anything specific to this Google headline here. In fact, it was maintained a buy by Argus today, and they actually boosted the price target to $215 from $200. So Google bulls will like that, and we know the Katina Man's all up in that Google space. So is Brendo. So big moves for them today, but the entire market a little bit weak, no question about it. Apple coming back down as well. Here comes 233 on Apple, 233.33 right now. Bit of a rounded top. We've been saying that the rounded top was coming in on these bad boys. You have very similar patterns on the Mag 7 in the sense that they're all kind of rounding up. Here we go. Another 10 cents drop. Here we go. The future really falling now. Let's see if there's anything government. French government resigns. Where are they going? Well, here we go. I don't know. No, we all know that there is obviously elections going on over there, and a little zig, a little zag from the left and the right. Not the scope of this show, but just looking to see if there's any macroeconomic news possibly that could have the effect of pushing this market down. Not seeing anything other than this headline over here, but that's we don't really need one right now because the market's been very strong lately, and we could get some healthy pullbacks, but it behooves us here to pull up Google because there does seem to be a whole bunch of support right now at 185 for whatever reason. GOOGL, let's look at what this one is doing. Yeah, big buyer, okay, about 4,000 lots or so at that. Well, more. What am I saying? About almost 7,500 lots at 185 when we caught a little bit closer. I saw 3. There you go. Now you can see it a little bit here as we get closer to that level. So interesting look on Goggles right there, and it pops right back up. So right now, 185, at least for the moment, is 7 pennies away. Right back down into 182 again here goes Google. Again, not really seeing an explanation as to why said move to the downside is happening. Let's give this a try. So we're going to go long Google over here, and we're going to give it 288. So let's see over here, 184. and we're going to give it to 82. So we'll look to scalp. I'm long at 05s. We'll see what we get. If we get the break, we get the break. We're going to risk about 10 pennies at this 185 level, but the market is awfully weak. 20,500 just got defended. It dropped down into it, and there goes Google through 185. And so we did we get stopped out? How come it didn't trigger? I'm just wondering why it didn't trigger. I'm going to get out here, but we ended up losing 12 pennies there on goggles, but right up into 185, it goes again. So let's see a little bit of a zig, a little bit of zag, bottoming tail candle right now, a little bit of a hammer candle forming here on Google, and I'm seeing it on some other names as well. So if we can defend that level, get back in. Otherwise, we're going to have to look to the downside really here on everything on these markets.
Yeah, Tesla had a bit of a bounce at the VWAP area at 251.75s. I was about to get filled, and then Tesla was like, no. So could have taken 25 pennies, but unfortunately did not. Honestly, this long would have worked. It did stay, but I got out because we were getting near that VWAP area in a way I did not like. We were getting near 50s with lower highs in the book. I said, Dara, lose 8 pennies or maybe lose $1. So I lost 8 pennies. Again, not super proud of it. Could have been 50 pennies in the money had I stayed. But you have to take trades that make sense to you. Staying in that as it was waffling near 250, 250s, which as I was saying earlier, 250, 150s, these 50-cent areas have been huge on Tesla. So I was like, I don't like what I'm seeing. I had to leave. But, I want to see what the Cybertruck has in store for me next. I like that we're below the 90 MA. Now we're getting to that 250, 250s, which shout out to Sharif for mentioning earlier, this is a level I had eyes on as well. So I'd love to see if me having eyes on it will be rewarded and it gives you something here. Because I think if we do break down at VWAP, given how many bounces we've had earlier, I think this could be fast. I think it could be furious. It could also be curious. It could be vicious. It could be swift. And it's a case in which I definitely want exactly all of the smoke. On the flip side, if we keep bouncing off 75s, Tesla, I'll take you long as well. But right now, I have a little bit less confidence in the long, and I'd rather wait for 50s than for 75s, just given what I saw last time and how I know I am as a trader. But if we start rejecting at 75s, that's where I think the short will come in. I want to wait and see. Broadcom on my side chart, just caught my eye, below the 90 MA. Nice. Not a ton of motion in the ocean for my trading style. We do have about a 10 penny spread. So you know what, Broadcom, your semiconductor cousin AMD is taking your spot in the side chart. Not going to really be my vibe. But Tesla, you will be my vibe. So watching out. I'm willing to trade this either direction if it gives me something I like. Good times. Also, let's see what else is going on here. Join Silo, says someone awesome. I love that name. Tesla broke down without me. But if you're looking at Silo or anything else, get involved in the chat. ! Join space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. We are brought to you by Real Trading. And so is that segment. Also, Silo, an interesting look. We bounce here at this random 190 level, try to curl up higher here, but we are seeing some topping tail candles at VWAP, so I think this is going to be a point of decision, topping tail and bottoming tail candles, so I think Silo needs to make up its mind. I think if we get a nice close on the 5-minute above 230, that's not a bad look. But Tesla did leave me behind. How are you doing over here?
Future's tanking. I was able to scalp a little bit back on Google there for a 20 penny winner, nice. Super quick, got in 96 out at 16s, but look at this move down on the Future. Wow, we just dropped off the bottom there very aggressively off that 20,500. So really giving up. Let's go to the half an hour here. See if we're putting in a rounded top on the Future. Not really. We're stair stepping down. We still have this 20,000, generally 20,375. General area bottom over here that we put in between the 11th and the 12th. But what a move down. There we go. Everything really at lows. Amazon at lows. Meta at lows. So is Microsoft. Goggles is absolutely tanking. There goes Tesla through the volume weighted average price all the way down into 250.23. What a move down for the Cybertruck over here. Everything absolutely tanking. Very happy I scalped through that because you can see literally got top wick on that and then it absolutely flushed. So that was the wrong idea there on Google, and everything really headed to the downside right now. So it's just about a matter of what we get into on the downside. We're going to wait for a pop into possibly a moving average, but so much strength to the downside. 250 on Tesla. It looks like it's incoming super quickly here. Wow, what a move down. Here it comes. Here is 250. Do we defend 250 or do we flush back down into 245.80? That is the low on the day. As I said, we breached 20,500 on the future. So really that 100-point level giving up the ghost so quickly there, Adara. What a move down. Tell them all about that trade, baby.
Yeah, I took that Tesla 250, took out 2/3 at 250, got involved at 250.28. So took about, thank you, Sean, I think that was Sean for the bang button.
Yeah.
Took 30 pennies with 2/3 of my position. I have 1/3 left. This is a small position, but I don't want to add, like I said, really trying to work on making the trades. Then I can work on the size. That was one thing as well. I want to shout out the guys in the back because we were talking about that on Friday. Just once you have the reps down, then you can kind of work with size. We're coming right back to my point of entry. If we bounce a bit here, I do want to get out. I should have probably gotten everything out at 250s, but as you say, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Definitely got probably a little bit chasey trying to hold a part of this position, but it is pretty small here. I want to see what we do at 60s, but yeah, I think this is probably going to be where if we can't reject it at 60s here, it's going to be where I call it a go. Yeah, so we're out there. If Tesla will let me leave, come on, Tesla. There you go. So out there, basically, I did end up making money in this position because I had a larger part out there. I took some profit, but next time I'm going to scalp, I move down like that. I should take everything out, especially if it's going to be at a level like 250 instead of holding. TQs, though, we had that bit of a, I think the Qs show a better, so I'm going to switch to the Qs. But we had that kind of this recovery from those bottoms here. Oh, what chart? Oh, I have a 3-minute. Okay, I'm going to switch to the 3 minutes so you guys can see what I'm seeing. Basically, we're continuing to make lower highs, lower lows here after that push down here on the Qs. On the 3-minute, I might short this on the TQs in the 3-minute, but I do want to be cognizant because the reason I like that too is because look, we had this base here earlier, right? 493. We come up. Where are we rejecting now? Or sorry, I guess 494. We're rejecting at the same area is the point I'm trying to make. So that's the type of trade I want to take. It is definitely more visible here on the 3-minute, and oh my gosh, you're going to tell me it's near the hold on level of 80s? That makes it even better. We're going to get involved. We're going to be basically watching the book. If I see anything I don't like, I'm going to be getting out, and this will be a full scalp. I'm not going to be keeping any pieces for any dreams. When you have moves like this, where they're all the way down or all the way up, you don't have dreams. You just have nightmares. You got to take advantage of the opportunities when they come to you. You have to have the conviction and trade on the balance of the evidence and hope you get your verdict. It sounds like Sean is going to the downside, and hopefully we'll be having a nice verdict of a positive trade here on this desk.
I like
that.
that.
Order. How are you doing?
Right back up is Tesla. I wanted that 250 defend. I didn't take it though. Good defend, but I still think this is a short. I like Adara's look over here. I think that this is just a retracement back a little bit to the high side. Then we're going to absolutely tank. What I want to look for is whether it touches VWAP from the sell side, that 250, 150. Let's see if we get it. We're not far away from it. Here comes 251. Yeah, you know, you do have obviously resistance at 251. It's the whole dollar level. You also have this crest down here. But I do like to see if it comes back into VWAP first and foremost. But there you go. 251 gets breached on the way up. Good look on TSLA. I don't know if I want to have a resting order, though, at 251 because I've been burned with the resting orders today. Wow, there goes 251 a little bit down here. So maybe we got to take the short here, not wait for 251.50. But Tesla's moving like crazy right now. This is looking like vintage 2021, 2022 Tesla where the book just moves super quick. And yeah, well, that makes it a bit nerve-wracking for me. Let's see if because it's been a minute since we've seen Tesla move like this, almost moving like Nvidia here. So we'll see if we can move it back into that a little bit of a higher area right now, but it looks like that whole dollar at 251 now rejecting. But that's not the only thing that's moving down. Like I'm looking at Meta here. Meta's at 487. Meta just breached 487, 486.70 right now on META. So a lot of weakness still coming in right now on these names. And so the really interesting look here. I'm going to take Tesla short at this level. Let's see what we get. We're going to short at 64s. Look to cover a little bit below the $0.50 if we can get it. And then I'm going to look to defend a little bit into possibly the whole dollar here on TSLA. But great move back up on Tesla off that 250 bounce. But I still feel like there's a whole bunch of market weakness coming in on these names right now. Let's see if we can scalp a little bit out of this Cybertruck right now in the mid 50s right here as we do find a little bit of support right now, it looks like, on TSLA. Sorry, I'm just trying to enter my order. So we'll move up like this into this area, and then I'll look to add at the whole dollar over here. So let's see what we're going to get at the whole dollar. And what did I get there? So 69s on TSLA. So I have to put my stop at 250. Whoa. Here we go with this 251 area again. So I'm going to have to make a decision here of whether I want to hold this through 251 rather than wait for that 251.50. Yeah, here comes 251. Again, I think we're going to probably move up a little bit on this market. So I'm going to get out of this position and I'll look to get back in if I can at 251.50 Adara.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when Tesla moves like this, I'm like a kid at a candy store. This is the type of stuff I like. I like these quick moves. I like where I can get scalpy. I need to stop believing pieces or dreams because sometimes the market's just like, no, Adara, I'm a nightmare. And you have to respect that. Sometimes that does work like that. I was really proud of BAC because BAC was really a different kind of trade for me in that I held it and I just let it add and subtract as it went along. But not every trade is going to be like this. If I'm going to trade Tesla or any of these Mag 7 names in a breakdown, that is not going to be the vibe I'm going for. So you have to really understand different stocks move different ways. That's one thing I'm working on. And you can have different strategies as long as you're making sure the strategy you're using on that name is appropriate. I want to short the Qs. I know initially I was looking to short them at 80s. I got out because we ended up going back to 80s and holding them. Here, though, I actually like that we can't get past 80-20s. And again, it's a little bit more bearish looking on the 3 minutes. So I'll explain what I mean here. I am shorting the pops. We're going to get involved here 16s. We're going to take not massive size, but enough size that, we can scalp out if we need to. Because if I'm going to take these scalpier moves, I do kind of want to have a bit more size with them. Don't think I'm going to get filled. The amount of interest that I have chasing this is none. I don't want to chase, but you don't want to chase waterfalls, you want to chase stocks, but you're also here at that previous area of support, rejecting, which is some more confluence. As Sharif says, the thing I very much agree with, it's a little bit harder to sometimes want to read too much into the charts with the futures, but sometimes they give you things to look at least in my experience. I'm not going to get filled there, but I do have my eye on another future ETF, and that's going to be the SPY. Why do I have my eye on the SPY? My eye on the sky? Well, I mean, much like with what we're seeing with the Qs, we are below the 90 MA. That is a level I really enjoy. I want to see what we do here at 75. You want to keep projecting 75 SPY? I mean, okay, cool. Say more or say less. I don't know. Say the same amount you're saying, SPY. I'm going to be getting involved at. Oh, I don't like that we had this push up 75s here, so I want to watch to see what we do. But yeah, I'm going to be ready to get involved at 74s if we can stay below and not hold 70s as support. I do not want to see 70s form as support. Looks like that push above was a bit of a fluke, so I'm going to try to see if we can get 74s here on the SPY. Come on, S&P 500. Give me 500 reasons to be pleased as punch. How are you doing?
Good. I just took like 25 pennies on Tesla,
Nice.
But still negative on the day on TSLA. As we got that 251 rejection, I was able to cover in the high 70s, low 80s there, but I still feel like we're still getting a little bit of support. I don't know about this 20,500 area. We'll keep an eye on it, but I think I'm going to take a little bit of a break right now. Let's start the lesson du jour. We are talking about wave one on Elliot wave theory all week long. Again, we're going to finish off Elliott waves this week by taking a bit of a deeper dive, and the deeper dive today goes into wave one. So wave one is often the most challenging wave to identify in Elliott wave theory. It's the initial thrust of a new trend, and as such can be subtle, choppy, and easily mistaken for noise. However, mastering its identification can provide significant trading opportunities. So let's get right to it. So why is it so challenging to identify wave one? Well, there's a lot of subjectivity in Elliott waves. The market's initial move can be quite ambiguous, making it difficult to definitively label it as a wave one. There's also a great deal of volatility, especially on that initial wave. So wave one often displays increased volatility as compared to subsequent waves, making it harder to discern the clear trend. And there's sometimes false starts. Remember, this is the wave that initiates that whole move up. So sometimes you get breaks of key areas of support or resistance. So it can lead to potential whipsaws for traders who sadly enter a little early. So keep that there in mind. So let's talk about some strategies to identify wave one. We're going to talk about 4 today. We're going to talk about price structure analysis. We're going to talk about multiple time frame analysis, as well as fib retracements and divergence indicators. So we'll go over those 4 different methods that we can use to kind of help identify that initial wave one. So the first thing is of price structure analysis. The first thing we're looking for here is a clear break of a defined trend line. The trend line can be horizontal, like in the form of support or resistance, or it can be diagonal in the form of a hand-drawn trend line there. So a decisive break above or below that resistance or support level can signal the start of a new uptrend or downtrend. Works both ways, so keep that in mind. So if you see any lines that need to be drawn, if there's any obvious levels of price action resistance, make sure you're getting all those in before you start doing your wave analysis, so you can kind of know where to expect support and resistance. And there's also volume confirmation, super important here. Increased trading volume accompanying the breakout can strengthen the likelihood of a substantial move, so keep that in mind. And then there's candlestick patterns, not chart patterns, but candlestick patterns that you should be on the lookout here at these areas of support and resistance. So bullish engulfing, for example, piercing patterns work as well. They should be occurring at resistance to support, and they can confirm the potential for the initiation of wave one. And here what we have here is a wave one break of a trend line. So you have this downtrend that's basically in place before we start Elliott waves on the right side of the screen over here. So if you get the break of this obvious red trend line, which it had been respecting for quite some time, for almost a month, then you should be on the lookout for possibly initiating wave one. You're not going to really be, you're not going to conclude your analysis certainly on the break of the trend line, but it's something that should get your attention. And then you should also be looking for the volume. As you can see here, the initiation of the Elliott waves starts at the beginning over here at this trough, and what precedes this trough is basically a downtrend, lower highs, lower lows. You get into that area over here, and then you have outsized volume. And the reason you can know it's outsized volume is because you're comparing it to over here, right? None of these volume candles have printed yet, right? So everything from here on is blank. So you're looking at these volume bars, you're like, okay, yeah, it looks like there is outsized volume here. Check. So you have another check in your little notepad there. And then finally here, you're looking for the candlestick pattern to, ideally it should take place at the trough or at the crest, but it's never so simple. You're looking for something like a, bullish engulfing, a rising sun, a piercing pattern, whatever candlestick pattern you see there that could be bullish and reversal inclined. So keep that in mind there. As you look for the price structure analysis. But there's also the multiple time frame analysis that you need to conduct here as a strategy for identifying wave one. What you're looking for here is analysis on the higher time frame context. You're looking for confirming an uptrend on a higher time frame or a downtrend, right? You're looking on the weekly or you're looking on the monthly. It can, if you see a trend there, it can increase the probability of the initiation of a bullish or bearish wave one on the lower time frame, like your 4-hour or your daily. So you're starting with that higher time frame. You're seeing if you can discern a trend on the higher time frame, and then if you see a trend, you then go down into that lower time frame to see if you can actually identify the waves in Elliott wave theory or of Elliott wave theory. And then you should also be looking for trend continuation patterns, right? Identifying continuation patterns like flags or pennants on a higher time frame can suggest resumption of the uptrend. So keep that in mind as well. And here are a bunch of whole different continuation patterns that are bullish. Again, we're not going to belabor we're not going to belabor these chart patterns today, but something that you guys can keep in mind when looking at that multiple time frame analysis for Elliott waves. Fib retracements play a role here, but not in the way that you would think. In this particular context, we're using fibs to gauge the percentage retracement of the previous downtrend. So if we're in an uptrend on Elliott wave theory and we're identifying an uptrend wave one, then we need to analyze the downtrend. So here's what we're going to do. So pullbacks to the 38.2% or the 50% of the Fibonacci retracement levels of the previous downtrend can mark a potential starting point for a wave one. Here's what I'm talking about. So imagine that this is the initiation of wave one and it starts moving up and to the right. What we have here is a downtrend that moves down and to the right. So what we're looking is getting the fib drawn from the high point of that downtrend to basically its conclusion at the bottom. And then we're going to gauge to see where wave one moves into. If it's that 50%, that 38.2%, then we can say another check mark, possibly here, wave one is initiating, and we're seeing the winds of change, right? So keep that in mind. Divergence indicators also play an important role here as well. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. Specifically, we're talking about RSI and MACD divergence. With respect to RSI divergence, a bullish divergence or bearish, again, works both ways between the price and the RSI can indicate a weakening momentum and a potential trend reversal. I'll show you what I mean in a second. Same thing goes with MACD divergence. Bullish or bearish divergence between price and the moving average convergence divergence can also signal the potential weakening of the trend and the initiation of wave one. And here's what I'm talking about there. With respect to price, you're making higher highs on the price, concluding with that wave 5 pop. But when you look at the highs on the RSI, you're not getting that continually higher high pattern. In fact, you ended up getting a bit of a lower high. This is what we call bearish divergence, when the RSI makes a lower high than the price, than the high made by the price. Same thing here with MACD, but in the contrapositive, you're making a downtrend here. You're making lower lows on the MACD, but on the price, but when you look at the moving average convergence divergence, you're getting higher lows. That's what we call bullish divergence, and it's basically suggesting to you that the downtrend may be coming to a conclusion. So keep that in mind. The other way to use these guys is to look for RSI to come out of the oversold territory and to coincide with the initiation of wave. With respect to MACD, what you're looking for is the MACD line to cross above the signal line at the same time that you posit or you think wave one is starting. So look out for either divergence or crossovers or moving out of the overbought, oversold territory. And some additional considerations to keep in mind is wave one initiates the trend. As a result, it can lead to multiple false breakouts before actually, manifesting in the direction. So be cautious of those false breakouts, especially during the more volatile markets. Use stop loss orders, obviously, to manage risk, and be on the lookout for your confirmation bias. Avoid confirmation bias by considering alternative wave counts in your Elliott wave analysis. So again, I made the point first time around in the lesson. If you're looking at your the chart and you think that you've denoted each wave and you've assigned it like a wave number, wave 1 through 5, maybe have somebody else look at that. Do they see the same thing as you? Maybe don't show it to them with your waves, have them kind of reach their own conclusions. So yeah, confirmation bias is an ever-present danger in Elliott wave analysis, and practice obviously here makes perfect. Consistent practice with historical charts will improve your ability to recognize wave one patterns. Practice, and identifying wave one is an art as much as it is a science. I should say it requires patience, it requires discipline, a combination of technical tools. Always prioritize risk management and consider using a conservative approach until you have a strong confirmation of the new trend there.
Thank you so much, Sharif, for preparing that lesson and going over that. I think one thing, too, that's interesting is I didn't really realize, the extent to which it will make sense if you're going to start, if your whole pattern that you're looking at is based on this one specific wave, it makes sense. You need to make sure you have your first wave, right? And so I like that this is going to be a pun, but I do mean it. I like that we have to have all of these different confirmatory factors to make sure there is, in fact, a change in the tide, instead of just assuming there is one. So I really want to shout you, because I think there's a nuance to that is really interesting for sure. So shout out to Sharif. Also, Adrian was asking, is there any time frame for this? Elliott waves, are they fractal? Is it like the same kind of thing?
Yeah.
So basically, with that, it's like generally with fractal patterns, they're going to be more effective if you see them on a wider time frame or if you see them with more confirmatory factors. Again, you always want the more confluence, the better, right? Shout out to a certain individual who sits behind the to Obi there. But in general, they are fractal, so you can see them on different time frames. But if you see things in a couple different time frames, it's always going to be a good look as well, right? Let's say you see something on the hour that you confirm in the 5-minute or the daily. So yeah, basically, long story short, thank you so much to Sharif for that lesson. We're going to go over it one more time in about half an hour. I'm going to make sure we don't have any housekeeping to do vis-a-vis auctions. I don't remember any, but I'm going to make sure there are no auctions today. We have Fed's Kugler, but Fed's Kugler is not going to be dropping any of those hotlines until 2:45. So we will let you know there. Also, Tesla, I did, Rock Doc was asking me if I got a Tesla scalp short. I did, Rock Doc. I was pleased as punch. I got involved here. 2056, got out 2020s. I did not even want to shout out, 250. I got out in at 250.56, got out at 250.20. I didn't even want to save a piece for the dream here for that 250 breakdown, because you guys may remember on Friday I got extremely tilted wanting a breakdown in Tesla that never came and got shut down deservedly because I kept I was very in my head, I was very anchored. So I didn't want to get anchored to that breakdown. I wanted to just take it into the breakdown. So happy with that short. Like I said, been doing lots of book scalping. I had a SPY scalp short as well that I'm also pretty happy with. Again, the whole thesis was if you see change in the tide in the book, get out either for profit or for a loss. So I ended up, Tesla breaking up above 252s here. Nice strength in the market. SPYs, I got short here around that like I said, I wanted that 252.75. Could have taken a little bit more here. Ended up getting out at 60s because I was seeing us continue to go back to 60. So I ended up taking about 13, 14 pennies. However, SPY, I don't want to take you just based on a VWAP projection because you are the whole market. You're not one stock. But look, we reject VWAP, and then we come here to reject off this SPY 563 short. It's looking mighty fine, Sharif. I have no qualms except for the fact that I have qualms.
She's qualmless.
I'm kind of qualmed. I'm partially qualmed.
Oh, my bad.
But you know what? No, I'm not qualmed anymore.
She's not qualmed.
We broke nicely. Thank you for the qualm report there from Sharif himself. But also, if you want to hear other reports from Sharif at 2 p.m., you have until 1:50. You've got about an hour and 10 minutes to vote here for the stocks of your choice. Get in that chat, ! Join, shift 1, join, space, shift 4, $, whatever ticker you like. Maybe it's Google, maybe it's Meta, maybe it's Amazon, maybe you're not going to get your SPY Philadera. But whatever it is, get involved there in this here chat, in that here chat, and make sure your voice is heard in our new audience segment brought to you by Real Trading. Yeah, I've got a lot of stuff I'm looking at. Nothing that I'm super committed to right now. If BAC wants, I almost said BWAC, so mine is on DJT. But if BAC wants to dip its head back below the 90 MA, I will short it again as I did last time it did that. If it wants to hold the 90 MA, I might take it a bit as a long, but BAC is not going to necessarily be my favorite type of trade, so I want to be really confident in what I get. Happy it didn't get into my SPY short because now it looks like it's trying to pop back up. How are you doing? I saw you bump your fist. I want to hear all about it.
Well, yeah, but let me shout out Glenn Smith here. Qualm yourself. Get qualmed. Yeah, Glenn Smith, you're killing me, bro. Shout out to you. Yeah, I did well here on Meta. Still negative on the day, though, guys. We got long Meta at 487. I was able to cover at 71, so I was able to take 71 pennies quick as you like on that. This was a 10 exponential retracement. It had gotten extended off the low. It had a doji candle in the 5, so I said, look, this is looking awfully green, and we actually did move up a little bit, but I still think the market mostly is a downtrend today, no question about it. But who remembers WKHS? Workhorse up 28, almost 29%. What is going on here? Workhorse Group shares are moving higher Tuesday. The electric vehicle company was awarded a Sourcewell contract for zero-emission vehicles. The details, Workhorse awarded the Sourcewell contract for procurement in the category of Class 4-8 chassis. We need Randy out for this. And cabs with related equipment, accessories, and services. The contract allows Workhorse to expand its reach to government. Really, they're going to get back in the government game. Weren't they shafted enough by the U.S. Mail? It was Workhorse with U.S. Mail, right, Katina? Yeah, there we go. With U.S. Mail. So here it is. Canada and the United States both in on this. I just want to see these cars. I don't even know what they look like. So WKHS, big boy move, and here comes the chart. You're gonna like this chart, guys. At least if you're a trend trader, anyway. Here it is, up at high day, just printed. Lucky number $2.13. Printing 12.11 right now. The closing print on this bad boy, $1.65 from yesterday. It's been a love affair with a 10 exponential on the 5 here, save and except for the period between 11:30 and 11:50, at which point it held the 20. So interesting look here, very directional in its move. This is the 5-minute chart on WKHS. This one I actually removed from my EV watch list on the side. It's probably going to have to go back on. In fact, we're going to do that right now. Insert row. Thank you, WKHS. And we're going to add that bad boy back on. It's done 2.86 million shares, though, guys, okay? So this is like pretty much nothing for a $2 name. And it's been going for the better part of, a couple hours now. This one really started moving at 10:10. And this headline, though, okay. So the headline came in at 12:30. 12:31 exactly, probably getting released by the company at 12:30, but obviously somebody was buying up a storm before that 12:30 news headline hit, and it looks like it really came in at 12:15 here because the volume candle on Workhorse really came in at quarter after the hour. So that's interesting. So let's look at the volume candle on the 1 minute. Yeah, 12:16 right at that time. That was the biggest volume candle on the day. That's likely when the news headline got released. So WKHS, nice move to the high side. I'd like to see possibly a $2 retracement, maybe, but that would mean it would break the 10 exponential. So it would have to be a deeper retracement into the 20, assuming the 20 is around that $2 area, Ram. So we'll keep an eye on this one. But WKHS, nice move up finally, getting a little bit of a break here after, I guess, multiple years, days to the downside. Let's have a look at what else is moving here. Everything really at lows. Amazon about to flat bottom breakage. We've had lots of support at this 192, 193 area, 192 and 3/4. But look at the amount of prints we're getting at 192 and 3/4. And that is yesterday's closing print. So 192.75, the low of the day, and yesterday's closing print. It looks like it's been a short day, short the pops kind of day on AMZN, as it really feels like it's been most of that on the MAX 7 Adair. So keeping my eye here on Amazon as it's at that critical level.
Yeah, I went long Nvidia, then I flipped short Nvidia. I think I'm like basically flat in the NVDA trade because I did take out the first one anyway. This one we're gonna not be flat, so I'm pleased to punch about that. I ended up taking out half the position there around 80, so I got involved 125.70, got out half 125.80, got the rest out 125.65. So slightly positive on the name, but then I got back involved as a short because I saw that we were the area of a support initially 125.60, which is why I started eyeballing it. It flipped to resistance. So I said, Adara, you like shorts, get short. I got short, currently 30 pennies in the money on this one. If it doesn't want to break any lower, I'll take out my remaining third. Please just punch with that. Sorry, that got a little worked up there. Pretty happy with how that trade went. But sorry, we saw that had the super chat earlier. Forgot to get to this, so I apologize. Top VOIP, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Pac B looks ready for a parabolic move. Have a look. We got a lot of old pals from the past popping their heads back up. We got costs. Why? Because it can. We also have there the workhorse with the story here. PACB, I did not see any news on earlier because I did look today and I couldn't find anything. But look at this nice little uptrend here. We have I agree with you, top VOIP. Looks like we could have a top break here, a flat top break to shout out your name. We have this nice pull up here. Now we have these higher lows, a little bit of a pennant forming. I think if we bounce off that 9 EMA, if we get past all these topping tail candles, this could be a great look for Aunt Kathy and Pacific Biosciences. Let's take a look here at this name. The daily chart leaves a lot to be desired, as these types of runners often do. So I want to give credit where credit's due. That being said, it looks like we've sort of eclipsed here that 205 area that was a bit of an area of resistance earlier, complete with some topping tail candles. The next area that I think we need to break up from that ended that earlier uptrend we had going from April 16th to May 14th is going to be if we can nicely close above that 220 area. So basically what I think is 205 close above first, then I want to see us close above 220. And honestly, I think if we have, and again, things aren't always going to manifest, but I think if we do have that manifestation of this flat top break bull flag we're forming, I think that could be a nice look there for PACB. Yeah.
Very nice.
Thank you to top VOIP for the super chat.
There you go. There you go. So top VOIP doing top boy things. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'm also keeping an eye on Apple because it's retracing into the 10 exponential over here. And it's been awfully weak, as we know. So I'm very interested in shorting it at this level. I'm just wondering if I should wait for a 20 exponential pullback. Yeah, let's see what it does at 233. Does it give up the ghost? Yeah, it does. Well, it's zigging and zagging a little bit. Yeah, wow. It's been a very, very red day, no doubt about it today on the markets. What are we down on the future? We're down on the NQ. The ES is actually positive. The ES is up 0.25%. The Dow's up 1.5%, and the Russell's up 2 1/3. I did not have eyes on that at all. That's like an entirely different market. The Russell's up 2 1/3. Talk about rotation. Okay, so we talked about this last week as a result of that day that we had. That I forget what day it was. It was the day that Raider Trader came on with the big kahunas, and he was talking about the rotation. I think he had like one of these gnarly infographics that showed that, when a day like that happens, that there's typically rotation into other sectors other than tech. So I was a little skeptical skeptical because I heard that story at the beginning of the year and then we didn't really see it, but I guess it's going to happen sometime. So the Russ up big today. If you're trading IWM like Adara does and you took that bad boy long, well, you must have been doing well on the day today. So we'll keep tabs on that. The reason I'm just waiting over here and looking at the side screen, I'm looking at Apple, I'm looking at this retracement on the future. We're above 20,500 again on the NQ September contract. So I don't want to jump short on any names here, even though, you know, the 20,500 has been breached before. We just breached it like about 10 minutes ago, 13 minutes ago, and then we rejected back down. So I don't want to put too much stock into that. But now Apple above the 10 exponential on the 5. So I could be waiting for a possible 233.5 pop here if I'm to wait for the 20, because right now we're above that level decidedly. So I'm going to wait in the mid 40s or so, which is very much near the 20 exponential. So we'll see if we get something like that on AAPL. We're printing 33s right now. You're seeing some good strength come into some of these Mag 7 names, but I'm just, I don't know. I'm just bearish right now. I just feel like, we're not going to trend on the day, and so I'm looking to short the pops, and just really it's about getting in on the 10 or the 20. I got to make my own indicator.
Next time we get dimes, we're going to have to say I took a 10.
I took a 10.
Yeah.
Russell is rolling over, though, says Greg Moore. Well, I didn't really look at it. I just looked at the percentage. Well, it's not really rolling over. We're 4 points off the high, my man. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what do you define as rolling over? We're printing 2264 is the high, 2261 is what's printing right now. So I don't know if I agree with that, but maybe you're right. Maybe it's about to roll over. Let me know. If you're trading it, keep an eye on it. And if you've got a solid trade, let me know. Adara loves trading the IWM.
I am trading it right now, yeah.
Get it?
I got in long off the 90 MA, though I do not disagree with the potential rolling over thing. We were holding initially in the books that 220 to mid-20s really well, which is why I got involved. We wick up to 35s, and then we fail it. So I don't love this look. I have to say this is the type of thing that is making me literally itch. I'm literally scratching mosquito bites here because I want to panic sell. But I don't want to panic sell just yet. If we can get back to 30s, if we reject again, I'll get out there. And it's not, I want to be cognizant because I want to just be greedy and staying in to stay in. I did, and initially I wanted to go short. You guys know me. If there's a short to be taken, I will take that heat. I always want that smoke. But I actually liked it as a long better because at that point we were holding the 90 MA. Now, though, we're not. So I would rather lose here. I don't even think it's Columbia now. I would rather lose a couple pennies there, like a penny, than potentially losing more. So, this is not my favorite trade of my life here, but I definitely want to say I do agree with Greg Moore a little bit on that. If we keep rejecting that 222.20s, if you saw in the book here on the sell side, we got to 222.20s, got right back down to 222.18s. I want to go short here. I am going short here. I'm flipping short. 50 told me go ahead, switch the style up. If you hate, let him hate. Watch the money pile up.
Nice.
We're going to start getting involved here at 10s. We're going to add at 15s if we can. If we get back above 20s, that's a no-go for me. But I want to build this position a little bit. The Russ is one where I'm going to hustle a little bit differently. Happy I tried the long, because honestly, to me, the balance of the evidence was on the side of the long at the time where I entered. The evidence switched, so I had to change my verdict and leave. I've been pretty good about the button, actually. I have to say I've been exercising some self-control, which is nice. IWM, please do not tell me you've now decided you want to bounce off 10s. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to add yet. I want to see a little bit more confluence. I want to have a little bit more confidence. I don't want to get involved in the short just because I felt like I should have. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I still think the short is not a bad look, but I want to be cognizant. I don't want to build a position all willy-nilly. Basically, I had this on my side chart. I was already kind of looking at it. So shout out to Sharif for mentioning this one, because I do think there is some potential and there are some opportunities in this here name. Greg Moore saying break of 222 is golden downside. I agree. From what I'm seeing here, because at this point, we literally bounced off 222.10, so I really want to see what we do here. I'm interested in adding, but I'm not interested in adding until I see a stronger rejection. That being said, we're continuing to see lower highs in the book. We haven't gotten above that 222.15 yet, so going to keep an eye on that. But if it's just going to keep waffling, I'm not going to add any chicken to those waffles. I'm not going to add any protein to that trade unless I really have a reason to. So that's the look on IW. I'm ready to hustle with Russell.
But then the trade is not going to be like well fed, and it's not.
If it doesn't have protein, I know, Sharif, right? It's a catch-22. Oh, someone's writing a bull now.
What are you doing there over Katina, man?
125.19.
The Katina man is long 125.19 on NVDA. It's already printed in 74, so you can do your math there. Shout out to him. Looks like it's putting in that rounded bottom and looking to head to the high side, at least from what I see there. Now, I'm keeping my eye on the futures because I'm short Apple at the $0.50, 233.5. We could have wet our beak there for a 15-penny winner, but I want to see if it can work its way down to the 10 exponential, which is at the $0.25. We're at the 20 exponential, which is why I got in. It wasn't really the $0.50 that precipitated me to get into this. It was like, look, hey, Apple's been rejecting off the 10 or the 20. Take your pick. A couple of good green candles there, but I was looking for possible more weakness to come in. I'm waiting at the $0.33 to wet my beak on some profits, but if that comes in, we'll possibly look to cover it there. I saw 39 show up there on said bid, but the bid is a little strong at the moment. But this was the same setup with my MetaTrade. I had to pack my patience because at the exponential or at the retracement to the exponential, sometimes you get a rejection and a big move down. Sometimes it waffles at that level and makes you wait. So I've already put my out. My stop is already in place. We're going to have to see if Apple rejects at these levels over here. I'd like something at the $0.33, but we're going to pack our patience. I see the future at key levels right now at that 20,005 1/3, and there was an umpteen amount of resistance. Or I think this is what John Del Segno was talking about there. He was talking about, I think he was talking about resistance at the, hold on, no, is it this area here? I'm really not sure what John was. John, tag me again, because I remember you were telling me about a triple top on the future, and I wasn't sure exactly what you were talking about, and then it actually happened, and you were like, this is what I meant. So tag me again if you can, John. Let me know exactly what you're looking at. But the future's on the way up here. It's breaking 20,005 1/3. I was looking at this area over here because we had so many bottoms bounce off 20,005 1/3, only to give way finally at like 5 after 12. So keeping an eye on this level to see if we break it. If we do, then I'll stay in or I'll get out of the short, on Apple. Otherwise, I'm looking to print at least into a $0.33 here, but it's making me absolutely wait. We're still waiting in the low 40s. Nothing really coming in the 30s at the moment. Tesla I see is on the way up. So possibly the winds of change here come in on TSLA as it just breached that 252.5, which is yesterday's closing print. Again, it's at 253.5, but we know that there's an area resistance at 254 because it rejected that area for about 20 minutes from around 1150 till the big boy Huadunk at 1205. So Tesla looking like it wants to weasel its way right back up. Nvidia is at the 20 period here. So really, I'm still in the trade on Apple. I haven't been stopped out, but I feel like maybe the winds of change may be coming on the future. I don't want to speak too soon and get anybody out of their trade. I'm just speaking for myself right now. But keeping an eye on Tesla and keeping an eye on the future there, and obviously Apple because I'm in it.
Yeah, so I know I switched bearish on the IWM, and I stand by me switching bearish. Like I think even before we had that comment from Greg Moore, I was feeling a little bit queasy about how we got to 222.35s and sold back off. Well, I'm off the short, not at a great level. Did have to get out as we broke well above 20, so lost a little bit more than I wanted to. The position wasn't huge, but that's really not the point. The point is I should have managed it better. But now IWM is making me question myself again. I don't have a clear read in this, so I'm not getting involved, but I'm keeping an eye on it because I think there's something in the water. I don't know. I'm not a shark. I can't smell it. I don't know what it is. But there's something in the water here on IWM, and I say that because that 222.15, I mentioned that as resistance. We get there, on the book. Now, though, we're flipping to support. And we're seeing higher lows on that 222.15. Now, we can't really break above 222.30, or sorry, 222.25, 23 decisively on the book, but we can't break below 222. Initially 15, then we get 17, now we get 19. I think this is trying to curl for another long pop, so I want to watch it for that reason. I don't want to get involved yet, though, because like I said, I really don't have enough conviction. I don't have enough confidence, and at this point, it's not, I know a scare trader is a deficient trader, but I've made the mistake, I have mistaken confidence for stubbornness or confidence for FOMO, you know what I mean? So I want to make sure that I really do have real confidence in this trade. I think IWM could pop back as a long here, but I really do need to see us kind of break above that 90 EMA with the viciousness. Right now in the book, I'm seeing things that I like curling back to the upside, but I'd rather wait than rush into a trade that I do not feel okay about. As Neil says, one thing I always like to quote because I think it's huge is it's okay to be wrong, it's not okay to stay wrong. I've been wrong on IWM twice now, and I think if I get back involved, if I don't have massive confluence and massive reason to do so, I think that would be me staying wrong. We still can't get above that 222.30, so things to note. If we keep seeing higher lows in the book, though, because now we're trying to bounce off 222.23s, 24s, 25s, I have to say, as Sean often says, to quote the Catman himself, I like the stock, or I like the ETF. So yeah, this definitely getting a little bit waffly here on the IWM. I'm going to stop waxing poetic about the Russell, though. William Randolph saying, Adara, can you take a look at Sava? It looks like a potential breakout with volume going up. Cassava Biosciences, yeah, they've been quite the time. This one's been up, down, and all around. Let's take a look at Sava here. Remember, this one was going around the 4th of July with some catalyst there. So let's take a look here at the SAVA. I gotta say, I'm not... The volume going up, I'm not seeing a ton here. And when, like these volume candles here, where it's like 40,000 shares, right? So I want to say not massive volume. I want to put that out there. Not, thank you for pulling this one. I just want to be like contextualizing it, right? Volume on the day for Sava is about 1 million shares. So it's not massive, but there's some things in this chart I like. And one of them is going to be we had this double top here at 1293s. Then we bounce off it, not virtually, but almost here at 1295s. When we get into like 1250. So I don't think that's a bad look. I think Sava's trying for something, but I don't think it has enough volume, enough motion in the ocean, enough, confidence to have that push higher, at least for right now. I would need more volume than 1 million shares, especially on something that's going to move like we know Sava can move, right? So I want to put that out there. On the daily chart, Sava, after its big fall on that investigation of the false research there, which is, of course, not a good time. We're trying to crawl higher. We did get past a lot of resistance on a wick basis at 12, so I think if we can hold that 12, 13, not a bad area. I don't think things get really spicy for me for Sava, though, in the daily chart, till we get to 19s. Why do I say 19? Why can 19 do something for me? Because look at how well we held this base earlier, right? A couple times. Then we hold resistance a couple times. So I think if we can break above that 19, 20 area, that to me is a better look. I have to say, honestly, intraday, Sava has not given me too much to be excited about. But worth noting, if we get a little bit more volume than like these 40,000, 50,000 volume candles, I think it could be a decent look. I just think it needs a little bit more motion in that ocean.
Motion in the ocean. Tesla coming back down off that 254 area yet again. A lot of resistance there. I mean, it's not flushing or anything like that, but it behooves us to know that this 254 area was an area where we rejected off for about 20 minutes. We weasel our way up there. We didn't quite make it up into 254. We got into 253.88 and then put in a bit of a doji candle. It's not closed yet, and we're definitely still positive on this uptrend over here. Now we know there's support at 250. I know we breached it earlier, got into 245. But look, in the same way that we rejected 254 for a period of 20 minutes, we held on to 250 for a period of 25. So good look right now for TSLA as it, presents you with multiple opportunities, both with support and resistance. I'm still in this AAPL short because we haven't really cleared the 20 period by any distance. I'm only 3 pennies in the money, but I'm really... I'm seeing what I like on this name, which is, this not clearing the 20 period with any vigor, hanging out around it. Now here comes 41s. I'm looking to print at 33s. That's been elusive for me. It hasn't been able to weasel its way down there lately anyway. So keeping an eye on that, keeping an eye on Apple, obviously, keeping an eye on Tesla with that 254 level coming in. Meta also interesting, had multiple trades today on Meta, both long and short, and Meta coming back into a very similar look like Apple right now, where it's at the 20 exponential. It's, it looks like it's finding resistance in that area at around 489, because kind of hanging out, the range per candle really tightens up. You get a little bit of zig and zag, a little bit above, a little bit below. And really no direction. But here comes Apple again. So possibly the winds of change coming on AAPL here as it puts in a bit of a hammer candle. My out is at 69. So we could have wet our beak multiple times in the low 40s. That wasn't the move, though. The move was to look for a bigger move down. And I'm going to get likely stopped out of here, the dead one, as it weasels its way right back into those highs. And yeah, this is trigger 69. There we go. Got stopped at Apple. It just hasn't been my week today. there, I'll tell you that. It's been tougher trading. Oh, wow, no way. Just came right back down. Let's see if Apple, the winds of change coming on this one, because if it does breach a 20 on a closing basis, I'll look to take it long, but I just feel like, I'm seeing what I want to see, but it's not manifesting in the way that I think it's going to. So a bit of confirmation bias on my end. You got to trade what's in front of you, so we'll see exactly if this really clears a 20 exponential on the 5 or whether it goes back down. If it does, I'll get in. You get shaken out sometimes, but that's just the nature of the game, and we'll look to re-enter.
Yeah, it's 102, so we'll definitely do that lesson soon. I am about 5 pennies in the money here in NVDA. I got involved. I initially was looking for that 126 break. Then I was like, Adara, wait, be patient. See what we do with the 90 EMA. It's not always going to be level, but in this case, the 90 EMA, comes into confluence with those previous bounces we had, that 125.80s, if we go back to 1020 and then again at 1055. So I said, I like that. And I said also, if we break below the 90 EMA, they don't want it short, because we know I like shorts. I'm kind of a fan. A little bit, just a skosh bearish there. So anyways, I see that we hold that level. I say, Adara, get involved. I wanted 85s, wasn't able to get 85s. We had higher lows in the book, so I ended up getting involved at 90s. It's a smaller position, because I'm really, again, just trying to practice making sure I'm confident in my entries, being patient enough to get entries I want, and then hopefully getting out. IWM, I didn't have enough patience with, and I did my whole very long thesis about how I said I think it could flip back to long. It flipped back to long. Really proud of myself for calling this. Didn't get involved. Happy I didn't get involved though, because like I said, if I've already had 2 weird reads on it, why add a third? Who does that help? But no, I think if we bounce once again here on the book level, if I continue to see these higher highs form, I'll get long. If we can't hold this 222.40s though on the book, we are kind of butting our little heads up above it, then I'll take it short. Why will I take it short? We got rejections here a couple times. I'm okay with taking that short. And I also think that 222, again, I don't want to bank a whole trade into breakdown. We know that gave me some issues in TSLA last week, but if I think there's that opportunity, there's a way to play it as well. So I want to watch what we do with 222.40s. I think there is potentially some gold in them, their hills, but not yet. Let's also look here at BAC, which, oh my gosh, BAC dip buy nation. I need to be way more aware of the opportunities to bank on this one. Happy with those shorts I had, but I really should have been getting long on the 90 EMA. As I always say, though, woulda, coulda, shoulda. So we're going to watch out for back to see if it comes back again. Guess who's back? Bank of America. Let me know when you're back. But no, this Nvidia, I'm still in. But I don't like that I want to see us not reject this 125.90. We did flip a little bit from resistance to support on this, which is not something you want when support to resistance, which is not what you want when you're long and when you're trying to tape scalp. So let's be really cognizant of what we do here. I want to see Nvidia make up its mind. If we stay above, I don't like that we broke below 85 here, so that's where we're going to have to cut that trade short. If Nvidia will let me out of its little chip there. I do not want to eat this bowl of chips right now, Sharif. It is not a good vibe for me if Nvidia would let me leave. There we go. We're out.
Nice.
Please
Nice,
just punch. Lost about 6 pennies, but sometimes 6 pennies. Wow, my brain's on puns. But sometimes you just have to be happy with the fact that you got out. Like I said, if we see that decisive break below 80s on the book, I have no qualms shorting, but I need to wait for evidence for that. How are you doing before lesson time?
Good. I'm getting cut up on Apple because I'm trying to short this
Unintended? Cut up?
No, but good call.
Sorry, I'm not trying to make a pun about the thing. But.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, if I'm going to get mad about it, I'm just going to end up losing concentration. So I might as well joke around about it. But anyway, yeah, getting cut up on this one because it's just too strong at the 20 exponential. And you're not seeing that on any of the other names. And I'm choosing the one that's the strongest. Anyway, could have taken that one on Meta as well as Amazon. Softy also gave you a bit of an opportunity there, but yeah, Apple a little strong here, so I'm just gonna leave it alone. Let me clear up all my orders. So oh, come on, dog, no way. No way. Anyway, it's all good. As it comes right back down. Yeah, you just think you have the read and you don't have a read. All right, let's leave that one alone. Let's see what else everybody is looking at. Throw up your names in the chat. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. Join every day, baby, the afternoon rundown segment by having your vote and getting the name that you want talked about talked about on the afternoon segment by Sean and Neil. So get into the chat right now. Exclamation point join space $, and the ticker of your choice. Have Neil and Sean look at the name for you. And if they traded it, they'll tell you how they traded it, why they traded, what they were looking at. If they didn't, they'll give you the levels that they like and any other information they have. So make sure you are voting every day. Isra says run. Yeah, let's have a look at Sunrun. I kind of mentioned this one yesterday. Solar stocks very much interest rate dependent. So keep your eye on that, Ram, as we talk about interest rate cuts. Jerome Powell saying yesterday on his little hangout there that he would be willing to cut out. He'd be willing to cut interest rates even before 2% ever came into play. So that has everybody, feeling a little bit bullish because we don't have to wait for that 2% print to come in. So anyway, Sunrun has been moving up decently the past couple of days or weeks. Let's have a look at what it's been doing. So it really found its footing back in the early part of the month. And since that time, we are up a cool 66%. Give or take since that time, basically defended that $10.50 since that time. Now we're up at local highs at generally 17-ish here on a run. These ones, they trade a little bit light though. As you can see, the volume bars on this one are going to be a little bit lighter. The spread typically a little bit wider. Let me look quickly to see what the spread is on Sunrun, just by way of example. Sunrun up 8.62%, but when I look at the spread, it's okay. It's a 1 penny spread. That's not that bad. I've seen it a lot wider than that in the past. So let's pull up Sunrun on a trading screen over here. Let's take off HMY, and put run. It's not on the New York. There we go. Yeah, see 1 penny spread right now, decent $17 level coming into play here. And as I look at the side chart, we know $17 has been a bit of a top. Like we got into that level on the 12th, we got into about $17.50, and we gapped down the next day. We tried to take 17 again, but that was the IB high. That wasn't an IB high, that was an institutional level print at 17, which we never got to again. That's yesterday. Today, we gap up, fill the, or basically retrace the entire move down that we had yesterday on Sunrun. So good look there. I personally don't have a trade on it. I don't really trade these solar stocks, but let me know how it goes. Keeping an eye on Apple here because Apple is headed to the upside here. So I think I'm going to go long Apple on a dip trade. I don't want to get long at these levels right now. If it runs without me, it runs without me. We'll look to get in. Oh, that was wrong. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to short it. So there we go. We'll look to get long at around 63 to get possibly a little bit better of a price here as it steps up above that 20 exponential. I'm still seeing resistance though at 233.75. It's this area right here that held as resistance. So we'll see if we can clear that area. If we do, then I think I'll just get long after there.
Yeah, as you always say to me, I love that you always say hope you print. You always say that to me and everyone in the chat. But also in this case, I hope you cook on Apple. I hope you tip. Well, I also hope you print. But part and parcel. Also, IWM took, if it will fill me, come on IWM here, I'm talking to you, man. If IWM decides it would like to fill me, I will be taking 20 pennies on the same. Happy I was patient here. Like I said, I didn't want to rush into the long again when I had a rough long and a rough short. I waited, I took less size. I saw that we bounced off 222.30s, which was a bit of a chip chop area that got me chopped up earlier. Once we got to 40s, bounced off 30s, I said to Derek, get long 40s. We held 40s like a charm. I wanted to get out here, though, because I wanted to talk about the lesson. Gerson Burson was asking about Reddit. I said Reddit had a downgrade from Loop Capital, so Happy was able to put you in the loop there, Gerson. But also, I want to pull up the Reddit chart before I get to the lesson, because Reddit's getting kind of interesting here. We had that big old downgrade. It kind of looks like a high heel shoe pattern, Sharif. We get a bit of a bear flag, but look at the stiletto we make. We make the stiletto, and we make a bit of an arch of the foot.
That's actually quite good.
And if you see a stiletto heel as well, a lot of them will have a little curved bottom, and you get that curved bottom. So the stiletto, if we see a further breakdown of the stiletto, if the heel falls off of this one, then I would say this could be a bit bearish. But if we bounce off the 90 EMA, if we form the curved part of the stiletto, I think this could be a bounce. I've already made the umbrella pattern, which is a short pattern I've talked about before. This is my new pattern, the stiletto pattern. I know it's kind of the hockey stick that Sharif talks about, but the shape of this one, to me, is a little bit more...
That's more stiletto-y.
It's a little bit stiletto-y. We can make up our own patterns. We make up our own words, so why not? Definitely, guys, if you have a ticker that you would like to look at, get in that chat, vote. Vote there. I don't know why I was saying the name of the button. I'm pressing it. Go in the chat, exclamation point, join space, $, whatever ticker you want to look at. I'll quickly look at CCL as well, because I know we had John Del Senio mentioning this one. Yeah, CCL, I have to be honest, I said this before, I find when you got a starting uptrend like this, all I have to say is congrats to this one. CCL certainly cruising to the upside, but not in a way that's like super easy to analyze, right? You have these higher highs, higher lows. This is where things get interesting. We do have not one, but two red candles. The first time I think we've seen two red candles since the start of the midday show. If we can't bounce off the 90 MA, I would say hi-ho silver, look out below in the C. If we can't bounce off this 1910s area, let's take a look at the daily chart briefly as well. We did have my chart fall off my screen a little bit. Oops. No, it's okay. I'm just going to pull this up quickly there. If I can, the CCL, because my chart CC fell. But yeah, I think if this one, like I said, if it falls off the 19, I think it's holding kind of precariously. Let's see if it can stay afloat at the 1910 area. Also, shout out to Glenn Smith in the comment, who had a comment was, "This is your brain," and then it was just like a face with no smile, and then it was, "This is your brain on puns," and the big face. So shout out to that, because that reference is pretty funny, and I enjoyed that. We're making a nice little smiley face. Speaking of brains on puns here on CCL, look at all these like gnarly little teeth we made in this smiley face, this curve back to the upside. Ooh. I think if we can make a nice decisive close above this 1920 area on the daily chart, I think that's a good look for CCL. Thank you, John Del Senio, for mentioning this one. And thank you, Greg Moore, for shouting out with the IWM. Happy I tried the short, because I was thinking short anyway, but also happy I waited for that last long to come instead of rushing into it. But right now, though, you guys know what we have to talk about. Lessons. And it's great that we're going from CCL to Elliot waves, because we've got the cruise on the waves
there you go.
The cruise ship. Now we're going to be talking about cruising into the Elliot wave pattern. So let's talk about it. We want to talk most specifically about wave one, because this is the start of the pattern. So this is kind of a make it or break it moment if you're looking at Elliott waves. So do you want to wave it high or wave it buy? You want to really make sure that you have this initial thrust of the new trend being identified appropriately, because like a wave, it can be subtle and it can be choppy and it can be easily mistaken for just normal noise in the ocean. So how do you distinguish it? Well, we'll talk about it. First, before you talk about how you distinguish, you have to understand the challenges inherent in distinguishing it. It's really subjective. So the initial move, because it can be ambiguous, it can make it a little bit more difficult to definitively label your first wave until you see a little bit more confluence, a little bit more confirmation. So volatility is worth noting too, because wave one can and often does display increased volatility compared to subsequent waves, making it harder to discern a clear direction. Also, Why Brothers United, I'm not in Tesla, but thank you for mentioning that there. I am not. If Tesla wants to break 254,
I'm going to give it a little bit of room.
Yeah, no, I hope you print there. Hope you get that Cybertruck from. But yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm not involved in Tesla, Why Brothers United. And last but not least here, you want to see the false starts are worth noting as well, because the market can produce false breakouts, which can lead to potential whipsaws for traders entering too early. So you want to be very cognizant. You want to be careful. You want to be aware. So how does price structure analysis play a role? We're going to talk about all these different strategies for identification, and one of them is going to be price structure analysis. So one example is the break of the trend line. I want to shout out Sharif for mentioning this when we had our first couple goes around. This can be a clear trend line. It can be one you've drawn. It can be just one that you see. But if you see a break above a significant resistance trend line, that can signal the start of a new uptrend, which can be something worth noting if you're looking for your Elliott wave. Consequently, if you break below support, that could be your first wave in a downward trend. So be aware of down. So they can be aware of that as well. Volume confirmation as well. If you see the trade get louder as you have a breakout, that can strengthen the likelihood of a more sustainable move. So I think that's definitely worth noting as well. And last but not least, candlestick patterns. So if you've got a bullish engulfing or piercing pattern at resistance, then that can confirm a potential wave one, and really a sign that we have a real change in the tides, to use a Sharifism, which I actually think is very apt if we're talking about waves. So here's wave one with the break of the trend line, right? So you've got this trend line here, and then we break below it. That's when you got your first wave of the trend. So really interesting note here, worth noting for that. We also have wave one with the volume initiation pump. So as we start our first Elliott wave and our first impulse wave, we also see a nice increase in volume. You see, hey, people are getting involved. There is that impulse to buy here, to switch that trend up. We had a lot of lower volume when things were kind of in that downtrend. Then we switched the uptrend with volume, and I think that's a really nice thing to note. Now, candlestick reversal patterns as well, not chart patterns, but candlestick patterns. So you've got that rising sign or piercing pattern, any pattern like this, where you see us break out of one trend and into another. That's what you have here. Also, if you had the falling star, it'd be the opposite. If you got your Elliott wave in the bearish and you're looking to that. I want to shout out Sharif because I see what's happening on that Cybertruck and I saw his fist pump. But also what I like too, thank you, shout out to Sharif for making it distinctly the distinction between what we have in the chart and what we have in the candlestick patterns, because both of those can be signs for Elliott waves. Here's one example of the chart right on our trend line, and then you also have it for candlesticks. So again, the more of these you have, the more confidence you have, the more confirmation you have, and the more confidence you can have when you identify your Elliott wave 1, which I love. We're the fawns over here. Shout out to Henry Winkler. Let's talk as well about multiple time frame analysis, because the higher time frame context is always important. These patterns are fractal. Stock sell short? Oh, Sean short the SPY. XPXL. So I thought it was SOXL. But Sean is short XPXL. But let's also talk about multiple time frame analysis, because we talked about these patterns can be fractal, but if you see them on multiple time frames, if you have more confluence, that's always going to be better, right? The more the merrier in everything, including trading. And so if you're confirming an uptrend in a higher time frame, or the weekly, for example, can increase the probability of a bullish wave in a lower time frame, for example, the daily, right? So that's definitely worth noting. Or if you have the monthly with the weekly, as long as you've got that higher time frame confirmation, that can be a great look. You also want to see the trend continuation pattern. So if you're identifying continuation patterns, for example, a flag or a pennant on a higher time frame, that can suggest the trend may resume if you have that in confluence with your wave. So here's a couple different examples of bullish continuation patterns. You got your bullish engulfing, the end of a downtrend, your 3 white soldiers, pushing more higher movement, the morning star, which, we have the bull shining light again. So a couple different patterns to keep an eye on if you're looking for some bullish continuation in general, but also if you're looking for it for an Elliott wave. So what about Fibonacci retracement? You want to look for pullback levels. There's a certain way to play this. A pullback to the 38.2% or 50% Fibonacci retracement level of the previous downtrend, that can mark a potential starting point for wave 1. So if you see a pullback, that could be a wave 1 level. And again, specific pullbacks too, right? So you've got that price high, then you come back here to that specific retracement level, 38.2, right? For example, or the 50. If you come back to these levels, that could be a sign of literal change in the tides, and we're back to wave 1. Let's talk as well about some divergence indicators. RSI divergence, which is the bullish divergence between the price and the RSI, that can indicate potentially weakening bearish momentum and a potential trend reversal. The same though if you see it on the bearish side, because you can play these either direction. So definitely keep that in mind as well. What about MACD divergence or MAC divergence? I'm joking. The D literally does stand for divergence, so that didn't work. But if you've got a bullish divergence, for example, between price and MACD, that can also signal a potential wave 1. So you've got your RSI divergence here, as you can see. You've got your move down here on the RSI as we push higher on the chart. So then you got bearish divergence, and we fall to the downside a little bit here on this chart. I can't say it as well as you can. Then here's one example of MACD divergence in a bullish way. You've got double bullish divergence. We continue to make these lower highs here on the chart as we make higher lows on the MACD signal line here, as we push higher on the MACD. The histogram, that's what it is. And as we make that bullish divergence, that's when we get our wave higher and we try to break out of that trend. So I think that's a really nice look here as well. Here's some additional considerations, because the more the merrier. Considerations, patterns, confluence, all of it. You always want more. False breakouts are definitely something to be aware of the fake out, breakout, anything like that. These, especially in volatile markets, can be key. So you want to use stop loss orders to manage risk and really make sure you have all your ducks in a row. Dot those T's, cross those I's, lost those stops. Works better in my head. Stop those losses. Make sure you have all your ducks in a row before you enter that trade, or before you try to wet your beak, because you're a duck. Confirmation bias as well. You want to avoid confirmation bias by considering alternate wave counts. And like what Sharif said too, get a friend to count waves completely unbiased. Just be like, hey, if you were to Elliott wave count, where would you start? Because the same with fibs. I know there's different levels people can start their fibs. So think of that with Elliott waves as well. It's definitely something you want to practice, and you want to have help if you can. Speaking of practice, make sure that practice does make perfect. You get to Carnegie Hall through practice, as the saying goes. So you want to make sure you're practicing with historical charts. Maybe you're practicing on the sim, and make sure you're really honing your ability to recognize wave 1 patterns. Thanks as always to Sharif for putting together our lovely little lesson. And I still have the CCL chart up. This is still a great look there. But I saw someone pump their fist on Tesla.
Yeah, well, that was short-lived, I'll tell you that, and got out of the entire thing. But look at that move up. Big breach of that level. Now we're actually using 255 as resistance. So kind of in the way that we were doing it for 254, I feel like it's doing that same thing in front of 255, but it's just so strong at the moment. You don't know. Like, I personally don't want to stand in front of it at this level. The way that it breached 254 initially. or sorry, not initially, the second time around makes you feel like it could blow through 255. It did get up there. I did see some size at the whole dollar level at the 255, but not anything like gargantuan or anything like that. But it's just, there's a lot of bamboozlement on the name. So if you're going to get in, well, you'll be ready for the breaches, because it really kind of hasn't respected those lines in the sand on the day. It has at times, and then it's kind of redefined its own look. So I like this look right now on Tesla. Possibly retracing here to the low side. There it goes, baby. So right into the 60. So that would have been a 4-penny banger. Missed that one, but good look right now for whoever's trading the range. 254 it looks like to the downside, at least for now. 255 to the high side, but that could end quite quickly. Here we are getting closer to that 255, and I don't see nearly as much size at that 255 level as I did at 254. So there was like almost 3,000 lots, or sorry, 6,000 lots we saw at that 254 level. I only saw about a few hundred. I mean, we're going to have to get a little bit closer right now. Here it is, getting a little bit closer to the level. The time and sales showing me there's a lot of midpoints coming in there. So interesting look. Yeah, there we go. Only a few hundred lots from what I can see at 255, but that could change as we weasel our way a little bit closer to that level. So keeping my eye on Tesla, because it seems decidedly strong on the day relative to some of the other Mag 7 names. And at least it's been directional. I mean, well, you could say that the other ones have been directional all down and to the right as well. So that's the look. But here is the look on NVDA. This one, the Katina Man was doing the dance with this one. It has, or looks like it does have 126 top. At least it has for the better part of an hour or even a bit more. It's been weaseling its way up into 126. A bit of a range trade, 125.50, 126 on NVDA. I feel like this 126 level is really kind of as a result of this previous area of consolidation support, and now we're using it as consolidation resistance. So Tesla still below 255 at the moment. You're getting umpteen amount of rejections on the Mag 7 names here on either the 20 exponential or the 10. Tesla really being the only exception to that. It's above the 20, it's above the 10, the 50, even the 200. It's also above VWAP. So strong name on the day goes to TSLA. Amazon still positive, no question about that, with a double upgrade, still up a quarter point, but well below the volume weighted average price at 194.25. And in fact, it looks like it's curling back down now off that 193.5 resistance. This was an consolidation area bottom that we used as support now for the better part of, let's say, 1250 to now. So almost half an hour, we've kind of been rejecting that 193.5 level on the way down now into 193, printing 14s right now is AMZN. Yeah, Tesla still has not broken 255, but a lot of accumulation around there. I mean, I don't know. How did we trade last time once we broke 244? Like, we got into 244. It took us about 20 minutes to tank, right? So we got to 244 around 1150, and then the big red candle that came in on Tesla came in at 1205. So that was, yeah, it was about 15 minutes worth of trading. We've only been at this one, and when this candle closes in 1 minute, it'll be around 10 minutes or so at this 255 level. So unsure exactly what to do here, but looking awfully strong as Tesla, and I'm just hesitant to stand in front of it. Also keeping my eye on Microsoft, because Microsoft's had a lot of support at 477. So there's been multiple wicks that have come into that, 447. Multiple wicks that have come into the low 447s. The first one that came in was around 1035. Then we had multiple ones touching it from 1215 to about 1245. And now we're right back down in those 447, 40s, high 30s, give or take that area. It seems like it is finding a bit of a buyer there. I'm really hesitant to trade anything on Apple. I just feel like I have not had a good idea. It's my biggest loser on the day by far today. AAPL just been getting cut up in and out on Apple. So I'm going to leave this one alone, as I feel like I haven't had a good read on it the last couple of days. But here comes Nvidia. Look at that, breaking above the 20 exponential. 126.25 was the level that we were talking about with this consolidation area bottom from the whole dollar to a quarter, and it's breaking it decidedly right right now. The $0.50 is a little bit above the volume weighted average price. The volume weighted average price right around that 40 penny level, but good strength here on the monster Nvidia, Adara, as it comes into about 1 3/4 to the downside, a little bit better than that. Good trade on it, Adara. Shout out to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I saw basically the same thing Sharif saw, and you know I love my 9 EMA. Sharif, I know you use the 10 EMA. I use the 9 EMA. A lot of times you're going to look basically like they're in the same place. But I see this on my side chart. I see you're poking your head up here. I'm like, Adara, I think you want that smoke? So I didn't want to puff pass on this opportunity. I took the long at 126.05s. I said if we break decisively below 126 on the book, things get herky-jerky, you get out Nvidia. But I didn't have to. We held that, we got, I think, 126.01s. Then we popped up viciously. I initially wanted 126.30. We were taking our time to get there. We were wiffle-waffling instead of Dara. Take 17 pennies and leave. If you're only here because you want your 25 pennies, that is stubborn in a way you really don't need to be, especially on the monster, as Sharif calls it. So happy I took my 17 pennies. Please just punch. And I took like okay-ish size with it too. The SPY, I tried a short on the SPY. Again, this is another one where point of entry was rough. I wanted initially to get involved right where we are right now, just shy of that 563 area, and I'm getting involved in 563.80s. It's like Adara, or sorry, 562.80s. Kind of chasey, Adara. Should not go chasing waterfalls. I get filled and immediately hops off 10 pennies. I didn't panic sell right away because I wanted to see what we did at 562.90s. I figured if we kept rejecting 562.90s, there's going to be still lower highs, lower lows. We held 562.90s. I got out, lost 10 pennies. It's all good, baby. Unfortunately, that was not a dream. It was a bit of a nightmare. But, you know, you want to keep making these trades, keep having these opportunities, and we want to keep seeing what you guys are trading. So get in that chat, !, join space, $, NVDA, TSLA, META, BAC, JPM, IWM, whatever ticker you're interested in, get involved in this new audience segment brought to you by Real Trading. Shout out to Real Trading. And we're going to talk about some real trades that people had there on that afternoon show. IWM looking toppy with volume there at the peak, says Greg Moore. Let's take a look. Yeah, IWM has dropped a little bit there. So let's take a look here at the IWM. Like my level, I have a couple levels for this that I'm going to, okay. It's like half a pushback. IWM, we're still bouncing off the 9 EMA. I don't want to always say this is a level, but this was a bit of a level earlier, so I want to be cognizant of that. My real numerical levels, though, for IWM, 222.40s, that was where we got that nice little pop up here, and that 222.30s as well. So if whatever I see in between those two, that's going to decide what I do here. If I do anything, because I don't need to do anything, but if IWM gives me opportunities, that's where I'm going to watch. That being said, we're holding these 222.50s decently on the book right now in confluence with that 9 EMA bounce. We got down to 222.48s, then we pop right back up. Again, that can always flip, but right now, I don't really have, I think we could continue higher on the 9 EMA, but I don't necessarily have enough confluence to take this thing long because that, you know, as Greg Moore said, we are really strong on the day, and this could be a little bit of a top, you know, a roundy top. But I don't want to diagnose a roundy top before it comes in. Right now, IWM is still a bit of an uptrend. I just want to be cognizant of those potential levels. BAC, are you back again? BAC, you want me to take you to the bank? We'll have to see what opportunities I have first. Let's get this chart open. Oh, so RIP my mic. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't, sorry, I picked up my mic wrong. I was just, okay. My mic fell, and I'm sorry, guys. I was just trying to get that thing up, and I made a mistake, but apologies there. Sorry, Ramin and Fabian. Shout out to Ramin and Fabian, great production team. Did not mean to do that to my mic. But yeah, the BAC here below the 9 EMA, I kind of want to take this short. I want to see what we do in the book. My thing is, I don't really have a clear risk level for this. Actually, no, I have 20s. Okay, I can risk like 7 pennies. I'm going to get involved in this short here. We're going to take, I'm okay with that size. We did have the topping tail candle here earlier, and we've had a slightly lower low. We are kind of at support. I want to be cognizant of that, but I do think this could be a level we can push a little bit lower. I'm risking 7 pennies. I want minimum to see what we do here at 44s. And again, I apologize, guys, there for dropping my mic and picking it up wrong. Good times on BAC. How are you?
All right, I put a stop, guys. I got in on Apple at 56s. It got up to 80s, and I didn't have a resting order. So now we're break even on this name. Let's see if we can get out for a little bit of profit here. There we go. On AAPL, let's see if we can move up a little bit more. All right, we're out of the entire thing here. So now I'm really sad I didn't take this 255 short on Tesla ended up manifesting quite well, coming into that 20 cent area, but right back above 60. So you just feel like Tesla's primed and ready to break that 255, but it is giving you opportunities on the way, right? So even though Tesla's strong, I mean, there are shorts to be had, I guess, at key levels in the same way that there are shorts to be had on Nvidia. And I saw somebody in the chat saying, look, Nvidia is going to be 140 soon. And you're probably right, my man, but that doesn't mean on the way to 140 there isn't an opportunity to short it, at least for a scalp intraday trade, right? And we're not, when we take a short on Nvidia or take a short on Apple, okay, so Tesla's now above 255, or it's at it right now. Wow, that was a breach, and they're right back down. So just to complete my sentence there, you know, just because it's going to eventually get there, it doesn't mean that we can't intraday trade it for some profits along the way. So that's kind of what I mean by that. I hope that, you know, clarifies why we get short on things at times, and maybe you guys feel like, well, what are these guys doing going short, right? Nvidia is so strong, this, that, and the other. Sure, absolutely. I wouldn't want to hold Nvidia like for months and months as a short, whether through options or however else. So I hope that helps. I hope that kind of explains why we're doing what we're doing. Maybe you're a newer viewer, not newer trader, but yeah, keeping an eye on Tesla, zigging and zagging here. It did breach 255, but it did initially as well, right? So now we know that there is definitely selling on the other side of 255. We'll have to wait and see how this resolves, but if the trend is any indication, that's going to resolve to the high side. So we'll have to wait and see if we can weasel maybe a long in the 40s or something like that, because Tesla has been putting in higher highs and higher lows since essentially 10:05 this morning. That's a long time. It's 132 right now. So fantastic look on the name. It's been one of the strongest names in, well, the strongest name in Mag 7 world. Big Kyle Burdett, short SPY, 563. Retest on the 5 minutes. Shout out to Big Spy Burdett. Let me know how it goes, Big Spy. Let's look at the SPY quickly over here. He's short 563. It's 56279. So he's already in the money. Kill it, Big Spy. Let me know how it goes.
Yeah, so BAC, this was a bit of an impulsive trade, and then I also got distracted because I messed up with my mic, which again, I apologize for me and Baby, and I was like having a moment, and I knew, I was like, Jared, what are you doing? As I did it, but it's all good there. Also, because I feel like I need to address this sometimes, as Sharif said, sometimes we have new reviewers. I am not really that caffeinated. This is all energy. I really like the markets. Yeah. So I just want to put that out there as well. I got out of my BAC because, like I said, we did pop above that 20 area, so 20 did not do something for me. I had to leave. NVDA, I got short. We were peeping our head below that 126. This is the same impetus that had me take the long earlier, but the reason I took the short was because we had a massive topping tail candle. Then we get another topping tail candle, a bit of a doji here at the 90 MA. Now, we can't bounce. I'm aware that we can bounce, but until I see something distinctly different here, unless I see a distinct pop here into 126.10s, which I want to be aware of because when we popped last time, it was pretty massive. I have no reason to leave. I have a smaller position this time as well because I was like this. I have a little bit less confidence in the first one. I still have some confidence. Wouldn't have taken advantage. But I wanted to make sure that I wasn't hopping into a trade all willy-nilly on this. So let's see what we do here on N to the V, to the D, to the A on this. If we pop, I'm just watching here what we do at 120. Yeah, okay. Don't love that viciousness. Gotta leave. It was nice knowing you, NVIDIA. Oh, okay, no, NVIDIA, let me out. Thank you. NVIDIA getting a little bit, apparently wants to kidnap me in this trade. I'm like, there we go. We're out. Lost a little bit more than I wanted to. Lost about 15 pennies there, so that's a bit unfortunate. Happy I tried. In retrospect, probably should have been a little bit more patient there, but it's all good, baby. Not a dream, not a nightmare either, just a trade. And that's what they're all going to be.
Sounds good. Ram's trolling me, bro. All right, we just printed nicely on the dead one Apple, so trying to exact some revenge on this name. I'm kidding, of course, guys. I'm completely agnostic to Apple at the moment, but we did wet our beak there at 80s, looking at this name because it keeps, breaking through key levels and then, incrementally moving its way up. So still below 234, still below the 50 exponential. We'll see if we can hold it for a little bit more of a winner right now. If we can wet our beak at around 234, that would just be aces. So we're keeping an eye there. We're above 20,500 on the future, incrementally weaseling our way up. Nice 87 showing up there on Apple. We'll take that and we'll get at a dodge. And now I'm still looking at Nvidia for this 255 break or take. Do your thing, NVDA, baby. But it really feels like the better trade here would have been waiting at the $0.50, waiting at 40 pennies. I'm talking about 254, $0.50. 254.40s for that dip into a 255 break and take. Here comes 255, and there is no size on the book, and there's no size at 01s, and it rejects, so definitely iceberg at double O's, double O at 01s as well. Big boy icebergs. Here we go again with that level, no size. So you're gonna have to look at the tape here to be able to glean the size, because you're not gonna get it on level 2. So keep your eye on the tape and look for the big boy size. Now, what I should tell you is the OB, he is the one, the Knob, what he does, and many other traders do this as well, is they filter by size. So they'll have multiple level 2s, multiple time and sales, and what they'll do is they'll be like, all right, all these orders coming in under 100, I don't want to see. I'm talking about the time and sales. I don't even want to know about them. So what they'll do is they'll filter everything to 100 or greater than 99. It depends on how your software works. And so that way, they'll only see the big boy orders come in. And so they'll be able to kind of glean where it's going. Are we going up or down based on the order size? Because you can't get it on the level 2 here. It's just an iceberg order. He's not showing you his cards, or she's not showing you her cards, whatever. And so you're going to have to get it on the actual thing that can't be bamboozled, which is the time and sales. This is going to show all the orders coming in, iceberg or otherwise. So still watching TSLA, because there's a lot of accumulation at 255. It's not really giving up the ghost. I still feel the better trade is to have something at the $0.50 for that accumulation into the breach of 255. So keep an eye on that. The dead one, Apple, unsurprised. Who's surprised about this? Coming back down again, right? Because it's been so bamboozling. So if you try to take a breakout trade like I did many times today on Apple, that was not how it worked anyway. It came right back down after we printed it in the high 80s. There it came. But hey, forming a hammer candle, looking to take it through the 50 exponential on the 5 right now is AAPL. 234 is elusive and has been since around 12 today. This is the last time we were above 234. 234 and a quarter is where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. So if we do breach 234, we still have that $0.25 area to get through as a result of the volume weighted average price. So we'll keep tabs on that. Apple iOS 18 dropped. Yeah, that was from yesterday, and that was for the general masses. Like, I'm part of the developer, the beta tester, so I've had that for a while. The Katina man is also part of that. He's had that for a while. Pretty cool features. The only thing is, this is the 13 Pro Max, so it doesn't have, it's not compatible with Apple Intelligence, is what I'm trying to say. So I don't even think Apple Intelligence is out yet, like anything of Apple Intelligence, even on the beta. I'm not 100% sure. If you guys know, let me know in the chat, but I'm pretty sure Apple Intelligence not even available on the iOS 18 beta for those who have it.
Well, I did not know that.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is, but iOS 18 is out because I have it. Revenge Trader TV says Jonathan Greenwald. Yeah, that's one thing. All right. Godsent says, Sharif, big boy sales order at 250. 250. What am I looking at here? 250 on what stock? Tesla, but that's like way down.
While, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. You're not wrong, Godsent, because we looked at that Tesla level and it absolutely held 250, Ram. Look at this, right? Double bottom-ish. So yeah, that should have been your first indicator right there. But you're absolutely right. Big boy buyer at 250, no doubt about that. All right, back to Apple over here as it weasels its way right back above 233.90 on its way to 234. We're going to have to keep tabs on that. You know what's so funny? My dad just asked me to bring him a small pack of Sudafed when I come up to the store today.
Really?
I have no words.
Context?
Huh?
No context. He just said, can you bring it?
You
they're a
realize
pharmacy.
we have a chain of
Why did I
pharmacies.
not
Why does he
think
want
of
me to buy? Like,
I was like, what?
You know,
Like,
it's just so on the nose. Like, where are you? Yeah, I think he's
missed the
sick. He
obvious
can't leave. So that's funny.
That's pretty funny.
Anything you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, Nvidia is wiffle waffling with me. I should probably stop trying to play wiffle ball or waffle, whatever with this. I got long. I got short. I said I got short. Got wicked out of the short. Then I got long. There was like a dare out we're kind of having because we were rangy, so I was like, just play the range. But then we kind of had lower highs. And so I tried to get out 20s, never got filled to 20s, tried 15s. Nvidia would not fill me. I saw lower highs. I was down to get out flat. Nvidia wouldn't let me do that either. So I'm not going to blame Nvidia. It was all me. I should have been out earlier. Lost about 5 pennies. And I want to be cognizant this isn't a revenge trade, but I still do think we have a breakdown at 126. I'm seeing lower highs in the book here.
Woo! And Tesla. Oh, like, sorry to interrupt you.
Well, no, it's okay. I just want this Nvidia short. Nvidia giving me no reason to leave. If I start seeing higher lows in the book again, or higher highs as we get into the 126.10s, that's going to be a no-go. But I took a little bit more size with this because I've got a little bit more confidence in this particular trade. I don't know if that's warranted yet, but last time we wicked below 126, we got a bit lower as well. So I think if we break down here, and I want to say if, I mean, anything could happen, but I'm confident in this trade and I want to see it through.
Fantastic. Look, yeah, Tesla did breach 255, topping tail into the fifth of a dollar, into 20 pennies, and right back down it goes. So it is not going to leave you unbamboozled. Is that a word? Unbamboozled? It is now, says Neil. All right, we're codifying it, baby. He's on his way to Urban Dictionary to add that bad boy in. Shout out to him. Huadunk is in there, by the way, in case anybody wants to. Yeah, Neil. Thanks to Neil.
Actually?
Yeah, Neil put it in Huadunk.
Shut up.
Yeah, this was a topic of contention. I remember how Huadunk is spelt, and it became a very, very big thing here on the floor. But yeah, the bamboozlement is real. It's fast, furious. If you're looking to get short off 255, you can't have a stop too close to the name because the specialist will have a specialist breakout that will stop you out. That's why I didn't get involved here. But I still feel the better trade is to get a dip near $0.50, 40 pennies, whatever, and weasel your way through that level. In fact, I'm going to just do it. Now we're going to sit at 55s, come what may. We'll sit at 60s to really see if we can get filled here. For the accumulation to 55s, these wicks are all incrementally higher. So if the break comes, a break comes of this level. But I feel like we're accumulating for a break. So if I can kind of build a position into a 255 break, that would just be aces. It may or may not give it to me. Somebody was asking earlier, does Obi filter for anything greater than 100? He's not around at the moment. I think the boys are doing the meeting. So when he does come back, I will ask him. But he's not the only one that does it. There's a bunch of traders that do that kind of strategy as well, where they kind of, filter the size both on the time and sales in the book to get a bit of a slower read because, once look at it right now. I mean, look at how fast it's moving, Ram. Sometimes it's hard to read that kind of stuff. And yeah, Ram wants me to let you guys know that it is your last chance to vote. So if you want to see the move down mostly on these futures, or these Mag 7, except Tesla, get into the chat right now. Have Neil and Sean look at it for you. If they traded it, they'll tell you why and how. And if they didn't, they'll tell you about their levels. So get into the chat. Join is exclamation point, join space $, and the ticker of your choice. And have your say every day between 11 and 1:50 p.m.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, we got 2 hours and 50 minutes, like the length of a Scorsese movie to vote. So definitely take your time. I got out of my Nvidia short because we were popping into 126.10s with a bit of a viciousness. I lost 8 pennies. I lost 6 pennies. Adair, calm down. No, it's all good though. Honestly, I think my biggest issue, sometimes I get anchored to certain ideas. Like for example, that Nvidia 126 worked out, but I again, not checking my P&L. I've been trying to be good about that, but I'm sure I got a little bit rinsed on those last couple of trades when I got too anchored to the idea. Right now, though, I do like the TQs on this downtrend. I'm rejecting 80.25, so I'm going to take 80.24, because I don't know if I'll get my 25 fill. I'm going to take it with okay-ish size, enough to get me a little bit excited there, just a skosh. Nothing too crazy, but if we see a decisive break higher here on the book into that 80.20, like 80.30s, basically, it's going to have to be where I leave. Okay, so we're really seeing these lower highs to the point where I don't even know if I'm going to get filled here at these 20. Oh, why did I say 20? I set my area of entry way too high here. Let's try to get involved here at, I'll take 21s can do something for me. I want to get involved there at my 21s. There we go. Please just punch. We do have these bottoming tail candles. I want to be aware of that, but I'm generally seeing a downtrend on the book and on the chart, and I'm seeing lower highs on the book. If that ceases to exist, I will get out, but I'd rather not avoid trades just because, you feel like you've had some okay opportunities, or I'm worried about, not printing. If you see the opportunity, if you see something you like, I think you owe it to yourself to get involved. That being said, I am cognizant of these bottoming tail candles to be aware of. And if we get above 30s here, that's going to be a little bit dicey for me. I'm going to have to start asking some questions or some cues about my TQs. The SPY below the VWAP area here as well. The VWAP. In a way
it's
that's
not wrong.
Interesting. Right? It's not incorrect.
The volume weighted average price. You're right.
You're right. And we have lower highs. I don't want to necessarily short both these at the same time, because if that goes against me, it goes against you twice. But I do like that we're really unable to make that break above that 563 for a little while here on the TQ or on the SPY, but the DQ is also breaking lower. So some things I like, basically flat on the TQs. I would love to see us break decisively below 20s. It would give me a lot more confidence in this position. We're trying to be Confidera. Shout out to Darwin for giving me that nickname yesterday. Appreciate that. I haven't looked at AMD, but it's on my side chart. But I saw some people mentioning AMD earlier in the chat. Yeah, this AMD, wow, false bear flag. Lower highs, we look like we're going to flat bottom break here at this 175.30, and then we don't. We make higher highs, higher lows. This is an example of bamboozler. Why you want to make sure you're checking your risk and your stop loss.
All that chart needs is a puck.
Oh, right. Playing some hockey there. Hockey stick pattern. Shout out to you, Sharif. I need to go check on my cues. How are you doing?
Oh, yeah, good. Still looking at Tesla here on at 255. Still no decided break. You're having multiple wicks breach that 255 level. I still think we're putting in higher lows, but Tesla has a way of making you question what you think and believe, but I'm still, right? Mesla, it's messing with you. 254.60 is where I'm hanging out for a possible dip trade for a 255 accumulation break. That may or may not be the right spot. I got to draw the line somewhere, but so much accumulation at 255. It's putting in higher lows. The volume is picking up substantially. It's been strong already, so didn't really need picking up, but so much accumulation at 255. You can take shorts off this. It's giving you multiple opportunities, but you're going to have to get creative with where you place your stop. And number two, you could take it short that time it really breaches. So that is the trouble. I'd rather go with the trend, and the trend is to the upside here. So keeping my eye on that. Apple also accumulating into 234. I wonder if we breach 234 after being below it for so long here. We did break down a little bit after 12, so it's been almost 2 hours of 234 resistance on Apple on the PUM. So we'll keep an eye on that. What I am looking for is either a decided break of 234 or a rejection. Either way, I don't really care. Let's get to it. Quite frankly, though, if I had to take my pick about which one I want to take, it's a 234 long. And the reason is because we've been accumulating with higher lows and higher highs since about 12:30. We'll have to see. There goes 234 on Apple. Now, do we hold above or do we reject this level? Like the point I made earlier was 234 is level 1, and then the volume weighted average price hanging around the $0.25 is level 2. But these levels are resistance levels that I'm going to assume are going to come into play just based on historical precedent. So if we can hold on here to 234 on AAPL, we can try to ride it at least for $0.25. Tesla and Apple looking like strongest of the bunch right now. Maybe Nvidia included with them, but Nvidia still south of VWAP. Definitely Tesla is the strongest of the bunch. Apple closing in on the VWAP over here as it's inching into 10. So that breach of 234, at least right now, it doesn't look like a wick and breakdown. So AAPL on the way possibly here into a $0.25 touch. 234 core dollar is what I'm talking about there. So keeping an eye on that. The future is above 20,500, but the trend on the future on the NQ September contract still decidedly to the downside. The lower highs haven't been breached. I'll show you exactly what I mean here, Ram, with respect to the future, because these lower highs, they've been in play since 11:10 a.m. We haven't been able to make a higher high in the future. To make that higher high, we're going to have to breach 20,550 and close there. That's the way I see it. Apple on the way up, though. Here it comes. Here comes a $0.25 or so. It seems some selling coming in front of VWAP there. And as Apple retraces above that level, so does the Cybertruck, and the Cybertruck has now taken 255 decidedly, or so it seems at this level here. Last time it did that, it squeezed into, last time it broke 254, it squeezed into 255 quicker than you can say, how do you do? So let's see if we can squeeze here a little bit. I wonder if something at near the $0.50 for a test would be the right move here, or do we encounter resistance right here on TSLA? So unsure. That's my word of the day, unsure. Because right now, when you've taken these trades earlier and they haven't panned out your way, you start questioning, does your method work on the day? And you don't want to try to use your method if it's not working on the day. So I'm keeping my eye here on Tesla. I'm wondering if we get a 255 touch over here. Do we get a bounce? Let's see if we can get that bounce on Tesla. We're long 09s. If we break, there it is. So we break. Oh, goodness gracious. It's just been that kind of day. So we do break 255, at least for now. Let's see if we can weasel our way back up there, or it's going to be like a decided break of that level. So it looks like it will hold a little bit over here, a little zig, a little zag. Let's see what we do over here. Do we hold this 5.5 level? That's what I'm looking at on the chart to see if we hold said 5.5. A lot of buying and selling at this level over here. Let's see if we hold 97 showing up at the ask, 04s on the bid. So a bit of a wider spread on Tesla. Not too bad though. Not too bad. We'll see if this 55 can hold. Right now we've been kind of trading a little bit below it for the most part. Here come the 80s. So we'll stay clear of this one as it now breaks down below 5.5. What's the 10 exponential on this one? Let's see. We got the 10 exponential at 60s. We have support at 254.15. I'm unlikely to use that though. Let's see. 254 definitely giving up the ghost. Wow, here comes Tesla to the downside. Here's a 10 exponential that's touching right now at 60s. 50s coming in as well. Let's see if this one gives up the ghost. Showing mid 60s, low 70s at this level, Ladera. Let's see what we get with the Cybertruck.
What a day. Yeah, I mean, I have said this, and I need to be more cognizant of this. Sharif knows I get a little bit sleepy after a certain hour, and I think I definitely need to concentrate my trades more in the morning, because I notice what I'll do is I don't even need to look at P&L. You just know what kind of trades you're making, right? I feel like I usually end up giving up gains in the afternoon. Like even yesterday I was up in the day, but I definitely give some back, because it's like you need to be cognizant of what style works for you. If there's trades that don't fully make sense, or if your brain is not on, like I could feel myself like going to La La Land while I was in some of those Q trades, which I will talk about. And then you might be like, Adara, why are you in a trade again? Because this is a level that made sense to me. I've been talking about Nvidia 126. I didn't want to get too anchored to Nvidia 126. I let it go for a little bit, but I come back and it's sitting pretty here. All these topping tail candles, and it's like, Adara, you left me behind. Do you want to try again? I'm like, Nvidia, if you're going to be so nice to me about it, sure. It can always bounce again. To be clear, if I see that bounce on the book, I will be getting out. But right now, I think we do have a little bit of a curve here. We're back at that 126. It's a trade I want to take. TQs. Oh, there it is. The biggest issue with this, with the entry, I got involved basically at the bottom of the support. Should have gotten out when I noticed that. Was a bit stubborn. Then I got involved in the long, because I was like, oh, we're bouncing on the book, which we kind of were. We're bouncing off the chart, which we kind of were, but neither of those were enough confluence. Then I ended up getting out. Now we're kind of waffling, so I'm just not proud of myself for getting involved, especially with the size I did, because it wasn't massive, but it was definitely a little bit on the larger side, especially for my taste for the TQs. So it's like, Adara, make sure you're not getting involved in afternoon trades all willy-nilly. I like one thing that Sharif was saying yesterday. It's like you don't want to force yourself in trades when you're not comfortable. I need to be also doing that. It's like my other caveat for myself needs to be, if you're tired, don't get involved in the trade if you haven't looked at the levels enough, because I think that was the biggest issue there. Yeah, I know I say cognizant a lot, but I think I'm cognizant of the fact I say cognizant a lot. But also, I think it's one thing you have to be aware while you're trading. You got to have your eyes open and your brain open. Clear eyes, full hearts, whatever that quote from that the football show, Friday Night Lights. Wow, I'm tired. But yeah, you gotta be aware of stuff. And I think I'll say cognizant a lot, because you do want to be cognizant of those levels and cognizant of the trades and what works for you and what doesn't. Nvidia, if you'd like to work for me, I'd be so pleased.
All right. Well, we paper-handed here on the Cybertruck. Yeah, we had the right idea. We took that 55s long. I was able to cover nicely for, 70s long. I covered at 90, not a big deal, but as you can see, it's well above 90 now. So there goes Tesla again, all the way up to 255.25. We did top out on the last 5-minute candle at exactly 50. So 255.50. Is that the high? No, it's not the high of the day. 258.62 is. That's the IB high. The local high, 255.50. What a recovery off Tesla. The reason I got in here, because it was a 10 exponential retracement, and Tesla's been awfully strong. So I said, just get in, try to weasel your way into the trade and reduce some of the redness that you're down on the day. And we took a little bit of a move on it, but definitely not the entire thing. So keep an eye on that. Obi, there was a question earlier about filtration for your time and sales. What sizes do you filter? Are you willing to share that?
Not willing.
1 lot, 10 lot, so you have multiple time and sales. So the OB, the one, the Canob, he's got multiple time and sales for the same instrument, and he filters multiple different lots.
Oh my God.
What's happening there?
What?
Ram. Multiple different lots.
Oh,
Yeah, there he is. There he is. No, come back. There he is. Hey, OB.
Hi, OB.
The OB. Hey? He's gotta, he said he's got to know what the block boys are doing. Hence, that's why he wants to see them in blocks of a lot.
Are they having a block party?
There you go. Yeah, there's a party on Thursday, by the way, for someone. I don't remember who it was. But anyway, yeah, so the OB, the one, the Kenobi, he has multiple filters on his time and sales. It's not just one. So make sure you're getting that full picture as well. Shout out to him. Good look for the OB. There goes Apple right into the volume weighted average price. Here's that level that we've been talking about. 234 and a quarter and a fifth. Generally in that area, that's where VWAP is hanging out. There is price action resistance at 12, right at this level over here. We did weasel up there before we rejected, but VWAP was not at this level when we made it up there. So I'm going to keep my eye here on AAPL, but I can't enter a trade here because I've got 2 minutes left on the show. The Katina Man is short here, AAPL at VWAP. And I want to remind you that the Katina Man has something that I have over here as well. And it was made to us by the NOS boss. He has something called a VWAP, what is it called? A scanner, right? His is specifically filtered for the Mag 7. Mine just scans all the market for anything coming into VWAP or from the south side or the north side. So the Katina Man is always being made aware of one of the Mag 7 names are coming into VWAP, rejecting off VWAP, bouncing into VWAP, whatever. Shout out to him. He's printing off that as it comes right back down into 234, 20 cents just like that. So if you want this VWAP scanner, you're going to sign up with trade ideas, and the code is right there on the screen, TraderTV20. Scan that barcode right there. You get the, what's it called, the VWAP scanner. The Katina Man has it. The NOS boss was nice enough to make it for me. I'm sure you can get Sean's layout, Neil's layout, everybody's layout on the Trader TV website, on the Trade Ideas website. It's called Sean's layout, whatever, Adara's layout, something like that. So I will see you and everybody else momentarily at the green screen. Kill it, guys.
See Sharif at the green screen. Thank you so much, Sharif. Great to sit next up. That was not English. I was thinking about it, and this is a pump, but I also think it's true. It's like maybe it's part of me, the whole, like, I'm generally bearish thing is because my brain goes into hibernation. I swear, 2 p.m., my brain definitely goes into hibernation in a little bear cave. With my bearish self. So yeah, this Nvidia, as I was laughing at the Block Boys joke, the Block Boys actually got me here on NVDA. This thing pushed up higher, did not get out necessarily where I wanted to, and I'm just pleased. Going to check my, yeah, so I'm a little bit down in the day, and honestly, I'm not disappointed about the P&L. That's not my issue. That's why I've been hiding it, right? My issue is that I knew some of these trades I was taking later today were suboptimal. If I'm tired, why am I getting involved in TQs willy-nilly with size that is, I mean, again, not crazy size, but for me, a little bit exorbitant. Exorbitant is a strong word, but the point I'm trying to make is this is going to be a huge learning opportunity. I'm so excited to screenshot my charts, to do my journaling, to take some notes, to reflect, to review, to breathe, because like I said, it's not about the P&L, it's going to be about the progress and learning. So I want to shout out to everybody in the chat who was telling me for a while, like, hey, hide your P&L. Really happy I did it. I definitely think it's been making improvement in my mindset, in the mental, which is definitely huge. So, yeah, the IWM as well. Someone was asking about rotation to the IWM. I mean, the Russell does not want to stop, can't stop, will not stop. I had a long year. I should have definitely been keeping an eye on this one a little bit better. We are now, guys, at 223.20s. Just an hour ago, I was waffling with this thing. Not even an hour ago, around 220. So IWM, great look here. If you've had your eyes on this one, you definitely want to hustle with that Russell because this one has had, let's look at this daily chart, an epic streak here. We had, shout out to Michael Noss, the Noss boss. Someone was calling him Nostradamus in the chat yesterday. So shout out to that. This IWM making a heck of a recovery here on the daily chart. What a bounce here as well on that 162, rejecting off 166, coming to bounce around, 164. 165, bouncing off 165 after rejecting off 165 back in February 2020. So I think a really good look here. Oh, sorry, that's the monthly chart. Either way, great look here for the IWM. Clearly, it's going to be time for us to go pretty soon, but I want to shout out everybody in the chat. Thanks as always to Fabian and Ramin. Thank you to Bears versus Bulls. There for all the Bears, all the Bulls, and whatever the neutral animal is, because I don't really know. Like maybe it's a turtle. Maybe the turtle trended ticker is like the neutral animal in the market. But right now, we're going to have to see you guys tomorrow. Same bad time and same bad channel. We're going to flip it over to Sharif.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil's here, Sean's here. They're locked, they're loaded. They're ready to take the names as decided by you during the midday show. To make sure to catch that with Adair and I every day and have your vote. Get into the chat and vote. As you can see here, bad day for the triple Qs, bad day for the chips, and mostly a bad day for the Mag 7 names, mostly in red territory, save and except for Tesla and Amazon, both trying to stay in positive territory. But this is not indicative of the entire futures market. The ES is green. The Russell awfully strong today relative to the NQ. Good rotation there. We saw hints of that come in last week. The Russell was up about 2 1/3% on the day at the highs. Unsure what it's at right now. Nvidia, though, like I mentioned, the chips awfully weak today. Did get a nod earlier in the week, but this one, as you can see, that big down move, consolidating here a little bit. What's the look on Nvidia, guys?
Well, back, it's red.
Yeah, Nvidia is my number one stock. So we could talk a little bit about that if you guys. I don't even have my mic on.
The mic isn't even on. Look, man, it's contractually obligated that if you don't give us a mic check, then the mic is either going to be muted, it's going to be off. Just very quickly, Nvidia 127 looks like a bit of a thing. I'm short Intel right now. I can get to that in a quick second, but support to resistance looks like it has been the jam. You're down 2 points into a market which is essentially, for all intents and purposes, is going to be flat, and across the board you're seeing weakness in the chip names. So, down 1 point here. I'm only short Intel because it was the support to resistance that I got, and then now a lower high. So I like things that are trending into the downside. So short there and short there. Nvidia is a lot of the same story, where you fail that support and now it's trending a little bit lower. So 2 points. I don't think it's complete disaster unless we lose. When you go to the daily, we can't do the daily chart because it's not really split adjusted. I don't think it's a complete disaster in this stock as long as you're above that key 117, which I still have the line on it. So I think it's a healthy pullback up and until you get that level. But yeah, support is now gone at that 127. Unless you get back above, I think the chips are short this afternoon. Although ARM was kind of relatively strong, weirdly.
So just so you guys can get some context here, Nvidia is going to be the number one P&L name here on all shows. And it's just shorting here. Shorting into VWAP. There it is right there. Nice push up. We waited for that trade. We got it. And then we got it good all the way back to the end of that trade before going long down there at 125 and then out back at the 50-period moving average. Look, we knew we wanted to do this. We want to short weak names. Today with the NASDAQ being down 0.3, Nvidia's down 2%, so we started to go short there. Then, trying to go long off that bottom, we did it. Went to the 50-period and then out. So right now, Nvidia is still a short, but guess what? We got a new instrument. SPXL right now as we've been trading the TQs. Now we're going to go triple spiders. So we trade the TQQ. I checked it. You know what? My number one stock this month, futures, the TQQs, right there. So big time trading over there on that one. So now we'll put SPXL into our pipe and try to smoke it. We did get a stop out right there and went back in. So right now, good move on SPXL. So we're short SPXL and Apple. You shouldn't have to guess which way I think this market's going. All right, Sharif, go tell them about Palantir and throw it right back over to me.
I was going to say, Sean, you might want to go to the bathroom now. I don't know. But yeah, Palantir down today marginally, 0.71. It did get a bit of a backhanded, it wasn't an upgrade at all. It was actually a lowering from buy to neutral, but they did actually upgrade this one or increase the price target from 21 to 22, basically citing overvaluation, saying that it's run up 63 some odd % in the year and it's due for a pullback. We'll have to see how it trades. Definitely not really affecting it much though today.
We already came in here. We gave Adara, you know what, for putting it on the watch list. But it was great that she did that because look what we wound up doing right here. The sticky note was all about Palantir, right? We had that written down here, 2750. We talked about a level that we liked, 2750. Pick it up on weakness. Pick it up on weakness right there for Palantir. So what did we do? Neil, this is picking it up on weakness right there, right down to 2750. The sticky note level taken all the way to the upside. And we got out at 28.12, so that was about 70 cents. We have the bottom of the day there. Then we shorted. We shorted against this high. At that time, I believe it was the 50-period moving average. Otherwise, I'm not sure why we would have been shorting right there. Made some money, and then eventually lost some on the way back out as we broke higher. Palantir, by the way, on that downgrade, got green today, and we put that in the chat when that went green. So we upgraded that thing when it was down about 3% or so right there, and now it's battled all the way back. Congratulations to everybody who bought the dip in Palantir forevermore.
Never, ever more, forever, ever, forever, ever. And look, at Palantir is going to make that big rally. At the end of the day, you know, it was down 2 points at 7 a.m., I think, right when we were looking at that list. And had it continued, certainly that can be a good catalyst. But if you're only talking about upgrades and downgrades and nothing technical, I think you usually want to stay away from it. I'm not in Palantir. Great look for Sean to be in it. But I just want to go over, like, Rivian is all the way back at 18 and higher. Thankfully not short. We shorted it this morning and got away from it. Rivian, Lucid, Tesla, all three of these names are running to the upside. 3.5 points to the upside currently. As long as this holds 18, I think a test of the top is certainly possible here. Market's weak. These names are certainly looking very strong. So you got a little bit of a breakout happening here on Rivian, and the other one, Lucid's not even on here either. Lucid making a similar break off the $4 level. 10% to the upside for Lucid. We were just mocking this thing yesterday in the afternoon, and suddenly Lucid not looking so bad after all.
Tesla up 0.75% today. One of the only names that's actually green in Mag 7 world. Here's the headline. So they're looking at hiring up to 800 new employees. Kind of startling there because they had one of the biggest rounds of layoffs in their history a few months ago. Most of the jobs being said to be in the areas of artificial intelligence and self-driving. So I'll have to keep an eye on Tesla, but one of the strongest names today in the tech world, guys.
It'll be, you know, we can't tell you that we have all the top P&L names. We're not talking about the top least favored P&L name. And that is Tesla today. I mean, this was going to be the reddest name again on the desk. So we'll have a little bit of both. As it falls right in right here, this will be the only name. So we only have one name red today, Tesla, out of all the names we've traded. So we're doing pretty good on that, but it just kept on falling down. We wrote down 252 as a support level. Why did we like that level? Quite simple. Yesterday, we nailed it right here. Made $7 to the upside on Tesla yesterday and give it back today as it just keeps on falling. We kept on trying to catch a falling sword. The best thing that I can learn, first of all, Fed Kugler speaking in 30 minutes.
That guy.
It's actually a girl, Neil, but that's okay.
I have no idea.
I've never seen her before.
I'll
but there it is. Yeah, so there it goes. Nice downside move anyways. We did get stopped out. Once we got stopped out, we were like, okay, let's just figure out what's going on. We got a couple green candles after that, then executed the long, and we're lucky enough to get back into that. So good move up there for Tesla. We got some out at 250. That was $3, but we only wound up making back like 20% or so of what we wound up losing. So huge move to the upside now for Tesla. If we just held our 252s, fine, but there's no way. Like that went down to 246. So again, love Tesla, love the stock. I think we want to still go long as long as we're above 250, but definitely slipped that one up on, which was on, of course, the sticky note today, 252. And as I zoom out, you can see it quite clear. This is where we liked it. You know, so all of these buys are fine. I'm fine with it all the way down to 250. It's all of these ones that don't make much sense to me. So we'll, you know, we won't journal anything, or we probably won't even go over this because we know where we went wrong, and it's pretty easy. And I haven't journaled in 17 years, maybe. No, I don't journal. I mean, I look back and I look at some ideas. To me, I don't know. I mean, it's good for some people. I sit here right in the moment and make the trades, and I look back at them. So I do. I would say, like, when I'm looking at charts, I definitely look at different strategies. I mean, you guys have seen me adjust so many strategies over the years since we've been here to get elevated. So I'll look at the charts and all that stuff, but by journaling, I mean like I don't write it.
Actually writing it down.
Yeah, like I will make some notes. Like I do have some notes here that are not on these official sticky notes where I write down 50 period this or that or cross this or golden cross that. But generally speaking, I just I try to do what I try to do. And yeah, Tesla, I won't have too many second thoughts about that other than stay patient. And if something falls against you, maybe give it one more try, but don't give it 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think ultimately, like Tesla, I went over this in the lesson of the day. Like sometimes like the top idea, you might not get the exact look that you wanted. So Tesla, the last couple of days, you can see it on the daily chart. Look at the wicks above the 260 level. So you had multiple failures above that price. And, I kind of had fail 260, open, look short. Well, it failed underneath 260, but it didn't actually press up like it did the last couple times. So up here, you have a press higher and then a fail, a press higher, then a fail. It didn't get anywhere near $260 and that upper range. So we didn't take anything into the short and then talked about how that kind of FOMO'd me into a long. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trades where effectively I'm 1 for 5 with 1 flat trade, like 3 losing trades, 1 winning trade, 1 flat trade because I did get some scalp profit out there. So I'm exactly flat on Tesla at the end of the day. This wick is unreal. It has not gone to 262. This is now trend up with the other EVs. I already talked about how Lucid is strong and Rivian is strong and Tesla is also strong. So good reversal. And this morning we had said if it holds on to yesterday's close after this rejection, that would be a good sign. To reject those wicks on the daily and then make a lower low wouldn't be good. But it's done this, so you had a higher low at the close and a higher low at the close. If it can do that again, then I think you're at least forming a bit of a wedge of consolidation as opposed to just making a top there on this daily chart. At least you're forming a bit of wedge of support if you can hold on to this 252 close. That's going to be key for Tesla at the close today.
The SPY up next, guys, and the SPY is the one we're going to look at right now. It's up about 1/3%, but it is that 5,700 level on the ES September contract that's been an elusive target to take. We've been above it today, still using it though as a general resistance level. Keep your eye on that. As I mentioned at the top of the show, it really is not reflective in futures world what the NQ has done today. You have the Russell almost 3%, high 2%, the Dow up aggressively as well. And you can see here the ES in positive territory. Sean's trading the SPXL. What's the look, Sean?
Very similar to the spiders. We said we did the research and looked back and tried to figure out, because often you're sitting on the floor and you're trying to trade and you look down, and today, although I only have 6 or 7 names, or 6 names, I think, and we'll have a pretty good record on those 6. It's hard to keep track of them. So our software here at Real Trading will do that, no problem. So basically, for right now, what was that, Sharif? Oh, I don't know. Sharif was saying something about yelling some news. Okay, yeah, it's okay. All right, so right now, 161.20. I just wanted to say, I was looking at the difference here, and the NASDAQ is down, and the ES was up. So I kind of thought instantly, and I know this goes a little bit against what I normally like to do, I just thought some of these highs right here were going to get respected, and we were pretty right about that. We didn't get that blowout top right there. So I just wanted to short. I started the short at VWAP and then coming into here because, again, when I'm looking at the futures, I think about what's included in them. Obviously, we have a big bank rally here today. Well, I don't know if it's big or not.
It's pretty good.
I don't really, some of the names are nicely up. I think XLF being up 1% probably constitutes a nice move there. So a lot of the banks holding it up. So I just felt like if there was a retracement over there, the SPY would be a good opportunity. And like I've mentioned before, we've been trading a lot of the futures lately, and I prefer the TQQs. So I went over and I just did a little bit of research, and thanks to Bears vs. Bulls, who mentioned it to me in the chat as well, that he said SPXS because he wants, a lot of people want to go short versus long. And again, here at Real Trading, we don't have capital issues with buying power or anything like that. So I'm just going to trade the SPXL, the long ETF here, which is obviously much more expensive. Easier for me to do this. I'd rather be short when the market's going down. So right now we'll do that. And just so you guys know, the market's pretty good, but relatively flat here for the last hour. So what I'm going to do is I do have a piece waiting down here at 70. So I'm actually at 73. And I realize I just used the most expensive gateway. Like whatever one's going to pay me the most is what I use, because this is very, very, it's all algos. So I'm probably the only human on this right now trading it the way I'm doing it. So we'll just sit there, let it run us over and work from there. So that's that. It's not that price specific. I really like the SPXL. So right here, let's go. We're now bidding right here, 73s. Let's see if we get hit. Our bid is right there. And you see how it's kind of slow moving, right? Like you get some gaps in here all the time. So that's part of the trick that I'm trying to figure out. What's up with all these gaps? And it's just the spread. So we're going to sit there and hopefully get run over. I don't think this is a scalping product. If you're going to scalp, 40 cents. If you're going to scalp, I think SPY. Probably better, a little more liquidity, but here we go to the downside here on the futures.
Yeah, I'm gonna point out something, and I know Michael Noss had a name for this on the daily chart. It's something to do with like tweezers, or the idea. It was like tweezers with these wick tops, like multiple times up on the SPY. Like you get this same high that it can't seem to close above, and it's been every single time we wick up there. You get to 65. And you close back underneath. Today, it's holding above this 562, which is the spot where you haven't had closes hold above it. So this would be a break of this kind of like rejection of the top and trend back into the upside. So it is worth watching at the close. Like the only big SPY name, I mean, Amazon's like a couple of points on the SPY, like 4% or so. So that's the one I like today. And I think for obvious reasons, like if you look at, when we look at things that are up at the top and why sometimes it can be good to be looking at equities and have a bias in the equities, when you think of that high being made in the overall market, okay, well, what's relatively weak? It's like 4 days in a row to the downside on Amazon since the Bezos 200 level. So, you look for it to go right into resistance. It was a short at the top. It was a short and a lower high. I then kind of stopped myself out flat, in and out. Times you do it, but then went back into a 193. I'm just looking for the next available short in this name, which I think could be back in the 193. It's every single time shorting the pops in this on AMZN. But let's get to what I think was a nothing burger. I'm surprised to see DJT not, Lucid and Rivian are powerhouses today. And
Let's go.
A lot of those Cathie Wood names are doing really well, but DJT made the list.
Yep.
Like Pac W's.
That's a Cathie Wood name.
That's what I'm saying. Let's go back to Sharif.
Yeah, DJT, the last on the list here, Neil. Big move up to start the week, giving back some of it today, down 7.5%. But this was a headline today. Trump Media, which is the parent company of Truth Social, said it entered into a standby equity purchase agreement with Yorkville, under which Yorkville agreed to purchase about $2.5 billion worth of Trump Media common stock. The company also has about $350 million in cash as of July 1st. Important to note there. So keep an eye on this one. We'll watch this one towards the end of the day. This one had a nice move towards the end of the day yesterday.
Okay. So
nice move for the shorts, I suppose. Okay, yeah.
Go ahead. I didn't trade it.
No, like it tanked. I was going to say nice move. Yeah, it tanked like $4 going into the close yesterday. Look, I had the short in here. We had one short that worked. We had one short that stopped out. So relative to yesterday, this was my worst stock, but I'm down like 1/10 what I am on it, what I was yesterday, and it just didn't do anything. I wanted the consolidation breakdown. It gave the consolidation one little push down, reloaded off VWAP, and then nothing. But it wasn't, apologies, it was not PAC W. It was PAC B that I was saying PAC B was having a strong day. So just a bit of a correction there. 35% Cathie Wood name. Cathie Wood is having a fantastic day today. I mean, the year, probably a different story.
Man, I'm glad we took that phone call from Cathie earlier today. I mean, look what's happening right now. Market just falling down. We're now 80 cents in the money on the SPXL trade. And then I would just want to talk about Apple before we went over to that, just because I was going to say we just took something out at the 50 period right there. And now we just touched down into 70s, and I didn't even have a bid out there. So we do now at 75 for Apple. We're short at 20. Hey, Sharif, this was I sat down. I went out, we got the iced coffee, and then all of a sudden I'm looking for shorts, and Sharif's like, I think he calls this one the dead one, as it goes all the way back up to the upside right there, 234.30. He's like, it's approaching VWAP. I'm like, yes, it is. And then you sit in there and take the trade. Look, this is that journaling that we're talking about. I sit here and I have a plan. It's already here. If there's a stock I like, we're going to short it. into a level, we'll do that. Do we get run over sometimes? Actually, not that often. How we get run over is by poor risk management, which we put on display today with Tesla. But you know what? It will still be a green day for your boy, and it's being helped out right now by these plays. So, all right, DJT, you want to talk about that? Sure, let's do it. Down 8%. I mean, we know where this is going, right? It's coming back here. It's coming back to $30. I mean, obviously the events over the weekend does up, apparently. I mean, whatever, I'm not a pollster. We can't even vote, Neil. I don't know if people know that. We are located here.
We're Canadian.
So. We can vote in much more important elections, of course. But yeah, right down in there, $30. I just feel like you're eventually getting here. I think if you're looking for a long, you probably want to wait into that area. But after that, $36, $37. I mean, it looks like it may want to hold. You can use that bottom wick today of 36 for something. But you know, it just is one of those names that's going to revolve around news. So that's kind of the trade there with DJT. The market did get down. So we just got a 75 print there on Apple, and we are almost out of Apple. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware of that one, as it is starting to go back down. AAPL, not now coming back up, but we only have 10% left.
Wow.
So we'll wait to see it for a possible reload. Although the futures trying to get above the 50 period, I think I would reload this one in and around here again. Let's see. Now our stop was 31s on this trade. So we just had an 11-cent stop and took 50. So 5-1 there. Pretty good ratio. Let's do it again.
Camp low. Let's do it again.
Camp low. Yeah,
that's a most people know Camp low for Lucchini. This is it.
Fettuccine? Oh man, fettuccine is a great pasta.
No, let's do it again is like another one of their like hidden gems. That's old school, man. Like if you guys from the New York area and you're my age, then you know all about Camp Low. Get that low, but get higher Rivian and Lucid. Ooh. So I have this flat trade, which I'm trying not to FOMO myself. Got in and out flat at 18. I flipped, got away from the short, and was looking for the longs because Rivian, look, market's not exactly super strong, and Rivian is holding this high. If it gets to 19, we still think that's resistance, but there's a long way before you even get there. So next available dip, I do want to still be in the Rivian long. So super strong name. It's got the little bit of consolidation happening right here at 1820. So let's see if we can take the stairs to the upside. This is strong. Lucid is strong, but Lucid already up 10 points and doing the same pattern. I just feel like Rivian has a little bit of catch up to do. Oh, bye-bye. Tesla's about to break 256. They're all going higher, those EV names.
In that field.
Yeah, I got to get in that field. It's getting bullish again with the EVs. There was a piece of news. There was like I thought Sharif mentioned, I went to look for it, I couldn't find it, about China and imports. But I felt like there was something there, but I don't see it on Benzinga. I could have heard wrong, but I'd swear there was a story about Chinese imports this morning. Either way, they're all really strong. Tesla, Rivian, Lucid. Right now, I'm looking at the Rivian trade, holding this 18-20 area, looking pretty good to the long side. If the market pops up, I want to short the pop in Amazon, but Amazon just did a run of the low of the day, so we're going to have to let this settle. It just made a wick bottom, so 193, maybe the 192.80, wherever it happens to curl. Next available pop, I want to short it. Amazon, looking pretty nasty.
Look, I have to look at it in a minute if I haven't looked yet. You guys know we love dimes around here, and we just took a little bit out for Apple. I think this market wants to go. Feel pretty lucky that we got that pullback. I mean, if we get anything into 2233, we should take that. But I'm going to try to hold now. Put a 233 out there. Remember, we have a 10-cent stop, 11-cent stop. So to take it 1-to-1 on 10%, I feel like is fine. And then if we can get back into here, then that'll be groovy as far as that is concerned. We only have 10% left of our SPXL, actually less than that. What am I talking about? But we did have that stop out right there. So, it's just like, just stopped out, like basically made the high there in the future. So, there we go. And there goes Apple right now. So it's too bad, like we don't show our net there, but net, we basically right there lost next to nothing on that trade, considering what we had made here. So we'll lose 11 cents on 90% of that last reload. Meanwhile, we were out of 90% of it all the way down here. So good trade there on that, but does blow higher. We do want to make sure that we are in some longs. I mean, we nailed Shopify this morning. Shopify will be my second. No, it's not. My bad. Apple just took over. So there we go. That's how I know I made money. Apple took over Nvidia as my number one P&L name. So that's there. But this should be it. This should probably be it. We talked about a 68 break there. It did float back down into the 50 period or into the 200, which was 67.14. So our out there at 67.50 saved us. But Shopify, a great name, great stock there today. Something to look at. Tesla just keeps going. I mean, we were long. It's embarrassing that this will be our only red stock today when it's at the day's high. But this is what Tesla does, man. We talked about it. Could get pumped today, especially if the market goes. Well, now the market's going, and the pump should be going as well. Tesla. Oh, what I want to talk about was this too. You know, Starbucks, I mean, look at this. It was low. Shorty got low. We talked about this early on, about what that level was. We even zoomed it out. When Randy was here, I was like, Randy, I mean, come on, man. What about the 71 right here? And then all of a sudden, you know, boom, to the upside. You're now $4 in from that low. There's many other names that are exciting like this one, but still, $70 name, you could have got $4 on right there. And I just wonder if it's the same for Nike. I'm not sure which one I really want to layer
Nike,
into. I think I'd rather buy
same, but it was good.
Yeah, Nike's still up 2. So 2% there for Nike.
Not bad.
71 to 73. Yeah, so not bad.
The actual crap recovery name today that was big was Boeing. Boeing's 4 points to the upside today, although I feel like this move is done on Boeing. Like the market's inching higher at the same moment that Boeing's finding a top. So it's not, and look, when Boeing has reversed in the past, it's gotten really nasty. Like its worst down day was actually its strongest morning. It go back into the 8th. So it gets right into that same resistance level and is turning around. So I think there could be a pullback happening over there in Boeing. But if there's one thing, like I said, I want a weak stock on this pop. I don't think you'll find many things that just broke the low of the day. So if they're going to get a refill, I want close to 193. Reload in Amazon if we can get it. So just have to be patient. Not really looking at that Pac B. You're starting to slow down. All of a sudden, Rivian's holding the high and Tesla's making fresh highs. So there was a point where they were doing something similar and they were all going up, Lucid, Rivian, Tesla. Now you've got Tesla going and it's doing so without Rivian making a fresh high. So it just seems like it's got to be Tesla in here. This is a real wick off the open, by the way. Although I don't respect that too much. Like the real resistance is right here at the 257 level. Tesla looks like it wants to punch through. I'd rather look for a dip buy because the dip buy has been much better. The consolidations by the dip, there was this one break here at 254 and that turned into support, but all the other high breaks haven't been any good. It's been all about buying that next dip. Buy the dip, buy the dip. I think maybe off of this high here, 255.5 to 256, if it pulls back in there for sure. Rohit Sharma likes Dell. I haven't looked at Dell all day today. I haven't looked at AVGO either. I feel like that's been we're all excited for that split, and then it hasn't been that exciting. Dell, down 1.5 points. Yeah, I don't like this on Dell at all. Dell broke that support, trend support underneath the 50 period moving average. Shoot, that looks like a short back into this 138 level. We charted this support level saying, hey, Dell's been a great buy off that level until now. Yeah, Dell looks pretty darn bearish. It's not a lot of volume. Volume's kind of trash here on Dell. But yeah, that looks like a breakdown and a break of trend to the downside. Sorry, don't see anything I like there.
Well, we see things we like right here. We're short Nvidia. I mean, I don't. Okay. Hopefully this can come in. We will try to take a bid here on Nvidia into the 60s. We're short rate now. We're just short right here at 90s. So it just went into 71 or something for 20 cents. Let's see if we get a little bit more here. Unlike Broadcom, I mentioned to you guys, as soon as Nvidia splits, it'll probably be a top P&L name for myself. And that's exactly what it's been since that's happened. And it's going to be my number one name today as well. So we'll short it. I mean, I didn't even have to switch my stop order. I already had it in for this break because I knew I wanted to get out if it breaks VWAP. So we'll start this trade. We'll get a lot more shares if it does come upside. But right here, I'd say we're in about like a third again, kind of what we want. So we'll scalp out a little bit if we can, and just stop that 72. Maybe we put a bid there. Looking honestly for something in here, 50s or 60s. I think that's well worth it. Again, this is just on this part of the trade. If it starts to go down, we will have to hold, right? So I'm going to try to be out of probably about half of it if we can get into the 50s by that time. And then if we do fall, like we've been making these calls for the last couple of days, where we're looking for stock to fall in the afternoon. Let's see if that does happen again here today. We still are in our futures short, so that's something that's still trying to work for us right here. Let's go. There's 20 cents, right? I mean, it's 20 cents right out the gate right there for Nvidia. Just a quick little scalp trade right there. So again, stay with the names that you're trading the best. And right now, like I told you, this is be one of them. My other one, we nailed Amazon today, like literally 196. This was, again, another sticky note idea. Thank everybody for paying attention to that because today it was great. I feel like it was one of the best days that's sticky note in a while. Nice move there. We nailed Palantir, and we definitely had this Amazon trade. We even gave the stop up to 197. We wanted to be patient, which is why we got it at 934 or 5, but it was there available earlier. If we would have had a little bit more oomph, we could have taken a little bit more up there, but we were too busy watching out for Tesla. But anyways, there's the 196 short. There's the cover at 193. That's like 250 and change. So that was a big trade. And right now it continues to fall down. That is Amazon. All right, so it's Nvidia. I'm bidding something in the 60s. I just told you that if we can get it one more piece out in the 50s, then that'd be groovy. Right now, man, it's just really, this is what it is every afternoon for myself. It's, find out where you are net-wise. And then honestly, if you find a good trade that you feel like it's worth putting some risk into, we'll definitely do that. But we don't want to make stupid trades just to make trades. So we're making this one. I like the Nvidia short. We just took out a little bit. Let's see if it can go even lower. Riot and Mara. I mean, I'm just glad for crypto, to be honest.
Crypto's making a good move. You're almost at 65,000 on Bitcoin.
Booyah.
You get to that point, obviously, look, there was that pullback. Odds are Trump's going to win. That's just a reality. And there was that label that now he's crypto friendly. So that's going to be a big boon. Obviously, that's just a momentum play. And it's not the only thing breaking higher. I can't believe this is true. I haven't looked at any weed names until about 5 seconds ago when a couple people in the chat were like, hey, have a look at CGC and Tilray. I did get Amazon. Amazon's pulling right back in. So we did reload on the position board. Maybe it'll take a second to refresh. 192.59 on Amazon. It just refreshed back into. But CGC just broke out a double top. The volume is not great. It's a little bit light here on CGC. But if you pull out the daily, this would be day 2 of a bit of a start of something off of the bottom. It's more about where it's coming from. I don't know where it's going to go. Typically, it's a fade on these types of moves on CGC. But as long as it's got momentum going into $8, you get a secondary push. You just want the volume to pick up here. Unfortunately, it's not anywhere near what we saw. Like at the close, it was that massive spike yesterday on volume. You're not getting too much continuation volume-wise, but a continuation nonetheless in the stock price. So I'm looking at that and Tilray, but neither one of them maybe as exciting as what you're seeing over in EV land. The EVs are doing way more volume, relatively speaking. Tilray in here, there you go. Like kind of a quiet story here for TLRY.
I feel like a little Mob Deep. I'm just a quiet storm. I mean, we're getting ready to get blowing up right now. We're going to take another bid here on Nvidia. There it is. We'll take those 71s. I canceled the 65s. Honestly, it just keeps on bouncing off 70 here. So let's just do it. It's 20 cents. I'm not. We want a lot more than that. What we want, we don't always get. So let's wait to see if it does make this move back down in here for Nvidia. Not the day. I feel like the day was a lot better earlier. You got to make sure that you keep that money around if you make sure for only good opportunistic trades, and I think that's what we're going to look for again right here. So I just have scanners up. We talked a little bit about that with Sharif. You can go get Trader TV 20 on trade ideas to try to look for different opportunities that you want to look for. I mean, I know that sounds ridiculous, but that is what it is, right? It's just find the opportunity. Go for it. And that's when, back testing things. Like I've looked at these 200 peer moving averages in VWAP. Why we have the confidence to put on trades. and then try to understand where I'm wrong and where to get out. My stop is already set up here, so I already know that I like Nvidia to the short side. We're going to try to find some other names like that. Let's go to DraftKings. DraftKings is a name. I'm always thinking about some ARK names because they're really the ones moving around a lot today in the last couple of days, especially with some of these rates. We've, again, talked about it on the recap show. We've talked about it on this show where that IWM is breaking out. We talked about that with Michael Noss. We'll talk about that with Brian tonight as well. ARK, we looked at ARK earlier. I mean, I purposely last night tweeted this out. And it was just looking, or was it last night or this morning? I think it might have been last night.
The top
July
10.
15th. Yeah, right there. The top 10
NTLA.
holdings, right, of Aunt Kathy's. And it's Tesla. So that's huge. I mean, she's been, and again, I feel like this is where, not being related to Cathie Wood, I feel like this is where we have some stuff in common, is where she's confident with her plays. I mean, there's no doubt. If you ever hear her talk, she can justify all these plays that will make you think that they're going to the moon, to the point where Bitcoin has a 500. I mean, whether or not they're unrealistic, that's a completely different story. We're trying to get a little more realistic ourselves. But Bitcoin to 100, 200, 500,000, 5 million, crazy calls with Tesla and all that, but it's the conviction that she has. So, we'll try to trade with a very, very similar conviction here. And I feel like that is what we're doing. There goes SPXL. We got to have our last 10% for flat. So fine by me. Nvidia having a little bit of a problem. But again, now we're trying to get back up into VWAP again for the market. I'm feeling like this market's not a short anymore, which is why we're getting out of the names that we're short. They're starting to push in. We've already taken that profit. When we get out of whatever trade we get out of, we'll be at the highest spot we've been at all day. We did lose everything we made on the morning in Tesla, but the fact that we have Apple, Amazon, Palantir, Shopify all back in, and Nvidia, it's given us that greater than 0 day, and those are always nice days. Okay, so Nvidia's making that move back up, just so you guys are aware. Our stop is 126.50 with a take at VWAP. So if we can get some more shares, it's not going to be until around here. My price is actually 40s. This has come down a little bit. I'll still 40s. Wait a minute. My stop is 50s. So we got to take something a little ahead of 40s because headsets will run you over immediately. We got to take something into here. It should be 30s, not 40s. So let's adjust this 126.30 to get more shares of Nvidia. So good thing we got out of a piece. We got out of about 25% there. Looking for another piece at 50, didn't get it. We're going to reshort Nvidia up here at 126.30 with our plan of action to get out slightly above VWAP.
Yeah, the last The last of the shorts, maybe. We'll see what happens here. It was a pop right back into our support level, what was previously a support level on Amazon, which was 192.80. You get this wick up above, came right back in. I got 68s. We're going to try scalp out. But this is, even though it's trending to the downside, the market's just got back into the high. So if it breaks this trend, do not want to fight it. And if you go from not the early big massive wicks in the day, I find when looking at the gentle trend on the stock, the parabolic move at 9:30 tends to skew things a lot of times. And then if you look at after things settle down, it typically, not it, I mean, a lot of stocks will then hold a gentle trend. After it's parabolic and it calms down, you've got the same level that's holding. This gets above 93. It might even be a long on Amazon. Rivian is really, really starting to slow down, but those weed names are also picking up. So I've scalped some out, but if we break out from here, just going to get out. I'm not automatically reversing through 193, but if the market's still making highs, I feel like you almost have to be looking for some kind of a long play. CGC and the weed names, I don't know why I have to scroll down like CGC. First thing that should pop up should be NQ. But starting to pull back here, so no 950 break at all. You're getting a bit of a dip opportunity here in the cannabis names. And I've seen a lot of people talk about Riot. If you're looking for dip buys in strong stocks, obviously you could just trade crypto in general. Go over to iBit if you really like it.
Look at Palantir.
Why is this not even, there we go. When we talk about dip buying and all that, this is a linear move on Riot. It's just program continuous buying in here, which makes it really tricky to get an entry point into it. You want something which is giving you dip and rip and consolidate and break. But ever since about noon, this has been just channel to the upside over on Riot. So for now, we're still in this Amazon as it's trying to break this trend to the upside. We've just reloaded it down here, but we'll see. We have to get out of this one and then move to something long. I want to buy dips and not buy highs. The ES is literally at the high of the day. I just don't want to be buying tops on the ES. If we break out the tops or we pull back and make some higher lows, that's a better way to get in. But not going to be buying any tops. Amazon, not looking that strong relatively, but AMD and some of the chip names looking pretty good. Like AMD above VWAP, pull back into VWAP. That makes sense. Resistance turning into support is a notion that I can get behind. So this would be a name that I like on a bit of a dip buy that isn't at the high of the day. It would be AMD, just flipping above VWAP. That's all. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, sometimes trading is a little simpler than we think. That is for sure. Did you guys see Palantir? I mean, we have the bottom of the day. I'm thinking about this, and we talked about the journaling and looking over things. I think that it's like I should just be able to hold. I should pick one play and hold it all day. And, you know, Palantir could have been that one. I mean, hold it all day if it works. I mean, I have no idea. I wouldn't hold something if this kept going down. We have to have an out. But hold it for that play, especially if you get something off the morning. Like, we had a good read on Palantir. We wrote down 27.50. That's the long right there. The low of the day is 27.47. So anyways, now up positive, up 0.54. And this is what I mean. You know, we came in, we saw, it was like, what? Palantir downgraded, like puff, puff, pass. This poor guy at Mizuho there feels bad because his clients are yelling at him, why the hell are you not long Palantir? So he thinks, hey, a good move would be to downgrade it, right? Maybe he can get long. So maybe he did, or she, or did not, or they. But nice move today for Palantir. We like that stock. Nvidia, we're going to average into it. We talked about that. So we're not even, okay, well, it's getting close. Whenever I see a move, like, see, this is where I get a little carried away. I'm going to take a little bit. I didn't even get filled there. Offered 17s and ran away. Okay, there it is. We got it anyways. All right, good. So now we're short 7. We just added a little bit. Bigger add is up here in the 30s, as we talked about. So let's wait to see if that comes through now with that stop up at 126.50, where the VWAP is. So started off pretty small there. We're going to be in a red position for us. There's no way we give anything back. Well, we'll give something back, but we won't give back our day here on Nvidia being wrong one time. So again, market looks like it wants to get upside. ES continues to go up half. Great move for ES. NASDAQ just trying to get jiggy with it right now. So we'll see if that can do something. But for me, yeah, just kind of a chill day. We're not here tomorrow, so we'll just relax for right now. If those shares flow in, we'll take it. We know this position that we want on Nvidia. Our position will go up probably about, we only have a third right now. So there, whatever that math is, whatever the price turns out to be, that's what we'll have. So we'll put on 2 more thirds up here into the 30s, and then we'll deal with it after that. So right now, Nvidia is against us. We've given back about 15%, not less than that, about 10% of our net so far on Nvidia holding this one trade. So could get worse. We're going to try it here. It's Nvidia. It's a short against a market that's going up. So be cautious.
This is the first real pullback since the morning on CGC. So you're looking for a dip buy. That was a bit more than expected on CGC. It's not something calm where you make a higher low. That was a precipitous fall to the downside. If that's not what I like, which it isn't what I like, I go to something which made a subtle dip. That's going to be Rivian, holding the trend into the upside here. You see 18, 15 on the hold. This way we can get something in the teens and give it a tight stop, where it's at least holding some of those tops, holding above the morning breakout, holding above the consolidation, not that you-know-what candle that you just saw on CGC. You can like to buy the dip, but if the dip is way bigger than you expect on an uptrend, that's not what I want to see. So we'll get Rivian. I don't know if we're going to get AMD at VWAP. Sometimes it's about where it dips to, not where you want it to dip to. So I can sit at VWAP all I want, but when you look at this closer, this high is 176.90, that's 176.90, that's 177. The level says 177, VWAP says 176.5. So I got to be willing to look for the dip at either. And if it's going to be 177, just get in a little bit tighter and see if it can't pull back in. If this is going to break the high, I want to have something which is relatively strong. So above VWAP, good. Pulling back off the highs, giving you a consolidation like Rivian, sitting at 20s, trying to pick up 20s on Rivian, and 177 we like on AMD. Just got to get a bit of a wick to get in there. K-Deb saying, look at a firm. My bias always gets the best of me. I know a firm's having a really strong day. And
3.5%.
3.5% now.
Good one.
If I liked a firm, like I've been drawing these channels, and some of the breaks have been spectacular when you have these channel breaks. And for some reason, I don't believe in a firm when it's breaking this long downward channel. The last time that instinct was correct because it reversed it the day after. Today, it's actually holding. So it broke out, and now you're holding higher. That's looking pretty bullish. I think one more day of convincing 34.25, the 200 period moving average, it breaks this level here, and I think I like the long on a firm. But I've been pretty skeptical of this stock, and I'll admit some of that has to do with the bias, because that's a setup that should be long on a second day continuation. I'm just not convinced with it. I need one more day, and I'll maybe get into it. So AMD still nothing, Rivian now still going higher. Come on, Rivian.
I have to let everybody know here. Nvidia is not breaking below 40s. I've just watched this thing. Okay, now finally, okay, hopefully it goes now. We just got out of about 20% of our position. For some reason, I just sat there and watched that 40 bid refresh like millions of shares, thousands of shares. Now they've given it up and now it's falling back down. So look, we'll spin the winner when it is a winner, because our average price short was 28s. So we talked about, I wasn't sure where our average price would be here on Nvidia, but with our stop being at 50, and I thought there was a buyer, darn it, I thought there was a buyer there at 40s. So this is, that's too bad, because we did give up a little bit of profit there, getting some out when we were a little cautious on that play. But I look down at my net, it's at the same spot. It's just like, because right now we have a decent amount of shares. So we just got out there at 23 for a little bit for that 10 cents. Now let's see if it pulls back. I feel like Nvidia is going to go. It just kept getting bought up. You know, I've seen that happen too many times. So good little out there at the end of the day, down in the mid 20s. Let's just see. Oh, Kogler's speaking right now. And so, Canada, by the way, cooler than expected inflation print. So that was nice. We'll see what's happening right now with
But
Fed
it was
Kugler.
mixed because the core was actually, like, the core was hot, and then the overall print was good for us.
Yeah.
But then the core inflation for Canada was kind of the other way. I felt it was a kind of a mixed bag. We'll see if we actually get another cut here in Canada, although Mr. O'Leary thinks the first one was a mistake. Let's go to the desk with Adair. Oh no,
Some mixed but generally dovish comments here coming from Fed's Kugler right now, saying that the Fed might be appropriate to hold rates a little bit longer if we don't get continuing data through confidence. But if the labor market cools too much, it's going to have to be appropriate to cut the interest rate sooner rather than later. So again, lots of emphasis on the labor market, as you've heard for some other Feds. Also saying that it'll be, quote, appropriate to begin easing monetary policy later this year if we continue to see positive movements here in these economic conditions, if they continue to evolve, quote, favorably, and the continued labor market rebalancing suggests that inflation will continue to move towards the 2% target. So kind of mixed sentiment here, but generally pretty dovish. We have the SPY forming a bit of a doji candle as we digest these comments, guys.
Okay, so a couple things here. One thing, fail, because Nvidia went up. Second thing, though, at least we haven't lost our ability to read the tape. We were able to get out, and that was the thing. It came back down. We took some out for flats or for even a little bit of a profit before eventually running right back out. So I don't feel good because it's an L there, and we did give some back on Nvidia. We talked about that. But again, we saw that there was going to be a potential problem there as that bid kept holding. It did give it up. It went down 20 cents. We were able to capture that. But again, we just kept getting out like 10% at a time. And at the end of the day, we had about 65, 70% or so of that trade out there for about a 20-cent loss. So 20 cents, wait, short at 22-cent loss. Short at 28's out there on the 50 break. So we will slap a fail on that last idea for Nvidia on the short. But again, watching it, was able to sort of pick that one out. And for those of you that are scalping, I mean, that's just a tough trade, I feel like, overall. So it's just one of those things where you got to kind of watch it and be there. It's probably not an options level here at all. As the NASDAQ just getting back to zeros. I don't know. There doesn't seem to be too much volatility right now. Some names are good, man. It's the move on the upside there for Palantir that we like. We're just going to have to find some better opportunities. That Nvidia one, although I still like it, there was just a buyer down there. So I think we have to switch over to go long now on Nvidia. See, but when they give it up, it goes. Like the futures aren't really pulling back, and this thing just pulls back 15 cents. So now I'm getting that FOMO again, but we don't need to have that. So we'll slow down and look for something a little bit better.
I see people talking about Uber. I went back.
Uber?
Yeah. MindMed's making a spike on volume here, but okay, so this is true. Someone just said, look at MindMed. this is a real volume spike, but it's in less than 1 million shares. So relatively speaking, that's a spike. But in actual terms, it's barely doing any volume. 700,000 shares on MyMed. Remember, they reverse split, so there's not as many shares out there, which means it really has to do something special for there to be extra volume to get to that million. So it's a squeezable type of name. Uber breaking the high that I don't know why. Like every time I flip to a new chart, it just takes like a few minutes here.
Yeah.
75 just broke a top here on Uber. I'm in Rivian. That's right back. It's just sitting. It's Rivian's at 18.19. I'm at 18.20. So it's basically just flat. But Uber making a bit of a breakout up here. Adara, what's up?
There's some news here on MindMed. This report, again, this is not FDA approval. This is just a research report. Apparently, Harvard researchers from Harvard Medical School, amongst other researchers, saying that they believe that the MDMA-assisted therapy actually has more benefits than negatives and that this could be, quote, approvable. So basically some positive notes on MDMA-related therapy. Looks like that's what's pushing MNMD higher. This one getting circulated around social media, guys.
MindMed... I actually think this could be a decent possible trade. I'll get to this in a quick second, that Nvidia. But the reason why MindMed looks really good on the higher time from the daily chart is look at this ridiculous downslope that it's breaking. That is about as bearish of a downslope as you're going to see, and you're breaking it out. So when everyone talks about like the Russell and all this good stuff and small caps going, a lot of them are just breaking trend. Like this is an extreme example of what we're seeing in Affirm. So like this could really be a long. The volume as a day trade, I don't necessarily love it, but that's nitpicking. Like it even consolidated above and then broke it out. Technically speaking, I drew this and didn't do anything about it, although I'll look back. I have some bag hold shares on MindMed, so I suppose I could take the advantage of getting out of some of them on this move to the upside, although it's not going to make a dent. It's not a lot, but I know I have some from way back in the day when we got those T-shirts.
What about that? You're down about 98%. I'm down 90%.
No, it was like it was like 91 or 90. It's a distinction without a difference. Whatever. I just had a small amount that I never sold, which is a stupid thing to do. No matter how much you have, you should treat it like it's real, because then you're just practicing proper decision making. Whether it's your swing account, your long-term account, you'll make quality decisions, and then you don't become a bag holder. So we're pulling back in. We lost on our first short of Amazon. It then went to the next resistance level at 93. We kind of jumped back into it. It's right back down at the previous level at 80s, which will take some out. And if it gets back down into the 50s and 60s, we'll take another leg out here. The market got to that double top, which is also yesterday's high on the ES, by the way. So yesterday's high as well. So double top today, yesterday's top, and a bit of a pullback. I just like Amazon because it's continuing to make lower highs. And that's about it. Rivian is 3 cents in the money. It was just flat 2 seconds ago. Yeah, it's like this is just not moving anymore on Rivian. I don't wonder if this is just running out of steam. We're almost into power hour. At some point, you want the consolidation or bull flag or whatever you want to call it. You want that to end and you want it to break back out. If it never ends, at some point, you just got to dump the trade. So it's trend up 4%, but I mean, come on, Rivian, do something. The strength could be coming out of it.
I mean, we instead of losing, we could be at the highest spot we've been at all day. But no, Nvidia does take us out there, and then it just collapses right back down there to the point where we would have had, again, a 25 penny win on this name. And instead, we got filled on a bid that we had sitting there that didn't cancel, and then we wound up getting out of Nvidia there as it comes right back down in. And that doesn't. We didn't go long here. That's just a bid that filled, so we wound up getting in and out of that flat, but. Nvidia, there's the drop down, but the futures did drop in. So if we think that Nvidia has a buyer here, look at that little bottom wick. I think it's now worth it. We'll take this live right here with you guys. We'll punch into a little bit there at 25s. Oh, we actually got 26s. I was bidding 22s. 22s. Missed it. Okay, got it. Now, got it. Okay. So now we're long 20. Did we get 22s or 23s there? But we're long now. Let's see what we can do here with Nvidia. Again, just looking for that strength, right? We sort of talked about that. If there was going to be any strength in this name, let's give it back to 126. I thought there was a buyer there. I mean, it looks like we're going to be wrong on that as well. But here we go. Nice upside move, hopefully now for Nvidia. I mean, let's get back. We're going to try to give this one about 25 cents or so, breaking back down below 126, the 200 period moving average. So let's see if Nvidia wants to get going here into the close. Wouldn't surprise me if it does have a little bit of a move up. The futures just bounced off VWAP. We're trying to get back to Greensville on the overall market. ES is well, oopsies, is well green right there. And did we just get out of some NVIDIA? No, we did not up there, but we're at 35s. So let's see if we can get something out here for 12, 13, 14 pennies, and then we'll deal with it after that. So far, so good here on the NVIDIA push higher.
Yeah, I'll tell you this right now. Like Amazon took like 6 or 7 minutes to drop 50 cents and then less than half that time to come right back. So might be a little bit stronger. I'm not saying it's completely reversed this trend, but you've got a pretty distinct bottom being put in here with the market at those highs. I don't know how much I'm going to like the reload. I complained about Rivian, and then it made a half-hearted attempt to get into the highs here. It just tagged the high 20s. If it gets to 33, 34, that's the high of the day. I guess take a little bit more out there. AMD is still, like, it's not really as strong as it was before. It's above VWAP. It's above the 177 level, but it's like 3 consecutive down candles here. It's a good consolidation, but it's not giving me the feels like this is the place to be in the long. Like, I'm looking over at some of these chip names, and like, look at Micron. Like, Micron's a dog.
I mean, all the chip names are down 2%. Like Nvidia's down 2%.
Well, I keep typing AMD when I mean to go to ARM. I keep typing AMD. ARM just did a real move to the upside. ARM it's weird, man. Like, yeah, it's up on the day. Its spread is like 20 pennies right now, but this is looking a little bit stronger until you had that dip. So I might shift one level to the one I had on CGC. I'm just going to throw ARM up there. Still like that 177 in VWAP on AMD, but looking for something with a little more oomph to it. Like, we got into Rivian, and all it's giving you is like the small trade, when before, off of VWAP, Rivian would consolidate and break and then go 1 to 1.5%. Consolidate, go 1 to 1.5%. Now you're just getting an inside move on Rivian. So I want something else which is looking stronger. Could be ARM. We'll see. Amazon not going to reload because it's looking a little bit strong. We'll just let it work back to the downside and continue that trend here. GameStop apparently moving in SoFi.
Yeah, SoFi was a
morning.
big trade. Yeah, no, we didn't have it, but we liked that long. We talked about it as breaking out. We did some work on the charts. We showed those to you as well. SoFi today breaking through 7. We like that one. But I'm in 2 positions right now, and they're kind of counterintuitive because one is short Apple, and we just had to get some out on that short right there. We got a great fill up there at 75. So when that came in, we just got some 53s and whatnot out there for Apple. So we're going to do that. But here we go. Let's go to the upside right now. Let's cancel, and see where we go right now. Hopefully up to the upside. We'll see if we can get out some more into the 30s one more time now for Nvidia. We are a little bit cautious here on Apple. Again, I don't know. Like, I was going to go short against, I am going short against this high right there. Again, like, we just went to some names that we've been doing well on, but just because we've done well on them doesn't mean that we're going to, continue that route, but I'm trying. So right there, Apple into 235. We want to be short and get until we wind up breaking that. I like the trade here, but the market might turn around. And if it does, that's great for us because we do have Nvidia right now. So finally, man, we'll turn that frown way upside down now as it's into the 30s here for NVDA and Apple kind of just chilling. So maybe let's take some more out on Apple because, hey, look, if this market rips, we already have Nvidia. So right now, Apple's flat. We're actually sure we just got out some 66s there. So let's take that out for some flats, just like those wings that we like, the flats. Now we'll take out, so again, taking out for flat on Apple, although we've already taken profit, and making this 17, 18 cents now on NVIDIA. So we talked about having a little bit of a wonky hedge there. Looks like it worked out a little bit for us as there goes NVIDIA, and Apple allows us to get out of that trade as well. So, hey, if Apple still falls down, we'll have it. We're just getting out less and less. I only have half of this position left and about 75% of NVIDIA.
Yeah, I got the last third here on Amazon, and I feel like it's going to break it back out. It is what it is. You're getting a pullback in Rivian, but I still think it's going to be AMD off 177. So maybe we get a break finally. No pullback into VWAP. Okay, so scratch that trade. It doesn't give it to you. No strength into 177 until it just held. So now you've held this consolidation. We can get the middle and give it to 177. I didn't want to buy on weakness, but now you're actually seeing strength. So there's a hold, almost exactly 177. Good place to put the stop in there. And AMD might just be the one when I have my stop. I can have my stop in before we even get into position. We've talked about that before. There's like 3 different stops we can use. That's the one that you don't want to misprice, because if you misprice it, you can get into position and then it's already past that price, then you get out. ARM was another that looked relatively strong, but the spread is a bit of a problem. I just don't like the spread on ARM, as we're seeing. Shout out to you and thank you for the super chat, Pablo. DAL, Delta. So we'll like that for you. I have not looked at Delta since earnings, so get that caveat out of the way. But I remember this one off of earnings, and we did say most of the analysts love Delta as the best of the airlines. I'm not an analyst, but we're just trading here. At the end of the day, this is strong. This daily chart, my daily charts hate me today, but the 15 minutes probably going to tell you the entire story anyways. You don't need a daily chart to figure out what's going on with Delta. You're getting that post-earnings gap fill, essentially. So down on earnings, breaking out over 45. This is what you want to see. This is what Nike can't do or didn't do anyways that I would have wanted, is hold the low, hold the higher low, hold it 2 days, and then break it out. So now it's broken it back out. 45 would be the key. There's your 45 level. Once it broke it, consolidation over. I love that post-earnings play. Maybe not picking the bottom, but just participating when it makes that breakout past it. And maybe now the daily's loaded. So it held that 42. On earnings day, we said the only thing interesting in the aftermarket show was the 200 period moving average. Just be careful, it's going into prior resistance, which is that 40, or support to resistance at that 46. Just be a little bit cautious about that. But I like that rebound on DAL. You always have to wait for the buyers to step in post earnings. Instead of just trying to make the bottom, participate in that bottom. So AMD, we picked up the quarters. Let's see if it can get to those halves. As the market still making its run at the highs, NASDAQ and ES both, and just slowing down once they get there.
Yeah, exactly. Like our best fill here, actually Nvidia is now going higher. I was going to say our best fill here on Nvidia was right here at 35s as it starts to go upside a little bit more there. So we're just watching out for this. I think this does wind up taking it out. We did take the L there on that last piece, so we did talk about that. But right now we're back into the longs. They're all longs, by the way. So here we go, right back. Okay, well, we haven't been in the 40s before on this trade, so let's cut a piece out. I don't have any more offers other than that as we take a 41. Yes, sir, on that one. So, all right. Right back in the pocket now on NVIDIA. So good trading. Let's see if it takes out that top. Let's sit here now. Let's get a little higher with this one. Where we got stopped out, right? See if we get an offer there at 53 or so. I think we got 51s actually where we got punched out. Yeah, 50s, 51s. Good little out there. Let's see if it comes back into play for us. That, of course, is Apple that we're looking at here. It did dip in. We are waiting for a little bit more near 35. This one's 35. We'll take it there. I'm taking a little piece because we just got out. Some more at 78. But again, trade for me sitting actually at 90s to get that in. And then if it blasts through 35, you have to be a little more cautious here at the end of the day, I feel like. So you don't, like I said, you don't give everything back. That's for sure. Let's have a quick look again at Tesla. I did want to look at PAC-B or COS, some of the, the bigger runners here today for us. But all right, so Tesla, again, nice move up, 257. I mean, again, another good level. If you're going to look here, we talked about maybe shorting once you got up to this level. And there it is right there, a couple tops. It's the 50 period. You're now above the 200. I feel like if you are short this name, 255.50 or so, is that 200 period moving average on a 20-minute chart could come into play again. This top at 257.50, I would say you can probably just respect that for a minute. Now you're $1 in the money on that trade, so you have to be happy if you're in that. Now Tesla just back into the 50 period moving average. So I would say if you're short anywhere up here, 257 and change, good opportunity to get the out right now on that name just because of where we are. Here comes the drop in. Let's see if it holds the 50 period. It doesn't look like it wants to. And oh boy, it'll be Neil and Obi tomorrow. But we're going to wait to see what happens here if Apple wants to make a move down. It looks like the future is just holding out. Let's see. We just got our 78 fill right there. Also took another piece on Nvidia at 36s because it did not. Oh, did it? Oh, wait a second. We did get that fill. What fill is that? Oh, 42s. Okay, so we got a 42 and a 38. So good fill right there. Come on down, Apple. You're the next contestant to go back to lows. What's up, Adara?
This part of the show brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving in the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
Shout out to Benzinga Pro. There hasn't been a lot of massive news in the afternoon. We had that MindMed story but you never really know what could drop. Maybe Boeing will have bad news in there. I was going to go over Nike in a quick second, but before I do that, got to go over to AMD first. We'll just update the trade. We get a lot of questions about Nike, and I started talking about Nike and then never finished the thought. But in AMD, we bought the dip into 177 quarter. It then broke it down. If it's bouncing off VWAP, it's not a huge range. This is the range from 230 essentially to now, like a half an hour. You basically sat in like a 70, 80 cent range. So if it wants to bounce lower, let it make that move down. And if we take it off VWAP, that's got to be a separate trade for me. So Nike, just to finish the thought that we had from earlier on earnings, it's up 2% today. That's good. But what was different between like Delta and say Nike, and you could look at the Starbucks chart as well, Nike's still in the process of making lower lows on the daily. And that's the problem. Like, it hasn't really settled down. Like, sure, you could say yesterday's low held and it's bouncing off of that, but that's happened before, and then it doesn't break out the consolidation and just continues lower. I still think this is in the down channel. You want it to hold a low and then break out a resistance level. That would be 74 and change on Nike. So every day that I look at Nike, if it's not breaking one of those resistance levels, I'm not looking long. I'm not looking to make the bottom unless it's the pandemic bottom, which is $62 on Nike. That I don't mind sitting at, because if you can't hold a pandemic bottom, then nobody wants Nike at all, at which case we can just give up on the stock. You know, pandemic low for a retail name, and the retailers have not had a nice day. I mean, Hugo Boss was like double digits, Burberry got smoked, Lululemon's not having a good day, month, year, and all that good stuff. And then on cue, we just got a super chat asking about Ulta. I don't own Ulta Beauty. That's a good company, at least so I've heard. That's what my wife tells me.
Best.
No, but Marissa said the other one was better.
Oh, Elf?
Yeah, that's
No, she just called an 80% winner.
Yeah, but so
I don't. She's never shopped at. I mean, she shops at Sephora.
Yeah, Sephora. That's what we use.
So does my daughter.
Ulta actually looks much better than those other names. See, after earnings, make a bottom, break out resistance, and then it looks strong. That's participate in the break higher. This looks pretty good off the 50 period. Ulta, the 390 level. See, that's the difference. That's what I'm looking for in Nike. I want Nike to do this, and if you have to wait a month or 2 months to go long Nike, who the heck cares? Like, I don't care. If you get in good when when it's going higher and looking stronger, then you can like stack that cash. So Ulta Beauty, good look. Nike seems to be nowhere near doing this kind of a bottom. So I want to stay away at least until that happens.
Okay. Yeah, so Apple, so by the way, we're out of Nvidia there. Apple trying to make a move back in here. I mean, this name just looks strong to me. The market fell in, but again, looking pretty strong is Apple. So we'll have to wait to see if we can get anything back into this one. I think we got to go something shorter somewhere. I don't know if it's going to be Tesla or not, but there it is, Tesla all the way down to the downside. So it is a nice move back in right here. We are, we got a couple fills at 60, so we're happy with that. I mean, we're short at 72. Let's not hate too much on what we're doing here. But again, let's go a little more short just to make it right if it does go. Again, we'll see. A nice move to the downside there. Shopify, Palantir, Nvidia, Tesla. Those are the names that I'm looking at. If anything else hits, we will definitely have a look. Pac B, we talked about that with Pacific.
There's nothing happening in that stock.
Pacific Biosciences, yeah, Pac B, yeah. There we go. Come on, man. I just need Apple to get downside. So up 32% right now. Huge move. $1.60 all the way up to $2.20. Again, just looking at a daily chart, we've already seen sort of wick highs up here into 250, 270. So that's something right now. My wife's messaging me. The rain was huge here. We've been without power for about 3 hours, and we're actually pretty lucky. A lot of Toronto, especially the West End right now, out of power, although it's being restored.
There's even flooding happening.
We heard that it's not supposed to be restored till 10 o'clock at night. So we'll be without power today for hopefully less than 8 hours. But my daughter has hockey at about 5 o'clock today, and that is in power, has power. So she's pretty happy. So she'll go over
you'd
there,
have to have
skate
power
around. Yeah, or else that rink will be slushy, and they will not.
Well, they have generators there, obviously.
Yeah, they're without power though. Yeah, they're not. They're not running the session.
So Rivian is without power. I was saving that when the second you said the power.
Oh, they
I'm
have
like,
power, but yeah.
Oh no, Rivian. Oh, they have power. Rivian does not hold a consolidation, so it was a slow mover. Thankfully, when I said it was a slow mover, that's why we don't reload it at that support level. We just get out. Again, it was so much stronger earlier. That's on me. That's the second time I've made that keystroke. Remember, I've said if you put a stop order in on that before you get into position, sometimes you'll get in. It's like, oh, you've got it at the wrong spot. Like it holds the consolidation, and I get out flat on Rivian. So that's a keystroke error. But that one, it actually broke down against me. So we got to get out of Dodge. Pack B is pulling back. I don't know if you pulled up the chart when you were asking about it, but Pack B is starting to give up the trend. It is since the afternoon, since the volume spike. So this is a big volume spike in the day. I know it was going up most of the day, but since the volume spike, this was the low, and if you draw the trend from here, it's about to break it. So I like these trend breaks. There's room into VWAP. Realistically, if it holds down, you'd be like 13 short into VWAP, and then you'd want to stop out, like that previous high was like 17, so you're looking about 4, maybe max 5 cents worth of risk. Hold into VWAP if it breaks 2. That was the trend support anyways. So it's a bit of a trend break happening on Pack B, which I just realized. We used to have locates on this. Today, do we? Yes, we do. So we do have free locates on Pack B. Now, I know back in the day, we didn't always have free locates on Pack B. Thanks, Brankles. Just got the reload on the hydration because my water has been empty for like 40 minutes now. And I just keep reaching for it. I'm thirsty.
Yeah, man, get that Hydration Nation. Shout out to Shakib and everybody that's out there with their Hydration Nation coming through again. So, all right, we're just waiting for Apple to call it to fall down. I don't have too much else. Is there anything you guys want me to look at? We can look at cost. Cost was moving around a little bit today as well. Wow, up to 1050 right now. But look, pretty boring here so far today. Again, a nice move from 850 up to 10 and not doing a whole heck of a lot. I would say, again, anything around $11. Remember, you have to, okay, come on, Apple. All right, you know what? Last time it came down here, we didn't take it, so we'll punch out some 57s. I am bidding 54s right now, so we'll see if we can get some Apple 54s. I just didn't want to miss this. It already came down here. It's trying to break lower. I don't even know really why we're at 54. I guess that's where the 50-period moving average was. Now it's at 57, so we will take a piece out right there. Now let's see if Apple wants to fall back in. VWAP is a good trade, so we'll put a bid down there at VWAP, which would be, let's just put a bid at 40s, see if we can get that. VWAP really is 32s or 31s. We'll see about a push back in right now. Just 20 cents. We're trying to get down at 54. We'll take 17 cents right there and hope for a little bit more. All right, someone just asked, okay, come on, Apple, bring it down. Microsoft. All right, well, hey, I thought Microsoft was going to the upside here, which is not great for my Apple short. But so Microsoft right now near the highs of the day, basically. I mean, that's actually, no. That's the whole day. I thought that was the pre-market. We've opened up here at 454, so you still got $5 to go. So take that back, but you are taking out VWAP a little bit. This reminds me sort of Nvidia a little bit here, as you're just trying to get above VWAP and then go. Microsoft, again, relatively weak. So for me, if you guys are asking what I would do on this name, I would look short, especially into the afternoon. A stock that's weak against the market. The market right now is up. They're part of the SPY, a big part of the SPY, and Spiders is up. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ downside. So for me, we look for Microsoft's little bit of, I guess, convergence from what I'm normally thinking. This shouldn't be up if the market is down, and this is only down 1%. So I would think you could try a 450 short. I don't hate that play. If you do take it, that's 450 right there. We've already seen it. I would say that's 450, 150. So I think that you got to give it. It could run up here. We have like a sort of a gap to fill. So if you give this $1.50, you easily have potential to get the 50 period would be that, let alone the 200. So I think if you take that short, the risk might be there if you do think we are due for a drop in the market. We did get that Apple fill, by the way, on that. So 54 just came in. We did take that fill. Right there. Oh, sorry, that's still at 57. No, we missed the 54th fill. So Apple back to the upside. We did not get filled at 54. That's the short. So there's a little look at costs in Microsoft and crypto, man, still 65,000 and ETH.
I think there's a meme thing happening right now.
Oh, is there?
Because
I thought cost wasn't doing anything.
Oh, well,
Maybe GameStop.
no, but Beyond Meat.
Oh, that could be story related then.
If you think so, well, okay, let me check. I'll check in a second on Beyond Meat. I just threw it in the chat.
I don't see anything.
I don't see anything for Beyond Meat. So maybe you're just getting some squeeze names going, but that's a pretty decent volume spike. It's the biggest one on the week. It's a double bottom into a breakout up here. But nice, 0.5 cent per share. One of the advantages, I know a lot of people will look and it's like, well, why would you want to fade it? Well, because look what happens every time it gets past the 7/4 or at the 7/4 area. You've had these dumps. It's like tries to go, fail, tries to go, fail, tries to go, fail, tries to go, fail. And if there's no actual news to this story, if it doesn't break 735 or fails to break 735, I just feel like in the afternoon I want to look for that retracement trade. And a lot of people are like, oh, you can't short this name, locates are too expensive. Day trading is very different costs, especially for a firm as big as Real Trading, to get borrows, because you're not holding them overnight. Like, it's expensive for some, insert random hedge fund to lean on Beyond Meat short forever, because the carrying costs are going to be higher. So it's much different for us. The other thing, when I pop up the daily chart, you can see where Beyond Meat is. Look at the 50 period on the daily. It has been rejecting it over and over and over again. Every time it wicks up here, it rejects the 50 period moving average. So I think it's at a resistance spot. If it were to take out this high, that 735 that I showed you, I think it's an easy place to get out. So I just hit accept on these. They always ask you to double confirm, which is good. I'm not a huge fan of it because I feel like I forget it all the time. I hit accept, I go back to the stock, I try to go short, and then I realize I didn't actually do the confirmation. So PAC-B broke that trend line. This is a very different trade. It's first available dip. I'd love to have a price at 18.19 into the highs, but we just dipped in at 16 first on Beyond Meat. So I don't think any story as to why this is going up. I think it's just a sympathy play in. And if this consolidation is the spot, great. If it isn't, makes a new high, then we just jump out of it.
So again, like I kind of misread it on Nvidia, obviously, but I feel like Apple has a buyer on it as well. It's not breaking. We just had a nice move back in. It got to 61s. We took out a 61 there because it's not going any lower. And I changed my 54 to 56. So I'm going to see. There's no reason for this to get bought up right now. I think it should be in free fall, to be honest with you. I mean, the market's coming down here, and Apple's ticking up. Apple again, relatively strong, but not really. So I thought this would drop in. Let's see, man. We thought Nvidia. We thought the same thing for Nvidia, and then this happened to us, right? Oops. And then this happened to us where we were short, we got stopped out, then we went long, took money, and then got out of our last 10% there as we broke below. So I don't know, man. Let's see if Apple wants to give it up. I still think it does. See, again, it just broke down in. Let's see if it continues here. There's 59s, right back up through 60. All right, fine. I don't want to get out of too many shares. We'll put a 61 there, cancel our 56s. And then, you know what? Just take one more out. We know 61 isn't a magical number, so there it is. We'll take a piece out. It's an amazing 12 cents. Look, I think this name needs to fall. So here it goes, 57s. Of course, we canceled our 56s and then gets bought back up, but not much happening. Let's wait for a bigger move. We could just sit here and talk all we want, but until it actually does something, whatever. Oh, the position that I want to see, so I don't have any more bids. I have a bid at 40. Let Apple cook. And that's not a Tim Cook thing. We need it to cook to the downside. So get down.
Russell Wilson.
Yeah, we'll let Russell cook too. Whatever. Where is he now? Seattle?
Dude, you have the entire offense in fantasy on that team.
Seattle. He's in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I was going to say, in our fantasy league, you've got...
Why would I think he's in Seattle?
Oh, no, Deontay Johnson's gone. He's not in Pittsburgh anymore.
But
you have Najee Harris, you've got Jalen Warren.
But I'm not keeping Freiermuth.
Oh, you're not keeping Pat?
No, I'm not
Baby
keeping
Gronk?
Pat. I'm taking, hopefully taking the real Baby Gronk. I'm taking Bowers, who's a little more, I guess, better pass catcher than Gronk, I guess.
Can't miss.
So I'm going to take him at number 5.
That guy can't miss.
And then I'm going to take Neighbors at 3. So, okay, so here we go. Hopefully a downside move. I will take a piece out now. Did we just get something out? No, we did not. Let me take a piece at 51. So there we go. We are letting Apple cook. Now to the downside. There it is. Let's spin it a little bit of a hot dog cannon here because finally something that we're holding is working out. We did get a piece out at 60s, then take a piece out at 50s. Now we're bidding 40s, and let's just see where we go from here. Again, I like the stock. Let's see if it will work. Downside now for Apple. We're out of more than half. We have about 40% left. So let's see if it goes down in there. As Nvidia is still doing absolutely nothing. You are interested in AMD. It's Tesla, I feel like might have been the missed opportunity right there. Because if we had just started shorting Tesla the same time we shorted Apple, we would be, whatever. I mean, you could see what we'd be doing. It'd be a huge move to the downside. So let's just see if we can get something off here on Tesla if it does come back up. I mean, 265.50 or so. Definitely shorting the wrong name in Apple. But hey, we'll take the profit when it's there, only 20 cents. Funny how Tesla, the same price, moves $2.50, and Apple, we're sitting here on 20 cents and happy about it. So
it's because, I mean, Apple's buyers are just a little more confident than Tesla's buyers in a day where the futures are finicky. I don't know. Like Apple's got more confidence to it in terms of like market makers are going to be way more active. They're less likely to drop bid on Apple than they are, at least rapidly anyways.
Yep.
Like,
I agree.
In Tesla, like the littlest thing panics and the algos will drop to bid because Tesla can do those moves, like on the Cybertruck story, not Cybertruck, on the Robotaxi story. Well, I mean, it could have been Cybertruck if it was a big thing, but it's not. So I didn't go over, I went over Pack B, but not since we got into the trade. So remember, since volume spike, trend is loosely here. It broke the trend down, consolidated under the trend, short underneath there. If it breaks out the top, get out. If it plays into VWAP, that's the pullback trade that we're looking for on Pack B. I just love the fact that I'll go to Beyond Meat. So this one calm, which is good. You want something to be calm in a pullback. But Beyond Meat, we took our short. It broke out the high. I still don't believe in Beyond Meat at all. But if it does take out that 736 in here, then you've got yourself a little bit of a squeeze. I'm going to look for a failure one more time to take another shot at it. And someone's going to be very happy that I can't believe you just said you're taking Neighbors over Jalen Daniels. Jaden Daniels. He's going to...
I mean, I'll take Jalen Daniels.
I'm thinking...
I know. I have Jaden Reed from Michigan State.
Daniels is going to be...
The thing is, I have Jordan Love, who was QB8 last year. I think he's going to get better this year. Then I have Justin Herbert, who I don't want to throw the towel in. I have to keep him, right? And then I have Will Levis, who's added a bunch of weapons there, and I'm not throwing him back in.
Best available.
So, yeah, he is the best available.
We're a two-quarterback league.
Yeah, I know.
Hold someone hostage in a trade.
Yeah, I'll do that with my receivers.
I don't have a third quarterback. I'm gonna have a 0 on the buy unless I make a trade.
Yeah. Well,
Will
don't worry. You'll draft somebody. You'll draft Penix or somebody like that. Who poor Kirk Cousins will be out of a job probably pretty quickly there. The amount of money these NFL owners have is quite ridiculous.
Career earnings on Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Michigan State, baby.
Yeah, he's huge. Career earnings. I have to double check that. I can't even believe LeBron James is $590 million earned on the court. Absolutely unbelievable, let alone all those.
At least he's won a championship. Kirk Cousins can't win a playoff game.
Kirk Cousins, yeah, well.
He's rich.
All right, what's up with Adara?
More power to him.
Coming out here on TSLA, Bloomberg reporting that Tesla is now looking to hire 600 new employees. This is only 3 months after it had its layoffs earlier this year, which was the largest round of layoffs in the company's history. So Tesla now looking to hire apparently 800 new employees, or nearly 800 new employees, as reported by Bloomberg. We also have some news coming out here. This is more about Elon Musk. Apparently, he's tweeting here. He tweeted 7 minutes ago that SpaceX is moving from California to Texas. So SpaceX HQ now moving from California to Texas. We know as well that Tesla's been looking to reincorporate in Texas as well. So just some Tesla and Elon Musk related news, guys.
All right. Yeah, I did hear that SpaceX thing, but I was like, I can't really trade it. And I looked at Tesla there. So he's moving everything obviously over there into Texas. So good for that and good for the people of Texas as they get more opportunities to be employed. And then the hiring of more people. So good job there, Elon, as he put some money back into the market there, or into the company, obviously, with more hires. So we'll see there. Good job, Elon. All right. I'm just really, I'm showing you this Nvidia trade because, again, a stock that's half the price of Apple just dropped 70 cents. And Apple right now is just ho-humming itself like as if it's nothing's happening. So I know that we helped Apple today. My wife grabbed the AirPods off Amazon Prime.
I didn't find anything today that I liked.
Yeah, she wants. So we've been recently. The kids really like French fries in the air fryer. So instead of heating up the whole house with the oven, we've been using the air fryer. So we have a Ninja, but we have a smaller one. So she's trying to get a bigger one because then you could throw in the fries, the nuggets, and everything all in one. And meanwhile, we'll have the good food. They'll have that. So she's trying to do that. I was like, I think it was like 190 on for 130 or
down
something
with that.
like that. So yeah, I mean,
I'm all about that.
My problem is, like, I'm so frugal. Like, if there's a deal, I was like, get it. Like, that could be the regular price. Like, all you have to do is mark something.
Yeah, but
up.
like, I'm just saying, you got to have the good fries with the barbecue, which is something that.
Yeah. We do I want to do a podcast on
there's
good
a couple
burgers
of
and everything. Anyways, so air fryer is
All right, I'll wait. I'll buy on the drive.
Says, well, you're going to buy an air fryer?
Why not?
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm looking for something
more things to you.
No, it's food related. They don't get. Here's the thing: when you make good. No, we would if we buy one.
Yes, you would. That's what I was.
I'm just saying, when you buy something food related, you're going to end up saving money because you'll make good food at home as opposed to going out and ordering stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So that's the value. You have a good barbecue. You're not going to order burgers and stuff. You're going to make that dish yourself. So yeah, the air fryer. I got no issues with that.
There was Ramin just mentioned something in our ear there.
That. I don't know what brands are good. But what's the
air fryer?
I don't know. Is there
the Ninja, the one. It's on sale. It's like the best one. You just look on
Ninja.
Amazon. The best part about Amazon is you just sort it by. You can sort it by reviews or whatever like that.
I'm just going to put a Ninja.
Yeah, put the Ninja in there. You'll like it, man. You can air fry anything you want.
I prefer if somebody I know likes it as opposed to like random reviews on Amazon. I trust more people I know.
We have the smaller one.
I don't need a big one. It's only 3 of us.
Yeah, Ninja has different sizes. But my kid threw a beef patty in there. And to me, that would have been perfect because it was crispy and everything on the outside. But he likes it in the microwave where it gets a little bit.
No, don't microwave a beef patty.
But they're frozen. They're just the shitty ones. They're already the frozen
Costco ones?
Yeah, like they're just the ones you buy at the grocery store. They're not. They're really bad for you. It's like
air fryer is bad for you. Look it up. Okay, I understand.
I'll just go
get
one, Ramin. I'll just go right now and get one.
Obviously, it doesn't have to be good for you. Sometimes you've got to enjoy yourself a little bit. So I understand that maybe it's not the best for you. But I like to eat healthy when I can. You can fry wings too. Everyone's telling me. Look,
you could do wings. Yeah, wings is the jam in there. So I only started using it because of that. Like it just the oven was so. So sometimes. Obviously, barbecue is first choice. The air fryer can hit the road on the barbecue. But at the end of the day, it was because it was so warm, and we're like, oh my God, I'm not gonna. You can't. Where else are you gonna do fries? I don't even have a deep fryer, so we just throw them into the air fryer, and then you're not heating the house. So I like.
Gotta love it.
All right, so here we go. I'm going to take another piece out right there at 48. We just put a bid out there for Apple. It is finally falling down. Now let's cancel and see if we can be right on this one. Let's just props it up to everybody out there, man. All my gremlins that are out there. If they were able to grab that short and be patient with me, here it is. Let's pay ourselves out. We just took a fill there. We don't have any more bids. We're doing it right here. It is Trader Nation with Apple. So let's see if we get to the downside. We do have one of the best traders on the block coming through. It's Mr. Brian Shannon. As soon as Ramin gets that to me, I will retweet it as we go. But he's coming on the after show today to talk all about something, and whatever it is, we'll be here. So
whatever it is will be
crypto,
good.
He had a big collapse. I just saw collapse. Eli Lilly collapse. He had a big call there on crypto.
A great call.
So we'll talk about that as well. And the funny thing is, I just want to say, this is not, we talked about this yesterday with Michael Noss on the after show because Reddit was making a move. Today, he liked Reddit, and Reddit today at its low was down like 8% or something like that. Nice move back up. I just want to tell everybody that if you're in some of these trades, man, you got to be able to. Are you talking? I hear it for some reason in our ear. But the idea, what I was trying to get at here was, it's all about timing, right? I mean, you get out at the bottom, it's a problem. You get, right now you're back up to $70 again on Reddit. So you can Reddit and forget it on that trade as that's making a move all the way to the upside. Did we get our 40s? No, actually, I didn't bid 40. I forgot that we have VWAP right here at 31s. Let's put a bid right around like 36s. Maybe we'll get that, maybe we won't. But I like Reddit right now, I like Apple coming back in. Good trade here. Right now it's a 40-cent winner. We'll see if it gets a little bit lower here for Apple. Good thing we were able to hold this one, guys. Feeling better about that now as Nvidia making its move back up. Sometimes it just takes a little bit of time. Somebody save me from myself.
Save me from myself. Don't save me from the air fryer. But I'm good. Look, we said we wait for Beyond Meat to get to that 735 level. It just tagged 733. That's pretty darn close to the high. So we had it here when it topped there. We're going to have it here. And if it breaks out the high again, just going to jump out of it. Pac B, we're still in that one consolidating underneath. What I wanted to say with regards to Mr. Shannon coming through is during the midday, they were talking about Elliot wave and Fibonacci's and all kinds of indicators and how important it is, because with Elliot waves, it's like, oh, you got to pick the first wave and where do you anchor things from? With Fibonacci's, where are you anchoring it from? Like, where are you starting to chart it from? The thing I like about anchored VWAP is it's usually really intuitive where you want to anchored VWAP, because you want to do it on a big volume spike or on news. like an earnings day. It's not that difficult to figure out because you look for the volume spike, and here you'd probably just put your anchored VWAP in there, or you'd put it on the previous low where it held. So it's really just intuitive as to where you want to anchor it. And some indicators are not simple. And if an indicator doesn't make any sense to you, you don't have to use it. Like the example I will say is Fibonacci's. I've messed around with it. I know some people make money with it. When I was a penny stock trader, I used to throw them up on the charts all the time, and I found that it's like, oh, this time it worked perfect. The next time it was completely meaningless. And maybe I was doing something wrong with it, and that was the reason. But if it doesn't make sense, you try it out. Don't stick with something that doesn't work for you as an indicator. And I think what I love about Brian Chan is he tries to keep it really simple with anchored VWAP. And I like that whenever he's explaining a strategy to me, even if I don't know the indicator or I might not use it, the trade always makes sense. And if you can't explain your trade or your use of an indicator, you shouldn't be using it. You're like, oh, it puts this line on the chart, so I do this. Try to make it a little bit more than that. But again, to each your own, make sure you back test. So Beyond Meat up that 9%, trying to go higher. The squeeze names have been running today on nothing. I don't see any news anywhere, but it's at that high. So we're back into it at a different level. So second try there. Pack B, still the same. Broke the trend, kind of dipped down. Probably should have just taken like the move when it went like 4 cents down, but it's consolidating underneath. So still looking for that drop back into prior support. This is kind of what Shop did when Obi and I were on it. Broke this trend in, only it was moving so much more rapidly that it just fell all over itself. This is a $2 stock. It's not really moving all that fast.
Oops. All right. So again, good cash out there on Apple. Let's props it up. We're keeping it really, really simple here today on our trades, man. We trade 7 names, which is fine. I mean, that's a little bit high probably for me on that. I know you've traded a lot more. And again, it's looking for the opportunities. And it's just about scanning things, right? I mean, Sharif actually mentioned this too. Most of my scanners will just have major names on them. S&P 500, well, not S&P 500 names, that's 500 of them, but mainly NASDAQ names. Here, I can show you sort of the watch list that I'm looking at right now, actually. Why don't we sort of run that down? Just these are some of the names that I have on board here. Apple, Affirm, these are all sorted. Let's do it by percentage change there today. So Shopify, wow, $70. We were long at $67.50 or whatever down there today. Wow, another one that we probably should have held. Wells Fargo we're looking at, obviously, with banks coming through. Boeing, good hold for us on Boeing. I mean, we're not getting out of that anyways. Affirm, Uber, Coinbase, Starbucks. I mean, you just look at these names as we scroll down. XOM, we just added XSOXL to it, and SPXL as well today. Palantir, Netflix, Qs as well. Qualcomm, Apple, ARM, Amazon, Roblox. Like, these are names that I trade every single day. Micron, Nvidia. There's probably a list of 30 of them or so in there. They're all the major names. And then I've taken off Beyond Meat, and I think I took off Lucid. I think I have Rivian still on there. But as those names start to pop in, like when those Chinese names were hot, Li Auto, Xpeng and all that, I'd put them back on. ETHE is on there for Ethereum. iBit should be on there, but I'm not sure iBit is on there, actually.
But if you already have Bitcoin.
I don't have Bitcoin. I have it up here, but I don't have it on for technical analysis. So iBit is now on that list as well. Someone that's on and on the stage is Adara. So let's throw to her.
Let's take a look at some of these S&P 500 names making some outsized moves. The first one is going to be an earnings name we didn't discuss as much in the bank space. It's going to be Charles Schwab, SCHW. This went down more than 9% right now. They did beat here on EPS and revenue, but they did warn about some lower net income. So this one moving to the downside on that. Next up, we have Boeing here up about 3%. Overall, some strength in the industrial sector, but Boeing also getting an additional 5 orders of its 777 jet from Emirates Sky Cargo, so some extra orders here for BA. And last but not least, we have eBay. This one a nice steady uptrend here, up more than 3%. Wolf Research initiating coverage with a peer perform rating. We also saw Wolf Research initiating coverage on some other names in the related space today, Shopify and Amazon. So good luck here for EBAY as it pushes up above 3%, guys.
Not bad, eBay. Well, Beyond Meat got down to 720. So we got the lower high short. We didn't take it all out. Like, I'm looking VWAP $7 on any kind of a flush, but you don't get that. You get a push right back into the previous level where we're short and then right back into the high. The only difference is, let me go to the 15, it is 736. That is the actual high up here. So it's a couple of pennies away from that. You got into the 20s, but it's looking like it's too bullish into the upside. Pac B, we did get a fill on that bid, but it's certainly slowly moving, which is good. On the back end of a parabolic mover, you do want it to be slowing down. We'll end up 0 for 2. If I take it all out on Beyond Meat there at 20s, which I never would, I could have been flat. But I'd never take it all out for that shallow move. You're looking for a bigger press down into 7 even. We had the chance to maybe scalp it, but with these, I'm looking home run or not. Beyond Meat will end up in the red on it. Thankfully, most of our winning trades are going to be bigger than that. But you could have scalped this out. I'm going to get away from Beyond Meat, up 10%, and just look back to it tomorrow. If I don't believe in this move, if it can close underneath, usually when it's failed, the next day has been a pretty big red day, or at least another wick high. That's the case. You're still on the upward move here in this. I haven't really looked at cost, so we're just back in the Pac B. Again, this is just very, very calm after breaking down. Like it just held the trend in the other direction off our entry here, but not breaking consolidation. It's 335. It is running out of time to break the consolidation. It might end up being a bit of a tighter trade. Where is my imbalance locator? Just wanted to show you guys. The early look came out like 5 minutes ago.
All right.
And there's just nothing there. A couple of banks are on here. Banks have been, I guess it's a little bit mixed, but I'd say relatively strong. WFC and BAC, but that's less than 1 million shares on both of them for an early look. That's kind of a nothing burger. BAC, you need a big number when the banks are reporting. BAC's done 61 million shares. A 700,000 imbalance is doing nothing for BAC. 5% up. I think it's great. I was happy this morning with Morgan Stanley. It did a bit of a bounce off of VWAP. I felt like I was in early for a tight stop. But I'm actually thinking of trimming Morgan Stanley. I don't know. I just feel like if this doesn't hold on to the top break, it might be a good idea for me to trim a little something. Looking for places to raise some cash. And Morgan, it's been a bit of a laggard that I just kind of hung on to because it wouldn't break support. It's taken a while for it to make this big breakout. And I want to make a play in TD Bank, which is the Toronto bank that I own.
Yeah, TD Bank. Okay.
Wow.
All right. So I'm not even sure how many shares we had at the beginning of all of this because we have a bunch of outs here. But we're getting lighter and lighter on Apple. But it did just make a move up as the market came back to its highs. So let's put another bid at 50 here just because we'll take another 25 cents on it. If it does fade out, we're bidding 52s, of course, to see if we can get that. Our other bids are at 20s and then at O's. And we do, there it goes. And we do have another stop, or another opportunity to get shorter up here if that does come through. So, yeah, that's what we're doing right now. That's okay. I want to look at Tesla as the market made a move higher here. Is there an opportunity to short Tesla? Maybe the 50 period, but again, an up stock. I'm only shorting at the end of the day. I'm not shorting the middle. This is the middle right there for Tesla. So not a great short opportunity there. Apple, definitely a good one for us. Palantir, let's check out that. That's been a good trade for us today as we nailed the bottom there. Then we shorted and made some money back before eventually giving some out when we took out that top, which at that time was zeros. And now Palantir at one point was up 0.5% at its highs and now just fell back in again, down 50 cents or so from its highs. Coming back in, I think VWAP, I wouldn't buy this. They did get downgraded today. I feel like there's easier spots to make a little bit of cashish. And right here, there it comes into the downside again, right into VWAP. All right, I'm canceling my is that VWAP? Yeah, that is VWAP. Canceling that one, and then going to cancel my 20s, take a 36, and there it is right there. All right, Ozan, you're in the building. Let's go. There it is, a good trade for us. And thank you to Ramin as she got out the tweet. So we're going to tweet out right now. Join me, Adara, and Brian Shannon right here from @AlphaTrends on our after show today. Market recap show where we'll go over earnings plays. We'll talk a little bit about what was going on in the market. Beyond Meat still continuing to pop, which is a nice play. Good out, I think, on Apple, man. I mean, we really shorted this. I want to talk about people in the chat saying, you know, well-skilled trades, well-placed. I mean, honestly, it's just the same thing every day. We try to play off support and resistance. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes I have bad outs. See Nvidia, as we got stopped out right there, literally at the top, waiting for this move. So we'll take, it was 12 to, we're sure at 28 out of 50, so I think it was 22 or so cents of a hit. which now, again, we would have averaged it out. It's not like we would have had the whole thing, but this would have been now into this area, which is fine. Even there would have been that 40, 50 cents. So I like the odds of us winning on that one, but again, we did not hold it. It's 338 right now. There he is. Ozan's in the building. Shout out to Ozan. Again, you know what I'm thinking I have to do now that we're into earnings season? We talked about that, is add a few more names to my list because maybe even more bank names or names that have been earnings plays for that day, so that we can get back into them. So we're going to do that a little bit more often here for our scanners and get a little bit more, because everything that's hitting now is Palantir, Tesla, Apple, Netflix, Oracle, Uber.
Wait till Netflix.
Like names that we've all talked about many times. So many men wish death upon Apple, but right now it's not really going down. It's funny because we're almost in 50 cent. Winner right there as we give a little reference to 50 cent.
I think Apple doesn't have many haters.
No, but I mean, I think the play to be is short right now on the day. That's all. I just think there's the short right there. So we're short Apple. And again, Apple will be, because we gave some money back there on Nvidia, Apple will be the number one P&L name for myself today. So good little trade there on AAPL.
Yeah, good little trade on Apple. Only because you mentioned Nvidia. Netflix reporting this week, obviously not till Thursday. But if it does this tomorrow, and you're going to see what I'm talking about here, and I'm bounce right off the 50 period, sometimes things calm down going into earnings. And if that's what's happening, and you're going to find this as your bottom, local bottom here, 642, it's just essentially finding buyers down and around this range at that 50-period moving average. Did the dip, held a higher low, but I'm sensing a bit of a support level trying to form. Maybe it's going to be 650 like today. Maybe it's a 640 level, but those are two nice round levels. And you've got support at the 50-period moving average also going with it. Not a great look in terms of the trend. It's a potential trend break. Clearly, 10 times out of 10, if I see a setup like this, and it breaks down after earnings, I'm looking short on a flat bottom break. But until you get those earnings points, I think you got or earnings releases for Netflix, you got probably one more chance. Today's done. You got tomorrow that you can trade it. And if it wants to bounce off that support, fine. Top VoIP, Pack B, just to give you an idea of what I like. So Pack B, this is the news. Midday volume spike, I should say, trending higher all morning long. Makes a volume spike, pulls right back in, finds support there, holds support. That establishes a trend line. Since then, pull back off of the trend for a scalp trade. So that's it. I think it's breaking this trend under here. So once it breaks down, does it confirm? Holding under, did, scalp, did, and then try to scalp it. If it breaks out from there, we get a 21, then I just jump out of the trade. So it's more of a structured idea than anything else. The volume has tapered off here. It could still break higher, but it's a setup that I like. It's a setup that's worked in the past. If you watch, I think I said maybe 20 minutes or so ago when we were getting into this, this was a trade you saw. Actually, one day, both Obi and I had the same trade essentially on Shop, and I had one trend line. His was a little bit different, so we had 5 cents different of an entry point, but it was the same principle. You broke the upward trend that was steep, and you pulled the short back into VWAP. So I like that setup. Just a day trade setup. Obviously, this is trending higher, up 35%. It's a day, not even a day two play. It started going here $1.30, consolidated and broke out. So from everything else on the higher time frame, yeah, it's still probably in a bit of a breakout, but late in the day, I love those little trend reversals. They've been working well. What I love about it is you have a pretty defined out. If it confirms that you're holding underneath, then you can take the reloads and scalp them out. Once it breaks over, you just punch out of the trade. It gets relatively simple. I like those defined trades when you can find them. But yeah, top VoIP, yeah, multi-day runner. No question about it. Multi-day runner potentially on workhorse as well. But when you make that break, my hands weren't even on the keys. I was putting bids in. It breaks that top. I just get out of it. So we were able to get the 4 cents there. And then we reloaded at 19 and we get out at 21. So I like that trend trade. We'll keep taking it over and over again because it's about a small win with a small loss with a potential big win. You can risk 2 to 3 cents on that trade, but your first move is 4. And then if it goes down here, you're able to make 10 to 15 cents. on that trade. So it's a really tight risk to reward. And as I said, there's lots of names that are going. You can't always put them into play, but Workhorse, and the only reason I brought up Workhorse is because this is an example of one that worked, pun not intended. So if you were to look at it here, here's your consolidation higher. It picks up volume. Now, I wouldn't draw it there. I'm looking at the volume spike right in here and then this pullback. So on Workhorse, there's your volume spike. It holds higher low. It holds higher low. There's your trend. Obviously, if you want to pick the top, I don't have a reason to short it up there, but then it consolidates under, and then look where the resistance is. Same price. Like right here at about 210, it pulls into VWAP. So that's the idea. And every time I see that set up on a parabolic mover, I just want a key, give me a place to start that secondary trend, usually on a big volume spike in the afternoon, and then you put that higher low in. Workhorse is a better example because clearly it worked, but I'm not just going to pigeonhole it and say, hey, you know, that's the one that worked. But if you take the trade on Pack B, it's a similar trade on Pack B. We take it, Pack B doesn't work out as well. Obviously, Workhorse would have worked out perfectly. Good thing we got out of Beyond Meat, 750. It's not going to last, but I'm done shorting that stock. It's 345. If Beyond Meat's up another 10% tomorrow, congratulations. But I'm highly skeptical. I still don't see any news for it. I think there's just a bit of a squeeze happening in these meme names. And I think without any news, you're still looking at a bit of a fade.
All right, good.
Bet you AMC's up.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think for me, I like Beyond Meat. I mean, we've talked about that one with that huge short float again and again and again.
37.
So, 37. Okay, it's a little lower than I thought.
Well,
it was
maybe
bigger than that, I think. But anyways, definitely in the 40s.
Now it's 30. Now it's 39.
Okay, yeah, okay. But anyways, we are almost out of this one. I'm not going to short it anymore, so I'm canceling everything here on Apple. We'll wait for, again, if it takes out 34s, or we short at 78s, let's just get out for flat now. Honestly, I mean, we don't have anything to prove. The damage is already done here, right there, 100% out. So like, I just went to go get some water, so cheers on that one. And then I ran into Obi, and I was like, Obi, make sure you're good for tomorrow. He's going to be covering for me tomorrow as we get jury. And then I run into my guy Yannick over there, and he's like, I was like, oh yeah, hopefully it's just a day or two. Like, you know, I'll go up there, they won't choose me. And then he's like, no, dude, these things can last for weeks.
Well, yeah,
like, you could be sitting there.
No selection can last.
The selection process. So I'm gonna wait to see. I'm hoping to not. So I've already run into the lawyer like 4 times today, and I forgot to mention that to him. So maybe I'll see if he's got
a letter.
Potentially. Well, I'm gonna see what happens tomorrow, and then if I get the vibe that I'm going to be pulled, although I want to get pulled, I want to do it, but I don't know. The way this market's heating up, man. I mean, honestly, we're starting to do good. Like he's taking food out of my pan.
I want to be on a jury when I'm retired, like in 12 Angry Men.
Right.
Like half the dudes, like
You've
seen Henry Fonda, classic movie. Like Henry Fonda, like the retired guys, those are the ones with wisdom. And it was the young guys on that 12 Angry Men jury that were all, well, I guess it was a couple old guys that were kind of unreasonable too. Good movie, but I don't want to be on a jury unless I don't have anything else to do.
I'll just walk in and say, so who we putting in jail? Yeah. Yeah, no, the thing is that, you know,
I'm randomly biased against whomever the defendant is.
Yeah, like part of being on this show is, of course, trying to have a little bit of integrity. I don't know if I can like go in there and not act, you know, try to act appropriate, but we'll wait to see what happens.
Yeah, I've never actually done that.
There tomorrow. Yeah, it's easy to say that.
I got
like
lucky.
You just go in and be racist or something. Like I don't know. Like that's.
I've said I would do something like that to get out of it, but the 2 times I got called, the one time it got canceled the day before I had to go. The other time I went in there, it takes like an hour and something for them to just go through everybody signing up and making sure you are who you are. And then at the end of that, everybody was finally registered. And before they would pull us in, the guy literally got a call right in front of us, and he's like, "Oh, the judge just called, and they don't need you anymore." So I guess a plea deal got reached. So plea deal. So I basically lucked out twice when I was called. I've never actually had to worm my way out of it.
What if I forgot to bring some ID? You know, I couldn't prove who I was, and then I don't think that would work.
No, that's.
I always wonder, like, you know what they
go right back on the list.
Exactly. They send that summons just via like normal mail, not even registered mail. I was thinking, like, what if you're up at the cottage or something? And because I only got it a month and a half ago for tomorrow. So it's like you could go away for all summer. It just sits there. And next thing you know, I don't know.
That's not your fault.
Is there a bench warrant out for you or something?
No.
Like, Well, if you don't show up to your jury summons, what happens?
But if you're out of the
Three people
country,
in the chat.
if you're out of the country traveling,
But you wouldn't know you got that. Though.
that's what I'm saying. They can't put you in jail. They can't just bench warrant. I think you're fine if you can prove you were traveling. You come back and you just jump right back on the list, or maybe you're called the next time. There's just no way they're that ridiculous here. So I see Crazy Mofo said they're in the jury selected twice.
Oh, good. How does that work? Yeah, exactly. I want to serve, man. I want to serve on the. It is our duty. I want to serve.
Of course, it's a duty.
I just would also like to trade. Maybe I can do sort of like a simulcast. I'll sit here, listen to the case, sit here, trade.
I'm pretty sure they don't let you.
Oh yeah, I'm also on air, so probably won't.
Yeah,
be
I
allowed
don't think.
to do that.
I really don't think they would let you do that. That's literally.
That might be a problem. Oh, actually, the imbalances are almost out. So
1 minute.
You guys know where our stop is here on Apple. If you're wondering what are these two guys talking about as far as everything, then yeah. But the imbalances, we can explain that pretty easily. These are the market on close imbalances, and when they hit, they will update here at 9.
What is BAX?
At 9:30 early, and then now it's 3:50. So 3:50 p.m. Eastern time. With your last 10 minutes to play in this game today, you will get an update here. So the thing is, if Apple comes to sell, right, these are all from 9, so don't look at these yet. See all the times right here, 9:30. At 3:50, and right now in 10 seconds, they'll all update, and you'll see Apple go, womp. We already have a stop up here. So again, we have like 10% left of this trade, probably a little bit more, but not much more. So if it falls back in, we should put a bid down here just in case. I have one at 234 flat. There it is. So it is a downside, a little bit of a downside push. We'll put a bid at 47 to get out. What came out? Cisco a buy. So Apple just pushed a little bit there. It got into 44s. So nothing to really write home about right there. Our stop is were for flat. So if we get stopped out, we get stopped out. Gold, I know a lot of people have been looking at some gold
Baxter
trades as of late.
International is
Right there, shout out to my kid Baxter, he's on there. Okay, so gold, nice upside move. As a lot of people going into that asset, especially with all the uncertainty in the world. That's something that I could see myself getting into. Oh, there's Baxter. So again, look at this. It's 5 million. So again, alert.
This is a $35
It's probably a rebalance.
I just looked. I don't see anything for it.
Has to be, man.
It has
or
to
this
be.
is a mistake. So Baxter right now today, only doing 2.5 million shares. Although I am surprised. This might be a bad quote, if that's possible, on the imbalance, because why is it not even moving up right now? Is Baxter a buyout or something? What's that been doing? No. So I don't know. Anyways, 4 million. Whenever the imbalances double, normally you're seeing action on this. Like people are like, oh my God, they have to buy 5 million shares.
If it stays 5 million at 355, I might try to go long.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
so that might be the trade.
Unless there's an index action that I don't know about. At 355, it's a major pairing event. So on the NYSE, you can put orders into the closing auction at any point. It just so happens at 355, there's a huge update on the floor where a lot of the pairing orders are going to come in. So with Baxter, which, just so you know, it was expected to come out at 4.9. Like we knew this was a big buy, expected to come out 4.9. It has not shocked. It's come out exactly as expected. I like to keep that up.
This has to be a mistake.
That's what I'm saying. Like it was an early imbalance. It's exactly what we're expecting. So I'm gonna message on the floor, see if I'm missing something.
Alibaba, a little bit of a sell. So I'm just trying to find
if it stays, I might take a long in Baxter. If at 355 this thing stays or gets bigger. If it gets bigger, that's an easy
You better
long.
do some research because you only have 3 minutes. Okay, so right here, Amazon, 500,000 to sell. As you can see, it's not really doing anything. It does create a little bit of a spike down, but now it's brought right back up. So again, take advantage of those spikes, man. I mean, this is why we sit here. We say it's not always worth sitting in these trades all day and waiting for an imbalance because, you get it in your favor and then, it goes one way and you can sometimes get stopped out. So I try to be flat. When that does happen. I'm going to put another bid out here. There we go. Oops, sorry, was on the wrong stock. Apple. So we just took a bid there at 60s. Why not? We're in the money now, 18 cents. It just fell back in. We almost got stopped out. So a nice little fall back into the 50 period. Now I'll just wait. I have a 47 bid, and we'll see. You know what? Let's cancel that and let's put something at like 52. Again, I don't know where Apple is on this thing, but these are the imbalances. And most of the time, Adara will give us the update on what it was, and today she has done that.
It's a small buy.
Yeah, so
NASDAQ.
An amazing 150 million shares, it looks like, 150 million to buy on the market today.
Oh, but then the NASDAQ's 150 sell.
Pretty small at the end of the day. Here comes Apple. We'll see if we get that fill in the 50s.
Yeah.
Not much else happening, man. I don't know what to say. We'll could watch for that Baxter, but the fact that it's not changing and the stock ain't doing anything, I feel like this is not what it seems. But
Yeah,
there it is.
it's-
Actually, there's a nice little bump up. I don't know.
It's so strange because usually we anticipate if you see a random stock with a big imbalance, oh, it's simple. It's going from the S&P 5 or 600 to the 5 or the Russell 1 to the other. It doesn't really matter. I was going over here to look at something. What was it? It was probably Bitcoin. Yeah. So tomorrow, we only have about 5 minutes left to go in the day. But there is this looming potential breakout here, and the breakouts only occur when you take out the top. But BTC has broken 65,000 a couple of times here today. You can see the consolidation. This is a 15-minute chart on Bitcoin for anyone that's curious. So if we get another press higher, if you think it's been a big run already, it doesn't mean it can't continue. It's been a pretty strong upward trend, and you have a potential double top break. So we haven't really talked about the crypto chart too much, but this is looking pretty strong for continuation. Mara, good day. Riot, good day. Coinbase didn't really check at all. Someone just asked me if Intel had an imbalance. Nothing had a big imbalance. Maybe it's moving, but as we were saying, the only thing up here is Baxter. If Intel's on this list, then it's such a small number. Amazon's there for a small sell, 500,000. If Intel's on here, it's so far down that I would say it's insignificant. What matters the relative volume in here on the imbalances. Could just be, oh, good thing we got out of VWAP. Intel is spiking, but there's no imbalance there. We got out when it broke VWAP, so shorted there. It broke VWAP. It was like a 4-cent hit, but Intel looking strong, almost green on the day.
Ooh.
Yeah, this was a good short for almost all day, right up until it reclaimed VWAP, and then it flipped into a long. So Intel, I'm not touching it. 355 hit, and Baxter, BAX, I'm talking about that stock like people know. It's still there, slightly smaller. So it got a little bit smaller. It didn't really grow. I'd love to see it growing. As long as it holds on in the next couple of minutes, there might be something there, but I just can't find any news on it. It's so weird for BAX to be doing this. And it did give a little bit of a spike.
Yeah, I mean, that's what
Yeah, I'm just going to wait till maybe a little closer to the close.
I was going to say, that's kind of what it's all about right there, is trying to take some shots at some names. I mean, today we have Interactive Brokers tonight, expected to move 4%. JB Hunt with the transports, that should be a good indicator as well. JBHT coming through. Other than that, we don't have too much coming after market. AEHR is a name that a lot of us look at, and then there's not even anything after this. So that's 13 million, pretty low coming through. Tomorrow, a little bit of a bigger day. As in the morning, we have J&J, we have ASML overnight. As well, going to come through with some expected moves of 6%, 2% for J&J.
Love that company.
Yeah, U.S. Bancorp. Yeah, ASML's had a good run. Obviously, everything in that space has Equifax coming through as well. National Trust. Just looking to see if there's any big names. Alcoa AA coming tomorrow before market open as well. So we're getting close. We're getting close. The bigger days are at the end of July for all of them names coming through. So again, there's Baxter. Look at this move up, man. We missed the boat on this one.
Yeah,
Baxter just continues to go higher. So I guess whoever was looking at it might have been right, as that name continues to make moves. BAX.
Yeah, see, but now the move's already happened.
Right, so now it might not be worth it as we're getting close to the closing trade here. Nice move up for Baxter. Next time we see something like that, let's try it. I'm glad we were able to show it to you, but again, a missed opportunity.
Someone was calling me from a number.
Yeah, that happens all the time, man.
I don't even recognize the area code.
Yeah.
It said Ontario, but I have no idea what that is.
Ontario.
As long
we
as
have
it's
so many area codes.
No, as long as it's not the doc.
Yeah.
Every time I see that, I'm like, oh, they're rescheduling the follow-up. No, like this move is, as far as I'm concerned, the move that you'd want on Baxter kind of just happened. And on big volume. So the 350 came out, and then a volume spike twice the size on that last push. Twice the size of the imbalance when it came out 5 million has already happened. And you can see like it's starting to slowly pair off. It was 5 million, now it's like 4.3. So it's starting to pair off a little bit. Unless that gets really big in the last few seconds, I don't know that there's going to be a trade here on Baxter. Won't chase the move. Sometimes, if you just trust that big number, you could have just gone long. But our experience tells us, usually accompanied by some kind of an index action. And what if it was a sell imbalance that was expected? You know, I don't know that.
Yeah, not good.
And I remember we had a trader, I won't name any names, but we had a trader one time, massive imbalance. They went to trade it. The stock they were trading was being a down weight in the index. It came out a buy. They went into the long, and they lost their entire month when it flipped. And it flipped with about 2 minutes left to go, and it was like that. It went from looking okay to they didn't have a stop order out. They're just going to take the auction print. slam. It reversed, but if you'd looked at the research, it was supposed to be a down weight. And that's what I wanted to make sure of on Baxter. Turns out there doesn't seem to be any news on it. So whatever it is, it's still going higher, but that's starting to pair off again. Now 4 million over here on Baxter, still holding up pretty nice. This is where I'm going to watch the last minute of the day just because it's the one that's moving. And this is why we go over it. If you took that trade, which I talked myself out of, you're still 1 point in the money here if you took the breakout on Baxter because the amounts came out and then it broke the high. Like that was 35.13. You could have taken this after the imbalance came out and you're still running high. So 1 minute to go in here. My guess is it's going to pair off right at the end. For now, this is the biggest one. I just want to have the locator up on another window here. Still 4 million to buy over there on Baxter and looking strong as it goes right into the close. Wow, I bet you there's some kind of action we don't know about on Baxter. Now 3.7 million. It's holding right into the end of the day. But I'm buying tops is not the way to play this. You need to be in this one early. So 30 seconds to go. Nvidia squeezing. Someone's saying this is probably done. It's probably going to pair off, but it's still going. Wow, it just went another spike higher on Baxter. Big time move at the end of the day for this stock. This is why we look at this imbalance locator, guys, because if you do have this, it's churning and chewing through volume as well, the biggest volume spike of the day, and that's where the opportunity is going to be. But I think it might pair off here. That's what my concern is. As we get to Adara and the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and ring it. Hey, I still think it might be good for those that take it. If it's NASDAQ, it prints essentially right away. If it's a New York stock, you have to wait for them to gather and then make the print. So ignore that. That's dark pool wicks. This stock has not printed the close just yet. The NASDAQ is going to end up closing. Where'd this thing print? Let me give me a second. No, it closed the high. It closed the day. Baxter closed at the high, 35.40.54. So you could not have lost if you took it and put it into the auction. So that was a big one right there. Good look if you had it. Congratulations to anybody out there. I'm sure a couple people might have had it around here. The NASDAQ closing just slightly to the upside. ES, similar story. The story was probably some of these squeeze names in the afternoon. You saw a GameStop move. You saw Beyond Meat make a bit of a move to the upside as they were all breaking out. So the squeeze is back. Cost was there earlier. I was going to say Nvidia was a bit of a mover right at the end of the day, and I wanted to get to that. Broke back through VWAP, so the buyer is still supporting this one at 125. As you would expect, you get a bit of a volume candle, but that was a nice little recovery. Tesla was a huge reversal on Tesla and closing up at the highs, up 1.5%. Shout out to Fabian and Remain on the ones and twos. Shout out to Adara and Sharif on that midday, a little more Elliot wave theory to get your learn on in the middle of the day. But you know where we're headed. We're going from one desk to the other. We've got Sean, we've got Adara, we've got Brian Shannon. It's the aftermarket recap show. How's about now?
Thank you for joining us here on the After Hours show. Yeah, wow, that Baxter did get moving. I just wanted to see where we did close up there at 35.50. So a good trade for anybody looking at that one. Adara.
Hi.
It's earnings season.
It is.
Something came out.
We did. It's
What was it?
IBKR. So we got here, I'm going to read some of the numbers we're getting. Q2 pre-tax profit here coming out 880 million versus the estimate of 934 million. So that is going to be a miss, but the actual EPS here was a beat from what I'm seeing, adjusted EPS anyway, $1.76 versus the estimate of $1.74. However, they did miss on revenue, 1.23 billion versus the estimate of 1.273 billion. So slight miss there. Also, they have declared a Q2 dividend of 25 cents. So interesting look there for IBKR with those earnings out here now. We're also waiting for JB Hunt, which is supposed to come around 4:05 if the estimated time is in fact true. How are you doing?
Good. I'm doing pretty good. I was just trying to find out what IBKR was up to right here. Let me just change this over to a 1 minute chart as we start to go to the downside. We only had a move of, I think it was 3 or 4% as expected. So there it goes. Starting to get going now, IBKR to the downside, trying to print just a little bit lower through the day's low. And then if you're going to look at a daily chart for Interactive Brokers, still just hovering around, not doing too much at the 200, at the 50 period. Moving average, trying to get down to $100. That is your 200 period. So not too much going on right now. We will wait for JB Hunt, JBHT, I believe. Yes, that is right. Trying to come out right now. There's a nice daily chart. Wow, what a move back on the transports there. Industrials trying to go as well. So nice move back up there for JB Hunt. Flip over to the 1-minute chart as soon as that comes out. Yeah, keep on trucking to the upside, JB Hunt. KRE, a little sip of coffee right there. KRE, yeah, we can. I got some water here. IBKR, there it is. Accounts increased 28%. So we'll see on that move. Anything comes through, Adair will let us know. The banks today, KRE ending at its highs. As there we go. You want to talk about some underperformance. Well, not KRE. Look at this line. There's the break right there. Trying to get back up to the upside. We like that breaker. $50, just taking that out. Nice move up for KRE as some of the regional banks start to get going again. Today was a day for the banks. Wow. XLF, I mean, we've been looking at this for a minute. Continuous upside movement now. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7 or so days. Yeah, straight upside fire right there on that move. 5 below, flushing a little bit right now. New CEO, FIVE. Thanks for that there. Not 5 right there. Ugh. New CEO, yeah, might be due. What does this look like on a weekly chart here for Fiverr? Is that the only news that there was there?
No, they also announced this is not great here. They're announcing some sales updates. Their sales for the second quarter expected, apparently, that was the expectation. They're also saying their total sales for the 10-week period ending July 13th increased by 9.5%, but their comparable sales decreased by 5% for 10 weeks. So comparable sales decrease, total sales increase. So a bit of a mixed number there. They also are having their Q2 sales, I guess, adjusting that forecast there for 5 below. So a couple updates there.
Okay, good little look there. Thanks to everybody in the chat. We do have Brian Shannon coming out very, very soon. But just for a sector recap, I mean, gold continues to move higher. GLD is what we look at. If you're looking for the miners, you could do GDX. But again, today, I just think it's on uncertainty, right? You've seen digital gold with Bitcoin continue to move higher right now. Look at GLD here on the weekly. Gold right now breaking out past 228 right now, taking out brand new highs right there. Bang, bang, bang for gold. I mean, look how good this looks. JB Hunt is out. Just quickly here. No, give me a second.
Continue.
Just rate upside there. Look at what this looks like on the monthly. What a huge break of 195 there for gold, continuing to go upside. JBHT, she says, is now out. Let me reverse that over into a daily chart. Nice move up for JD Hunt, but I can see it's printing down a little bit here, Dara. What's up with JBHT?
I was going to say, nice move up. A little surprising given the numbers we have here. Of course, not always going to react to the numbers.
Oh, it's actually down.
Okay, they did miss here on Q2 earnings per share, $1.32 versus the estimate of $1.52. That is decidedly a miss. We also have revenue coming in here for Q2, $2.93 billion versus the estimate of $3.04 billion. That's also going to be a miss. Q2 operating income, also a miss, $205.7 million versus the estimate of $222.9 million. Misses across the board for JBHT right now, guys.
I was logging in to show you some trades. Yeah, JBHT, I was telling you it was down. It was down to 168. Then all of a sudden it popped up to 178. And I'm just going to load up my level 2 so I can show you some of the volatility here in the post market on earnings. Now JB Hunt showing around 171. Nice downside move. Look what's upside today. It's ARC, baby, as it continues to go. I'm not in this name. And we do have Brian Shannon coming through, and I won't talk about ARC with him, but it is well off those lows now. Nice upside play as we've seen names like IWM, the Russell. Did it continue to go today? Did it continue to go today? Wow. Nice little trade there. We had Michael Noss on yesterday, and he's like, full disclosure, I'm in this.
Yeah.
Well, full disclosure. Nice trade. Right there, yes, there is some printing happening on that one if you are long with Mr. Noss and the rest of the IWM family as that continues to go upside right now. It's always good when you don't see many red names come through. Wheat. Oh, Michael messaged me today as well. He was long UNG, took a little bit of profit on that, but it looks like it did fall in at near the end of the day. Yeah, so UNG, we asked him about this yesterday. I don't know if you remember, Adara.
Yep.
We asked about UNG, and it did have a nice little pop from that bottom there, off the 200, up to a little bit of a high. You'd have to be pretty tricky to get in and out of that one, but Michael Noss did mention that to me, so a nice little move there today. XLF, copper, uranium downside. Again, I think there's an opportunity to buy this. I don't know. So again, alternative energy, right? We did read that JD Vance did vote against some of the subsidies in the space, which makes sense, which is why TAN was down yesterday. And I think Dan back up today, so up again as they sort of divest or divulge some of that information. And now we can make it into our investment plan. I mean, I think that there's going to be some Trump trades that are coming through right now. The latest polls that I saw is 65% chance that he is your next president. So again, that can all change. It actually is so bad, not so bad, but so skewed in the favor of the conservatives right now and Donald Trump that President Biden has actually agreed to another debate. So that could happen in September. They're talking about all of that. So we'll see if that does come through. Not a great performance the last one, hoping for better the next time. I don't think President Trump has to debate again at all. I don't know if that would be a good move for him to do that, but we'll see.
That's actually a good point too. You're right. Yeah. Given how we did, you're right. I don't even know if it makes sense for him to.
Well, I mean, it was such a sort of a windfall, I feel like, for Trump after that. Although I thought Joe Biden obviously had his moments. Let's not talk too much about politics because people in the chat will have their opinions. But you know what's funny is also the equal weighted S&P 500 RSP. What does equal weight mean again, Adara?
Equal weight means that instead of having it in the S&P 500, the spot where you have the names that are worth the most being weighted the most, they're all equally weighted. So whatever percentage of them, if it's 500 and they're each going to be worth 0.2%.
One stock, one vote.
One stock, one vote. Yeah, that's a way better way of wording what I was just trying to say there.
Yeah,
that's what that means.
Yeah, so there you go. So yeah, but 0.2 works as well.
Yeah.
But right there, nice move upside there for the RSP as well. So it's not just the S&P 500 that's making moves. It is the whole market in general, right? So there is a broadening out. You always hear that talk, and I think the banks have really helped that. I mean, look at what's happening today. TAN back up, right? Gold up. There's XBI. XBI is a name that we've been buying, right? You guys know we like the biotech. When Brendan and I were doing, see you, Fabian. When Brendan and I did that first podcast, we gave you some plays into the new year. I really liked XBI, and you could see that's been a huge move. I mean, not as big as some of the equities, but as far as an ETF, XBI, we really like that because the population's getting older, so we need to have biotechs win, and also with AI and some of the new technologies, I like some of the names. I mean, we've seen what that's done to Eli Lilly, although Eli Lilly today, Adara did pull back about that 1%. So a nice little pullback today for Eli Lilly. I don't think, can we go to I don't think it's opportunity to buy anything yet. But again, a nice move for Eli Lilly as we wait. Where's earnings date for these guys? August 8th. Still 3 weeks away or so on that one. The IBB's another one that we really like. Biotech again, so similar to the XBI as well. There's IWM coming through. We're just trying to run through some of these events. XLE is a name that I really like. My largest holding in the energy space is with this ETF, of course. So a nice select sector there for XLE. USO, did I see USO is down today or no? Yeah, so United States Oil. So there you go. Oh yeah, the only big name. I mean, again, if you're in uranium, fine, but a lot of us obviously care about what's happening with oil. Oil had a beautiful run back up to the upside right now. We obviously hope for peace in the Middle East and not even the Middle East, throughout Palestine and through Israel and things like that. So we'll see if that does have any major effect. Neither are a major oil producing nation, but Iraq has gotten involved and had some opinions on some of this. So we'll see what happens there. And again, coming into a presidential year, we need some more studies on that, wondering how oil performs in a election year. So we'll see that, because that always comes into play, right? National security and whatnot, and oil and energy, a big part of that, especially with Trump and Biden sort of not on opposite, but one
different.
Wants to drill, one doesn't, right? So we'll look at that. Berkshire as well. Look at this name. Oh my. This was a name that I wanted to get into again. You see the outperformance in Berkshire lately. What a huge move upside with Apple at 52 and all-time highs. Most of the banks you're going to look at all-time highs as well as some insurance plays hitting this name. I mean, there goes Berkshire Hathaway. You don't even have to be obviously a genius. We've heard about Warren Buffett for a very, very long time. But those holdings, right? Complete opposite of an ARK. But this is how you know there's breadth in the market, right? I mean, Berkshire, all-time highs, breaking out, right? ARK also starting to go back up, nowhere near highs, but still a nice little month for both of these names. And again, on two different sides of things. ARK, of course, is what, Adara? That's
going to be Cathie Wood's ETF. But also, I was thinking it's worth noting that both of the holdings that they're kind of known for. So in BRKB's case, we do have Apple. With ARK, we have Tesla. Both of those got a pop as well. So I'm not saying that's entirely why, but I think it's interesting to note we both got a nice pop on the charts for those ones when we have their larger Mag 7 components making a move up as well.
Yeah, we also had IBIT today. Yeah, good call on that one. And apparently, I know they had agreed to 2 debates in the past. Let's see if that does happen. Look at what a bounce for IBIT. Oh my. We just got its 200 period, and guess what? That's exactly where it dropped off of from as well. So, I mean, what we can do is we're going to have Brian on in a minute, but we could put a anchor from the top there. Ooh, I don't know. Oops, wrong day. But you're approaching the anchored VWAP, sorry, right there at 37. So we'll see 37.75 right there, the anchor from the high. Let me see. Can I actually drop another one? Because I think I missed the day there. Yeah, so that's a little bit better. Anyways, same difference. 37.75 or so on a volume-weighted average price anchor that will anchor to that most recent high in and around that 73,000. So looks like we're trying to get going. What a bounce back there in IBIT. Didn't we get news today on Ethereum?
We didn't get news on Ethereum, but we had later yesterday, there's been a lot of these ETF specialists are saying they're hearing whispers that we could get the Ethereum ETF trading as of next Tuesday, so July 23rd. But that's, of course, provided that everything comes in by Wednesday, all of the forms, all of the approvals. But yeah, just some whispers from some ETF specialists from Bloomberg and other places saying that they think we're set up, we're poised for a July 23rd.
Right. Okay, good. Well, that's good to know. I mean, hopefully they go. I mean, imagine, I think that's a sell the news story because it's already baked in that it's going to happen. So what happens then when they pull the plug on that? Right? Ethereum might go down like 30, 40, 50%, honestly. Yeah. If they were to cancel that ETF, I don't know, not good
We'll
words.
find out. Yeah.
For that, we'll find out. Yeah, I like that. All right, let's go over here and quick look at the recap because today was a little bit of a different day where we had the S&P 500 pretty much on fire. Again, most of that due to the banks. And then, yeah, make sure you check out daily trading lessons with Adair and Sharif for sure every noon or 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock, yeah. And we do it again every hour.
I don't want to say noon, then I got to go on for an hour later. And then you do it every hour on the hour.
Yeah, on the hour pretty much. And then Neil has his lesson around 12 as well. So, like, lots of lessons.
Yeah, lots of lessons throughout the midday. But today was a fun one. The big lesson to learn today was strength in the broader market with the S&P 500, while weakness hitting some of these names today, including the biggest one is Nvidia that I see on the board right now, down 1.62%, was down worse than that at one point today. Broadcom as well, having some post-split hangover, down 1.2% as that continues to go upside, downside, but still holding out. We can look at Broadcom in a minute. Meta down 1.28%. As far as like some of the names that were up today, IBM up 1.6. I remember buying that as a little wee one because it had a dividend. IBM finally starting to outperform some of the other tech names. CRM as well, Salesforce up 1.25%. That's real nice. But if you're looking over on this side, man, consumer durables just had a day today with Ford up 1%, GM up 1%. Tesla up 1.5% as this sector really starting to go. There it is. DHIDR Horton upside as well. Lennar, some things starting to pop off. Fly upside right there. Wow, look at health services off UNH. Great report from UNH today. Big mover here, really increasing that sector as we continue to go up. But you know what's the big one? Let's check out finance. I mean, what a big day today. Berkshire upside, JP Morgan upside, Wells Fargo down 7 or 8% yesterday, back up 4 today. I mean, you can't keep these stocks down. Honestly, I mean, what stock continues to go down? Oh, yeah, Charles Schwab continues to go down.
Schwab hit SSR near the end of the day.
It's actually down 10.1%.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was like, maybe worth watching.
So for SSR, here, let's close this out. Anyways, a good little stock heat map to come through. Good call on that one. SCHW, I believe, is Charles Schwab. Yes, it is. Right there. Look at this pull. Now, if you believe, we're going to review these numbers. Maybe tonight we will do a little bit of a homework. Yeah, maybe not. But nice move down for Charles Schwab. I like the 200 period moving average coming through. It's 417. We're having too much fun. I got my guest of the week ready to go over here. Don't tell that to all the other guests, but, you know,
it's between us.
I really like Brian. So, okay, nice move down in the 200 period, but a nice move down there for Charles Schwab, ending the day SSR. You often get SSR bounces. You know what? Let's go talk to Brian Shannon about SSR bounces. It's Trader Talk. It's Mr. Shannon. How are you?
Doing well, Sean. Nicely done on that anchor from the all-time high in IBIT. That's exactly the you know, if you look at Bitcoin itself, it is right on that anchor, and it just ran 11,000. So I think this is a likely spot for Bitcoin to maybe rest a little bit, hopefully pull back down towards 62.5, and then maybe we can finally get that run for 100 everyone's been looking for.
Let me know if you need any interns or anything like that. We will, I'll come over there, have a quick look. What I just talked about, we were looking at some of the banks, and you and I have looked at some of the strength in XLF and some of the names in the past. But today we get a little bit of a pullback in Charles Schwab. Now I know this is not, a bank as per JP Morgan, a lot of trading happening at Charles Schwab. But you ever play SSR bounces? And what I mean by that is this: the stock just gets so killed the day before it's down 10%. Now all of a sudden SSR means, of course, you can only get short off the ask, or the offer cannot continue that momentum down, of course, unless you're long. Do you ever look for little SSR bounces? And if not, what do you think about Charles Schwab being down 10% today?
One, I don't look for those trades. I'm typically not looking for a bounce in a stock that's broken. So I that's where I lose money, Sean. So I stay away from those. From a supply and demand aspect, though, it makes sense to look for a bounce in those because you've got less supply easily available for the stock. So it makes a bounce more likely, I think. In terms of Schwab being down 10%, I have no personal feelings to it. It has been in a big uptrend. Looks like it's probably going to test this 200-day moving average down at about 66.25. So I don't know. It's a broken stock for now. I would say just leave it alone.
Yeah, I don't want to chase falling knives as well. I mean, we've done that too many times, and it hasn't worked out. And I think that's something that I've really learned doing the show. Just buy strength. Right? Buy some strength, see what happens at those actionable points, and then react to that. Again, another great point through all your writings as well. Okay, so we already talked a little bit about crypto there. We talked a little bit about the banks. What is your opinion? We just saw the RSP. Maybe we could talk about that. That is the equal weight S&P 500. It really seems to me, Brian, that we're getting a really broad market move right now. Every day I'm looking at what's been up or down sector-wise, and we seem to be kind of rotating. One day it's gold breaking out. We talked about that. Bitcoin, digital gold looks great right now. Even, I won't want to say this, but there's something called ARK. I know we don't want to talk about that. That seems to be making a little bit of a bounce, as expected. It's still not great. Biotech, industrials, everything's starting to go right now. What do you make of some of the broadening out here in the market?
Home builders, I'm looking at those. They're at an all-time high. They just ran, 15% here in the last week and a half. It's crazy strength across the board. So, anyone who's fighting it, I think, is a fool. The trend is your friend. Right. You participate when it's good and raise your stops up, protect those gains. The biotechs have been the best group for me because I kind of got in right as they started to move with some decent size and holding a good position in XBI. Got a little bit of the Amgen and a little bit of my Target Therapeutics left as well, which has just made a nice 50% move this month. So, we're in a great environment. Don't confuse brains for a bull market, as they say, and raise your stops. But just enjoy it while it's here.
Great advice there. And you and I have talked about it, and I think you're the number one guest that I talk to this about, is being risk manager, right? I think that's trading is easy. Anyone can push buy or sell. It's where are you getting out? Where are you taking profit? Where are you taking the hits? So again, something that has to be on everybody's mind. All right, can we talk about a name that's going to be reporting next week, or actually July 24th? It's Chipotle Mexican Grill. A lot of people like to eat there, but CMG off of the split now, starting to fade out, and it hasn't had a good time, Brian. We came out at $70. Come over to the screen just real quick here, Ramina, if you can. There's a nice move down. We talked about this the last time you were on the show, and a quote from you was, this stock looks innocent, or we need to treat it as innocent until proven guilty. May be a good look here ahead of earnings coming in the next couple of weeks. So any opinions now on what Chipotle looks like? There's a gap fill down here to 56. Looks like we're trying to do that right now. Again, maybe it's the same question. Maybe we don't trade this until we see the earnings. But yeah, looking like a nice downside move here in CMG.
Yeah, it's having a little bit of trouble with the year-to-date anchor, which is at about 58.5 right here. That's that thick blue line. Below that, we have the anchor from the move where this began last November right here, and that would bring it to about 55. I'm reluctant to buy a stock while it's making this pattern of lower highs and lower lows on the intermediate term. after earnings, maybe that's the catalyst that, sees it gap up and run a little bit, then maybe do something like this, and then it can be trending back to the upside again. For now, though, I think it's, you can't sell it short after it's dropped from 70 to 55, and buying it in here just seems a little bit too early. I did want to talk just real quick, Sean, about a tweet that I made today that tied in with a stock. I didn't make it about that stock necessarily, but I was talking about SRPT, which is another biotech stock. And SRPT, I had posted on Twitter that, I like the way this one looks. It has it had the anchored volume weighted average price from the month to date that was trying to get a hole above. I bought it right over here. My stop was 151.02 or 151.20. And I was looking at it in here today thinking, well, it's right on the 20-day moving average. Maybe I'll hold this stock and see what happens. And I said, wait a minute. Every time I tell myself, no, I'll hold for a different level, I know what happens. I get a bigger loss. So I sucked it up and took the loss. And that's when I put the tweet out that says, every one of my biggest losers has been a stock that I held beyond my initial stop and justified holding it because of a lower perceived level. And good thing I sold out at 151 and change, because it closed down at 140, 2 points lower. So I just wanted to make the point that, we're in an easier environment, but it doesn't mean every stock is going up, and it doesn't mean you let your guard down.
Thank you so much, Brian, for going over those with us. I also have a question. You mentioned it a little bit earlier when you were talking about biotechs, but there you have that TGTX. I know you tweeted about this one earlier as well, saying that no matter what pattern it is, it kind of has that bullish look to it. You mentioned this one in the market recap before as well. I guess I was wondering if you could talk us through how you find these stocks that prove to be bullish or bearish on the short side, even without these patterns.
Yeah, great question. I really don't remember how I found this particular one, Adara. I found it after this gap right here. And I traded it in here a little bit, and then it kind of disappointed me because it fell below the year-to-date anchor, but got back involved here and back involved there. But I think what attracted me to it was I saw that it was a stock up on big volume, and then I saw, wait a minute, this is a biotech that just reported earnings. And I happened to, like the chart a little bit because it got back above the year-to-date anchor. I did a little bit of digging into the fundamentals and saw that they have a drug that was just approved with their first profitable quarter, that is, and a real large short position. So I thought the three of those things added up nicely together to say, if I can control risk in this stock, then I'm going to take an outsized position. And this stock has actually been my biggest trade of the year because I really sized up on it and have just a straggler position left. I sold a good part of it right here last week at 21.20, I believe it was. But I still have that straggler piece that my so-called just-in-case shares, and just in case it does exactly what it's doing right now.
We call a great trade there, Brian. We call those, you're holding on for a piece for the dream. You want to just hold on. See if something goes up, obviously, buy yourself a new shirt or something like that and put some money in your pocket. I wanted to ask you.
My shirt, Sean?
I do like that shirt. I got a little polo on right now. I like that shirt as well on you. Right there. All right, Brian, look. A name, the marijuana space. I want to look at CGC. So I just feel that this is, again, it got really exciting the last time we had a little bit of a presidential run there, debates, so on and so forth, as it's a topic that gets talked about. You being in Colorado, maybe you have a little bit of an insight on some of this as one of the first states to legalize. But I just dropped an anchor on CGC. The reason why I want to talk about that is it's a very volatile name. If you come over to the chart, we were just at $15 about 2 months ago. You're chopped in half right now. And to me, this looks like a decent base. I mean, we can wait till August 9th for earnings, but I just wonder if it's going to start to get heated up a little bit in the space. I put an anchor right down here at the lows, which is $3, and it's given me about $9 where to look at. I'm wondering if that's a decent breakout price to look at. We talked about some trades. I think it was NCR, like one of those nuclear names there with uranium that we looked at, sort of some of those anchors. And I know that was from IPO. But this seems interesting to me if we get a little bit of pressure to break through 9. Maybe we take a 10 and use 9 as support, but nice little move expected for CGC, at least I am, with this election year.
Yeah, I think, Sean, that unfortunately you're kind of getting a bounce with a declining 50-day moving average, which
Right.
typically, in my experience, doesn't hold for very long. And that 50-day moving average is right here at about $8, and just about above that at 830 is this year-to-date anchor. That's the thick blue line, and you can see that's kind of been a battleground for the stock. So I think if you see the stock rally from 6 up towards that 8 level, a 33% rally, that it's likely, if it's going to be a good election stock, that it runs up to there, then maybe has a little shakeout, creates a higher low, and then perhaps it could get going, a little bit later in the year. But this move itself is getting a little bit stretched. I would say you want to protect your gains, but looking for it to move into that 8.5 area, and then probably stall out.
You're getting a lot of credit, and so should you, of course. In the chat, a lot of people took XBI. You and I talked about that last week.
Good.
And yeah, it's really breaking out right now. I'm going to guess that we're probably still in this. But again, heading up to the highs, I always think it's reasonable to take a little bit out when we get up here. I'm assuming that that's something of an opinion that you may have, as we just talked about, getting onto some of that TGTX when you get back to some highs. But if I zoom back out here into a weekly chart, I mean, maybe we're just kind of getting going. There is some more upside right here in XBI. Any opinions now that it looks like we're breaking out on the daily?
Well, it's always my plan to say, where has it come from? When it runs from 90 up to 103, and it's getting ready to break out beyond this high. This was something I just mentioned to subscribers, 20 minutes ago, is that if it breaks beyond here, I have a 2/3 position left. I'm going to sell half of that balance right here.
Perfect.
And these are my current stops right now in that 2/3 position, half of it here and half of that 2/3 here. I had gotten involved last week over in this area, in this area, sold my first third right here at 94.5, which looked like I was giving it away, but I didn't know if it was going to do this.
Right.
So I'm just using the definition of trend, higher highs and higher lows. I'm going to be a little bit aggressive with that first, one third that I have left, and the other third, I'm going to give it a little bit more room, thinking that, well, if it can break through there and it doesn't stall out and continues to go, then yes, we've got the case for a much more bullish scenario on this weekly time frame. That's not the tool I meant to use.
That looks cool.
But if we get beyond there, I think that it's very reasonable to think that the biotechs can be up near 118, 120 by the end of the year. I think that's basically where they're probably going. That certainly seems reasonable, but I think the path looks probably something like this, that it's not going to go straight up there. So there'll be a lot of opportunities to manage around a position or to initiate new swings.
Yeah, we were lucky enough to start to buy some of that at the beginning of the year. And I always, again, learning from you, important to drop a year-to-date anchor view up as well on some of these things to see some levels. But I think, again, in managing risk, good job thinking about getting some out. And, stocks have a habit of making us all look silly. I mean, no decision we ever make is going to be perfect. I'm sure you understand, and we all understand that as we go. Man, I'm stressed out. I mean, that's why I ain't got no hair right here, pulling it out daily. I make 200 to 300 trades a day. I know that's a little different style than yourself. I wanted to ask you this. We've talked about this on the show, some questions. You trade mainly in the equities, or you dabble in options a little bit?
I do some options, and I've actually just gotten much more aggressive in trading options because I found a broker where I don't pay a commission and I get a rebate. I get paid. So that to me makes it a lot more viable in terms of being able to trade them, because there's a couple things about trading options. Is you typically have a larger spread. You typically have to pay really kind of an outrageous commission, I think. And then you've got those fees on top of it. Instead, I'm getting rebates. So I look at that and say, now's the time to, be more aggressive. And for this market, Sean, where we're getting extended and it feels like, well, maybe we get a rug pull any day, you have less at risk. You can control your risk much better. And as you started out we talk about risk management, and that's our job. That's I think you've heard me say, that's my favorite quote from Alan Greenspan is, Alan Greenspan said, "My job is risk manager for the economy, and our job is risk manager for our portfolios."
Everybody's job is to go pick up this book. It is Maximum Trading Gains with an anchored VWAP. Of course, you can go find that at Alpha Trends. It's on Amazon. Maybe there's a Prime Day deal. I mean, Prime Day is going on right now. Go find it out right now. Maximum Trading Gains with an anchored VWAP. Brian, before I let you go, I mean, is there another trade maybe that you're looking at to get into? Maybe you've started to leg in. Anything that maybe I could talk to you about in a couple weeks right now? I mean, you've given so many great ideas on the show. I'd hate to ask you for another.
Sure. I mean, this NCNO, I put this on earlier today on Twitter. Unfortunately, it's kind of gotten a little bit extended. But if this NCNO pulls back a little bit and then gets going, I'd say you could buy it. It just broke out here today beyond that year-to-date anchor and the anchor off of that high. It's a profitable company. You look at the weekly chart, it's got room to run. I'm also looking at, but I'm not sure quite yet, I'm going to buy Qualcomm. If I did get involved, I'd probably need to see it settle down a little bit. Rambus is shaping up nicely. And I also put on Twitter today, AMD, that I think it's a little early. We're on the month-to-date anchor right here. But if we can pull back a little bit further in the next couple days, see that 5-day moving average flatten out, then by the time we talk again next week, Sean, this might be in a good position to buy maybe Friday or Monday of this week. So I'll continue to update that one on X, on Twitter, and we'll see if it can do that.
There it is. A lot of people appreciate those calls. And of course, Encino, a cloud-based a play there as well. Looks pretty hot there, trying to break back above. Okay, thank you so much, Brian. Thank you for staying late with us one more time. I hope the rest of your trades are profitable, and some of those picks sure look good to me. So thank you so much, Brian, for all the insight again. Everyone can go find it, Maximum Trading Gains with anchored VWAP. It's our guest from Alpha Trends, Brian Shannon. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
Ciao.
Thanks,
there it is. Oh, yeah. We really like having Brian on.
Awesome.
Yeah, great individual, and nothing wrong with that guy. Again, being as honest as you can be. I think we talked about that on the show. Having some integrity, right? Talking about losing on one trade, holding others, and that's what it is. If you don't stop out, you never know what's about to happen.
Oh,
yeah, we had a couple decent trades today. That is for sure. One of our best ones was this Amazon trade. It happened early. We did have a nice Palantir trade as well. Look at this Amazon right away off the jump. 196. It is Sticky Note Nation. You can go find that out. That was a big one for us on the Sticky Note today. 196 down to 193. About as clean as it gets in the first half hour. That was a good one. And then honestly, man, come at Palantir, and this is what's going to happen. Nice move to the down. Nah, who knows? Sometimes I lose on these. Nice move down in. We wrote down on the Sticky Note again. Let's hit that little icon down to 27.50. Actually, here it is. For those of you that are joining us, this is the Sticky Note. Let's go show it to you what it is. I'm sure everyone watching probably knows what it is. I talk about it enough. Right there, Palantir, 27.50 long. Picking it up on weakness with the downgrade. So a nice move there. Talked about that. We also talked about Sofi. What a nice day it was for Sofi. But there we go, man. Palantir ends the day up $1. We had a nice move. Fortunately, we got out there at some of the pre-market levels, so we only took about 70 cents on that. Then shorted, made a little bit of money there before it fell back in. That was a good trade there for us. Amazon. Oh yeah, Sofi. Let's take a look at this. This is a name that I really like. Starting to break out. We did the work on this one, breaking out through 7 yesterday and continues to play. Look at this. We wrote down today, Sofi, buy this name at $7. It only gets to 7.30, finishing the day up nice 6%. There's Sofi on the daily, looking to break through that 7 with the 50-period moving average on the daily as well. That's it, other than
roll call.
Roll calls. We still have 1,900 watching, so thank you so much for staying late with us. That's really important. And this is the segment where we give thanks to everybody that's watching. I mean, they've been watching most likely all day, and they're staying late with us. This was a show that was developed for big earnings plays, bring you some excitement, and give you something a little bit different. Let's talk about names that have been traded throughout the day, names that report and give live quotes, so on and so forth. So I think we're doing a heck of a job, but we wouldn't be able to do it without everybody. So the first shout out goes to my main guy right over there. It is Bears versus Bulls. So thank you so much for that. Caleb Simon says Wizard. Yeah, Brian Shannon right there. Thanks, Brian, says Mark M as well. Daryl Flinch is here. One of the OGs in the chat is here as well. Oh, a big shout out. I see Brian. I thought I just saw Brian in here. Shout out to Brian Shannon, who's here as well. Neo Roberts, Dr. Strange is here. Michael P is here. Pineapple undies. We talk about that. Those are fine as long as you don't have the spikes turned inside.
Yeah.
You know, pineapple a little spiky there.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
A little bit.
Just a bit.
What's up, Sebastian, right there? Yeah, Dara's tired today. We talked about that.
We have.
You are exhausted. A lot of trading there in the midday. So what's up to Anurag as well? Josh plays DFS. Good job on that one. Daily fantasy sports. So do I, but we wait for football for that one. Pepper Potts, one handle, 2 cups. That's a good one. Jamlo is here. The Piper's here. Farm Trader Adara's here as well. Miguel's here. VDog, and of course, Tarksa is here as well. Look, I've got 2 ladies here. I've got Ramin and I've got Adara. If we stay much later, that's not good news for me. So let's say goodbye on that note. This is Adara.
It is.
I am Sean. Go find us all over socials. I want to thank our good friend Brian Shannon, of course. Go pick it up. It's anchored view up. Go over there on Amazon and grab that at Alpha Trends as well. Thank you, Brian, for everything that you provide for the show. Again, great insight and one of our favorite guests. So for all of us here at Trader TV Live, including Ramin, we will see everybody tomorrow. I won't, because I've got jury summons.
Chung chung.
Hopefully, I can put my hat on right now. We'll get that all ready to go. Wear a hat there tomorrow. We'll see what happens right there. Go Blue Jays, who are really not great. For everybody here at Trader TV Live, I'll see you on Thursday, hopefully. And until then, ciao from us. Ooh, I like it.